Qin Guangming, while engrossed in the anime Naruto, unexpectedly meets his demise and finds himself reincarnated as Uchiha Izuna within the world of Naruto. He seeks to instigate wars and establish towns, becoming the master manipulator behind the scenes. Chapter 1. The System and Qin Guangming's Ambitions. On May 1st, 2023, Qin Guangming, the founder of the Qin Corporation, aged 29, a paragon of virtue with no vices, a legend in the business realm, and hailed as an ancien millennium prodigy, tragically perished today due to a computer explosion. This serves as a reminder to our audience to refrain from placing liquids, such as water or beverages, near electronic devices to prevent accidental spills that may lead to catastrophic failures. In the depths of darkness, an endless void, Qin Guangming pondered, where am I? Did I inadvertently spill water, leading to the explosion of my computer? Am I in a hospital, or have I truly crossed into the realm of the deceased? He furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the oppressive darkness enveloping him. Time became an abstract concept as Qin Guangming's consciousness lingered in this abyss. He tentatively moved forward, yet the surrounding gloom persisted, unyielding and profound. Could it be that I am truly dead? Is this hell? He mused, grappling with the oppressive silence. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted in the distance. Shielding his eyes from the sudden brightness, a flicker of joy ignited within Qin Guangming. At last, light had pierced through the suffocating darkness. Though uncertain of this place, the presence of light signified a chance to escape this maddening void that threatened to consume him. As his eyes adjusted to the radiance, he squinted and resolutely advanced toward the source of light. After what felt like an eternity of walking, he approached the luminous orb, narrowing his eyes in contemplation, pondering the nature of this mysterious sphere. After a moment's hesitation, he gently touched the radiant orb. In an instant, a surge of light engulfed him, flooding his being as it coursed into his mind. Clutching his head, Qin Guangming felt an overwhelming force inundating his consciousness, unable to suppress his cries of discomfort. Time lost, meaning perhaps it was a fleeting moment or an eternity. The once vibrant orb faded into the darkness, and as he clutched his head, an electronic voice resonated in his mind, evoking astonishment and disbelief. Beep. Booting up. System activation in progress. 1, 2, 3, 9, 13, 33, 34, 97, 98, 99, 100. Beep. System activated. Beep. Beep. Host detected. Binding in progress. 100. Binding complete. Host, Qin Guangming, male, 29 years old, ordinary human from Earth, status, deceased. Beep. Greetings, host. The Multiverse Director System is at your service. The emotionless electronic voice echoed within his mind. Listening to the system's voice, Qin Guangming's gaze flickered with uncertainty. After a moment, he probed the luminous orb in his mind, asking, Director System, what functions do you possess? Beep. This system enables the host to traverse the multiverse, assisting the host in becoming the unseen director of various realms, controlling the trajectory of events. Whether propelling the original plot or altering it, rewards will be granted based on the host's performance. The system will periodically issue tasks, and completion will yield significant points and rewards, the electronic voice explained, a smile blossoming on Qin Guangming's face. I see. System, what can the points be exchanged for? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. Beep. Host, system points can be redeemed for items from across the multiverse. With sufficient points, anything can be acquired, the system replied, igniting a burgeoning ambition within Qin Guangming. Though he was the leader of the Qin Corporation, he often indulged in anime and novels during his leisure. As a child, he had dreamt of acquiring a system, never anticipating such an opportunity would manifest in reality. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Traversing the multiverse, with points allowing me to obtain anything. A director, you say? While I have never held such a title, my years of experience in the business world instill confidence in my capabilities. I accept this challenge. After comprehending the system's functions, Qin Guangming felt assured in his ability to become the unseen director of all worlds, orchestrating events like a grand chess master, ready to conquer the multiverse. After the initial exhilaration subsided, Qin Guangming began to contemplate his forthcoming path. Now that I am deceased, how will I manifest in other worlds? Will my soul inhabit a new body, or will I be transported with my original form? He pondered softly. Beep. Fear not, host. Upon crossing over, your soul will merge with a deceased native of that world, granting you their body, memories, and identity. The system's voice interrupted his thoughts. Pausing at this revelation, Qin Guangming's eyes glimmered with uncertainty. His mind racing before a smile broke across his face, that he gazed at the luminous orb, inquiring, "System, do you offer a beginner's package?" Beep, beep. Would you like to open the beginner's package? The system responded. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Guangming declared, "Open the beginner's package." Beep. Beginner's package opened. You have received 500 points, a pair of ocular implants, and an infinite locator chip, the system announced within his mind. Curious, Qin Guangming asked, "What are the uses of the ocular implants and the locator chip? Furthermore, please provide the functions of any future items, not just their names." Beep. Certainly, host. Ocular implants. These can transform into the eyes you previously possessed. Lost your sight? Fear not. With the ocular implants, your vision is restored. Usage. Simply press into your eye socket for automatic activation. System evaluation. Spare eyes. Infinite locator chip. Allows you to mark individuals you have encountered, eliminating concerns about losing your companions. A must-have for the directionally challenged and those fond of following others. Usage. Direct skin implantation. System evaluation. Tracking tool. Surveying the system's explanations, Qin Guangming shifted his focus from the ocular implants to the locator chip, murmuring, "This is indeed a valuable asset. It will alleviate many troubles. System, what can I currently exchange my points for?" He mused, eager to explore what his 500 points could procure. Beep. Currently, the system mall is not operational. Please complete the first system task to activate the system mall before making exchanges, the system replied. Unbeknownst to Qin Guangming, within the luminous orb, a white notification flickered. Warning. System energy insufficient. Unable to activate the system mall. Is that so? Contemplating this revelation, Qin Guangming felt an urgency to inquire. System, can we commence the traversal now? The system announced. Buzz, 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 drip. The currently traversable world is Naruto. Buzz, does the host choose to traverse? Within the luminous sphere of the system, a series of red warnings emerged. Warning. The application for traversal into the supreme world of the system 10086 has been rejected. Given the current energy of the system, the traversable worlds are categorized as follows. Inferior worlds. Home with kids, love apartment, night shift ward. Intermediate worlds. One Piece, Akame Ga Kill, Gundam. Upper intermediate worlds. Naruto. Other upper intermediate worlds are currently inaccessible due to insufficient energy. Higher worlds, currently inaccessible due to insufficient energy. Supreme worlds, currently inaccessible due to insufficient energy. It is recommended that host of system 10,086 begins traversal from an inferior world. Oh, Naruto, you say? Recalling this fervent Japanese anime and reflecting on its storyline, Qin Guangming smiled and declared, "I choose to traverse. Drip. Host request received. Traversing to the world of Naruto. Countdown commencing. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, a white void appeared, drawing Qin Guangming's soul from the boundless darkness. Chapter 2. The Naruto World, System Tasks. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and as his vision cleared, Qin Guangming beheld the surrounding trees. This unfamiliar environment, emerging from the darkness, granted him an unexpected sense of tranquility. Is this truly the world of Naruto? He murmured to himself. System, was it not stated that I would merge with a physical body? Why am I still in a soul state? Observing his ethereal form, Qin Guangming softly inquired. Drip, please hold. The system is locating a suitable physical vessel for the host. An emotionless electronic voice resonated within his mind. After a brief pause, the system's voice echoed once more. A suitable physical vessel has been located, preparing for fusion in 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Qin Guangming felt as though he was being enveloped by something. Hiss. Lying in a dark, confined space, he organized the memories flooding his mind. Uchiha Izuna? To think it is the Warring States period, and it's the very night of Izuna's demise. After a moment of silence, feeling the emptiness of his eye sockets, Qin Guangming helplessly stated, System, extract the ocular implant. In the infinite locator chip, the ocular implant manifested within his eye socket. He blinked, revealing a pair of vividly crimson, slowly rotating Mangeki Sharingan. The infinite locator chip was seamlessly integrated beneath his skin, Surveying the burial goods within the coffin, Qin Guangming silently gathered all the items into the system space. Since he had seen them, they were now his belongings. Moreover, this body was indeed that of Uchiha Izuna. Thus taking what belonged to him felt entirely justified. At that moment, the system's electronic voice suddenly resounded. Drip. System task issued. Caused a friendship between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama to shatter. Task completion reward. 1,000 points, 1 random devil fruit side effects removed, and a Jinjutsu enhancer earring style. To bring about the dissolution of Madara and Hashirama's friendship? That is certainly feasible. A peculiar glint flickered in Qin Guangming's eyes as a subtle smile graced his lips. After a while, hearing no commotion outside, Qin Guangming effortlessly opened the coffin lid. Glancing around and relying on Izuna's memories, he exited the Uchiha clan's territory. Finding a cave and taking necessary precautions, he lay down and fell into a deep slumber. After the tumultuous transition from obtaining the system to arriving here, Qin Guangming's spirit was utterly fatigued. What he needed now was rest. The following morning, Madara arrived, intent on spending time with his brother. However, upon reaching the empty coffin, his fury erupted. Madara howled to the heavens, fury igniting in his eyes as the Manjiki Sharingan unwittingly manifested. Senju clan. Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama. You shall pay. Madara's frantic roar echoed as he surged towards the Senju clan's direction, brimming with rage. Drip. Task. Caused the friendship between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama to shatter has been completed. Rewards are pending collection, the system's electronic voice chimed. However, at that moment, Qin Guangming was deep in slumber, unaware that the task had concluded while he slept. The Senju clan's stronghold. Uchiha Madara glared at the nearby structure and bellowed. Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama. Come out. As Madara's roar echoed. Moments later, Hashirama and Tobirama emerged together. Observing the wrathful Uchiha Madara, Hashirama questioned in confusion. Madara, what's the matter? Do you seek us for something? Madara raised his fan, pointing accusingly at Tobirama, and demanded, Senju Tobirama, hand over my brother's corpse. Otherwise, none of you shall escape unscathed today. Nonsense. I know not what you speak of. Tobirama coldly retorted, crossing his arms and regarding Madara with disdain. Infuriated by Tobirama's words, Madara wasted no time and launched an attack against him. Fire style, great fireball technique. Flames erupted from Madara's mouth, forming a dragon of fire that surged towards Tobirama. In response, Tobirama hurriedly formed hand seals, summoning a water dragon to clash with the fire dragon Madara, producing a vast cloud of steam from their collision. Moments later, the entire area seemed shrouded in mist, as Tobirama cautiously observed the direction from which Madara had originated, then hurled a few shuriken in his direction. As a probe.hm, Tobirama tilted his head slightly, his gaze sharpening. Whoosh! A fireball rushed at Tobirama from the side. Water style, water barrier. He formed seals, conjuring a wall of water to intercept the fireball. However, at that moment, countless fire techniques surged towards him from all directions. With his pupils narrowing, Tobirama swiftly employed various defensive jutsu to counter all incoming attacks. Were they clones? TSK. Tobirama scoffed, watching the mist enveloping the area. As he continued to fend off the relentless assaults, he also began utilizing wind techniques. Moments later, the fierce winds dispersed the mist, revealing Madara standing coldly, fixated on Tobirama and Hashirama. Around him, several of Madara's clones darted about, continuously unleashing fire techniques from various angles at Tobirama. Suddenly, hands emerged from the ground beneath Tobirama, attempting to drag him down. Reacting swiftly, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the location where he had previously thrown the shuriken at Madara. Seeing Tobirama appear before him, Madara's pupils contracted. Was this how Izuna was defeated? Indeed swift, but without those shuriken, this technique is rendered useless. Merely flashy. The instant Tobirama materialized, he unleashed his signature water techniques against Madara, followed by a swift launch of shuriken inscribed with the Flying Thunder God. Technique. Noticing Madara evade the shuriken with a slight sidestep, a smile crept upon Tobirama's face. The next moment, he drew his blade, executing Flying Thunder God / once more. Prepared for Tobirama's appearance at his side, Madara swiftly seized Tobirama, delivering a punch that sent him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Lifting the weakened Tobirama, Madara enunciated each word. Return. Izuna. To me, enough. Madara. Have you not caused enough chaos? At that moment, Hashirama, who had been ignored for too long, spoke up, his face darkened. Hearing Hashirama's words, Madara shouted back, Hashirama, Izuna's body is missing. Besides Tobirama, who else would do such a thing? After a brief silence, Pillar stepped beside the agitated Ban and gazed intently into his eyes. With utmost seriousness, he declared, Ban, over the past few days, Tobirama has been by my side. He is utterly incapable and lacks the time to engage in such deeds. Subsequently, he placed his hand upon Ban's shoulder and earnestly continued, Ban, I would never deceive you. Qin Guangming, while engrossed in the anime Naruto, unexpectedly succumbs to an untimely demise and finds himself reincarnated as Uchiha Izuna of the Uchiha clan in the Naruto world that he is determined to instigate wars and establish towns, operating as a shadowy puppeteer behind the scenes. Chapter 1. The System and Qin Guangming's Ambitions. On May 1st, 2023, Qin Guangming, the founder of the Qin Corporation, aged 29, a paragon of virtue with no vices to speak of, was heralded as a prodigy in the business realm. However, on this fateful day, this legendary figure met his tragic end due to a computer explosion. This serves as a cautionary tale for our audience to avoid placing liquids near electronic devices to prevent similar calamities. In the abyss of darkness, Qin Guangming pondered, where am I? Did my careless spill of water cause this explosion? Am I in a hospital? Or have I truly perished? As he navigated through the interminable void, time lost meaning. He ventured forward, yet the oppressive darkness remained unchanged. Could it be that I am truly dead? Is this hell? He mused, engulfed by the shadows. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted in the distance. Shielding his eyes from the sudden brilliance, Qin Guangming felt a flicker of hope. Finally, light had pierced the darkness. It signified a chance to escape this tormenting void. He had grown weary of the suffocating shadows. After a brief moment, as his eyes adjusted to the radiant glow, he squinted and resolutely advanced towards the source of illumination. After what felt like an eternity, he approached the luminous sphere before him, his brow furrowed in contemplation about its nature. Tentatively, he reached out to touch the magnificent light. Instantly, it radiated brilliantly, flooding his being with its energy. Ah, he cried, clutching his head as sensations overwhelmed his mind. Time became irrelevant. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment, or perhaps it stretched into eternity. The once vibrant sphere transformed into darkness. Clutching his head, Qin Guangming was taken aback as a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Booting up. System activation in progress. 1, 2, 3, 9, 13, 33, 34, 97, 98, 99, 100. Beep. System activated. Beep. Beep. Host detected. Binding in progress. 100 bound. Host, Qin Guangming, male, 29 years old, ordinary human from Earth, status, deceased. ZZZ. ZZZ. Greetings, host. The Multiverse Director System is at your service, intoned the emotionless voice. As he absorbed the system's information, a flicker of astonishment danced in Qin Guangming's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, Director System, what capabilities do you possess? Beep. This system allows the host to traverse the multiverse, assisting the host in becoming the unseen director of various realms, manipulating the course of events. Whether to advance the original narrative or alter it, rewards in the form of points will be granted based on the host's performance. The system will periodically issue tasks, and successful completion will yield substantial points and rewards, the voice explained, eliciting a smile from Qin Guangming. Ah, I see. What can these points be exchanged for? He continued, his curiosity piqued. Beep. Host, system points can be exchanged for items across the multiverse. With sufficient points, all can be obtained, the system replied, igniting a spark of ambition within Qin Guangming. Though he was the leader of the Qin Corporation, he also had a penchant for anime and novels during his leisure time. As a child, he had fantasized about acquiring a system, and now this opportunity had presented itself. Ha ha ha. Splendid. To traverse the multiverse and exchange anything with points. A director, you say? While I may not have directed before, my extensive experience in business gives me the confidence to embrace this challenge. I accept. After understanding the system's capabilities, Qin Guangming felt assured in his ability to become the hidden director of all worlds, orchestrating events as he conquered the multiverse. After the initial exhilaration subsided, he began to contemplate his next steps. Now that I am deceased, how will I arrive in other worlds? Will it be a soul transfer, or will my original body accompany me? He pondered aloud. Beep. Host need not worry. Upon crossing over, your soul will merge with the deceased local entity, granting you their body, memories, and identity. The system reassured him. Taken aback, Qin Guangming's eyes shimmered with a mix of uncertainty and intrigue. After a brief pause, he chuckled and inquired, System, do you offer a beginner's gift package? ZZZ. Beep. Would you like to open the beginner's gift package? The system inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Guangming responded, Yes, open the beginner's gift package. Beep. The beginner's package has been opened. You have received 500 points, a pair of ocular implants, and an infinite locator chip, the system announced. Puzzled, Qin Guangming asked, What are the uses of the ocular implants and the infinite locator chip? Additionally, please provide details on any future items I acquire. Beep. Understood, host. Ocular implants. They can transform into your previous eyes. Are your eyes blind? Fear not. With the ocular implants, you shall see again. Usage. Press into the eye socket for automatic activation. System evaluation. Spare eyes. Infinite locator chip. Allows marking on individuals you have encountered, ensuring you never lose track of companions ideal for those directionally challenged or fond of following others. Usage. Directly implant into the skin. System evaluation. Tracking tool. As he absorbed the system's explanations, Qin Guangming considered the infinite locator chip, murmuring, This is quite a valuable item. It will certainly alleviate many troubles. System, what can I currently exchange with my 500 points? After some thought, he decided to explore what his points could procure. Beep. Currently, the system mall is not yet operational. Please complete your first system task to activate the mall for exchanges, the system replied. Unbeknownst to Qin Guangming, within the luminous sphere, a flicker of white text flashed. Warning. Insufficient system energy. Unable to activate the system mall. Is that so? He mused, feeling an urgency to inquire. System, can we traverse now? System. Buzz. 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 Drip. The currently traversable world is Naruto. Buzz. Would the host like to choose to traverse? Within the luminous sphere of the system, a series of red warnings emerged. Warning. The highest tier traversal application for the primordial world of System 10086 has been rejected. With the current energy of the system, the traversable worlds are classified as follows. Inferior worlds, home with children, love apartment, night shift ward. Intermediate worlds, One Piece, Akame ga Kill Gundam. Upper intermediate worlds, Naruto. Other upper intermediate worlds are currently not available due to insufficient energy. Higher worlds, currently inaccessible due to insufficient energy. Top tier worlds, currently inaccessible due to insufficient energy. It is advised that the host of System 10086 commence their traversal from inferior world. Oh, Naruto, is it? Recalling this fervent Japanese anime and its plot, Qin Guangming smiled and declared, Confirmed, I choose to traverse. Drip. Host request received. Traversal world. Naruto. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. As the system's countdown concluded, a white void appeared, drawing Qin Guangming's soul from the abyss of darkness. Chapter 2. The World of Naruto. System Task. A sensation of weightlessness washed over him, and as his vision cleared, Qin Guangming beheld the surrounding trees. This unfamiliar environment brought him a sense of comfort after emerging from the darkness. Is this the world of Naruto? He murmured softly to himself. System, wasn't it stated that I would merge with a physical body? Why am I still in a spiritual state? Observing his ethereal form, Qin Guangming inquired quietly. Drip, please wait, host. The system is currently locating a suitable physical body for you. The emotionless electronic voice resonated in his mind. Moments later, the system's voice echoed again. A suitable body for the host has been located. Preparing for fusion in 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Qin Guangming felt as though he were being enveloped by something. Hiss. Lying within the constricted darkness, he organized the memories flooding his mind. Uchiha Izuna? It turns out this is the Warring States period, and it's the very first night after Izuna's death. After a brief silence, and feeling the emptiness of his eye sockets, Qin Guangming helplessly stated, System, extract the ocular implant and the infinite locator chip. As the ocular implant manifested within his eye socket, he blinked, and a pair of vivid, swirling Sharingan emerged. The infinite locator chip was seamlessly integrated beneath his skin. Gazing at the burial items within the coffin, Qin Guangming silently collected all the accompanying artifacts into the system space. Since he had seen them, they were now his possessions, and moreover, this body belonged to Uchiha Izuna, taking what was his felt entirely justified. At that moment, the system's electronic voice suddenly sounded. Drip. System task issued. Caused the friendship between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama to shatter. Task completion reward. 1,000 points of random devil fruit without side effects and a Jinjutsu enhancer earring style ditto. To break the bond between Madara and Hashirama? That seems feasible. A strange glint flickered in Qin Guangming's eyes as a slight smile graced his lips upon reviewing the system task. After a while, hearing no commotion from outside, Qin Guangming effortlessly opened the coffin lid, glanced around, and, relying on Izuna's memories, stepped out of the Uchiha clan's territory. Finding a cave, he took necessary precautions and lay down to rest. Since acquiring the system and arriving here, Qin Guangming's spirit had grown exceedingly weary now. What he needed was rest. The following morning, Madara arrived, intending to accompany his brother. However, upon reaching, he was met with the sight of an empty coffin, which instantly ignited his fury. Madara howled, his rage inadvertently awakening his Sharingan. Senju clan, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, you shall pay. Madara's voice erupted in a frenzied roar, and moments later, he charged toward the Senju clan, aflame with wrath. Drip. Task. Caused the friendship between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama to shatter has been completed. Rewards await collection, the system's electronic voice announced. However, at that moment, Qin Guangming was deep in slumber, unaware that the task had been accomplished during his sleep. At the Senju clan's headquarters, Uchiha Madara glared at the nearby buildings, unleashing a thunderous shout. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, get out here! As his roar echoed. Moments later, the two Senju brothers approached. Seeing the furious Uchiha Madara, Hashirama curiously inquired, Madara, what's the matter? Do you need something from us? Madara raised his fan, pointing it at Tobirama, demanding, Senju Tobirama, hand over my brother's remains. Otherwise, none of you shall escape unscathed today. Nonsense. I have no idea what you're talking about. Tobirama crossed his arms, coldly regarding Madara. Upon hearing Tobirama's words, Madara's anger flared. Without a second thought, he launched an assault on Senju Tobirama. Fire style, great fireball technique. Flames erupted from Madara's mouth, forming a dragon of fire that surged toward Tobirama. Realizing the fiery beast approaching, Tobirama hurriedly formed seals, water style, water dragon bullet. A water dragon coalesced and collided with Madara's fire dragon, producing a cloud of steam that enveloped the surroundings. In an instant, the entire area seemed shrouded in mist, and Tobirama cautiously eyed the direction where Madara had been, before throwing several shuriken to probe. Tobirama slightly turned, his gaze sharpening. Whoosh! A fireball surged from his side, and he swiftly formed seals, water style, water barrier, conjuring a wall of water to intercept the fireball. However, at that moment, countless fire techniques surged from all directions toward Tobirama. With narrowed pupils, Tobirama swiftly employed various defensive techniques to block the onslaught. With these clones, Tobirama scoffed, observing the mist. While defending against the relentless attacks, he also began to utilize wind style. Moments later, as the fierce winds blew, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing Madara standing still, coldly regarding Tobirama and Hashirama. Several of Madara's clones were continuously darting about, unleashing fire techniques from various angles towards Tobirama. Thud! From the ground beneath Tobirama, hands emerged, pulling him down into the earth. Reacting instantaneously, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, reappearing at the location where he had just thrown shuriken at Madara. Madara stared at Tobirama, his pupils contracting. Was this the technique that Izuna had fallen to? It was indeed swift, but as long as those shuriken were absent, this technique was rendered ineffective. Merely flashy. The moment Tobirama appeared, he unleashed his signature water technique to attack Madara, followed by swiftly hurling shuriken imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique toward him. Noticing Madara slightly sidestepped to evade the shuriken, a smile crept onto Tobirama's face in the next second, he drew his sword, executing the flying thunder god, slash once more. Seeing Tobirama appear at his side, Madara had long prepared, seizing Tobirama, while his other hand swung a punch at him. Thud! Cough, cough! Struck, Tobirama collapsed to the ground, sputtering blood. Holding the weakened Tobirama, Madara enunciated each word, hand over. Izuna, enough. Madara, have you had your fill of chaos? At that instant, Hashirama, who had been ignored for a long time, finally spoke up, his expression dark. Hearing Hashirama's words, Madara shouted back, Hashirama, Izuna's remains are missing. Who but Tobirama would dare to do such a thing? After a moment of silence, Hashirama approached the agitated Madara, locking eyes with him. He earnestly declared, Madara, for the past few days, Tobirama has been by my side. He is utterly incapable and has no time to engage in such actions. He then placed a reassuring hand on Madara's shoulder and sincerely continued, Madara, I would never deceive you. Chapter 3. Finding Kurozetsu. Before the earnest visage of Hashirama, Madara fell into silence. Indeed, Hashirama had never deceived him. Yet, he found himself at a loss for Izuna. After a considerable pause, Madara flung the unconscious Tobirama aside, knocking Hashirama's hand from his shoulder, and let out a primal scream into the heavens. Having vented his frustration, he remained mute, turning away towards the Uchiha clan's stronghold. Madara, observing his friend's despondent retreat, Hashirama extended his hand, seemingly wishing to detain his dearest companion. However, it appeared there was no substantial reason to do so. With a sigh, he watched Madara depart, a look of concern dawning in his eyes. Cough, cough, as Tobirama once more spat blood. The sound of his cough reminded Hashirama that his brother lay prostrate on the ground. He hastily bent down to lift his sibling, rushing off to seek a physician to tend to Tobirama's wounds. At that moment, the hour approached noon. Recently awakened, Qin Guangming glanced at the system notification indicating task completion and promptly claimed his reward. Ding! Reward granted. 1,000 points. A harmless random devil fruit, sweet fruit, historically consumed by notable figures such as Hancock in the One Piece world. The system assessed this fruit, noting its alluring ability to petrify, which proved largely ineffective against strong opponents, relegating it to a mere decorative fruit. An illusion-enhancing ear ornament. Are you troubled by the inadequacy of your illusions? What are you waiting for? This accessory amplifies the wearer's illusionary prowess threefold, a worthy acquisition indeed. The system praised it as a boon for illusion masters. Upon reading the system's appraisal, Qin Guangming smirked. The sweet fruit is delightful. It works wonders for attracting women. Power will come in due time. But charm is a lifelong asset. With this thought, Qin Guangming excitedly beckoned, System, extract my task rewards. No sooner had he spoken than an ear ornament and a fruit manifested before him. Seizing the sweet fruit, he swallowed it whole. As he felt the transformation within his body, he summoned a puddle of water with his water release technique. Gazing into the reflection, he marveled, is this truly me? The flawless visage staring back was undeniably captivating. A paragon of charm, appealing to all. Touching his smooth skin, Qin Guangming momentarily empathized with Hancock's experience, exclaiming, what a perfect man. After indulging in a moment of narcissism, he donned the illusion-enhancing ear ornament, adding a touch of roguish charm to his appearance. System, open the shop. I wish to see what splendid items I can acquire with my points. Qin Guangming said with a smile. As he perused the items within the system's marketplace, he noted the exorbitant prices, a perfect world embryo for 100 billion points, the Pangu axe, along with the inside of Pangu's creation, for 100 billion points. The creation jade butterfly for 100 billion points, the devouring demon technique for 10 billion points, the Wuxia Sutra for 10 billion points, the I Ching for 10 billion points, and the Qi transformation for 1 billion points. His excitement diminished at the sight of the required points, leaving him feeling impoverished. I need more points. After regaining his composure, Qin Guangming addressed the system. Please list the items I can exchange for my current points. With a flash, the system's shop interface transformed, revealing Ice of Sorrow, replica, for 1,500 points, Fire of Joy, replica, for 1,500 points, Sharingan, 1 Tomo, for 1,500 points, Byakugan with Cage Bird for 1,500 points. Illusion-enhancing ear ornament for 1,500 points, Chi Body Source Flow for 1,000 points, Wind Gate Oddity for 1,000 points. Dual Perfection for 1,000 points. Size Alteration Pills for 500 points. Potent Immortal Water for 100 points. Leg Extension Pills for 100 points. Gatling Gun with Infinite Bullets for 50 points. And the Golden Desert Eagle with Infinite Bullets for 30 points. Surveying the myriad of items available for exchange, Qin Guangming realized that few were of any practical use. He needed to earn points. Well, it's time to seek out Kurozetsu. The great benefactor of the ninja world will surely cooperate with me if I promise to resurrect Kaguya. With the infinite locator chip in hand, Kurozetsu's every move can be monitored. Kurozetsu, I have you in my sights. Qin Guangming mused confidently. System, can you locate Kurozetsu? He inquired. Ding. Would you like to spend 30 points to exchange for Kurozetsu's location? As expected, with points, anything is obtainable. Grinning, Qin Guangming replied, of course. Exchange for Kurozetsu's location immediately. Transforming into the likeness of Uchiha Izuna, he followed the coordinates provided by the system, soon discovering Kurozetsu within a cave. Observing the dark figure before him, curiosity flickered in his eyes, for it was his first encounter with the real Kurozetsu. Uchiha Izuna. Impossible. You were supposed to be dead. Kurozetsu exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. Kurozetsu. Long time no see. Smiling, Qin Guangming did not deny the claims made by Kurozetsu. With narrowed pupils, Kurozetsu eyed the figure who called out his name. The mere fact that Uchiha Izuna had returned to life was unsettling enough. That he could also utter Kurozetsu's name was even more alarming. Could it be that the Sage of Six Paths had discovered him? Rest assured, it was not the sage who revived me. I am, in fact, your godfather. Qin Guangming smirked, revealing that he had perused the script. Drawing upon the system store, he spent 5 points to release an aura reminiscent of Kaguya, seeking to deceive Kurozetsu. In truth, I was saved by Akatsuki Momoshiki, who is currently eyeing the ninja world. However, I informed Momoshiki that Kaguya is still safeguarding this realm, which is why they have not yet initiated an invasion. He then fixed Kurozetsu with a serious gaze, continuing earnestly, but they will inevitably discover that Kaguya is sealed. When that time comes, they will surely invade this world, and everything will be destroyed, including my beloved Kaguya. Upon hearing this, Kurozetsu fell silent. As the third son born from Kaguya's will, he understood that the words spoken by this Uchiha Izuna rang true. If the Akatsuki clan were to invade at this moment, the world would indeed face utter annihilation. No, this cannot happen. The seal on my mother must be broken at once. Why does your body carry my mother's essence? Who are you? After a moment of contemplation, Kurozetsu fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Izuna, inquiring cautiously. Qin Guangming paused, then looked earnestly at Kurozetsu. Oh, my foolish son, before being sealed. Kaguya utilized a secret technique to conceal her essence within me, all in hopes of finding a suitable opportunity to rescue her. Only Kaguya has the power to contend with the Akatsuki clan and protect this world. Gazing at this familiar yet strange Uchiha Izuna, infused with the essence of his mother, Kurozetsu felt a sense of comfort and nostalgia. With a nod, Kurozetsu grasped Uchiha Izuna's hand, tentatively calling him godfather. Chapter 4. The task reissued. The plot thickens observing Kurozetsu refer to him as godfather. Qin Guangming recognized that he had successfully ensnared him, though Kurozetsu likely believed he could manipulate Qin Guangming instead. Suppressing his delight, Qin Guangming remarked to Kurozetsu, we must swiftly free Kaguya. However, the Sage of Six Paths is monitoring the ninja world. If he discovers our connection and plans, we both know the consequences. Therefore, our strategy must remain clandestine. Pausing momentarily, he inquired, my dear son, do you have any clever plans? After considering Qin Guangming's words, Kurozetsu replied, seemingly ingratiating, Godfather, I do have a plan, though it is still in its infancy. I have dubbed it the Eye of the Moon plan. As long as you evolve your Sharingan into the Rinnegan, summon the Outer Path Golem, capture the 9-tailed beasts, and fuse them to create the 10 tails, you shall become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. By unleashing the infinite Tsukuyami, you will be able to save your mother. Upon finishing his statement, Black Zetsu gazed intently at Qin Guangming. Qin Guangming continued his elaborate deception, earnestly nodding in agreement. Indeed, that is feasible. However, my current Kaleidoscope Sharingan has yet to evolve into the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and I am uncertain how long that will take. Yet, my elder brother possesses the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Let us find a way to guide him towards evolving it into the Rinnegan, thereby enlisting him to execute the Moon Eye plan. Listening to these words, Black Zetsu found them quite reasonable. Compared to Uchiha Izuna, whose evolution to the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan was uncertain, Madara, who had already achieved it, was evidently the more suitable candidate. With this thought, Black Zetsu no longer hesitated. Responding to Qin Guangming, very well. Since Madara has successfully evolved into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, we shall find a way to guide him towards evolving into the Rinnegan and becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. With a shared glance, they confirmed their intention to guide Madara to become the executor of the Moon Eye plan, and both broke into laughter. In the ensuing time, Qin Guangming continuously maneuvered Black Zetsu towards his original scheme, leading Black Zetsu to confidently believe that everything was under his control. After all, he mused, I too require time to grow. I cannot confront Akatsuki Kagaya unprepared. At that moment, while conversing amicably with Black Zetsu, Qin Guangming suddenly paused, as an electronic voice resonated in his mind, signaling, system task, intensify the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Completion reward, 3,000 points, one size-altering pill, and a no-side-effect sage technique training method. What's wrong? Black Zetsu inquired, noticing Qin Guangming's momentary distraction. Regaining his composure, Qin Guangming smiled and replied, Oh, it's nothing. Just a fleeting memory of my elder brother. As he spoke, a nostalgic glimmer flickered in his eyes, as if truly reminiscing about Uchiha Madara. A sage technique training method? Quite a commendable reward. Observing Qin Guangming's demeanor, Black Zetsu could relate, and he fell silent, reflecting on his own mother. Moments later, Qin Guangming was the first to regain his focus, cheerfully addressing Black Zetsu. Well, we must first incite a war between the Uchiha and Senju clans, compelling my brother to realize that he cannot defeat Hashirama. Indeed, if that is the case, I shall disguise myself as a member of the Senju clan and assassinate some high-ranking Uchihas. This will surely ignite the flames of war swiftly, Black Zetsu suggested with a grin. Listening to Black Zetsu, Qin Guangming understood that his objectives had been met. With Black Zetsu taking action, the task would soon be accomplished. Everything was firmly within his grasp. All right, I must remain concealed for now, so I will rely on you, Black Zetsu, he remarked. With pleasure, Black Zetsu replied, before sinking into the ground and vanishing. Watching Black Zetsu disappear, Qin Guangming contemplated the technique of the mayfly. Its concealment capabilities are indeed remarkable. At that moment, in the Uchiha clan, the clan meeting had just concluded, and members were returning home. Yet, no one noticed that certain plants exhibited peculiar anomalies. The white Zetsu, which had attached themselves to these plants, gathered the intelligence and reported it to Black Zetsu underground. After listening to the reports, Black Zetsu couldn't help but scoff at the Uchiha clan's penchant for convening meetings. Well, it matters not, as I have already discerned their residence. With that, Black Zetsu made his way towards the chamber of a certain elder of the Uchiha clan. The following day, the Uchiha clan was abruptly awakened by a series of piercing screams, soon followed by the shocking news of several elders being murdered. The entire clan was thrown into chaos, as it was rumored that the Senju clan was responsible. Within the room where the elders had perished, items only belonging to the Senju clan were discovered. Subsequently, the clan called for a new meeting, this time to discuss the murders of the elders. Uchiha Madara, the clan leader, was also immensely enraged. However, upon deeper reflection, he noticed numerous inconsistencies, the most suspicious being the Senju items found at the scene. Yet, even if the Senju clan had indeed assassinated the elders of the Uchiha clan, it was implausible that they would be foolish enough to leave evidence that could incriminate them. Thus, the clan meeting concluded under Madara's directives. After the meeting, Madara promptly headed to the Senju clan stronghold, where he met Hashirama and recounted the events. Hashirama, taken aback, exclaimed, How could this happen? Madara, return home. I will clarify this matter today and provide you with a response by tomorrow. Seeing Madara's anger, Hashirama earnestly assured him. With Hashirama's promise, Madara's expression softened slightly as he addressed him. Hashirama, this matter is of grave importance. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation by tomorrow, the Uchiha clan will have no choice but to declare war on the Senju clan. He gazed intensely at Hashirama. Hashirama, realizing the seriousness of the situation, understood the implications. 3 Uchiha elders had been murdered on the same night, with evidence pointing unmistakably towards the Senju clan. Alas, it seems a great battle is inevitable, he thought with resignation. Chapter 5, A Dark Moonlit Night. The wrath of the Uchiha after receiving an affirmative response from Hashirama. Uchiha Madara cast one last deep gaze at him before departing towards the Uchiha clan. With Madara's departure, Hashirama fell into despair. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned his brother Tobirama to discuss the matter at hand. Listening to his elder brother, Tobirama remained silent for a moment. Although he would have celebrated the assassination of the Uchiha elders, he could not tolerate the audacity of someone framing the Senju clan for the act. Brother, gather all the clan members and inquire if anyone has lost anything. If so, we must control the situation before making further plans, he instructed, looking at Hashirama. If there are no losses reported, it is evident that someone is attempting to frame us. This will not be easily resolved. However, if one of our clan members is indeed responsible, we can negotiate compensation with the Uchiha clan. If not, we will speak the truth. If the Uchiha clan seeks war, then we shall fight. Tobirama's tone suddenly turned resolute, as the Senju clan had never feared battling the Uchiha. Listening to his brother's words, Hashirama considered for a moment and nodded in agreement, subsequently issuing orders according to Tobirama's plan. Shortly after, all members of the Senju clan gathered together. Tobirama stepped forward and recounted the events. After concluding his account, he began to inquire whether anyone had lost anything at home. If so, they needed to report it. After a while, the members of the Senju clan revealed that some small toys belonging to their children had gone missing. Upon hearing this, Tobirama was taken aback. Indeed, someone had managed to infiltrate the Senju clan without his brother's detection. Once all the clan members returned home, Tobirama nodded at Hashirama and stated plainly, "This is indeed a deliberate attempt to frame the Senju clan. The matter shall be addressed directly with the Uchiha clan tomorrow. Should they remain unconvinced and seek conflict, we shall meet them with equal resolve." Gazing earnestly at his elder brother, Tobirama spoke with unwavering conviction. "Humph. The Uchiha are a clan inherently malevolent," lamented Hashirama, massaging his temples in resignation. "It seems we have no choice. This time we are in trouble. With Madara's temperament, he may very well initiate war against us." Contemplating his dear friend, Uchiha Madara, Hashirama felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. As time passed and dusk approached, after finishing their dinner, the Uchiha clan convened once again to deliberate on the necessity of a satisfactory explanation from the Senju clan by the following day, or else they would take matters into their own hands. Madara observed the unanimous agreement among his clansmen and, with a heavy heart, acquiesced. If the Senju clan failed to provide a satisfactory response, they would declare war upon them. That night, as the clansmen dispersed, Madara gazed at the twinkling stars above, pondering what sort of answer Hashirama would offer them the next day. Although uncertain, he realized that if the response were unacceptable to his clan, war would be inevitable. With a heavy heart, he whispered to the starlit sky, "Izuna, are you well? I miss you dearly." Back at the Uchiha residence, the clan members found it difficult to fully succumb to sleep. After all, the deaths of the three elders the previous night had sounded an alarm. They needed to remain alert for any signs of trouble. However, unbeknownst to them, their vigilance bore no fruit, for soon, in the dark of night, Kurozetsu claimed the lives of two more Uchiha elders. The next day, as dawn broke, anguished screams erupted from the homes of the two elders, marking another loss for the Uchiha clan. Madara stood silently at the scene of the tragedy, suppressing his rage as he observed the remnants of Senju toys left behind. This was intolerable. The Senju clan must provide the Uchiha with a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, the Uchiha's wrath would undoubtedly engulf the entire Senju clan. Having skipped breakfast, Madara departed the site of the elders' demise, seething with suppressed anger as he made his way toward the Senju clan. He sat, his expression darkened, waiting for Hashirama's arrival. Moments later, Hashirama, accompanied by his brother, hurried in, and upon seeing Madara's grim countenance, exchanged a glance with Tobirama. Hashirama spoke first. "Madara, we have investigated all our clan members. Almost every family with children has reported missing toys. Clearly, someone is attempting to frame the Senju clan." As he listened to Hashirama's response, Madara's suppressed fury threatened to erupt. He glared intensely at Hashirama and tossed two bloodied toys onto the table. Clang, clang. Hashirama and Tobirama's eyes widened as they observed the toys, still stained with drying blood. "Is this your clan's response to us?" Madara coldly demanded. Last night, 2 of our elders were assassinated. He briefly glanced between the 2 brothers before locking his gaze back onto Hashirama, his voice dripping with venom. Is this truly your answer? The brothers fell silent, and seeing their reaction only fueled Madara's rage. His Sharingan flared with intensity. With a thunderous crash, the table split in 2 under his fury. Rising slowly, he glared at the still silent brothers and bellowed, Senju clan, you are quite audacious. If you claim to be wrongfully accused, then hand over the one who framed you. Without pausing, Madara unleashed the anger of the Uchiha clan. If you cannot identify the perpetrator, it proves that your Senju clan has assassinated our elders. This matter is far from over. I, Uchiha Madara, leader of the Uchiha clan, hereby declare war upon you. The Senju clan. With that ferocious proclamation, Madara turned on his heel, leaving behind the brothers with a cold and oppressive aura of unresolved fury. As Madara's figure receded, the weight of his furious words echoed in Hashirama's ears. Tobirama's eyes glinted with a dangerous light as he prepared to rise, but Hashirama's commanding presence halted him. Tobirama, he exclaimed, his voice firm. You must not act rashly. This man is deliberately provoking us. There may be a deeper conspiracy at play. Ultimately, Tobirama expressed his frustration. Brother, why do you restrain me? This man is clearly slandering and challenging us. There must be a scheme lurking behind his actions. Hashirama furrowed his brow. Tobirama, do not speak recklessly. I believe Madara is not the type to engage in such treachery. Someone is manipulating events from the shadows to sow discord between our clans. Having grown up alongside Madara, Hashirama understood him well and was confident that he was not a man of deceit. Tobirama scoffed. Brother, you are too naive. Our interactions with him are limited. How can you be certain he harbors no ulterior motives? He seeks to tarnish our reputation and, in this turmoil, ally with other clans against us. Though the Uchiha and Senju clans were the most formidable during the Warring States period, they were not the only powerful families in the vicinity. While no single clan could stand against either, a coalition of families could pose a significant threat. After a moment's pause, Tobirama continued, Madara's brother has died. Their clan's strength is now considerably diminished. They might seek to defame us and seize this opportunity to ally with others. In this era of conflict, most clan disputes were overt. Any clan resorting to assassination would only tarnish its name and incite alarm among others. Thus, such a strategy could indeed be advantageous. Tobirama, being astute and lacking his brother's innocence, felt a deep sense of concern. Hashirama, upon hearing Tobirama's words, began to feel apprehensive. If such was indeed the case, their clan could be in grave peril. Should the Uchiha clan conspire to ally with others against them, even their might would be insufficient to withstand it. Yet, after a long silence, Hashirama shook his head. I refuse to believe that Madara is such a man. We must investigate thoroughly before jumping to conclusions. Let us dispatch more personnel to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan was in an uproar, with nearly every member clamoring for vengeance. Clan leader, they have gone too far. They dare not acknowledge their own misdeeds. It is utterly despicable. We must strike back and eliminate them. Indeed, clan leader, this is precisely what we ought to do. The entire Uchiha clan yearned for immediate conflict. However, Madara's expression was grim. Though enraged, he remained rational. Since his brother Izuna's death, the Uchiha clan's strength had waned compared to the Senju. Continuing down this path could spell disaster for their clan, potentially leading to their complete annihilation. At present, the two families are still managing to maintain a fragile peace and are in discussions about the joint establishment of a village. Moreover, Uchiha Madara believes that Senju Hashirama is not the type to act furtively. After all, they were once very good friends during their childhood. Even now, he regards Senju Hashirama as a person deserving of great respect and his sole rival. Therefore, Uchiha Madara is forcibly suppressing the fury within him and refrains from taking direct action. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Madara addressed his subordinates, saying, Rest assured, I shall hold those fellows accountable. However, he clenched his teeth, particularly regarding that fellow, Senju Tobirama, whose suspicions were undoubtedly substantial. We have declared war against them. If they fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, we shall engage in formal battle tomorrow. He expressed this sentiment because he had previously discussed with Senju Hashirama the alluring prospect of collaborating to establish a village. After years of relentless warfare, he had grown weary and still clung to a vestige of hope for peace, yearning for a reasonable account from the Senju clan by dawn. Ultimately, under various influences. Uchiha Madara managed to quell the restless Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, the entire Uchiha family was now poised for a genuine confrontation. As night fell, Qin Guangming stood quietly at the periphery of the Uchiha clan's encampment, observing them with a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was said that Uchiha Madara possessed a volatile temperament. However, it appeared that he was rather composed, having not lost his reason despite the declaration of war. Refraining from immediate conflict, it seemed more provocation was necessary. Black Zetsu, that inept fool, had failed to accomplish such a simple task. I must intervene personally. Qin Guangming couldn't help but scoff, his gaze fixating on a corner of the Uchiha compound. There stood a man who appeared to be in his 50s, Uchiha Zetsu, a venerable elder of the Uchiha clan and a figure of considerable importance. While the entire Uchiha family was gearing up for battle, Uchiha Zetsu was filled with trepidation. For should a true war erupt, it would be exceedingly detrimental to their clan. As an elder, his primary concern was ensuring the survival of their lineage. Uchiha Madara's restraint from directly engaging the Senju brothers was, in part, due to his influence. At that moment, Uchiha Zetsu suddenly noticed the presence of another individual beside him. Though it was night, his Sharingan allowed him to discern the newcomer's identity, Senju Tobirama. Uncle Zetsu, why are you still awake at this hour? Are you preparing to meet your demise? At that moment, the thousand-handed Tobirama, while speaking, had already launched his attack. In truth, this individual is Qin Guangming, who entered without any deliberate disguise, so straightforwardly. The instant Uchiha Zetsu laid eyes upon him, he had already fallen victim to the illusion. Everything he saw was an illusion. Although Uchiha Lai possessed the Sharingan, Qin Guangming's Sharingan was inherently superior, further amplified by a Genjutsu enhancer. His illusions far surpassed those of Uchiha Lai, completely ensnaring him in a realm of deception. Uchiha Lai, taken aback, exclaimed, "What are your intentions?" However, Qin Guangming refrained from uttering any further words and directly swung his blade towards Uchiha Lai. Uchiha Lai was taken aback. Despite his frantic attempts to evade the attack, he ultimately felt an excruciating pain in his shoulder as one of his arms, along with half of his shoulder, was severed. Who is this person? Due to a series of unfortunate incidents, the Uchiha clan has significantly heightened their vigilance. Even Uchiha Madara remains alert, refusing to succumb to slumber entirely, in order to swiftly respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Upon sensing a disturbance, Uchiha Madara emerged in an instant. However, in the darkness, Qin Guangming, upon detecting formidable adversaries nearby, immediately vanished into the shadows. By the time Uchiha Madara located Uchiha Lai, all he could see was Uchiha Lai collapsed in a pool of blood, desperately attempting to utter words. Senju Clan, Senju Tobirama. Chapter 7. The Frantic Madara. Senju Tobirama. The clan of 1,000 hands. You all deserve to perish. This time, I shall not let you escape. Uchiha Madara emitted a roar akin to that of a ferocious beast, his eyes spinning rapidly. The latent potential within his gaze seemed to have reached its zenith, evolving to the pinnacle of the Manjiki Sharingan. His entire being radiated an overwhelming aura. As a colossal Susanoo enveloped him in a magnificent shroud, the complete manifestation of Susanoo startled every member of the Uchiha clan. This colossal entity, akin to a mountain, seemed to possess unparalleled might, resembling a true deity that commanded reverence and awe. Such terrifying power instilled an undeniable sense of invincibility within the Uchiha. Since the demise of Izuna Uchiha, the Uchiha clan had endured relentless suppression by the Senju clan. The formidable forces of Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, and Izuna Uchiha were vastly superior to those of their peers. Following Izuna's death, Tobirama's presence became an additional overwhelming force, capable of inflicting significant harm upon the ordinary members of the Uchiha. Consequently, they found themselves reluctantly acquiescing to Hashirama's proposal for a joint establishment of a village. However, the series of relentless assassinations reignited their fury and anxiety, as they remained apprehensive about their ability to contend with the Senju clan. Yet this time, Madara Uchiha unleashed an astonishing display of strength, fostering an unwavering confidence among the Uchiha. In their eyes, with such power, Madara might single-handedly suppress both Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. The Senju clan, your time has come. This time, you shall pay the price. Uchiha Madara let out a furious roar, showing no signs of hesitation. Utilizing the complete form of Susanoo, he traversed the distance to the Senju clan's stronghold in mere moments. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the Senju village, Uchiha Madara paused for not an instant. He drew a long blade and effortlessly cleaved the summit of a mountain. Meanwhile, the members of the Uchiha clan exerted themselves to the utmost, rushing towards his location. Within the dwelling of the Senju clan, the members who had only just settled into a state of repose found themselves unable to rest this evening. Senju Hashirama, determined to seize the final night, sought to uncover the mastermind behind their plight. However, he could not have anticipated that Uchiha Madara, unable to bide his time, would appear directly outside their village, unleashing the full extent of his formidable power. Madara, what do you intend to do? Did we not agree that on this final night, I would provide you with a satisfactory explanation? Senju Hashirama gazed upon the formidable chakra armor enveloping Uchiha Madara's body, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He had not anticipated that in just a few short hours apart, Madara's power had intensified so significantly. Uchiha Madara, gritting his teeth in fury, uttered, "Explain yourself. Is this how you and your brother choose to address me? I have come to seek retribution. You must face the consequences of your actions." The thousand-handed Tobirama emerged, equally enraged, declaring, "Uchiha Madara, you madman. I have long seen through your schemes. We have been awaiting your arrival. Do you still dare to come? Just in time. For I shall teach you a severe lesson. Water release, water dragon bullet." He is a man of a notoriously fiery temper, and in the midst of conversation, he struck without hesitation, a fundamental technique of water release, yet in the hands of Senju Hashirama, it wielded immeasurable power. He swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a colossal water dragon that surged towards Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Standing firm, Madara remained unaffected as the water dragon collided with his Susanoo, sending sprays of water in every direction, yet causing no harm whatsoever. Madara, showing no sign of courtesy, commanded the gigantic figure formed by his Susanoo armor, wielding a long blade that came crashing down towards Senju Tobirama. This was a complete Susanoo, powerful enough to level mountains with a single strike, and its speed was astonishing. Even Senju Tobirama felt immense pressure, unable to evade the attack. If fortune did not favor him, he would likely emerge gravely injured, if not worse. Would release. Would golem technique. At last, Senju Hashirama made his move, his hands moving with remarkable speed to form seals, and in an instant, a gigantic wooden figure materialized before Senju Tobirama. The wooden giant clasped its hands together, catching the blade with bare hands, effectively blocking Madara's strike. "Madara, did we not agree to unite and establish a village together? Why have you suddenly turned against me? There must be some conspiracy at play. Someone attempting to sow discord between our clans. Grant me a moment, and I shall uncover the truth." Senju Hashirama, piloting the wooden figure, made one last effort. "Stop wasting your breath. I do not trust you. You have contradicted yourselves. You spoke of forming an alliance to build a village, only to attempt to assassinate us. Do you take me for a child?" Madara gritted his teeth, forcibly retracting his blade, and then, with his Susanoo, he formed the seal, 8-span jewels. Driven into a frenzied state, he unleashed a barrage of powerful techniques towards Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. At this moment, the Uchiha clan members finally arrived. Uchiha Madara single-handedly held off both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, while the remaining clansmen engaged in a fierce standoff, evenly matched and locked in a tense confrontation. In a corner of the wasteland, Qin Guangming was preparing to find a spot to rest for the night. Unexpectedly, a system notification alerted him that a mission had been completed and rewards were ready for collection. System ding. Rewards distributed. 3,000 points. 1 size change pill, Sage Art training method. The size change pill appeared to be a remarkably exquisite item, though at this moment, it held little significance for him. Nonetheless, it was a commendable gain. Simultaneously, a new training method for Sage Arts was added to his mind. In the world of ninjas, Sage Arts represented a unique and powerful force. And among the elite in the Naruto realm, the strongest individuals were often connected to it. Moreover, Sage Arts were among the few powers capable of contending with the strength of the Sage of Six Paths. Beyond Sage Arts, the only way to harm someone wielding the power of the Six Paths was through taijutsu, yet mastering taijutsu to its pinnacle was no simple feat. Chapter 8. The Clash of Complete Susanoo and Wooden Golem in the Naruto universe. Only one individual had truly mastered taijutsu to its utmost limit. and he had paid the ultimate price for unleashing such power. As someone well acquainted with the narratives of the Naruto world, Qin Guangming understood precisely how formidable sage arts could be. Filled with excitement, he disregarded his fatigue and began to practice sage arts. As the method was a product of the system, it was undoubtedly of the highest quality, and he quickly grasped the training techniques to perfection. There were 3 sacred lands in the Naruto world, and each possessed distinct training methods. Qin Guangming discovered that the method provided by the system was a fusion of the techniques from all 3 sacred lands, vastly superior to ordinary training methods. He wondered if this practice might allow his Sharingan to evolve into the Rinnegan. After only a few hours, he felt that the natural energy could be manipulated at will. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. The Sage of 6 Paths originally possessed only the Sharingan. After mastering sage arts and being affected by the death of his brother, his Sharingan evolved into the Rinnegan. According to the Rinnegan's formation, it required both the sage body and sage eye. Could it be that the sage body could also be achieved through later training rather than being a natural endowment? Qin Guangming felt a surge of excitement as he practiced sage arts while contemplating this question. He could not ascertain the truth of his thoughts. Yet he believed that having spent ample time in this world, he might gradually validate his hypothesis. Suddenly, he felt the ground tremble violently, and even the tree he sat beneath toppled over. As the tree fell, he left its shelter. Gazing towards the direction of the Senju clan stronghold, had the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara escalated to such a degree? Should he go and observe who among them was truly superior? Having made his decision, the system's electronic voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. System task. Find a way to broker peace between the Uchiha and Senju clans, unite them to build a village, and control Senju Hashirama. Completion rewards. 5,000 points. Frostmourne. Flying Thunder God Technique. Qin Guangming paused momentarily, realizing that he had just heightened their conflict, and now he was expected to mediate. This task would not be easy. As someone aware of the narrative, he knew that his presence had altered history slightly, but now he needed to steer it back on course. The Uchiha and Senju clans had been at war for over 1,000 years, and only recently had peace begun to emerge due to a shift in their power dynamics. However, his involvement had reignited their enmity. This seemed quite challenging. After some contemplation, he sighed in relief. Why fear so much? After all, he was a system traveler, and if there were no challenges, he would be disinclined to engage. With that thought, Qin Guangming hurried towards the Senju clan's stronghold. Outside the stronghold, the battle had intensified to a fervent climax. Uchiha Madara had pushed his powers to their limits, yet he still found himself at a disadvantage. This was because, while he had maximized the potential of his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Senju Hashirama had equally unleashed the full might of his wood release. The combination of the wood golem technique and wood dragon technique not only matched the imposing presence of Madara's Susanoo, but also continually absorbed chakra, leaving Madara feeling increasingly beleaguered. Moreover, at Hashirama's side stood the formidable Senju Tobirama, who, while not as powerful as Madara, aided his elder brother in pushing Hashirama into a retreat. Madara, let us cease our hostilities. Our clans cannot continue this battle. We must unite to establish a village. That is the righteous path. As Senju Hashirama desperately sought to subdue Uchiha Madara, he simultaneously engaged in a verbal duel, endeavoring to persuade Madara. Overwhelmed with resentment, Madara fixed an intense glare upon Senju Tobirama, harboring a fierce desire to eliminate him immediately. This animosity stemmed not only from Hashirama's role in the death of his brother, but also from the perceived slaughter of several elders from the Uchiha clan, and the grievous injury inflicted upon their oldest elder. Such transgressions were intolerable to him. Clenching his teeth, Madara retorted, "What are you jesting about? Not long ago, I witnessed your brother arrive at our Uchiha stronghold to commit murder. Now you expect me to join forces with you to establish a village? Absolutely not." As he spoke, he unleashed a furious assault upon Tobirama. Tobirama sensed the imminent danger and fought fervently to evade Madara's onslaught. Concurrently, Hashirama charged forward, exerting all his strength to shield Madara from harm. The battle escalated into a more intense confrontation. Despite being battered and his Susanoo riddled with cracks, Madara continued to fight valiantly. Qin Guangming, observing from a distance of roughly 1 kilometer, could still perceive the disparity between the two combatants. Rubbing his temples, he mused, indeed, the script has altered. Hashirama is inherently stronger than Madara, and yet resorts to unsportsmanlike tactics by having his brother attack Madara. I must devise a strategy to ensure Hashirama plays a pivotal role. He recalled that Tobirama was also a formidable opponent, reputed for his strong immunity to Jinjutsu, making it challenging to control him. It seemed the only recourse was to allow Madara to unleash a crucial act before his defeat. After a brief contemplation, he arrived at a brilliant idea. He retrieved a size-altering pill and swallowed it, then silently willed himself to shrink. In an instant, he found his form reduced to nearly imperceptible proportions, with even the ants on the ground appearing colossal in comparison. However, despite his diminutive size, his strength remained unchanged. He swiftly made his way to the battlefield. At that moment, consumed by hatred, Madara was relentlessly attacking Tobirama. Simultaneously, Hashirama employed his wooden constructs to ensnare Madara, attempting to thwart his reckless assault. Yet, unexpectedly, Hashirama discovered that his wooden figures were simultaneously under siege. A formidable, unimaginable force threatened to shatter both his wooden constructs. At last, Madara was liberated, and with his battered Susanoo, he launched a fist towards Tobirama. This was his obsession. Tobirama had to pay the price for harming his beloved brother. Tobirama sensed Madara's hostility and, despite his utmost effort, was ultimately struck. Coughing blood, he was sent flying, sustaining serious injuries from the blow. Madara, enough. Though unaware of what had transpired moments ago, Hashirama had finally extricated himself from the unfavorable situation and returned to block Madara's advance. The damaged Susanoo clashed once more with the weakened wooden constructs. They engaged in a final showdown, yet ultimately, they could not withstand the assault and collapsed, rendered powerless upon the ground. Madara, can we cease this conflict between our clans? The toll of this endless war has been far too great. We ought to unite and establish a village to uphold peace in the world. Hashirama earnestly attempted to persuade Madara once more. Madara ground his teeth and replied, "How can I trust you? You have uttered similar words before, only for your clan to ambush ours upon rebirth. I cannot place my trust in you." Sighing, Hashirama stated, "Though I cannot ascertain who is responsible, I assure you, on my honor, that our clan bears no culpability in the assassination of your family. You must believe me." His gaze was imbued with sincerity, and even Madara felt an inexplicable sense of trust budding within him. Yet, just the night before, he had witnessed Tobirama's ambush on their elder, Uchiha. He could not dismiss this incident. Moreover, the whereabouts of his brother's remains were uncertain, likely taken by members of the Senju clan. Reflecting on these events, Madara continuously admonished himself to resist the temptation of trusting Hashirama. Yet, simultaneously, he yearned for genuine peace in the world. However, he sought true tranquility, not a facade of peace fraught with suspicion. Thus, he hesitated, utterly unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, a faint voice whispered directly into his ear, "Do you desire world peace? Do you wish to resurrect your brother? If so, the first step is to ally with Hashirama and establish a village. Only then will you have the opportunity." What? Madara found this hard to believe. Had he truly reached such power that someone would dare speak to him in this manner? "Trust me, if you wish to bring your brother back to life, there is but one path, to obtain the Rinnegan. However, the first step towards achieving this is to unite with Hashirama and establish a village." Qin Guangming continued to speak softly, cultivating an air of mystery. Madara paused, grappling with his skepticism, yet a flicker of doubt began to emerge within him. For the most important person in Madara's life was indeed his brother. With his brother now deceased, his greatest desire was to resurrect him. Yet, mere resurrection was insufficient in Madara's eyes. In a world rife with war and hatred, even if his brother were to return, he could easily perish once more. Thus, his ambition was to forge a world devoid of conflict, a realm of eternal peace, before resurrecting his brother. Ultimately, Madara addressed Hashirama. "I may consent to your proposition of establishing a village. However, the most significant person in my life was slain at the hands of your brother. If you wish for me to agree to such terms, you must either kill your brother or take your own life, and only then will I trust you." Hashirama nodded. "If our clans can truly end this strife and coexist peacefully, allowing our children to flourish, then my sacrifice would be of no consequence." With this declaration, he prepared to inflict a fatal blow upon himself. Madara felt tears welling up as he struggled to restrain Hashirama's hand. "I believe you. I believe you are a person of integrity. Let us reconcile and establish a village together." As Hashirama and Madara finally clasped hands in unity, Qin Guangming chose to step back from their affairs, for his mission was already half accomplished. The next phase involved devising a means to control Tobirama. Now, his physique remained exceedingly diminutive, to the extent of being entirely imperceptible. Approaching Senju Tobirama's side, he activated his Sharingan and directly employed Genjutsu against him. Having just been struck by Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama was left in a state of near fracture, his body weakened significantly. Yet, at the very moment Qin Guangming unleashed the illusion, Tobirama managed to react. As a seasoned warrior who had long battled against the Uchiha clan, he was well aware of the characteristics of Genjutsu. And despite having just encountered an illusion, he was still capable of responding. Simultaneously, Qin Guangming sensed that the chakra within Senju Tobirama was rapidly circulating. Attempting to resist the Genjutsu. Struggling, Tobirama exclaimed, "Who goes there? What do you intend? Do you think you can defeat me with mere Genjutsu?" Despite his injuries, he remained vigilant, prepared to confront the gravest of dangers. However, it soon dawned upon Tobirama that he had indeed entered a world shrouded in darkness. Indeed, it was Tsukuyami, a formidable technique of the Uchiha clan. Those ensnared by Tsukuyami find it exceedingly challenging to extricate themselves. Only those possessing a higher-grade Sharingan or Rinnegan stand a chance of breaking free from such illusions. Tobirama's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? How can I fall victim to such an illusion? He felt a surge of panic, for even though he was trapped within the Genjutsu, the experience of battling Uchiha clan members had rendered it nearly impossible for him to succumb to such illusions under normal circumstances. Chapter 10. Control over Tobirama. The image of Qin Guangming manifested within this nocturnal realm as he sneered, "Senju Tobirama, have you forgotten me after just a few days?" Tobirama's eyes widened in shock. "Uchiha Izuna, you're alive? This cannot be. It's utterly impossible. You cannot still be alive." He found it incredulous, for he had witnessed with his own eyes how he had severely wounded Uchiha Izuna with the Flying Thunder God technique. His strike had inflicted catastrophic damage upon Izuna, and under such circumstances, death was a certainty. Furthermore, the members of the Uchiha clan had long confirmed Izuna's demise. Now, the very presence of Uchiha Izuna before him was unfathomable. What is impossible? Do you truly believe that everything you see before you is real? Qin Guangming feigned mystery. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Tobirama shuddered. If what he had witnessed was merely an illusion, how terrifying would that be? Beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Impossible. It cannot be. Uchiha Izuna is undoubtedly dead. There is no way this could be false. Who exactly are you? Qin Guangming had not anticipated that this individual would possess such tenacity of spirit, still clinging to the belief that he was not ensnared by an illusion. Even after witnessing him fully, Qin Guangming was taken aback. This man was indeed worthy of being a Hokage, for his resolve was formidable. Nevertheless, with the enhancement of his Genjutsu, and given Tobirama's currently weakened state, his power reduced to that of a mere Nin, Qin Guangming was confident he could seize control. A peculiar light radiated from Qin Guangming's eyes as his Genjutsu intensified. Tobirama found himself transported into yet another world. This realm was shrouded in a gray haze, as if perpetually enshrouded in night. The moon above was a blood-red orb, resembling a Sharingan, eternally suspended in the sky, never shifting. Tobirama felt a twinge of panic as he realized he had traversed an indeterminate distance in this darkness, employing countless methods to escape, all to no avail. In reality, he was entirely under control. The now diminutive Qin Guangming perched atop his head, treating him as a mere puppet. However, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had finally reached an accord. The Warring States period was nearing its conclusion. The fabled Konohagakure was being established around the original residence of the Senju clan. Naturally, the families involved in the creation of this village extended far beyond just the Uchiha and Senju clans. Other clans in the vicinity, such as the Hitaki, Yamenka, and Hyuga, perceived the emerging alliance between the Uchiha and Senju as a threat and chose to join, fearing the repercussions of remaining uninvolved. Once these numerous clans united, a vast village rapidly took shape. This was largely due to Senju Hashirama being a powerful wood-release ninja. As a master of wood style, he was particularly adept at construction. The entirety of Konohagakure was erected with his wood style techniques, not only swiftly, but also robustly, resulting in the establishment of a thriving village. This community, free from the specter of war, saw a significant reduction in animosity, allowing various clans to finally find tranquility. On the 10th day following the official establishment of Konohagakure, Qin Guangming, still seated atop Senju Tobirama's head, finally heard the system's notification. Ding. Task reward granted. 5,000 points. The Sword of Frostmourne and the Flying Thunder God technique. With the system's announcement, Qin Guangming discovered a new item in his hands. It was a sword seemingly forged from ice, exuding a chilling aura coupled with an overwhelming murderous intent. After a brief assessment, he recognized it as an extraordinary artifact capable of siphoning the power of souls. This weapon was indeed impressive and seemed poised to be of great utility in critical moments. The system had not shortchanged him. With a grin, Qin Guangming sheathed the sword and took stock of his new skill. The Flying Thunder God technique represented the pinnacle of speed within the ninja world. When utilized effectively, it not only allowed for incredible velocity, but also enabled spatial traversal, a power far beyond that of ordinary skills, yielding tremendous might in battle. Moreover, it afforded him remarkable convenience in travel. However, at present, he found little to occupy his time, opting instead to lounge atop his puppet's head in slumber. Yet, at that moment, Qin Guangming received another notification from the system. Ding. System task. Incite distrust between Uchiha Madara and the Uchiha clan, and provoke conflict between Uchiha Madara and Konohagakure. Completion reward. 5,000 points. 8 gates of opening. No side effects. Ding. System side task. Assist Senju Hashirama in arranging a marriage with the Uzumaki clan. Completion reward. 1,000 points. 8 trigrams sealing technique. Qin Guangming was momentarily taken aback, astonished at the issuance of 2 tasks simultaneously. However, it was clear that the first task held greater significance. The newly formed village was to be marred by discord. The current situation saw the Uchiha and Senju clans tenuously united in establishing the village, alongside other clans to form Konohagakure. Yet now, he was to create rifts between Uchiha Madara and the village, as well as between Madara and the Uchiha clan. This presented a formidable challenge, as Uchiha Madara was the clan leader, instigating distrust within the Uchiha clan while simultaneously fostering discord with the village would prove to be an arduous undertaking. Certainly, a smile adorned Qin Guangming's face. Without a challenging task, he would find little motivation to engage. After leaving a Flying Thunder God mark atop Senju Tobirama's head, Qin Guangming meandered through the vibrant streets of Konohagakure. The village was teeming with life, as various clans began to merge and train together. Qin Guangming observed a young member of the Uchiha clan diligently practicing kunai throwing. Nearby, a member of the Senju clan was honing his taijutsu skills. Witnessing the state of these two individuals, a mischievous thought suddenly crossed Qin Guangming's mind. With a flicker of his Sharingan, the Uchiha youth momentarily lost focus, causing his kunai to veer off course and strike the leg of the Senju young man. "Ah, you scoundrel, do you wish for death, deliberately ambushing me?" The young member of the Thousand Hands clan, with an injured leg, shouted furiously at the individual from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha, gritting his teeth, replied, "It was not my intention. Only those of the Thousand Hands clan would engage in such treacherous ambushes. You claim it was unintentional. Yet it is evident that you harbor animosity towards us and seek to launch a surprise attack against me. You members of the Uchiha clan are all nothing but scoundrels." Nonsense. The perpetrators of this ambush are undoubtedly members of your clan, the Thousand Hands. Do not assume that we have forgotten. Chapter 11. The predicament of the Uchiha clan. These two young individuals, arguing fervently, were oblivious to any sense of wrongdoing. The young member of the Uchiha clan, in truth, was just as bewildered by the recent events as anyone else. His kunai had inadvertently struck another, compounded by the recent treachery that had befallen their clan, resulting in the untimely deaths of several esteemed elders, leaving them in a state of unresolved grievance and discontent. The young man from the Senju clan, caught in the crossfire for reasons unknown, naturally felt an even greater sense of indignation. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Guangming inscribed a Flying Thunder God mark belonging to Senju Tobirama in this location, allowing Tobirama to arrive here in an instant. Hin 1. What are you two up to? Now that the village has been established, we are all brothers and sisters. How can you possibly engage in a fierce conflict with your own kin? This is utterly excessive. Senju Tobirama, under the control of Qin Guangming, gazed sternly at the two individuals with an air of authority. Both Uchiha Ben and Senju Wen felt a twinge of fear in the presence of Senju Tobirama, and upon his arrival, they refrained from further hostilities. "Explain yourselves clearly," he commanded, What is the reason for your conflict? Kakashi continued to inquire with a grave demeanor. Lord Tobirama, he was the one who ambushed me first with a kunai. The thousand-handed one spoke bluntly. Is that so, Uchiha-hama? Why did you resort to ambushing him? Kakashi focused his gaze on the young man from the Uchiha clan. I did not intend to do so, although Uchiha-bin felt a profound sense of indignation within. At that moment, he dared not argue and could only acquiesce. Very well, since it was unintentional on your part, you must immediately apologize to one. Then, let us accompany him for treatment, and we shall consider this matter settled. Such behavior must not be repeated, otherwise, I shall impose severe punishment. After Senju Tobirama spoke, he let out a cold snort, clearly still agitated. Uchiha Obito could only nod in agreement, though he felt a strong sense of injustice within. Qin Guangming had been roaming around the village, continuously instigating incidents. After all, these two families had been in conflict for over a millennium, and their grievances could not be easily reconciled with mere words. He would often use his Sharingan to stir up a bit of chaos, leading to heated altercations between the two young men. Naturally, it was either Senju Tobirama or Uchiha Madara who would step in to resolve the ensuing disputes. However, it seems that each time, it is the Uchiha clan that suffers, and they are unable to articulate their grievances. Uchiha Madara felt a deep sense of unease. If this situation persisted, the so-called village they had established would likely not endure. Even if it managed to survive, the village would be merely a fade, lacking true unity. Uchiha Madara yearned for peace, for peace signified a reduction in warfare, resulting in fewer lives lost. Yet, if this peace were to be riddled with fractures, he believed it would only be fleeting and illusory, inevitably leading to catastrophic consequences. He wished to consult Senju Hashirama, for only he possessed the stature to engage in such discussions. To his surprise, upon arriving outside Senju Hashirama's abode, he overheard a conversation taking place within. Senju Tobirama spoke with palpable urgency. Brother, in just a few days, our village has witnessed numerous heinous incidents. Members of the Uchiha clan have been launching unprovoked attacks against our kin. While most injuries are minor, the sheer number of wounded is concerning. I believe we must tighten our control over these individuals. If we fail to do so, a grave incident is inevitable. Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow, naturally unwilling to see his family members harmed. He remained silent for a considerable time before responding. We have only just united to form this village. It is only natural for conflicts to arise among us. I believe our primary focus should be on fostering understanding and tolerance between us. Increasing surveillance will only breed further distrust. I am confident that as we spend more time together, our differences will gradually diminish. Senju Tobirama, gritting his teeth, replied with utmost seriousness, Brother, you are far too naive. You consistently dismiss my warnings, and each time, your gullibility leads to our detriment. This time, we cannot afford such folly, as it pertains to the very survival of our village. Regardless of the circumstances, we must enhance our oversight and control over them to mitigate the potential harm they pose. If necessary, we may even need to take more drastic measures against them. With a furrowed brow, Senju Hashirama pondered for an extended period. No, we cannot impose stricter controls. Perhaps we should observe a bit longer, if all else fails. We shall revisit the matter. The discussion between Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama was fervent. Although Hashirama was not entirely in agreement with Tobirama's views, he found himself gradually swayed by his brother's arguments. Outside the room, Uchiha Madara overheard their conversation clearly, and an unsettling feeling pierced through his heart. He sensed that the Uchiha clan was perilously close to danger, and their fate may have already been sealed. It seemed inevitable that the Uchiha clan was destined for extinction. He recalled the words of his brother before his passing. His brother, Yen Zongqin, entrusted him with his greatest wish, which was to ensure the protection of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara suddenly felt a sense of confusion. Was the establishment of a united village truly the most effective means of safeguarding the Uchiha clan? Will the Uchiha clan truly not be cast into the abyss? Uchiha Madara found himself engulfed in profound confusion. However, in the subsequent period, the village underwent a myriad of subtle transformations. Although Senju Hashirama possessed a rather naive disposition, Madara could not help but admire his remarkable prowess. Within a remarkably brief span of time, Hashirama managed to earn the recognition of the vast majority within the village. This is not merely due to his formidable strength, but rather his exceptional work ethic, which is indeed quite impressive. Within a short span of time, Senju Hashirama has significantly improved the lives of all. However, Uchiha Madara's concerns have intensified. He has realized that Hashirama's brother, Senju Tobirama, is also a remarkably capable individual, and during this time, Tobirama has been steadily enhancing the surveillance and control over the Uchiha clan while simultaneously fostering a better relationship between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Chapter 12. The isolated Uchiha Madara finds himself increasingly perplexed, often contemplating what course of action to take. Of course, he is acutely aware that his current situation is entirely under the control of Qin Guangming. Once he perceives the moment to be ripe, Qin Guangming finally seeks out Madara. He directly employs Tsukuyomi, pulling Madara into the illusionary realm of the Jinjutsu. Although his Sharingan is merely a kaleidoscopic variant, theoretically inferior to Madara's, he has honed his sage techniques to perfection. Thanks to the enhancements from sage arts, even though his eyes have yet to evolve to the Rinnegan level, he discovers that they now rival the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, perhaps even surpassing it. Furthermore, with the aid of a Jinjutsu amplifier, his Jinjutsu capabilities have reached a level where he can completely overpower Uchiha Madara. Madara is taken aback to find himself ensnared in Tsukuyomi, gazing in astonishment at the figure before him. In this illusionary space, Qin Guangming's attire is shrouded in mystery. He is clad in a black robe, his head covered with a dark hood, revealing only his eyes, resembling a grim reaper. Even the overwhelmingly powerful Uchiha Madara feels a chill upon encountering such an entity. Yet, he notices a strikingly familiar emblem in the figure's eyes. Indeed, they are Sharingan, although merely a kaleidoscopic variant and not the eternal form. The potency of those eyes evokes an uncomfortable sense of inadequacy within him. "Who are you?" Madara inquires, furrowing his brow and focusing intently on Qin Guangming, who now radiates an aura of danger. "I have glimpsed the impending crisis faced by our Uchiha clan," Qin Guangming cryptically responds. "The crisis of our Uchiha clan? Is it truly so?" Madara struggles to believe. Qin Guangming promptly shifts into a persuasive mode, stating, "In truth, I am no longer a living being, merely a remnant of chakra lingering in this realm. I have even forgotten my name, save for the duty to protect our Uchiha clan. However, the course of history evokes a profound sense of unease within me, compelling my presence here." Madara, astonished, exclaims, "Are you an elder of our Uchiha clan? I too sense that our family may soon face immense calamity, yet what can be done?" He is a man of formidable pride, whose thoughts are predominantly centered on himself and, to a lesser extent, his brother's sentiments. The most important task entrusted to him by his brother before his passing was to safeguard their family. Thus, in his quest to honor his brother's wishes, he has tirelessly sought to fulfill this duty. Yet, he realizes that this task may not be easily accomplished. Qin Guangming sighs. The current Hidden Leaf Village stands as the most powerful force in this world and will inevitably grow even stronger as more formidable clans join its ranks. I have glimpsed a fragment of the future, and this village belongs to every clan but our Uchiha clan, which is destined for isolation and, ultimately, extinction. Having said this, he feigns instability in Tsukuyomi and vanishes before Madara. Madara awakens from the Jinjutsu, drenched in cold sweat. He recalls the words of the enigmatic clan member and feels an overwhelming sense of despair. At last, he gathers all the members of his clan. This location, a corner within the village, serves as their Uchiha clan's stronghold, a small, independent territory. Addressing his kin with utmost seriousness, Madara declares, "Esteemed clan members, I trust you are all aware of the current situation in the village. The villagers harbor deep mistrust towards us, and if this continues, our clan may face extermination." His anxious demeanor leaves the clan members bewildered. Uchiha Zetsu rises to challenge him. "Madara, what nonsense are you spouting? We have finally established our village and averted war. Now, all the children can grow and learn happily in the ninja academy without fear. Is that not a blessing? Do you wish to lead us all back to those perilous days of uncertainty?" The members of the Uchiha clan shudder at the memories of their past, where death was a frequent visitor, and no one could guarantee they would live to see old age. Such a life was akin to a waking nightmare. Who would willingly return to such days? While there were indeed frictions during the village's infancy, the founding Hokage, Senju Hashirama, diligently worked to mend the rifts. Now, the two clans have largely resolved their conflicts, and the villagers' apparent distrust of the Uchiha clan seems inconsequential. As long as safety is assured, the rest can be accepted. Madara furrows his brow. Uncle Zetsu, as the eldest of our Uchiha clan, you ought to be more rational. Your arm was severed by Senju Tobirama. Have you truly forgotten? We cannot continue down this path. We must at least leave the village to ensure our clan's safety. Retsu's severed arm, of course, can never be restored. And even his mobility has become somewhat limited. Yet he shakes his head. My arm was lost in battle. That is the nature of war. As long as there is no war, there will be no more wounds. Conversely, if we leave the village, we would return to the warring states, where we would likely suffer even greater losses. Madara is left speechless. He now comprehends that the villagers have been thoroughly captivated by Hashirama's charisma, remaining oblivious to the true dangers. It seems his own clan members may not believe him either. After all, with the Hidden Leaf village having allied with numerous other clans, its strength is overwhelmingly formidable. Should the Uchiha clan engage in battle with the village, their demise would be all but certain, with no glimmer of hope. Chapter 13. Submit to the Hidden Leaf. Uchiha Madara suddenly understands. Is strength truly everything? Is it because my power is insufficient that I am rendered incapable of effecting change? And my clan does not trust me? Presently, his personal strength pales in comparison to that of Senju Hashirama, and the Uchiha clan is utterly incomparable to the Hidden Leaf village. I must depart from the village. I am resolute in my decision to seek my own path. I firmly believe that I can discover a truly righteous way, one that will usher in genuine peace for the entire world and ensure the safety of the Uchiha clan. Thus, Senju Hashirama contemplated as he prepared to leave the village. However, as he approached the intersection on his way out, he was unexpectedly confronted by Senju Hashirama himself. Hashirama, how is it that you are here? Facing his childhood friend, now a formidable opponent whose name he found difficult to utter, a warm sensation suddenly blossomed within him. With a benevolent smile, Hashirama replied, Madara, the village has flourished immensely. Everyone lives in happiness. I believe that if this trajectory continues, it won't be long before our village becomes even stronger, more tranquil, and harmonious. Our childhood dreams have finally come to fruition. Hashirama reminisced about their childhood encounter, where they forged a friendship and shared the dream of world peace. Regrettably, reality had thwarted their aspirations, and they became leaders of their respective clans, embroiled in continuous conflict. Yet now, he felt a return to the innocence of those days by the riverside. However, Uchiha Madara's expression remained unchanged. Hashirama, you are far too naive. That was merely the fanciful thinking of our youth, born from ignorance. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's smile diminished, and he inquired curiously, Madara, what troubles you? I've noticed something amiss with you these past few days. I have resolved that in 2 years, once I have improved the village further, I will nominate you as the second Hokage. Uchiha Madara responded coldly, do not be absurd. I am not destined to be the second Hokage. That title belongs to your brother Tobirama. The majority of the villagers recognize you, and then your brother Senju Tobirama. Reflecting on this, Madara felt a profound sadness. For few in the village acknowledged him, not even those from the Uchiha clan. Hashirama maintained his smile. Madara, how could that be? You are overthinking it. Your strength is formidable, on par with mine, and you are more than capable of protecting the village. How could the villagers possibly not recognize you? It is merely your reclusive nature. Tonight, I am organizing a grand gathering for the villagers, a feast to foster camaraderie. You must join us. As a person of your power, interacting with everyone will surely earn their respect. Despite his desire to leave, Uchiha Madara ultimately acquiesced to Hashirama's insistence. As night fell, Konoha village became a scene of vibrant festivity. Ninjas of all ages, alongside civilians, gathered in celebration, with an array of delectable dishes served, filling the air with laughter and joy. Lord Hashirama. Lord Hashirama. No matter where he roamed, Hashirama was met with cheers. Conversely, Madara felt isolated, retreating to a shadowy corner. He quietly stepped outside the village, only to encounter 2 individuals. One was wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy, while the other appeared to be a youth of modest stature. Despite being in his teens, these 2 were known as Wu and Inoki, emissaries from the Stone Village, intent on proposing an alliance for peace between their villages. Upon discerning their purpose, Uchiha Madara sneered, Alliance? Our Konoha village has no interest in allying with your Stone Village. Wu and Inoki were taken aback by Madara's words, having done nothing to provoke such hostility. Inoki, unaware of Madara's identity, urgently replied, Why, Lord Hashirama, it shouldn't be this way. Madara coldly interjected, I have made my position clear. There will be no alliance. Submit to the strength of Konoha. With that, he activated his Sharingan, effortlessly dispatching the two emissaries with a mere flick of his wrist. Though Inoki was weaker, he struggled to rise after being knocked down. Madara's voice was devoid of warmth. Do you still wish to dance? As his Sharingan spun, the powerful ocular technique rendered Inoki utterly defenseless. Gazing down at the incapacitated pair, Madara felt a deep understanding wash over him. Indeed, to achieve one's goals, one must possess formidable strength. Only through such power could the righteous path be found. I cannot squander my time in this village. I must depart, alone, to seek the correct path. Casting a disdainful glance at the unconscious figures of the two stone village emissaries, Uchiha Madara scoffed and vanished into the night. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, Qin Guangming, indulging in his feast, suddenly heard the system's notification. Ding. Task reward granted. 5,000 points, 8 gates, no side effects. With this reward, Qin Guangming noticed an invigorating strength coursing through him. The 8 gates were not easily mastered. They required years of physical training. A typical physique could scarcely withstand the intensity of the 8 gates, and only through rigorous conditioning could one resist its detrimental effects. After acquiring the 8 gates, he realized that the so-called absence of side effects did not mean the removal of consequences, but rather that his body had grown powerful enough to ignore them. This implied that as long as he was sufficiently strong, even opening the 8th gate would not lead to his demise, a feat even Guy could not achieve. Chapter 14. The 8 gates. Qin Guangming flexed his arms, relishing the sensation of newfound strength. He now possessed not only enviable looks, but also a physique perfected to an extraordinary degree, truly embodying the essence of an unparalleled beauty, rather than the delicate frame of a mere pretty boy. Was this a serendipitous gain from the 8 gates? However, with the task complete, what had become of Uchiha Madara? Qin Guangming sat within the village, akin to a puppet master, quietly observing the unfolding events. Soon after, a villager approached Hashirama with urgent news. Lord First Hokage, there has been an incident. Emissaries from the stone village came to discuss an alliance, but they were assaulted. What? Hashirama, who had been reveling in the villagers' accolades, was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He hurried outside to find Wu and Inoki had been rescued, yet remained unconscious, seemingly ensnared in a jinjutsu. Brother, such potent jinjutsu can only be wielded by one person in our village. Madara. Senju Tobirama, having emerged to assess the situation, deduced the truth. Indeed, this man harbors ill intentions. He is not aligned with us. Upon this, Senju Tobirama quietly remarked to Senju Hashirama, I have long warned you that their clan is utterly untrustworthy and must be approached with caution, otherwise, they will inevitably cause trouble. Senju Hashirama, possessing formidable medical ninjutsu, ultimately managed to save both individuals, after which they prepared to discuss the matter of an alliance. Although Inoki and Mu were relatively weak, their current demeanor was understandably poor given the treatment they had received. Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Inoki snorted coldly. Lord Hashirama, we approached you with sincerity to discuss an alliance. Yet you treat us in this manner. I believe there is no longer any necessity for such an alliance. The master and disciple, having awakened, did not linger and promptly departed, disappearing into the night. Naturally, Qin Guangming paid little heed to the events transpiring within the village, for he understood that if Uchiha Madara did not leave the village now, he would no longer be Uchiha Madara. At present, he was studying the might of the 8 gates of Duinjia. The 8 gates could greatly enhance one's strength, particularly the 6th gate, which granted power comparable to that of a Kage. The 7th gate, Day Tiger, possessed even greater might, nearly surpassing that of a Kage. It was this very technique that the esteemed Guy used to defeat a nearly complete Kisame. As for the 8th gate, it unleashed the powerful techniques Evening Elephant and Night Armor, capable of overwhelming Uchiha Madara, who had fully mastered the powers of the Sage of 6 Paths. Had it not been for Guy's physical limitations, the outcome might have been conclusive. Remarkable. It was unexpected to receive several substantial gifts right from the outset, rendering him nearly invincible. After acclimating to this newfound power, Qin Guangming felt immensely satisfied. Suddenly, he heard the system's notification. Ding. System task. Assist Uchiha Madara in capturing the 9 tails. Completion reward. 5,000 points, 1 random lottery opportunity. Capture the 9 tails? Qin Guangming paused momentarily. This task was indeed quite enticing. However, he had no desire to search for the nine tails, so he called upon the system. System, locate the position of the nine tails. The system quickly responded, ding, search successful. Automatic positioning of the nine tails. After spending 100 points, Qin Guangming discerned the direction of the nine tails and soon found it amidst a dense forest. The tailed beasts are among the most powerful beings in this world. Their original power stemmed from the 10 tails. After the Sage of Six Paths vanquished the 10 tails, he endeavored to mitigate the risks it posed by dispersing its power. The chakra of the 10 tails was separated, and the sage utilized yin-yang release to create 9 mighty beings. From 1 tail to 9 tails, subsequently sealing their physical forms upon the moon. Among these 9-tailed beasts, the mightiest is undoubtedly the 9 tails. For Uchiha Madara to control the 9 tails is no simple endeavor, especially as Qin Guangming soon discovered that, apart from the 9 tails, other creatures were surveilling this area. He encountered an extraordinarily powerful toad, a formidable serpent, and a slug, beings from the 3 great sage lands, gathered in this locale. As he approached the 9 tails, he was immediately obstructed by these 3 entities. Qin Guangming realized that their strength was beyond imagination, rivaling that of beings endowed with the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Who are you and what do you seek? This place is not for you to enter. The gigantic toad brandished a long blade, blocking his path. Qin Guangming smirked, is that so? I never imagined that you 3 great sage lands were indeed affiliated with these tailed beasts. Speak, why do you meddle with them? The large toad replied solemnly. These tailed beasts were created by the Sage of Six Paths. We of Mount Mayaboku are allies of the sage, and thus we must protect the beings he left behind. Qin Guangming scoffed, oh, it seems you value friendship quite highly. However, what I need to accomplish, you cannot impede. Then let us see. The immense toad, towering like a small mountain, swung its long blade toward him. First gate, open. Second gate, open. He swiftly unleashed the 8 gates, activating all the way to the 8th gate. The overwhelming power surged through him, transforming his very being. What? The gigantic toad's eyes widened in disbelief. This was impossible. Yet, before it could take further action, Qin Guangming struck. His palm collided with the toad's blade in a fierce confrontation, and in that instant, the weapon shattered. Qin Guangming moved with such speed that he distorted space itself, delivering a devastating blow to the toad. Chapter 15. Target, Kurama. To survive my strike is quite unexpected. I shall ask you once more, why do you protect these tailed beasts? Qin Guangming, well versed in the narrative of the Naruto world, found the circumstances here exceeded his expectations. Indeed, the anime had not fully unveiled the intricacies of this realm. Numerous enigmas remained. For instance, the origins of the 3 great sage lands were particularly intriguing. The severely injured toad began to recover gradually, aided by the slug. You insist on this course of action? Do you not realize that such defiance will bring the most severe consequences? This world must ultimately return to its rightful path. The slug warned sternly. Since you refuse to speak, I shall show no mercy. I will first bring you down. Qin Guangming ceased all pleasantries and unleashed his full strength. The 3 creatures were nearly overwhelmed, struggling to recover. Though he did not employ sage arts, the disparity in their power was insurmountable. They had no means to retaliate. Tell me, why do you protect these tailed beasts? Qin Guangming, unwilling to waste time with these creatures, activated his Sharingan, amplifying a genjutsu that ensnared them. Reveal to me the reason you obstruct my path. Minutes later, he gleaned enough information. The complexities of the Naruto world surpassed their visible narratives. In this realm, 3 supreme powers existed: the power of the Sage of Six Paths, the power of sage arts, and the power of taijutsu. The power of the Sage of Six Paths derived from the chakra fruit, yet only a select few could genuinely wield it. The remaining ordinary ninjas could only access a lower tier of chakra, incapable of inflicting harm upon beings possessing the power of the Sage of Six Paths. The strength of sage arts was on par with that of the Sage of Six Paths. Unfortunately, both powers, in essence, stemmed from the very origin of their ninja continent. Since the emergence of the chakra tree in the ninja world, it has absorbed a significant portion of the world's primordial energy, resulting in the formation of chakra fruits. Consequently, the power derived from the world's essence available to sage chakra practitioners has diminished. As a result, there are fewer beings capable of cultivating sage techniques, and those who do often find it challenging to attain exceptional strength due to the scarcity of sage chakra to absorb. As for the third type, it pertains to the physical techniques of the human body, which itself is a universe, a vast treasure trove, theoretically possessing greater potential than sage techniques or the powers of the six paths, verging on the infinite. However, the average individual can only unlock a fraction of this potential. Only someone like the Eighth Gate's Might Guy has ventured far in this regard. Yet even he could not sustain the opening of the Eighth Gate without paying the ultimate price of his life. The three beings before him are considered the pinnacle of sage technique practitioners. Their actions seem directed at gradually eradicating those with six paths intelligence, aiming to obliterate Kagaya Otsutsuki entirely. Qin Guangming observed these three creatures and remarked with a smile, "You are indeed formidable. Yet it is a foolish dream to think you can thwart my mission." He swiftly dispatched these three beings, who had never appeared in the original narrative, erasing them entirely. After eliminating these foes, Qin Guangming cast a distant glance at the Nine Tails. The current incarnation of the Nine Tails, unlike its later iterations filled with animosity towards humanity, lay contentedly within a canyon, appearing as a rather joyful fox with a surprising fondness for humans. After all, it was created by the Sage of Six Paths, naturally harboring a positive disposition towards humankind. Moreover, as a tailed beast endowed with infinite chakra, it does not require sustenance to replenish its energy. Its daily activities consist of wandering the forest and indulging in long naps. Qin Guangming regarded the creature and stated calmly, "As a powerful being, your strength is destined to be harnessed in the future, and your fate must not allow you to slumber so carelessly." After uttering these words, he shrank himself to an almost invisible size and employed the Flying Thunder God technique to appear atop Uchiha Madara. During their last encounter, he had already inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark upon Madara, making it exceedingly convenient to utilize now. Uchiha Madara sat beside a cliff, having wandered alone since leaving Konoha, deep in contemplation about how to achieve true and lasting peace in the world. The only solution he could conceive was to attain even greater power, believing that with it, he might discover the correct path. However, he felt utterly lost regarding how to acquire such formidable strength. He had already maximized the power of his Sharingan and fully developed his Susanoo, leaving him at an impasse. In essence, his power had reached its limits. Yet, despite this, he still found himself unable to best Hashirama Senju, a fact that gnawed at his pride. The mere thought of Hashirama instilled within him an inexplicable fear. Is my strength truly incapable of further growth? What must I do to possess even greater power? Madara murmured, gazing skyward as if seeking answers from the heavens. It is well known that the ninja world, on the surface, appears to be one of relentless struggle for supremacy, yet in reality, it is a realm governed by bloodlines. Aside from a select few exceptional individuals like Might Guy, the potential power one can achieve is largely contingent upon their lineage. Uchiha Madara had reached the zenith of his bloodline's capabilities and found himself in a state of despair, feeling utterly hopeless. No, your power has not yet reached its limit. There remains ample room for enhancement, though you have yet to realize it. Qin Guangming whispered into Madara's ear, his voice familiar to the Uchiha predecessor. What methods must I employ to augment my power? Is it possible for the Sharingan to evolve further after reaching this stage? Madara's spirits lifted as he searched for Qin Guangming's presence. Unfortunately, Qin Guangming had shrunk to an imperceptible size and, with the power of his illusionary arts, completely concealed himself from Madara's sight. Qin Guangming smiled and said, "Indeed, beyond the Sharingan lies the legendary Rinnegan. However, I am uncertain how to facilitate the evolution of the Sharingan into the Rinnegan. Additionally, apart from ocular evolution, there are alternative methods to enhance one's strength. For instance, in this world, there exist powerful tailed beasts. Their chakra is boundless, their strength surpassing human comprehension. If you can master them, your power will advance significantly. Are you suggesting I seize power from elsewhere?" Madara's eyes brightened as if he had stumbled upon a new path. "Indeed, this is not merely about usurping strength from others. It is power you can control. According to my knowledge, the mightiest of the nine-tailed beasts resides not far from here." Chapter 16. Madara's Summoning Beast under Qin Guangming's guidance. Uchiha Madara soon arrived at the edge of a forest, where he indeed beheld a colossal creature. This being towered several dozen meters high, its entire form a striking orange hue, with 9 long tails that were particularly eye-catching. What thrilled Madara most was that this fox-like entity seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of chakra, coupled with immense power that appeared to surpass even that of his Susanoo. The sight of such a formidable creature filled him with exhilaration, for he required a summoning beast. However, as the most potent member of the Uchiha clan, he was reluctant to settle for an ordinary creature as his summoning partner. He felt a deep envy for the powerful summoning beast possessed by his friend and rival, Hashirama Senju. Finding another creature of comparable strength in this world had proven exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Madara did not believe he should be content with merely matching Hashirama. He aimed to surpass him. He recognized that Hashirama's ideals diverged from his own, and that the Senju leader's approach to achieving world peace was naively simplistic. If he were to realize his vision of peace, Hashirama might inevitably become his adversary once more. Madara resolved that to outshine Hashirama, he must acquire a summoning beast even more powerful than the one Hashirama possessed. Yet, after years of searching, he had found nothing suitable. The creatures he encountered were simply too weak to provide any assistance in battle, leading Madara to dismiss them entirely. However, upon encountering this colossal fox, he instantly recognized it as the summoning beast he had been seeking. The once sleeping Ninetales was abruptly jolted awake by an overwhelming sense of malice. The colossal nine-tailed fox, with its large, piercing eyes fixed intently upon Uchiha Madara, inquired, "Who are you, and what is it that you seek?" Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow and glared. "Ninetales, submit to me." Upon hearing these words, the Ninetales felt an overwhelming discomfort within, for it was indeed crafted by the Sage of Six Paths. Although he harbors a certain fondness for humanity, there exists no one, aside from the Sage of Six Paths, whom he holds in esteem. After all, the power he possesses is exceedingly formidable, rendering those frail humans unworthy of his respect. Naturally, under ordinary circumstances, he would not seek to provoke humanity. Thus, the relationship between the two parties remains one of mutual indifference. However, in this moment, a human has inexplicably emerged, demanding subservience. How could the Ninetales possibly endure such a situation? The immense fox let out a ferocious roar akin to that of a wild beast, baring its fangs. "Damnable humans! Do you truly mean what you say? Do you wish for me to submit to you? What jest is this? How could I ever submit to a mere mortal?" Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth and declared, "It is not your choice. You must submit to me. Today, having been discovered by me, you shall not escape my grasp." It is widely acknowledged that a ninja, in order to tame a summoning beast, must cultivate a harmonious relationship with it. Only then does one stand a chance of forging a contract, as the summoning beast is a combat partner. If the bond is not well established, it will not grant its recognition, and thus no contract shall be formed. Of course, this method is merely the conventional approach chosen by the average individual. Uchiha Madara is certainly not an ordinary individual, and thus his method of subduing the summoning beast is equally extraordinary. He intends to vanquish the Ninetales fox, subsequently utilizing his formidable ocular technique to exert control over this creature and forcibly establish a contract. As Uchiha Madara formulates this plan, the Ninetales has already initiated its attack. The beast's massive claws come crashing down towards him. However, Uchiha Madara simply leaps aside with nonchalance, evading the strike effortlessly. In that very moment, he swiftly performs hand seals, unleashing a colossal fireball jutsu that erupts forth. This is a fundamental ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, yet its potency varies remarkably, depending on the wielder. Despite being a basic technique, the strongest member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, has undoubtedly mastered this ninjutsu to its utmost potential, rendering its power terrifyingly formidable. The Ninetales was instantly overwhelmed by the flames unleashed. "You rascal, you have utterly infuriated me now." The Ninetales emitted a furious roar, its colossal claws once more directed towards Uchiha Madara. Simultaneously, its immense body sprang into swift action, preparing to crush Madara with overwhelming force. A peculiar smile adorned Madara's face as his Sharingan spun rapidly, the formidable ocular technique reflecting vividly in the eyes of the Ninetales. Astonishingly, projections of the Sharingan manifested upon the creature's two largest orbs. Subsequently, the Ninetales found itself inexplicably transported back to a forest reminiscent of a dreamlike state. However, the moon overhead hung perpetually, casting an uncomfortable presence that weighed heavily upon it. It seemed as though that moon would never change, eternally suspended in the sky. Initially, the Ninetales perceived no issue, yet gradually, it became apparent that it was ensnared within an illusory realm. To escape this enchanting prison, it realized that obliterating that accursed eye was imperative. However, within this illusion, the Ninetales exerted tremendous effort, yet ultimately achieved nothing. It felt as though he were eternally trapped in this realm, with neither the heavens responding to his cries nor the earth offering solace. In the realm of reality, Uchiha Madara leapt onto the head of the Ninetales, and through the power of his eyes, he discerned that this formidable creature was indeed entirely under his control. Now, this powerful being had become nothing more than a puppet in his hands. He could even regard it as an extension of his own body. No matter what commands he issued to this mighty entity, it would execute them without hesitation, showing not a trace of resistance. Chapter 17. The Marriage Between Pillars. How splendid! I never anticipated that in this world, there truly exists such a formidable creature. Henceforth, you shall be my spirit beast. Upon the forceful imposition of the contract by Uchiha Madara, the Ninetales discerned that it had become ensnared within a new set of shackles. These shackles had thoroughly subjugated its will, intertwining its very essence with that of a mere human. The Ninetales seethed with indignation, reflecting on the audacity of this detestable human who resorted to such underhanded tactics against it. After all, it was the mightiest of the tailed beasts. How could it possibly be reduced to serving as a summoning creature for a human? The Ninetales appeared to struggle desperately against the binding contract. Yet it soon became apparent that all its efforts were in vain. Ultimately, the contract was successfully executed, and it became a summoned beast. Indeed, Uchiha Madara's prowess is formidable, effortlessly acquiring a tailed beast. Such an achievement is not within the reach of ordinary individuals. Qin Guangming, aware of the world's narrative, understood that in the future, the Ninetales would rampage with the capacity to challenge an entire village. Had the fourth Hokage not exerted every ounce of his strength to confront this entity, it is likely that the beast could have reduced the entirety of Konohagakure to ruins. Yet, this immensely powerful creature was so readily subdued by Uchiha Madara, underscoring the potency of his lineage. At that moment, the system notification chimed in. Ding. System rewards distributed. 5,000 points awarded, and 1 lottery chance granted. Upon receiving the system's reward, Qin Guangming assessed his circumstances. At present, his points have accumulated to nearly 20,000. However, he has realized that the items available for redemption are rather limited, and it seems that his current needs are not particularly pressing. Consequently, he has opted to retain his points for the time being. After all, there may come a moment in the future when he could benefit from more potent rewards, and he shall address that when the time arises. As for participating in a lottery, he contemplated it briefly but ultimately decided against it as well. Instead, I quietly ponder what course of action should be taken next. If it is indeed a behind-the-scenes system, then now that Uchiha Madara has acquired the power of the Ninetales, he should be poised to launch an assault on the Hidden Leaf Village, should he not? Are we truly to deceive Uchiha Madara into launching an assault on Konoha Village in such a straightforward manner? This situation appears rather precarious. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that one has been relying on the pretense of ancestral influence, a tactic that, if overused, may lead Uchiha Madara to harbor doubts. After all, Uchiha Madara is not a fool. He would not blindly accept the words of others unless they emanated from someone he truly respects. This individual possesses a lofty pride, and in this world, there are but a scant few who could earn his genuine esteem. Moreover, the system has yet to issue any tasks, which leads Qin Guangming to feel a sense of urgency is unwarranted. He has come to realize that even if Uchiha Madara were to control the Ninetales, harnessing its power effectively within a short time frame would prove to be quite the challenge. It seems that this individual would require further training and the development of methods to synergize with the Ninetales' formidable abilities. In summary, he finds himself with ample time at his disposal. Qin Guangming thus employed the Flying Thunder God technique, returning directly to the vicinity of Senju Tobirama. At that moment, Senju Tobirama was preoccupied with concerns regarding the impending marriage of his elder brother. His elder brother was originally the most exceptional man of the Senju clan. Under normal circumstances, finding a suitable woman to marry would undoubtedly not pose a significant challenge. However, due to their relentless battles with the Uchiha clan during their youth, they scarcely had any opportunities. Now that their village has finally been established, Senju Tobirama began to ponder this matter. After all, with such an extraordinary elder brother and a status so lofty, it would be inconceivable to wed a woman of ordinary lineage. Of course, upon grasping the concept of Senju Tobirama, Qin Guangming swiftly seized control over him. Unbeknownst to him, Senju Tobirama had entirely fallen under the sway of Qin Guangming. He recalled that the system offered a side quest, although the rewards and points for this particular endeavor were not exceedingly substantial. Qin Guangming believed that even modest gains could accumulate to significant advantage. Most crucially, while the rewards for this task might be meager, who could say if there lurked any hidden bonuses within its depths? Or should I say, in the event that there are concealed developments? Would it not be a significant loss to miss out? Thus, he controlled Tobirama Senju and entered the chamber of Hashirama Senju. Elder brother, you have reached an age where it is time for you to settle down. Although Hashirama was now in his 20s, his mindset still resembled that of a youthful adolescent. He chuckled innocently. Tobirama, what nonsensical ideas are you spouting? As my younger brother, how is it that you are now troubled by concerns regarding my marriage? The thousand-handed Tobirama, under the control of Qin Guangming, continued. Indeed, our father and mother have both passed away. You are my elder brother. I shall not meddle in your lifelong affairs. So, who shall take charge? I believe there is indeed a remarkable individual who would be an excellent choice as my sister-in-law. Senju Hashirama inquired with astonishment. Who might that be? Are you suggesting you could assist me in finding a wife? Qin Guangming continued to assert his control over Senju Tobirama, stating, Indeed, I have observed this for quite some time. Your connection with the girl from the Uzumaki clan, known as Uzumaki Mido, is remarkably close, and it appears that you frequently engage with one another. I have noted that she holds a considerable affection for you. Given this, it would be prudent to expedite the arrangements for your marriage, thus alleviating my concerns. On the surface, it appears that Senju Hashirama is the elder brother and Senju Tobirama the younger, with Hashirama's strength vastly surpassing that of Tobirama. However, in terms of their character and demeanor, one might perceive Tobirama as the elder sibling, while it is Hashirama who embodies the traits of the younger brother. For instance, at this moment, Tobirama is wholly assuming the role of an elder brother, diligently preparing to arrange domestic affairs for his younger sibling. Hashirama, feeling somewhat bashful, remarked, But how can I truly discern what is genuine? What if they do not take a liking to me? That would be quite awkward, wouldn't it? Upon hearing the words of Senju Hashirama, Qin Guangming was momentarily rendered speechless. This individual, who had ascended to the status of a god among ninjas in the world of Hokage, was surprisingly afflicted with the same affliction as certain men in reality, an inability to confess his feelings. If this situation continues to linger, it would not bode well. He swiftly maneuvered the thousand-handed Tobirama, directly seizing the arm of Senju Hashirama. Regardless of whether the young lady agrees or not, we ought to inquire first. How can we ascertain her feelings towards you if you do not even bother to ask? Do you not realize that proceeding without inquiry will squander opportunities in vain? Chapter 18. The village of Vortex under the compulsion of Senju Tobirama, who is, in fact, Qin Guangming. Senju Hashirama reluctantly accompanied him. The Uzumaki clan had not yet integrated into Konohagakure, necessitating a lengthy journey to reach their homeland. In truth, the dwelling of the Uzumaki clan lies beyond the ocean to the east of the Land of Fire, on a small island. This journey was arduous, however. Both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama possessed formidable strength, allowing them to arrive at the village of Vortex after 3 days of travel. The unique terrain of the village of Vortex is indeed remarkable, due to their location on a small island. The majority of its expanse remains devoid of the presence of the Uzumaki clan. The members of this clan reside in a particularly treacherous area of the island, accessible by a sole entrance. Gaining entry through this passage is no simple feat, for the waters surrounding it are exceedingly tumultuous. Attempting to force one's way in could easily result in unforeseen calamities. Only at the right moment can one hope to enter the village of the Uzumaki. Indeed, this holds true for ordinary individuals and common ninjas. However, for the esteemed Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, it is merely a trivial matter. Hashirama summoned the wood release technique, creating a vast expanse of branches that effortlessly transported them to the hidden whirlpool village. Those well-versed in the lore of the Naruto universe, like Qin Guangming, are aware that the hidden whirlpool village shares a lineage with the Senju clan, both being descendants of Ashura, the son of the sage of 6 paths. Tragically, this village has endured great misfortune, with the majority of its inhabitants brutally slaughtered, leaving only a handful of survivors. Among these few, there exists a fiery-haired girl, known for her tempestuous temperament, who would eventually become the mother of the male protagonist in the Naruto saga. Certainly, at present, This village has not yet encountered such a tragedy. It remains remarkably prosperous, bustling with a multitude of visitors, all adorned with vibrant red hair. The lively atmosphere is both animated and serene, as few intrude upon this haven. However, the tranquility of the village has now been abruptly disrupted, as two unfamiliar strangers, not belonging to their clan, arrived in the village. The entire Vortex clan became vigilant. The presence of strangers entering their village signifies a breach in their protective measures. Should malevolent individuals gain access to their village through such means, it could render their community vulnerable. Who are you? Qin Guangming, perched atop the head of Senju Tobirama, observed an elderly figure emerging from the Uzumaki clan. Being well-versed in the narrative, Qin recognized this individual as Uzumaki Nagato, the esteemed leader of both the Uzumaki village and clan. Suddenly, Senju Tobirama found himself in a rather awkward predicament, having completely forgotten that he had come with intentions of proposing a union. After a considerable pause, he addressed Uzumaki Nagato, stating, "I am the Hokage of Konohagakure in the Land of Fire. I have come here today to formally extend an invitation for you to join our village. I hope that upon joining the Village of the Leaves, you will become even more formidable." Upon hearing these words, Uzumaki Namina furrowed her brows, feeling a twinge of hesitation. The Uzumaki clan had indeed established a ninja village, known as Uzumaki Chao Hidden Village. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The paramount significance lay in their clan's unique expertise and unparalleled mastery of sealing techniques. In this era, none possessed a greater understanding of such arts than they did. This is the capital that enables their survival in this world. Yet, it will inevitably become the very reason for their eventual demise. He was reluctant to join the Hidden Leaf Village, for he feared that upon doing so, the unique treasures he possessed might need to be shared. However, Uzumaki Ashina could not openly oppose the formidable Senju Hashirama, feeling the weight of his strength. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, he spoke, "Lord Hashirama, if it were only myself, I would be most willing to join the Hidden Leaf Village. However, our Uzumaki clan has resided in this place for generations. We have no desire to leave. Thus, we regret to inform you that we cannot join Konoha Village. Nevertheless, should you be inclined, we would be open to forging an alliance with Konoha." Splendid. Senju Hashirama felt an acute embarrassment upon hearing the proposal from Uzumaki Izuna, yet he found it quite agreeable and promptly acquiesced. Qin Guangming, perched atop Senju Tobirama's head, suddenly realized that if Senju Hashirama were in the 21st century on Earth, he would undoubtedly remain single for life. His attempts to find a spouse here had resulted in a plethora of futile endeavors. Naturally, he could not help but critique Uzumaki Izuna, for it was evident that every occurrence in this world had its rationale. The Uzumaki clan possessed formidable sealing techniques, yet their own strength was lacking. A family endowed with such a coveted and fearsome skill, yet devoid of the means to protect themselves in these tumultuous times, was akin to a child wandering a highway laden with thieves, clutching a piece of gold. It was a recipe for disaster. However, such matters were no longer his concern, and he could only afford a brief lamentation, letting it be. Of course, the matter of finding a spouse for Senju Hashirama must be addressed. Should he remain without a partner, he would have no heirs, and without heirs, there could be no grandchildren. Even Tsunade would never come into existence, leaving him to ponder what he would do if he encountered tasks pertaining to her in the future. Thus, he directly took control of Senju Tobirama and addressed Uzumaki Izuna, saying, "I apologize, clan leader Izuna. My elder brother is exceedingly shy. Our true purpose for visiting today is to seek a marriage proposal. Miss Mito and my elder brother have shared numerous encounters, and their bond has grown quite intimate. We are here to hope that Miss Mito will marry my brother." Qin Guangming was uncertain if his words were appropriate, yet he felt it was no longer a matter of concern. After all, Senju Hashirama's rather awkward interpersonal skills could drive anyone to despair. It was far better to speak plainly, as they had already developed mutual affection, perhaps resulting in a favorable outcome. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Izuna felt somewhat bewildered. They had been discussing an alliance between their villages, and suddenly the conversation had shifted to a marriage proposal. Chapter 19. The fruit of immortality. At that moment, before Uzumaki Izuna could respond, a cheerful girl with red hair dashed out joyfully. It was evident that Uzumaki Mito harbored deep feelings for Senju Hashirama. In fact, she had noticed their arrival earlier but had hesitated to emerge. Upon hearing Senju Tobirama's words, she promptly came forth with delight. recognizing the inevitability of young love. Uzumaki Izuna understood that he could no longer intervene. Since he could not halt the course of fate, he would instead go with the flow. This way, their two clans might share a blood bond, thereby strengthening the alliance between their villages. Consequently, Uzumaki Izuna smiled and declared, "Very well. We can hold the wedding in a few days, which will also serve as the alliance ceremony for our two villages, a double celebration." Thus, after an exuberant gathering, the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan solidified their familial ties, and Senju Hashirama's days of bachelorhood came to an end. However, the ensuing days felt somewhat mundane, as Qin Guangming discovered that the system was not issuing any new tasks. Of course, he paid little heed to this, spending his idle moments dining in Konoha village or venturing into the wild to hone his skills. Whether it was his 8 gates technique, flying thunder god, Sharingan, or sage arts, he had mastered them all to perfection and wielded them with great finesse. Presently, his combat prowess left him unperturbed even in the presence of those endowed with the power of the Sage of Six Paths. He could even face the Ten Tails head-on. System, when will you release new tasks? In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed, and Qin Guangming found himself sprouting facial hair. At this rate, he would soon age, as a transmigrator equipped with a system and a behind-the-scenes mastermind at that. It would be quite the jest to simply grow old and die without fulfilling his potential. System, please release a task swiftly. If you delay any longer, I shall grow old. Upon calling out to the system, he received a response. Ding. System notification, you have unused lottery chances. Lottery chances? Qin Guangming suddenly realized that he had indeed retained a lottery opportunity from an unknown time. His spirits lifted immediately. He soon discovered the lottery interface, which boasted an array of rewards that far exceeded his expectations. Chakra fruit. Upon discovering this item, he felt his mouth water profusely. Consuming a chakra fruit would grant him power akin to that of Kagaya Otsutsuki, rendering him virtually invincible. Immortality fruit. The second reward left him envious, as consuming it would bestow eternal life, a dream cherished by many. However, in this world, few could achieve true immortality. The Rinnegan with 3 tomo? Wasn't he this the very eye of Kagaya Otsutsuki? It must be the most formidable variant of the Rinnegan, known as the Rinne Sharingan, possessing the powers of both the Rinnegan and Sharingan, far surpassing the typical Rinnegan. The Tremor Fruit? That too was a commendable gift. The Devouring Demon Jar? A remarkable treasure. Indeed, capable of delivering tremendous power when wielded in combat. Upon surveying this bounty of treasures, Qin Guangming felt his heart race with excitement. While the rewards were plentiful, there was also a section labeled "Thank you for your patronage." Should he land on that, all his aspirations would evaporate. As long as it was not "Thank you for your patronage," anything else would suffice. Qin Guangming gently clapped his hands together and made a gesture of prayer, hoping he would not draw the dreaded "Thank you for your patronage." Watching the pointer spin on the wheel, he noticed it slowed as it approached the "Thank you for your patronage" section, moving at a snail's pace, seemingly unable to pass it. No way. It can't be "Thank you for your patronage. Please, anything but that." Qin Guangming's eyes widened. If he were to draw "Thank you for your patronage" on his first lottery attempt, it would be a severe blow to his confidence. This absolutely could not happen. At last, he saw the pointer move past the dreaded section and finally settle upon the chakra fruit. The chakra fruit was indeed an excellent reward, as there was nothing stronger in this world of Naruto. However, just as Qin Guangming believed he had secured the chakra fruit, the pointer slowly drifted past it, ultimately halting upon the immortality fruit. Finally, the pointer came to a complete stop. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the immortality fruit. After the lottery, Qin Guangming discovered that he had unexpectedly acquired a vibrant green fruit in his hand, glistening with dew as if it had just been plucked. It appeared exceedingly delectable. The system prompted him. Longevity fruit. Upon consumption, it grants the ability of eternal youth, allowing one to remain forever youthful and never age. Qin Guangming gazed at the fruit in his grasp, his excitement rendering his hands almost tremulous. Moments ago, he had been preoccupied with the fear of aging and death. Yet now it felt as though serendipity had bestowed upon him a remedy, akin to a weary traveler finding rest. With a gentle bite into the longevity fruit, he was enveloped by its sweet, comforting flavor, prompting him to unceremoniously devour the entire fruit. Upon swallowing it, he experienced an invigorating surge, as if his very essence were undergoing a profound transformation. Ultimately, his beard vanished, returning him to the visage of a youth in his teenage years, even appearing more handsome than he had initially. Having acquired the gift of eternal youth, Qin Guangming roamed the world with newfound vigor. He visited Uchiha Madara multiple times, observing how Madara, after obtaining the 9 tails, had been diligently training it, seeking to merge its formidable power with his own. It was undeniable that this was an arduous journey, and Qin Guangming noted Madara's unwavering dedication to his training. It seemed only a matter of time before he fully mastered such power. Chapter 20. The Uchiha Tablet. Unbeknownst to him, a decade had slipped by, and Qin Guangming noticed an influx of youthful faces in the Hidden Leaf Village. Notably, besides Senju Hashirama, there was an adorable little girl who followed her grandfather everywhere, indulging in playful gambles. However, much like her grandfather, despite her enthusiasm for gambling, she invariably found herself on the losing side. Fortunately, Senju Hashirama is currently the Hokage, and the economic conditions are rather favorable. Although he suffers significant defeats each time, he invariably manages to acquire wealth. Qin Guangming recognized that this girl was Tsunade, observing her current naive and endearing demeanor. It was difficult to envision that this little girl would eventually transform into a powerful and fierce woman. Fortunately, at that moment, Qin Guangming finally received the task from the system. Task announcement: modify the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan and allow Uchiha Obito to witness the tablet. Task reward: 5,000 points and a chance to enter a lottery. Revise the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan? Qin Guangming was well aware of this matter. However, altering the monument proved to be a formidable challenge. This particular stone tablet was a relic left behind by the 6 Paths Immortal, and the inscriptions upon it were indeed quite intriguing. The ordinary Sharingan permits the perception of a limited scope of information, lacking any profound significance. However, upon evolving into the Manjiki Sharingan, one gains the ability to perceive a greater expanse of knowledge. Should one attain the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, the breadth of insight expands even further. Ultimately, to unveil the entirety of the hidden truths, one must possess the Rinnegan. Furthermore, to alter the aforementioned realities, the presence of an individual endowed with the power of the 6 paths is imperative. However, at this juncture, the sole individual possessing the 6 paths power is none other than Kurozetsu. He, known as the Black Absolute, appears shrouded in darkness, yet possesses an enduring existence. Though he may seem lacking in strength, without the power of the 6 paths, one would be utterly incapable of vanquishing him. This is due to the fact that he inherently wields the power of the 6 paths himself. It appears that this endeavor requires some persuasion to entice this individual into action. Thus, Qin Guangming sought out Heijua, who at present finds himself ensconced within a canyon, half buried in the earth with only his head protruding above the ground. Ah, my esteemed mentor, you have finally arrived. What progress have we made on our plan? Heijua regarded Qin Guangming with keen curiosity, although in truth, he himself was far more anxious. As a devoted son in the world of Hokage, he was perpetually consumed by thoughts of resurrecting his mother, employing every means at his disposal in pursuit of this goal. However, this individual had lived for many years and was quite astute. Thus, he chose to feign an air of nonchalance. By doing so, he believed it would afford him greater leverage in his negotiations with Qin Guangming. After all, allies in collaboration were merely utilizing one another, and it was entirely possible that they might one day become adversaries. Qin Guangming replied with a smile, "We have made some progress. The individual capable of aiding us in realizing our ambitions is nearing fruition. Yet, there remain a few minor tasks for you to undertake." He had previously displayed a calm demeanor, but at this moment, he could no longer contain himself. "As long as it meant resurrecting my mother, I would be willing to do anything. What is it that you require of me?" Qin Guangming remarked. Within the Uchiha clan lies a remarkable stone tablet, inscribed with enigmatic content. Throughout the continuous evolution of the Sharingan, one can perceive various revelations. It is said that the inscriptions upon that stone tablet contain the key to saving this world. However, I would like you to alter the message inscribed on the tablet. Simply state that the method to rescue the world is none other than the infinite Tsukuyomi. Moreover, the inscription upon the monument was amended to proclaim that in order to truly attain the Rinnegan, one must harmonize the powers of the sage body and the sage eyes. Heihei nodded, acknowledging, "So it's merely a trivial matter. Leave it to me. I shall attend to it immediately." Without further ado, he burrowed into the earth and vanished from sight. One cannot deny that this individual possesses remarkable skills, although he does not exhibit overt combat prowess. His ability to traverse the skies and delve into the depths is indeed admirable. Qin Guangming, undeterred by Haihei's absence, sought out Uchiha Madara, who was currently honing his abilities in a secluded canyon. The challenge of the wild beasts awaited him. Uchiha Madara let out a furious roar, his pupils spinning rapidly, and his chakra surged ceaselessly, with the nine tails lying beneath his feet. Before my eyes, the complete chakra armor enveloped the nine tails entirely. This bestowed upon the already formidable nine tails an unprecedented surge of power. The nine tails, under its command, resembled a colossal battle machine. From a considerable distance, Qin Guangming could sense an overwhelming pressure. However, Uchiha Madara swiftly dissipated this force and, feeling quite dejected, seated himself to the side. I have completely mastered the power of the nine tails. Relying on this formidable strength, my abilities have undergone a significant enhancement, reaching an unparalleled pinnacle. Yet, in the blink of an eye, 2 decades have elapsed, and I cannot fathom how much Hashirama has grown in strength. Am I truly capable of defeating him? After vanquishing him, how can I truly bring about peace in the world? Qin Guangming continued to shrink his form and swiftly arrived upon Uchiha Madara's shoulder. In that familiar tone, he spoke. When members of the Uchiha clan find themselves in confusion, they turn to the stone tablet of our lineage. Upon that tablet, one can discover the answers we seek. If you find yourself in such a state of bewilderment, why not take a moment to contemplate the stone tablet of our Uchiha clan? Upon hearing this remark, Uchiha Madara's eyes brightened, for the voice was distinctly familiar to him. It had guided him step by step to his current position 2 decades prior. However, his expression soon darkened. Senior, I have already perused the inscriptions on that stone tablet. There is nothing particularly useful therein. When Uchiha Madara's eyes ascended to the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, he discerned the pertinent information inscribed above. Yet, he harbored profound skepticism towards its content, thus he had never paid it much heed. Qin Guangming smiled and remarked, that is not necessarily the case. You should be aware that the stone tablet is quite extraordinary. The stronger the wielder of the Sharingan, the more information they can perceive. Now, compared to 20 years ago, you have become significantly more powerful. Perhaps you will be able to uncover even more from it. There, you may find the correct answer. Although Uchiha Madara remained skeptical, he ultimately chose to visit their clan's residence and located the stone tablet. His Sharingan spun rapidly, and indeed, he beheld content that others could not see. After a lengthy contemplation, he murmured, "So, this is the method by which the Sharingan evolves into the Rinnegan? The sage's body combined with the sage's eye. If the Sharingan is the sage's eye, then who possesses the sage's body? Is it Hashirama?" Seizing the opportunity, Qin Guangming whispered in Uchiha Madara's ear, "It should be him. In my youth, I heard rumors that only the sage's body can contend with the sage's eye. Now, Senju Hashirama is your sole adversary. Only he can rival you. Thus, he is the sage's body we seek. It is unexpected that our method to evolve the Sharingan to its ultimate form is such. Perhaps by merging his power with yours, you could naturally attain the Rinnegan. If that is the case, does it truly necessitate killing Hashirama?" Uchiha Madara found himself lost in thought, continually envisioning his battles with Senju Hashirama, contemplating strategies to defeat him. However, the notion of killing Hashirama filled him with a sense of melancholy. Qin Guangming cautioned, "Do not be overly optimistic. While you are advancing, so too is Hashirama. If you desire victory, you must first prepare for the possibility of defeat. Consider how you would achieve your goals should you fail. These are matters you must ponder deeply." Chapter 21. Prelude to the Battle of Madara and Hashirama Sr. Do you mean to say that I might indeed fail? Upon hearing Qin Guangming's words, Uchiha Madara was incredulous. He could hardly believe that despite his newfound strength, failure was still a possibility. Over the past 2 decades, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, mastering the power of Kurama and honing his combat skills to their utmost. It could be said that his overall power had experienced a qualitative leap during this period. Qin Guangming smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, even though you have grown immensely powerful, it does not guarantee your victory over Hashirama. However, our current objective is not to defeat him outright. We merely need to obtain a portion of his flesh to share in his power. Therefore, we must make thorough preparations beforehand. Particularly, we need to strategize for a scenario where we cannot overpower him. If we cannot defeat him, how can we ensure our survival, and how can we secure a sample of his blood at a critical moment? These are considerations you must take to heart. After hearing Qin Guangming's words, Uchiha Madara felt a profound sense of shock. Yet, with his mindset having matured significantly, he recognized that such an outcome was not entirely impossible. He furrowed his brow and pondered for an extended period before saying, "In our Uchiha clan, we possess Izanagi, a remarkable genjutsu. If I were to fail, it might help me escape disaster, though at the cost of one eye." Qin Guangming chuckled. "In reality, it is not as complicated as that. If you truly fail, you can utilize the body replacement technique. With a perfect substitution, you can evade calamity." Uchiha Madara shook his head at this suggestion. Utilizing the body replacement technique would be futile against Hashirama's perception. "I know him well. He is not easily deceived." Qin Guangming replied cheerfully. "If it were merely a standard replacement, then indeed, it would not suffice. However, if you were to manifest an avatar of your own will as your substitute, that changes the scenario entirely. Your will's avatar carries your essence, and even if Hashirama is exceptionally skilled, he would not detect it. This is an optimal approach." After a moment of silence, Uchiha Madara nodded. "That does seem like a viable strategy. But how can I generate an avatar of my will for my use?" "Do not worry about that. I will assist you when the time comes. Although I may be deceased, the remnants of my chakra still possess the capability to aid you in many endeavors." Qin Guangming continuously persuaded Uchiha Madara, and eventually, Madara was swayed by his words. At that moment, the system's notification sound finally rang out. Ding. System rewards have been issued. 5,000 points and 1 lottery opportunity. The acquisition of 5,000 points and a lottery chance left Qin Guangming feeling quite satisfied. The points held significant value for him. Although he had yet to redeem anything, he was confident that the system's offerings would be exceptional, allowing him to exchange for even greater treasures in the future. Thus, he resolved to conserve his points for now. As for the lottery, Qin Guangming initially considered trying his luck immediately, but the thought of the system's "thank you for your patronage" message filled him with trepidation. He understood that lotteries, regardless of the world, often lead to disappointment, as the probabilities involved are seldom trustworthy. Consequently, Qin Guangming decided to postpone this endeavor, planning to accumulate more lottery opportunities before attempting again, hoping to uncover greater surprises. Not long after the system's rewards were issued, a new mission emerged. Ding. System mission: assist Uchiha Madara in obtaining a piece of flesh from Senju Hashirama. Success rewards: 10,000 points, 2 lottery chances, and 1 random reward. Qin Guangming had not anticipated the system's new task, which included a random reward. He wondered what it might entail. As he pondered these questions, Uchiha Madara had already arrived outside of Konohagakure. Over the course of 20 years, the village had grown even more formidable. From its humble beginnings, it had developed into a flourishing small city. Particularly, those who had participated in the wars of the Warring States period had, after over 2 decades of relative peace, come to rely on this place for their livelihoods. As for the younger generation who had not experienced war, including newly born children, each was living a life of happiness within its bounds. Mirror, your hand seals are incorrect. I have demonstrated them numerous times. Why can you not learn? Uchiha Madara happened upon Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama teaching students near the village. The two of them had 6 students in total, with Tobirama primarily instructing while Hashirama occasionally offered guidance. One student, named Uchiha Kagami, appeared somewhat portly and clumsy, yet Tobirama remained patient, and after several attempts, Kagami finally succeeded in mastering the transformation technique, transforming into the likeness of his teacher. Witnessing a descendant of the Uchiha clan becoming a student of Senju Tobirama filled Uchiha Madara with astonishment. The Uchiha clan, every individual within it possesses remarkable intelligence, mastering any skill with but a single lesson. Yet, how have we descended to such a lamentable state? Is it truly the case that this is due to the influence of Konoha village? At present, this village appears to be tranquil and harmonious on the surface. Yet one cannot help but ponder what challenges our Uchiha clan may encounter in the decades to come. Uchiha Madara clenched his teeth in fury, a profound rage surging within him, accompanied by a particularly intense animosity towards Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. The two of them were initially engaged in instructing their students, but soon they sensed an overwhelming malevolence approaching. Senju Hashirama lifted his gaze and was startled to discover, not far from the village, a figure that struck him with an eerie sense of familiarity. Chapter 22. Madara's choice before them stood a man exuding an innate aura of strength. Clad in the traditional attire of the Uchiha clan, wielding an Uchiha fan in one hand and a scythe in the other, he was a formidable ninja, fully equipped for battle. Moreover, this ninja evokes a profound sense of familiarity in Senju Hashirama. After all, he is both a friend and a rival. Remarkably, he had vanished for 2 decades, and yet here he is, unexpectedly reappearing. Ban, how could you possibly be here? Senju Hashirama widened his eyes in disbelief. However, Madara's expression was exceedingly grim. Hashirama, are you truly surprised to see me here? I have previously conveyed to you my desire to discover the true path towards achieving enduring peace in the world. Now that I have found that path, I return. Upon hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Senju Hashirama's eyes suddenly brightened. Is it true, Obito? Have you discovered a way to ensure everlasting peace for the entire world? That is truly splendid. Do you have any means by which we might collaborate? I firmly believe that together, there is nothing we cannot achieve in this world. Senju Hashirama felt an overwhelming excitement. Since becoming Hokage, he had tirelessly strived to restore peace to their realm and to ensure its permanence. Yet, he realized that no matter his endeavors, he could only maintain peace for a limited duration, as issues would inevitably arise over time. In light of this, Hashirama found himself at a loss, compelled to act in accordance with his envisioned ideals. He held the hope that one day, the world would foster mutual understanding among all, thus evolving into an everlasting sanctuary of tranquility. However, Uchiha Madara's expression was grave. Indeed, I have discovered the means to achieve eternal peace. Nevertheless, the first step towards this goal is to obliterate Konohagakure. What did you just say? Ban, this is absolutely unacceptable. Konohagakure has been our dream since our youth. After so many years of immense sacrifice, we have established it. How could you possibly destroy the village? Senju Hashirama was just filled with joy, but unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara's expression shifted, startling him greatly. Uchiha Madara sneered and remarked, "What about the dreams we had in our youth? Zhongjian, I have long conveyed to you that the dreams of our youth were indeed excessively naive. Your approach will not suffice to bring about peace in the world. To genuinely achieve global harmony, one must first possess formidable strength. The annihilation of the village marks the inaugural step towards the realization of our formidable strength." Senju Hashirama's expression suddenly turned grave as he positioned himself firmly in front of Uchiha Madara, speaking with unwavering authority. "Madara, it is absolutely not the case. No matter what, I shall not allow you to bring ruin to the village." Uchiha Madara responded with an equally serious demeanor. "What if I insist on destroying the village?" Senju Hashirama's gaze was stern. "If you insist on proceeding in that manner, I shall be left with no choice but to eliminate you." An insidious smile crept across Uchiha Madara's face. He held no genuine interest in the destruction or preservation of the village. His true aim was merely to provoke Hashirama, leading to a decisive confrontation. To his surprise, Hashirama was easily incited, which filled Madara with a sense of exhilaration. Of course, Qin Guangming also felt a rush of excitement. He had anticipated that pitting Hashirama against Madara would be a burdensome task. However, it appeared that intervention was unnecessary, as both men were inherently astute. Their powers were overwhelmingly formidable, and although the villagers of Konohagakure yearned to assist, they soon realized their efforts were futile. Even Senju Tobirama, upon sensing the two men's auras, discovered he could scarcely keep pace with them. Tobirama found this quite astonishing. Initially, he believed the gap between himself and his elder brother Hashirama was not particularly vast, at least not as significant as he had imagined. Yet now, their strengths had transcended his expectations entirely. Tobirama felt that even if he exerted every ounce of his energy, he could inflict no harm upon either his brother or Madara. Thus, he refrained from participating in the battle, choosing instead to observe from a distance. Qin Guangming, unwilling to remain perched atop Madara, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly arrive at Tobirama's side. Due to his diminutive stature, he landed directly on Tobirama's head. Hashirama and Madara had now arrived at the Valley of the End. To be precise, there was no valley at all. Instead, a vast forest enveloped the area, with a grand lake nestled in its heart. The surrounding woods encircle the vast lake in concentric rings, where an intense confrontation unfolds between two individuals. Senju Hashirama widened his eyes in disbelief. "Madara, do you truly intend to destroy Konoha? You have lost your way. Awaken from this delusion." Within Konoha reside your most cherished clansmen. Please, do not proceed with such an act. Uchiha Madara, enough with the trivialities, Hashirama. Today, let us engage in a decisive battle. Over the past 2 decades, one must ponder whether your advancement surpasses mine or vice versa. As he spoke, he effortlessly invoked a summoning technique, bringing forth the 9 tails. The creature's eyes bore the distinct projection of the Sharingan, indicating that it had been thoroughly subjugated by Uchiha Obito, now serving as his formidable weapon. Presently, Uchiha Obito wields control over this beast with remarkable ease, as if it were an extension of his own body, functioning cohesively during combat. Senju Hashirama, undeterred, swiftly formed hand seals and invoked the technique known as the birth of the tree world, the technique known as the birth of the forest. A signature skill of Hashirama Senju allows for the creation of an expansive forest. It possesses the remarkable ability to instantaneously alter the terrain and absorb chakra, proving to be immensely advantageous in combat. Although it may not rival the power of Kurama, its sheer size is undeniably formidable. The towering trees evoke a presence that is comparable to that of Kurama. At this moment, the clash between the 2 warriors reaches an unparalleled intensity. Countless branches sought to swiftly entangle J-Ram, yet J-Ram was not easily subdued. Its immense strength continuously broke free. Chapter 23, The Battle of the Uchiha, Part 1. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara began to engage in combat personally. Senju Hashirama relentlessly hurled kunai, while Uchiha Madara wielded 2 weapons, continuously deflecting the onslaught. At this moment, the battle escalated in intensity. In the hands of Senju Hashirama, a long blade materialized. 2 individuals engaged in a fierce duel atop the branches of the arboreal realm, their movements producing a cacophony of clashes. Each strike and maneuver was executed with remarkable swiftness, reaching a velocity so extraordinary that few, apart from themselves, could discern the intricacies of their actions. Even from a considerable distance, Qin Guangming could sense the palpable intensity of their confrontation, especially the immensely powerful Jinchuriki, who is currently engaged in a fierce battle against the deity of the tree realm. Upon sensing the overwhelming aura of the 2 combatants, Senju Tobirama was rendered speechless. He has now reaffirmed that should he involve himself in this conflict, he would undoubtedly meet a swift demise, obliterated in an instant. Qin Guangming contemplated briefly. Should he unlock the 8th gate, he would undoubtedly overpower these 2 individuals. Otherwise, dealing with them would prove far more challenging than anticipated. He shook his head. For now, he could only watch the drama unfold. The confrontation between the 2 individuals was merely a preliminary skirmish, devoid of any true techniques. At last, the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara escalated to an intense climax. After a fierce clash, they momentarily separated. However, this brief respite was merely a prelude to an even more fervent struggle. Indeed, following their separation and a fleeting standoff, their auras intensified considerably. Uchiha Madara commanded the 9 tails to unleash a colossal black sphere from its mouth, the tailed beast bomb. This colossal tailed beast orb, also known as the tailed beast bomb, possesses boundless power as it was unleashed directly towards Senju Hashirama. Standing resolute, Hashirama remained motionless, swiftly forming hand seals as if reciting an incantation. Before him materialized several ominous gates, adorned with images reminiscent of hellish demons. The 5 layers of the Gate of Hell. The 5-fold Rashomon is remarkably formidable, possessing unparalleled defensive prowess. What is truly unexpected is that even the formidable 5 layers of Rashomon, with its immense defensive power, could not withstand the colossal tailed beast bomb. The tailed beast bomb continued its relentless trajectory towards Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama stood motionless, as the tailed beast bomb merely served to buy him time. He continued to weave hand seals, and around his body, countless wooden boards materialized, forming a diminutive shield. Remarkably, the attack that descended upon the shield did not completely obliterate the wooden structure. It merely left a faint trace of its passage. As Hashirama persistently chanted his incantation, the wooden house, seemingly animated, sprang forth like a coiled spring. The colossal tailed beast bomb carved a lengthy path through the forest before plunging directly into the lake. Subsequently, a violent explosion erupted from the depths of the lake. The terrain here has undergone a profound transformation. What was once non-existent, the so-called Valley of the End, has now come into being at this very moment. Uchiha Madara was filled with immense fury, for the Nine Tails, under his control, had unleashed a formidable technique. To his astonishment, however, it was thwarted by Senju Hashirama in such a manner. Uchiha Madara is finally prepared to unleash the ultimate technique he has honed over 2 decades of rigorous training, the Trial of the Beast. His perfected Susanoo enveloped the nine-tailed fox, a creature endowed with immense power and remarkably robust vitality. The full embodiment of Susanoo possesses power that is undeniably comparable to that of the tailed beasts. Now, enveloped within the form of Kurama, it bestows upon him an even greater capacity for destruction and formidable defense. This is a true combat machine. The beast's difficulties. This is the name bestowed upon this formidable technique by Uchiha Madara. Undoubtedly, this name is profoundly insulting to the Nine Tails, who harbors an intense aversion towards it. In stark contrast, Uchiha Madara remains indifferent to the opinions of others regarding the power he seeks to wield. His sole concern is its efficacy. Upon unleashing this formidable technique, Uchiha Madara transforms into a veritable god of war, causing the very heavens and earth to shift in hue. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, as a torrential downpour descended with great intensity. Senju Hashirama furrowed his brows, and simultaneously, the symbols of sage technique manifested upon his visage. Meanwhile, as he swiftly formed seals, 1,000 wooden arms emerged from behind the colossal wooden figure. The mystical art of wood release manifested, revealing the true technique of the 1,000 hands. This is a colossal statue of the 1,000-handed Guanyin, with the figure of Senju Hashirama perched atop its immense head, exuding an even greater aura of power. The sheer size of this statue is astounding, dwarfing even the Nine Tails by several magnitudes. Boom! Uchiha Madara commanded the Nine Tails to launch an assault, as this colossal creature, enveloped in a complete manifestation of ethereal energy, opened its immense jaws and unleashed a gigantic tailed beast bomb. The earth trembled with a resounding roar. What Uchiha Madara did not anticipate was that the remarkably destructive tailed beast bomb would fail to inflict any harm upon that colossal shepherd, because that colossal shepherd astonishingly caught the tailed beast orb with a single hand and then threw it back. Meanwhile, another arm advanced directly towards the colossal Nine Tails. That enormous hand completely subdued the Nine Tails beneath its grasp. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara managed to forcibly extricate himself from this technique through his complete Susanoo. Simultaneously, that colossal Susanoo astonishingly drew forth a Susanoo blade. With a swift strike towards the 1,000-handed Hashirama, the battle between the two truly reached a fever pitch at that moment. Beneath the towering figure of the 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara, adorned with a myriad of arms, such an assault bore no consequence for him. Both Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha unleashed their fervent spirits, roaring with rage. Hashirama, Madara, both individuals have entered a state of utmost determination. At this moment, the power of the beast's tribulation reached its zenith, while the true 1,000 hands also manifested their utmost potential. The clash between the two combatants shook the heavens and the earth, causing the very ground to tremble beneath them. Beads of sweat emerged from the forehead of Senju Hashirama in the distance, as he found it nearly inconceivable that humanity could wield such formidable power. This was not merely a force that could be mastered by mortals. It was a strength befitting the divine. Chapter 24. The Battle Between Madara and Hashirama. Part 2. This fierce confrontation had persisted for several days, and at last, the clash between the two warriors was reaching its climax. Uchiha Madara now appeared utterly exhausted, his complete Susanoo, embodied by the Nine Tails beneath him, having been shattered. The Nine Tails, renowned for its seemingly infinite chakra, was so drained that it struggled to remain upright. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama was not faring much better, as the 1,000 arms of the Senju cannon beneath him had all been broken, and even the wooden golem at his feet was now riddled with cracks. Qin Guangming observed that the battle between the two had nearly reached its conclusion. He felt a deep sense of anxiety within him, for the success of his plan hinged on the final moments of this confrontation. In truth, the earlier exchanges between the two had borne little significance, serving primarily to deplete each other's chakra reserves. Only when their energies were nearly exhausted would the true victor emerge. This was a decisive battle between the sage's eye and the sage's body, and Qin Guangming understood that the outcome was likely to favor Senju Hashirama. The reason is quite simple. The sage body is inherently superior to the sage eyes, a fact that was determined from the very outset. The two sons of the Sage of Six Paths, with the brother possessing the sage body, is entirely capable of defeating the brother endowed with the sage eyes. From that moment onward, the balance of power between the two had already been established. Moreover, both individuals are characterized by their unwavering dedication to their training, resulting in simultaneous progress, making the outcome of their endeavors quite evident. Indeed, after their formidable abilities were depleted, they resumed their fierce close-quarters combat. Uchiha Madara wielded a weapon in each hand, a scythe and a fan. However, the scythe had sustained significant damage, rendering it nearly ineffective. In contrast, the fan remained remarkably resilient, though Uchiha Madara struggled to maintain a firm grip on it. On the other hand, Senju Hashirama's blade remained exceptionally robust. The fierce confrontation between the two parties reached a point where victory seemed imminent. The power of Senju Hashirama appeared boundless, and Uchiha Madara gradually began to feel overwhelmed. Within him stirred a sense of defeat. Indeed, despite having trained for 2 decades, could I still not surpass Hashirama? It appears that the enigmatic elder was entirely correct. Had I not prepared in advance, I would undoubtedly meet my demise this time. Despite the profound despair that envelopes Uchiha Madara's heart, he is still exerting every ounce of effort, hoping to conjure a miracle and triumph over Senju Hashirama at the last moment. For if he could vanquish Senju Hashirama now, the prospect of realizing his dreams would become significantly brighter. Yet, to his chagrin, Uchiha Madara swiftly realizes that this aspiration is, in fact, utterly unattainable. Senju Hashirama possesses formidable healing abilities, allowing him to recover from wounds without even forming hand seals. Although Madara's weapons inflicted numerous injuries upon Hashirama, the latter remains invigorated, displaying no signs of injury or bloodshed. In stark contrast, Madara himself is in tatters, bearing the countless marks left by Hashirama's blade. Though those wounds may not be fatal, in the midst of such fierce combat, the injuries sustained by the two individuals cause a continuous loss of blood. The more blood they shed, the more fatigued and weakened they become. In truth, after both parties had reached this extent, Uchiha Madara understood that he had, in fact, already succumbed to defeat. However, the sole reason he could persist was the unwavering conviction within his heart. The most significant person to him, his brother Uchiha Izuna, had entrusted him with a profoundly important task before his demise, to eternally safeguard the Uchiha clan. Yet, the endeavor to protect the Uchiha clan indefinitely is an exceedingly formidable challenge. For Uchiha Madara, the aspiration was not merely to shield the clan during his lifetime, but to ensure its perpetual legacy. It was this lofty ambition that led him to contemplate the notion of everlasting peace. Nevertheless, to realize the path to such enduring tranquility, one must first possess strength, specifically, the power of the Rinnegan. The battle between the two individuals has gradually reached its conclusion. At last, Uchiha Madara seized an opportunity and delivered a fatal blow to Senju Hashirama. It is over. Uchiha Madara murmured softly, gazing at the fallen Hashirama Senju, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. Substitution jutsu. Indeed, scarcely had the thought crossed his mind when the very Senju Hashirama he had just felled transformed into a mere wooden replica. This was undeniably a substitution technique of exquisite perfection. It was astonishing that Senju Hashirama, at such an elevated level of prowess, still possessed chakra to execute such a maneuver. This instilled within Uchiha Madara a profound sense of unease. Indeed, the true Senju Hashirama had already materialized behind him, leaving Madara with no time to react. Had he not been previously prepared, he would undoubtedly have been faced with the specter of death. It has come to an end. For I too harbor no desire to be defeated. I shall forever safeguard the village. In reality, Senju Hashirama's condition is not much better. Although he appears unscathed, he has expended an excessive amount of his healing abilities, which is profoundly detrimental to him. According to scientific understanding, throughout a person's life, their cells continuously deteriorate, while white blood cells proliferate and differentiate to replenish the lost cells. However, a grave issue arises. The division of white blood cells is inherently limited. Once their division quota is exhausted, the individual will rapidly age and ultimately perish. The recent confrontation with Uchiha Madara has necessitated the use of his restorative powers countless times. Hashirama's formidable healing prowess is not without consequence. It relies on stimulating his cells to divide swiftly and mend injuries. After enduring such a fierce battle, Hashirama realizes that the number of times his cells can divide is nearing its limit. Thus, although he emerged victorious from this conflict, he is acutely aware that his time is short. He will soon succumb to aging and death. Despite being in his 40s, his life is approaching its inevitable conclusion. Chapter 25. The Battle of Madara and Hashirama, Part 3. At this moment, a powerful conviction resides within Senju Hashirama. He must eliminate Uchiha Madara at all costs. Madara's intentions are perilously dangerous, seeking to annihilate the entire Hidden Leaf village, an outcome that cannot be tolerated. As Madara observes Hashirama collapse, seemingly devoid of life, a sigh of relief escapes him, and he settles onto the ground. The once formidable and fearsome Senju Hashirama, in this instant, ages rapidly. Countless wrinkles etch themselves upon his face, and even his hair turns white. "Brother, are you all right?" The battle has finally come to an end, and Senju Tobirama has arrived at the Valley of the End from a considerable distance. However, Senju Hashirama's condition has deteriorated significantly. He appears remarkably aged, and even breathing has become an arduous task. Senju Hashirama proclaims, "I am fine. Uchiha Madara is dead." Quickly summon someone to transport his body back. Furthermore, the Nine Tails is exceedingly weakened. It is a formidable tailed beast, and we must seize this opportunity to seal it away, as we can harness its power for our future endeavors. From this moment onward, Tobirama, you shall become the second Hokage. Senju Hashirama found it difficult to believe such a situation, shaking his head repeatedly. "Brother, I have faith that you are unharmed. You would never succumb so easily. How could one as formidable as you possibly succumb so effortlessly to death?" After a brief respite, Senju Hashirama appeared somewhat revitalized. However, the wrinkles upon his skin and the white strands of hair atop his head remained strikingly evident. "Tobirama," he remarked, "I estimate I have but 2 years left to live. In this limited time, there is much yet to accomplish. Let us not linger and hasten our return." The inhabitants of Konohagakure continually arrived to attend to the aftermath of the fierce battle. The intensity of the conflict had inflicted significant losses upon the village. Although Hashirama Senju triumphed over Madara Uchiha, he himself sustained grave injuries. According to Hashirama's own words, he believed he had only 2 years left to live, casting a heavy pall over the spirits of the villagers. For them, Hashirama Senju was of utmost importance. The formidable personal charisma of Senju Hashirama captivated the various clans, uniting them within the village of Konohagakure. Although the events that transpired have left the villagers deeply sorrowful, their diligence in work remains remarkably spirited. At this moment, Qin Guangming is patiently awaiting the system's prompt. However, as he observed the people of the Hidden Leaf village nearing the completion of their tasks, the system's notification had yet to arrive. Truly, could it be that Kagaya and Uchiha Madara, these two individuals, had faltered at the very last moment? Did Uchiha Madara truly fail to escape with a substitute and was ultimately slain by Senju Hashirama? If that is the case, it would indeed spell trouble. As someone well-versed in the original narrative, Qin Guangming was acutely aware that Uchiha Madara initially intended to employ Izanagi for resurrection. Now, having placed his faith in his words, he was poised to utilize the substitution technique. Failure in this endeavor would spell disaster. Fortunately, just as Qin Guangming was contemplating alternative strategies, the long-awaited system notification finally echoed. Beep. The system has issued rewards, granting a total of 10,000 points and 2 opportunities to participate in the lottery. The long-awaited system rewards have finally been distributed, and Qin Guangming let out a sigh of relief. It seems that Uchiha Madara is indeed a reliable individual when it comes to handling matters. Perhaps he had been overly anxious in the preceding moments. Qin Guangming employed a Flying Thunder God technique to materialize beside Uchiha Madara. The current Uchiha Madara had retreated to a dim and damp underground chamber. Although he had utilized a substitution jutsu to evade capture, the toll from this battle had been considerable. The 9 tails he had seized was now snatched away by the villagers of Konohagakure. His chakra was utterly depleted, compounded by the myriad wounds adorning his body. These wounds are exceedingly severe, with some having inflicted irreversible damage upon him. Such enduring injuries render his body nearly devoid of any possibility for recovery. Furthermore, he has exhausted all his chakra, to the extent that he can barely stand or walk. Qin Guangming is acutely aware that between him and Senju Hashirama, neither party emerges unscathed from this confrontation. It is hardly accurate to declare a victor or a vanquished. What Senju Hashirama remains oblivious to is that in this battle, Uchiha Madara has obtained the spoils he desperately coveted. At this moment, Uchiha Madara, with his mouth agape, regurgitated a piece of flesh onto a plate. Though this flesh has been severed from Senju Hashirama's body, it retains an astonishing vitality. Qin Guangming furrowed his brow slightly, finding this place perplexing. Despite the fact that Senju Hashirama's own body had reached the limit of cellular division, leading to a rapid depletion of vitality, how could this fragment of Senju Hashirama exhibit such remarkable life force? Could it be that Hashirama Senju possesses some extraordinary potential that remains unexploited? As he pondered these questions, the system's notification chimed in once more. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, the task presented by the system was remarkably straightforward. Ding. Guide Uchiha Madara to stitch the flesh and blood of Senju Hashirama onto the wound, and lead him to awaken the Rinnegan. Qin Guangming was taken aback for a moment. Did this matter truly require such directness? To activate the reincarnation eye? Could it be that merely stitching it together would allow for immediate activation? This task appears to be far more complex than initially anticipated. Of course, he remains atop Uchiha Madara, still using that familiar voice to exclaim, "How splendid! Truly splendid! Is this the power of the sage body?" Indeed, possessing such formidable vitality, it is no wonder that one is a being of celestial origin. If the flesh and blood of a celestial body were to be sealed within the corporeal form of one endowed with the celestial eye, would it not allow their powers to merge into a singular force? Uchiha Madara expressed his bewilderment, stating, "Is this truly the method to awaken the Rinnegan? It seems so simple. Why has no one attempted this before?" Qin Guangming, such matters may seem exceedingly simple to you. However, upon deeper reflection, is it truly as uncomplicated as it appears? Even for you, this time it is a matter of life and death. Would it be possible for someone else to accomplish such a feat? Uchiha Madara was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that this matter indeed seemed to be the case. At present, he felt exceedingly weakened, disregarding everything else. Without employing any sutures or similar methods, he directly pressed the flesh of Senju Hashirama against one of his own wounds. The wound on his body was grievously severe, having suffered 2 consecutive stabs, resulting in a significant portion of flesh being irrevocably lost, and it continued to bleed profusely. In summary, the battle between these two individuals had truly escalated to a life-or-death struggle, where in the end, neither was superior to the other. Uchiha Madara realized that after that piece of flesh had been grafted onto himself, it indeed elicited no sense of rejection whatsoever. Could it be that this is a unique phenomenon orchestrated by fate? As a remarkably astute and experienced individual, Uchiha Madara understood that the amalgamation of flesh from different beings would invariably elicit a potent rejection response. In unfortunate circumstances, it could even prove fatal. Only a select few fortunate individuals might endure such an ordeal. However, upon utilizing the flesh of Senju Hashirama, he astonishingly experienced no adverse reaction. The sage body and sage eyes are intrinsically interconnected. Qin Guangming observed as Uchiha Madara, having acquired the flesh of Senju Hashirama, witnessed his wounds gradually healing. It was evident that Uchiha Madara had, in fact, acquired a certain attribute of Senju Hashirama. Certainly, it was not long before Qin Guangming realized that. Although Uchiha Madara had stitched together the flesh of Senju Hashirama, however, in reality, what he truly employed was not the original flesh itself. Instead, in that very location, the original meat gradually gave rise to new flesh, indistinguishable from the blood and flesh of Hashirama Senju. Chapter 26. The Awakening of the Reincarnation Eye. So it is. Qin Guangming now finds himself observing for the first time the extraordinary phenomenon of the flesh of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara intertwining and flourishing together. It appears that their connection transcends mere common ancestry. The sage body and sage eyes possess an inherent affinity, enabling their inherited genes to merge seamlessly. Presently, although the flesh of Senju Hashirama on Uchiha Madara has aged, Madara seizes this opportunity to assimilate Hashirama's genes, effectively acquiring the full extent of Hashirama's power. One cannot help but acknowledge that such an occurrence in the world of Naruto is indeed remarkably peculiar. After merging with the genes, Uchiha Madara felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, amplifying his presence to an unimaginable extent. However, concurrently, he was besieged by excruciating pain. The severity of his injuries was insurmountable, and the sudden influx of such formidable strength nearly rendered his body incapable of bearing the burden. Astonishingly, a great tree even sprouted from his arm. This represents a unique manifestation of the bloodline limit of Senju Hashirama. Should one be capable of harnessing this power, they could wield it at will. However, if control is lacking, immense trees will inexplicably sprout one after another. Presently, not only have great trees emerged from his arms, but the same phenomenon has also occurred upon his chest. Uchiha Madara feels as though he is on the verge of ruin. Fortunately, under the influence of his formidable willpower, he astonishingly retracted the several towering trees that had sprouted from him. This force, the power of Hashirama, was indeed overwhelming. I had never before experienced such an immense strength. No wonder Hashirama could effortlessly vanquish me. It seems that his power truly surpasses mine by a considerable margin. Regrettably, despite his formidable strength, what does it matter? After acquiring his power, I shall undoubtedly surpass him. Uchiha Madara's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he felt himself transforming into the mightiest figure in existence, on the verge of realizing his aspirations. However, scarcely had he expressed this sentiment when he was suddenly overwhelmed by a bout of coughing, blood spilling forth from his lips. The injuries inflicted by Senju Hashirama were far more severe than he had anticipated. Even with the integration of Hashirama's strength, he found himself unable to endure. His wounds continued to tear open, and despite possessing Hashirama's remarkable healing abilities, they seemed inadequate to sustain him. Most alarmingly, Madara noticed the onset of aging creeping upon him. How could this be? Has Hashirama's power reached such an extent? Our battle has concluded, yet he can still inflict harm upon me? Is this man even mightier than I had conceived? Madara struggled desperately, acutely aware that if this continued, he would not last much longer. He understood the cause of his deterioration, the multitude of wounds ravaging his body. Upon gaining Hashirama's power, he had also inherited that potent regenerative ability. Yet, it appeared that this extraordinary healing was rapidly depleting his cellular division capacity, leading him inexorably toward aging. This cannot be. My dreams remain unfulfilled. I must forever achieve world peace, ensuring that conflict ceases to exist, allowing the Uchiha clan to live joyfully in this world. If possible, I wish to revive my brother. To inhabit such a world. Madara felt a profound sense of resentment and fury, letting out a primal roar toward the heavens. However, regardless of his efforts, the situation appeared irretrievable. Yet, in the throes of despair and indignation, his eternal Manjiki Sharingan unexpectedly underwent another evolution, transforming into the Rinnegan. Is this the Rinnegan? I can feel its power surging within me. This is the force of the Rinnegan, the ability to command life and death. With the awakening of the Rinnegan's power, Madara's spirit lifted slightly. Though his body continued to deteriorate rapidly, he sensed a flicker of hope illuminating his life anew. He staggered to the Uchiha clan's stone tablet, beholding its ultimate revelation. To permanently achieve world peace, does one require the infinite Tsukuyomi? Under its influence, each individual could attain their desires, fulfilling their dreams and living in happiness. Upon reading the tablet's final inscription, Madara's eyes brightened. Indeed, this is correct. Is this the method left by the Sage of Six Paths to save our world? Absolutely, this is necessary. Thus, no one shall harbor regrets, and everyone can realize their aspirations. Though his visage was etched with wrinkles, resembling that of an elderly man, he seemed to have discovered a glimmer of hope. Casting aside all despondency, Qin Guangming stood beside him. My goodness, is this truly the Rinnegan? Through its insights, has he uncovered the final answer inscribed upon the stone tablet? To achieve true peace, must one indeed invoke the infinite Tsukuyomi? What an intriguing proposition. The Sage of Six Paths, indeed a mysterious and formidable figure, must have foreseen all that would transpire in the future. As someone well-versed in the narrative, Qin Guangming, despite lacking the Rinnegan, was familiar with the contents of the tablet. Yet, he feigned astonishment, further solidifying Madara's resolve. Your current state is dire. You must find a place to hide, and if you wish to survive, you will require a certain item. Perhaps it can aid you in prolonging your life. Qin Guangming whispered discreetly to Madara. What item? The Outer Paths Golem. After acquiring the Rinnegan, I sensed a connection to the Outer Paths Golem. What could that possibly be? Chapter 27. The Death of Hashirama. Madara pondered, slightly perplexed. Although he possessed the Rinnegan, there were still aspects he did not fully comprehend. Qin Guangming smiled. As far as I know, the Outer Paths Golem is a powerful vessel, brimming with vitality. By harnessing its life force, you will undoubtedly survive. Madara found a sanctuary and successfully summoned the golem. This creature bore semblance to both human and beast, emitting a fearsome roar. Yet, under the renegade's control, it gradually quieted. Madara employed a secret technique, connecting himself to the golem through a life-giving conduit, and his complexion notably improved. Qin Guangming observed, understanding that Madara intended to remain here for an extended period, awaiting his opportunity. He glanced at his system and was relieved to see that he had completed his task. Utilizing a flying thunder technique, he returned to Konoha village. In the present, Konoha village had undergone significant transformations. Senju Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mido, had ultimately sealed the Nine Tails within herself through her formidable sealing abilities, becoming the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. However, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was now gravely ill. The battle with Uchiha Madara had inflicted unimaginable damage upon him. Hashirama, a member of the Senju clan, was known for his resilience, yet even he could not withstand the decay of his body, now teetering on the brink of death. Qin Guangming witnessed Senju Tobirama approach his brother, Hashirama. "Brother, how could this be? Did you not say you had 2 more years? Why has it come to this so swiftly?" Upon sensing the fragility of Hashirama's life force, he was taken aback. While he was aware that Hashirama would soon perish following the battle with Madara, this rapid decline caught him by surprise. Hashirama appeared remarkably composed. "In this world, all must face death, myself included. However, the weighty responsibility of protecting the village and realizing peace in this world must now fall upon your shoulders." This once mighty man gazed at Tobirama with a look of profound expectation. Qin Guangming felt a surge of emotion. After all, Hashirama was indeed a man worthy of deep respect. With these words, Hashirama had essentially acknowledged Tobirama as the second Hokage of Konoha. The funeral for Hashirama was conducted with great solemnity, ultimately coming to a close. At that moment, the system's task reappeared. Ding. New task. Assist Tobirama in stabilizing Konoha village's situation. Completion will yield 10,000 points and 3 lottery draws. Upon reading this task, Qin Guangming momentarily froze, finding it somewhat complex due to its ambiguity. What precisely constitutes stabilizing Konoha village? There was no clear definition. However, the more arduous the task, the more exhilarated Qin Guangming felt, for he believed that a life devoid of challenges was truly devoid of consciousness. Senju Tobirama, as the second Hokage of Konohagakure, soon began to take on responsibilities. Yet, the affairs of the village proved to be exceedingly troublesome for him. Even after 2 decades, peace remained elusive in their village. This was largely due to the long-standing enmity among the various clans within the village. Suddenly merging them together and expecting to eradicate the barriers in a short time was virtually impossible. The situation in the village was, without a doubt, quite complex. The Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, as the 2 most formidable families in Konohagakure, harbored deep-seated conflicts. Though both clans were unable to leave the village, they still harbored mutual disdain behind closed doors. Previously, the members of both clans had held Senju Hashirama in high esteem, which kept their discord largely concealed. After all, Hashirama was a figure worthy of universal respect, and everyone afforded him a degree of deference. However, following Hashirama's demise, Tobirama realized that he lacked both the stature and the strength of his elder brother. Just dealing with these 2 clans was enough to give him an immense headache. Moreover, the other clans were equally troublesome. Each family had its own agenda, seeking to secure greater benefits for themselves within the village. While Tobirama was grappling with these overwhelming issues, he suddenly noticed an unexpected presence in his Hokage office. "Is it you?" Upon recognizing the figure, he immediately prepared for combat, even contemplating an immediate attack. He was no stranger to Qin Guangming, who frequently invaded his mental realm, manipulating him with illusions. As someone with formidable immunity to Genjutsu, Tobirama felt profoundly affronted. To make matters worse, Qin Guangming bore the visage of Uchiha Ibito, Tobirama's perennial adversary. Although Tobirama was certain that Qin Guangming was not Ibito, the mere appearance of such an individual was enough to incite his ire, and he yearned to eliminate Qin Guangming on the spot. Qin Guangming, however, seemed unfazed by Tobirama's reaction, showing no signs of fear. "You need not be so tense. I can be viewed as the person you envision in your mind. Yet I am also not that person. Moreover, if you wish to eliminate me, it will not be so simple. I could easily exert mental control over you. Yet I have chosen to present myself out of respect." After sensing Qin Guangming's strength, Tobirama suddenly realized that engaging in combat might not guarantee his victory. After all, this individual had previously managed to manipulate him during moments of weakness. It was conceivable that he might have left behind some contingency plan. Feeling powerless, he could only fixate on Qin Guangming and assert, "I care not who you are. I simply wish to know your intentions." Qin Guangming took a gentle sip of tea, smiling as he replied, "You need not be alarmed. My presence here is not meant to confront you. I merely wish to assist you. The situation within your village is exceedingly complex, and I can be of help." Chapter 28. A brief peace in Konoha. Tobirama chuckled. "You appearing here surely harbors ulterior motives. Yet I am curious to see how you intend to assist me. How shall we address the conflicts among the various clans in Konohagakure, particularly the Uchiha clan, who seem utterly untrustworthy and appear poised to incite chaos? However, I cannot directly take action against them. Have you devised a solution?" Qin Guangming was well aware of the predicament. In Konohagakure, the discord between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, the two most powerful families, was indeed insurmountable. As the current representative of the Senju clan, Tobirama naturally viewed matters from their perspective and deemed the Uchiha clan highly suspect, believing they would inevitably bring calamity to both the Senju clan and the entire village. But how do we resolve this? Qin Guangming smiled. It is quite simple. The Uchiha clan itself is inherently dangerous, and their sense of distrust only exacerbates their volatility. We must devise a means to convey your trust in them, while simultaneously facilitating their surveillance. Upon hearing Qin Guangming's words, Tobirama's eyes brightened, as if he found his reasoning quite cogent. Qin Guangming continued, "It is straightforward. Although Konohagakure has been established, our world remains devoid of peace, aside from our village. Numerous other settlements exist. Competition will inevitably arise, leading to conflict. Thus, we need a vigilant force ready to defend against enemy incursions, the Konohagakure Guard, comprised of Uchiha clan members." Tobirama nodded. "You, too, are a member of the Uchiha clan, yet I did not expect you to be so ruthless towards your own kin." Qin Guangming was unfazed by such considerations. What did it matter that he belonged to the Uchiha clan? The relationship between Konohagakure and the Uchiha clan was inherently delicate. The village harbored distrust towards the Uchiha, while the Uchiha clan also nursed their own ambitions. This mutual suspicion ultimately led to the Uchiha clan's tragic downfall. Yet, what was it to him? Qin Guangming perceived himself as merely an observer. What he sought were system points, and the fate of this world might revert to its original course even if he intervened. Tobirama expressed keen interest in Qin Guangming's proposition. "What you suggest would indeed facilitate monitoring the Uchiha clan. However, there are other clans that remain fragmented. This cannot continue." He lamented, "On the surface, our village appears unified, yet in reality, it is merely a coalition of clans. What is to be done?" Qin Guangming smiled. "I am surprised your elder brother failed to resolve this issue over the past 2 decades. It is, in fact, quite simple. We must establish a ninja academy, allowing all children to learn together from a young age, fostering mutual assistance. This will not only cultivate a wealth of talent, but also diminish the barriers among the clans. For their discord is not insurmountable." Tobirama rapped his desk thoughtfully. "And what else?" "This seems insufficient. While it theoretically could bridge gaps, numerous issues remain." Qin Guangming replied. "This is also simple. We need to establish an intelligence agency to carry out covert missions. This organization could be termed the Umbu. The personnel would be directly overseen by the Hokage, ensuring absolute loyalty. Thus, the village would become both cohesive and formidable." Tobirama, akin to a diligent student, meticulously recorded all these measures, as he intended to implement them one by one. Qin Guangming, now unconcerned with the trivial matters at hand, decisively swung open the door to the Hokage's office, yearning for a breath of fresh air. Having spent an extensive period in miniature form, everything around him loomed as colossal entities, and he had been suffering from this predicament for quite some time. However, just as he stepped outside, a spirited little girl, approximately 3 or 4 years old, came rushing towards him and collided with his leg. The child appeared exceedingly irate, exclaiming, "What the heck? You inconsiderate oaf, walking so carelessly. You've hurt me. Be careful, or I shall retaliate." Upon witnessing the girl's petite stature and fiery temperament, Qin Guangming couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident who this spirited child was. She was none other than Tsunade. In the world of Naruto, she is undeniably a remarkable woman, leaving a lasting impression on all. Yet, as the young Tsunade fumed, she caught sight of Qin Guangming's striking crimson eyes and instinctively took a few steps back. For those eyes were the legendary Sharingan. In the eyes of their elders, those who possess the Sharingan are regarded as members of the Uchiha clan, a lineage deemed exceedingly perilous. Qin Guangming, witnessing the fear that this little one displayed upon encountering him, could not help but chuckle. He then clapped his hands and said, "Little sister, do not be afraid. Your elder brother is a good person. Come here and let me embrace you." Kakashi's gaze fell upon the peculiar stranger, and in an instant, her fear transformed into indignation. The little one raised his tiny fist and declared, "Hey, let me tell you, you scoundrel. Do not even think about deceiving us here. I am already a grown-up. If you dare to deceive me again, I shall unleash my wrath upon you." This seemingly petite fist may not appear particularly formidable, yet Qin Guangming was astonished to discover that with just a single strike, it left a faint crack upon the ground. He couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. Could it be that this little girl, despite her tender age, possesses such remarkable strength? Indeed, the world of Naruto is one that heavily emphasizes lineage. Regardless of who one may be or what traits one may exhibit, it invariably ties back to their bloodline. Those capable of transcending such a norm are exceedingly rare. Qin Guangming clapped his hands and said, "You little girl, you must not speak nonsense. Otherwise, I shall inform the second Hokage that you are falsely accusing others. Without evidence, you claim that I am deceiving, and I will ensure that the second Hokage punishes you accordingly." Chapter 29. Tsunade's childhood. Upon hearing Qin Guangming's words, the young Tsunade erupted into laughter. "Ha, you wicked scoundrel. Do you even know who the Hokage is? The Hokage is my grandfather. He is the mightiest ninja in this world. If he were to discover your deceit, he would undoubtedly give you a proper lesson." However, this little girl began to weep uncontrollably as she spoke, clearly overwhelmed by sorrow. It seems the death of Senju Hashirama has profoundly affected her. Qin Guangming effortlessly lifted the little girl, wandering through the village of Konoha. Initially, she struggled fiercely, but as time passed, she acclimated and seemed to find it exceedingly amusing, bursting into joyous laughter in his arms. It was not until evening that Qin Guangming returned the little girl home. "Big brother, will you come to play with me again tomorrow?" As Qin Guangming prepared to depart, the little girl clung to his arm, unwilling to let him go. A sense of pride welled up within him. Indeed, a young girl was still a young girl, easily swayed even by someone like Tsunade. Qin Guangming smiled and said, "I shall see how things unfold tomorrow. If time permits, I will come and play with you." "No, you must come and play with me. That is my command." Even though Tsunade is merely 3 or 4 years old, she already possesses a remarkably fierce disposition, which undoubtedly foreshadows her formidable future. Qin Guangming smiled softly before vanishing into the embrace of the night. In the subsequent days, he found himself living quite contentedly, enjoying the delectable cuisine of Konohagakure while spending joyful moments playing with Tsunade. Life was nothing short of delightful. It was during this time that he encountered Akatsuki Kinshiki, who at present was merely a spirited youth, seemingly in his teens. Remarkably, despite his tender age, he excelled at ramen making, and his establishment thrived within the village. Kinshiki is indeed a rather enigmatic figure in Konohagakure, with powers that defy imagination. After all, the village has faced destruction multiple times, and yet this seemingly ordinary ramen chef has managed to evade calamity each time, raising suspicions. Senju Tobirama, a figure of extraordinary prowess, has indeed proven his capabilities. Under Qin Guangming's guidance, the Konohagakure Guard has finally been established, and the resentment of the Uchiha clan seems to have diminished somewhat. However, unbeknownst to many, this situation may inadvertently sow the seeds for greater peril in the future. Nevertheless, at present, it remains exceptionally commendable. The Ninja Academy is immensely popular among the village hidden in the leaves, particularly as the number of children in Konoha continues to rise. If these children merely follow in their parents' footsteps to learn ninjutsu, they would scarcely acquire substantial knowledge, especially since their parents are often preoccupied with missions and lack the time to instruct their offspring. However, a dedicated ninja school offers a distinct advantage. The instructors are capable of teaching numerous children simultaneously, fostering their growth and development. As for the Umbu, it presents a rather complicated situation. Yet, through his own means, Senju Tobirama successfully selected numerous members to form a vital force within Konoha. The rapid advancement of the Hidden Leaf Village prompted many other villages to emulate its success. On the ninja continent, there are 5 relatively large nations, each housing a prominent ninja village among them. In addition to these 5 prominent ninja villages, there exist numerous smaller ninja villages, their quantity so vast that it is beyond enumeration. However, regardless of their size, both the larger and smaller ninja villages are fervently emulating Konohagakure. Originally, Konohagakure stood as an invincible entity in the realm of ninja. After all, there exists the godlike figure of Senju Hashirama, alongside the legendary Uchiha Madara. These 2 formidable forces were known to overwhelm anyone who dared to confront them, rendering their authority unchallenged. However, following the battle at the Valley of the End, both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara effectively met their demise, leaving a significant void in the realm of powerful warriors. Consequently, the strength of Konohagakure has suffered immensely. Although the village remains formidable, it can no longer be regarded as insurmountable. At the very least, the other major villages now possess the capability to challenge Konohagakure, and its position at the pinnacle is gradually being shaken. Naturally, Qin Guangming is acutely aware of these shifting dynamics, even noticing that numerous spies from various villages have infiltrated Konohagakure to gather intelligence. Yet, he observes it all as a mere bystander, showing little concern. After nearly 2 years, Qin Guangming finally realizes that his mission has come to an end. At this moment, the system notification arrives. Beep. System notification. Rewards have been dispensed, granting 10,000 points and 3 chances for a draw. As the sound of this notification faded, Qin Guangming was surprised to hear yet another alert. Beep. Your Phase 1 task has concluded, and you have been awarded a special reward, the Amulet of Immortality. The Amulet of Immortality, upon sustaining a fatal injury. Its effect is automatically activated, allowing for immediate resurrection without any adverse consequences. Upon witnessing the prize, Qin Guangming pondered momentarily and suddenly felt it was quite appealing. This item, in any case, served as a safeguard for his life. Although he had long attained immortality, immortality did not equate to invulnerability. Defeat in battle could still lead to his demise. However, with this death-defying talisman, it was akin to granting him a second chance at life, a rather commendable reward. Ding. System notification. You have 15 chances for the lottery draw. Would you like to proceed immediately? 15 opportunities for the lottery? Had he accumulated so many? He distinctly recalled not having garnered such an abundance of chances. System, have you made an error? Qin Guangming, a rather carefree individual, felt certain he did not possess 15 chances. Something was amiss. Subsequently, the system clarified, the remaining rewards belong to the first phase. And due to the host reaching the limit of lottery draws, no further accumulation is possible. What? There is a limit to this? Qin Guangming could not help but express his exasperation. Yet, there was little he could do now, for the system reigned supreme, and no matter how formidable his abilities, he could not resist it. Thus, he hastily clicked to utilize all 15 lottery chances, lest his subsequent tasks be in vain. Chapter 30. The Turmoil in the Ninja World. Ding. System notification. Would you like to proceed with the 10 consecutive draws? 10 consecutive draws? What could possibly be special about that? Qin Guangming inquired. Ding. Notification. 10 consecutive draws only consume 9 lottery chances. You can save 1 chance. Without hesitation, Qin Guangming clicked for the 10 consecutive draws. Ding. You have drawn the Sage Body Level 1. Ding. You have drawn Thank You for your patronage. Ding. You have drawn Divine Might. Ding. You have drawn the Sage Body Level 1. Ding. You have drawn 10,000 Rio. Ding. You have drawn the Spiraling Sphere. Ding. You have drawn Summoning Technique, Shinsaku, and Chiba. Ding. You have drawn Thank You for your patronage. Ding. You have drawn Thank You for your patronage. Ding. You have drawn Thank You for your patronage. What a loss. Was this all there was to a 10 consecutive draw? He recalled the magnificent rewards from his initial lottery. Each item was unparalleled. Yet, now he faced such meager offerings? Moreover, why were there so many Thank You for your patronage? Was there only supposed to be 1 slot for that? Truly, this lottery system was exceedingly unfair. Ding. System notification. Do not slander the system in your heart, or rewards will be revoked. Very well, I shall refrain from disparaging the system. All right, you are the greatest, and your word is law. Qin Guangming decided to disregard the complaints and awaited further system announcements. Ding. System notification. A major mission has officially commenced, with 3 tasks announced. 1. Collect the 9-tailed beasts. 2. Control the war situation. 3. Disrupt the order of the 5 great ninja villages. Rewards, to be determined. Highly generous indeed. I believe you. Old rascal. Qin Guangming couldn't help but mentally scoff. Did he not already have an inkling of the nature of the rewards from his previous lottery? While several jutsu were indeed advantageous, what was the sage body upgrade to him? Did he possess a sage body? Although he had mastered the most potent sage techniques, theoretically achieving a sage body through their practice, in the world of ninjas, only a select few truly possessed such a body, often due to lineage. Yet, Qin Guangming felt his sage techniques growing increasingly formidable, sensing an overwhelming vitality coursing through him. Such vigor was certainly not something an ordinary person could possess. At the same time, he felt a powerful force deepening within his eyes. They had surpassed even the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. At the very least, Uchiha Madara's eternal Manjiki Sharingan could not compare to his own. Moreover, it appeared his eyes could continue to evolve. Could it be that he might indeed attain the sage eyes and, through powerful sage techniques, evolve his eyes into the Rinnegan? Was this not the path walked by the Sage of 6 Paths? Could it be that if he drew a few more such rewards, he would become the next Sage of 6 Paths? It must be said that the Sage of 6 Paths was undoubtedly the most powerful entity in the Naruto world. Even in death, the remnants of his power could endure for millennia, aiding the 2 main protagonists in their endeavors. Truly, an everlasting deity. At this moment, Qin Guangming realized just how powerful his system truly was. These rewards alone had endowed him with the foundation of a genuine powerhouse. He gazed upward at the sky, sensing that the impending chaos in this world was about to commence in earnest. Currently, the various villages maintained a semblance of relative peace. Since the villages had only recently been established, competition among them was still minimal. However, this was merely a temporary state, as formidable ninjas continued to emerge from each village. Competition over task distribution would inevitably arise, leading to conflict. Some might say that wars arise from a lack of mutual understanding among people. Yet, in truth, this assertion is one of the greatest deceptions. The real reason for conflict among individuals is the pursuit of interests. Where there is a struggle for profit, war is a certainty, forever unavoidable. Having departed from Kanahagakure, Qin Guangming ventured into a nearby region, a vast desert devoid of any signs of life. Under normal circumstances, survival in such an inhospitable environment would be nearly impossible. Yet, within this desert, there existed a ninja village, Sunagakure. The inhabitants of Sunagakure were quite unique. Originally wanderers of the desert, surviving in such harsh conditions was incredibly challenging. No one would willingly enter the desert unless absolutely necessary. Even the mightiest clans could face annihilation here, resulting in a multitude of wanderers. However, amid these dire circumstances, a formidable figure united these desert wanderers, establishing a ninja village, Sunagakure. In this arid expanse, these desert wanderers banded together, finding solace in one another, ultimately forming a robust force. When Qin Guangming suddenly appeared within the grand hall of Sunagakure, the first Kazekage, known as the Sandmaster, looked up with wide eyes, regarding Qin Guangming. "Who are you, and what do you seek here?" With a wicked smile upon his face, Qin Guangming replied, "I am a wanderer, a mere gust of wind wishing to witness the flourishing changes of this world. However, my presence here today is quite fortuitous for you. I have come to assist you." The Sandmaster remained vigilant, retorting, "What nonsense is this? Although life in Sunagakure is arduous, we do not permit just anyone to barge into the Kazekage's hall and claim they wish to help." Casting a cold gaze upon the man, Qin Guangming said, "And what do you intend to do?" The Sandmaster replied solemnly, "Your sudden intrusion makes you appear more like a spy. Naturally, we must capture you as such." Qin Guangming chuckled lightly. "You think capturing me will be an effortless endeavor? Allow me to test your true capabilities." As he spoke, the Sandmaster swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. Countless grains of sand swirled around him, coalescing into a colossal hand that lunged directly at Qin Guangming. However, Qin Guangming activated the 8 gates, effortlessly evading the attack without resorting to any other ninjutsu. With the gates opened, his speed reached its zenith, and in an instant, he appeared before the Sandmaster. "What? How did you accomplish that?" The Sandmaster was taken aback, but there was no time to evade. Qin Guangming did not even move his hands. With a mere kick, he sent the Sandmaster sprawling. The sand he commanded could not keep pace with Qin Guangming's swiftness. It merely served as a backdrop. Chapter 31. Deceiving the Wind Shadow. How can this be? The Sand Master struggled to accept the outcome, realizing he could not withstand even a single attack from this individual. The fact that he had managed to unite numerous rogue ninjas in this desert to form a ninja village underscored his status as a genuine powerhouse. After all, survival in such an environment was no easy feat, let alone rallying so many under one banner. Even in the current ninja world, following the demise of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, the Sand Master was among the ranks of formidable warriors. Yet, the chasm between them was staggering. This realization plunged the Sand Master into a deep sense of despair. Qin Guangming remarked nonchalantly, "What do you mean? How can this be?" "The reason is simple. You are far too weak. You cannot last a single exchange in my presence, which is indicative of your insufficient strength. How, with such capability, do you dare to invade Konoha?" His words left the Sand Master reeling. Indeed, the Sand Master did harbor ambitions to invade Konoha, driven by the dire conditions of the Wind Country, where survival was a relentless struggle. In stark contrast, the neighboring Fire Country was a bastion of strength and abundance. The pivotal factor lay in the fact that this mighty nation had recently lost its two most powerful figures. Thus, the Sand Master believed that a stealthy invasion could yield considerable success. Yet, as he contemplated his own weakness, he felt that attempting to invade Konoha would be akin to courting death. Conversely, if they refrained from such an endeavor, did the Wind Country possess any hope of survival? His eyes reflected a profound hopelessness. Observing the Sand Master's despondency, Qin Guangming regarded him with a mix of disappointment and incredulity. "I had assumed that someone capable of leading a multitude of desert rogues to establish a formidable village would be a true paragon of strength. Yet, it seems you are utterly ineffectual. In that case, you are but a waste of potential. I shall seek assistance elsewhere." Upon hearing Qin Guangming's words, the Sand Master sensed an alarming shift in the situation. "Please, sir, do not depart. While I may not rival the first Hokage, I genuinely wish for our sand village to become immensely powerful. If you could extend your assistance, I would be eternally grateful." As the second Kazekage of Sunagakure, the Sand Master had followed the first Hokage from a young age, enduring countless trials to forge his path. Although he was not the true founder of the village, he had made significant contributions during its establishment. He believed that the enigmatic figure before him must have recognized some unique quality within him, prompting his fervent desire for Qin Guangming to remain and aid in his quest for strength. Feigning a departure, Qin Guangming ultimately decided to stay upon the Sand Master's earnest plea. "It appears your sincerity runs deep. If that is the case, I might offer you some counsel. But your ability to grow stronger is an entirely different matter." The Sand Master earnestly implored once more, "I beseech you, I yearn for greater strength, for our village to flourish. Survival in this land is arduous. I humbly request your guidance." Qin Guangming paused and addressed him. "If you desire to grow stronger, your village possesses a remarkably powerful weapon. Why do you not utilize it?" "What formidable weapon do you speak of?" the Sand Master inquired, intrigued. Qin Guangming adopted a mysterious demeanor. "Do you not possess the One Tail? Are you merely letting this powerful entity languish unutilized?" The first Hokage was indeed an idealistic individual. In his final days, he had managed to capture all the tailed beasts, only to distribute them equally among the various villages in the name of world peace. Unbeknownst to him, this equitable distribution became a significant source of conflict. Qin Guangming, however, cared little for such matters. He merely smirked at the Sand Master. "The One-Tail Shikaku? Can you truly wield its power? You lack the means to control it." Mention of Shikaku rendered the Sand Master disheartened. Initially, upon acquiring this formidable creature, they had harbored grand ambitions, believing it would significantly elevate their village's strength. However, they soon discovered that the reality did not align with their expectations. The beast could not form a contract with them, nor did anyone in their village possess the strength to establish such a bond. Without a contract, they were rendered incapable of commanding the tailed beast in battle. Yet, beyond this, the people of Sunagakure had no knowledge of how to harness its power. Consequently, they were compelled to expend great resources daily to keep Shikaku in check. Otherwise, it might flee. Noticing the Sand Master's bewildered expression, Qin Guangming continued with an air of mystery. "Have you not considered sealing this powerful one-tail within a host? By binding it to a person, you could exert control over this creature's might through mental fortitude, thereby creating a formidable tailed beast weapon. Have you not observed that Konoha has long since adopted this strategy? The mention of creating a Jinchuriki sparked a glimmer of hope in the Sandmaster's eyes. Are you suggesting we should create a Jinchuriki? However, that requires potent sealing techniques, which, given our capabilities, seems implausible. They admired such sealing arts, yet in this world, only the Uzumaki clan possessed true expertise in sealing techniques. Although they had previously contemplated raiding the Uzumaki clan, the clan's stronghold was not easily accessible to ordinary individuals. As of now, they were unable to devise a plan against the Uzumaki. Chapter 32. Suppressing Shikaku. Qin Guangming chuckled warmly. Thus, you require my assistance. Upon hearing Qin Guangming's words, Sha Min's eyes brightened with realization. Could it be that you possess the ability to seal ninjutsu? As he spoke, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his gaze. Clearly, for beings of their ilk, the safest method of acquiring what they desired was through the act of killing. However, upon recalling the immense power Qin Guangming had just exhibited, he could only sigh and suppress his thoughts. Should he attempt to act against Qin Guangming, he would likely be obliterated in an instant, with no chance of resistance, as the disparity between them was far too vast. After a prolonged silence, Sha Min finally nodded. Very well, then I shall trouble you, sir. Qin Guangming followed Sha Min to a location within their village, which turned out to be a colossal prison. It was unclear how they had constructed such a vast enclosure, but within it resided a tailed beast known as the one-tailed Shikaku. This particular beast, known for its playful nature, had become exceedingly irritable from being confined in such a prison. In fact, there were reports of injuries inflicted by it upon others. Yet, the people of Sunagakure continued to persevere, attempting to find ways to utilize this creature. They had no choice. Allowing such a formidable being to escape was something no one would tolerate. However, the majority of the villagers were desperately trying to bind this creature as a summoning beast, which was nearly impossible, for a tailed beast could hardly serve as a summoning entity for an ordinary human. Only someone like Uchiha Madara might have the power to compel a tailed beast to comply, often through sheer force in signing a summoning contract. Beyond Madara, few individuals in this world possessed such terrifying strength. Sha Min gazed at the irritable creature and sighed. Although they had acquired it, they found themselves unable to control or utilize it, which posed a significant dilemma. I need someone, a person endowed with robust vitality, to bind this entity to them. That way, it will become less troublesome. Qin Guangming pondered whether there were any suitable talents among the inhabitants of Sunagakure. To his surprise, Sha Min, ever efficient, managed to locate a newborn infant. Though small, the child's vitality appeared remarkably resilient, an undeniably cruel situation in the world of ninjas. Qin Guangming regarded the infant and deemed it a fitting choice. Without hesitation, he stepped into the cage housing the one-tailed Shikaku. The tailed beast, already brimming with resentment from confinement, was quick to target any human within its reach. Upon Qin Guangming's entrance, the one-tail fixated its gaze on him. Growling, "You wretched human, have you come seeking death?" Qin Guangming replied with a cold smirk. "Death is hardly my inclination. However, you possess a modicum of utility to me at present, thus I wish to alter your existence and relocate you." The one-tail emitted a ferocious roar. "You insolent human, you dare treat me thus? I shall tear you apart." The massive creature made no attempt to conceal its intentions, launching a colossal paw toward Qin Guangming. Instead of evading, Qin Guangming seized the paw of the one-tail with ease. The beast was taken aback, astonished that this seemingly unremarkable youth possessed such formidable strength. "Release me, you vile human," it bellowed, opening its mouth to unleash a powerful wind-based jutsu. A massive sphere of wind chakra hurtled toward Qin Guangming. "Do you truly believe such trivialities can harm me?" Qin Guangming scarcely flinched, enduring the assault. Once a person's physical prowess reaches a certain zenith, they can contend with the powers of the Sage of Six Paths. Qin Guangming's body had attained such strength that he could withstand the eighth gate of the Eight Gates formation without injury. The might of his physical techniques was already on par with the Six Paths simultaneously. His sage techniques were pushing his body towards the threshold of sagehood, providing him with unparalleled assurance. The one-tail's attack posed no threat to him. The creature, utterly unprepared for such a display of strength, felt a profound sense of humiliation. Enraged, it unleashed an endless torrent of sand upon Qin Guangming. "Human, taste this, sandstorm burial." The relentless sand enveloped Qin Guangming, layering upon him until a massive pyramid was constructed. imprisoning him at its core. Haha. The one-tail reveled in its perceived victory, bounding about the confines of the enormous cage like a mischievous child. However, mere moments later, the pyramid cracked open, and Qin Guangming emerged unscathed. In an instant, he stood before the one-tail. Little creature, do you possess any extraordinary powers left? Please demonstrate your might. For if this is all you can muster, you are unworthy to be my opponent. The one-tail was thoroughly incensed, but realized it had no means to contend with Qin Guangming. It found itself outmatched in brute strength, and alternative strategies bore no fruit against him. As a tailed beast, it had reached its limits. Observing that the one-tail could not respond, Qin Guangming decided to take action without hesitation. He descended from the heavens, pinning the creature's head to the ground. As a powerful tailed beast, the one-tail had never endured such indignity. It thrashed violently, but Qin Guangming employed a jutsu, condensing the beast into a sphere and transferring it onto the infant known as Bunfuku. Chapter 33. Attack on Konoha, the 8 trigram seal. The 8 trigram seal is a rather intricate sealing technique, formed through the combination of 2 4-symbol seals. Those who understand this sealing art are, in truth, rather few. Qin Guangming had, of course, acquired this jutsu through the system, and now it proved exceedingly effective. Xiamen watched in astonishment as Qin Guangming sealed such a massive tailed beast within the body of a mere child, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had been observing Qin Guangming's hand signs earlier, contemplating that he might one day be able to master this technique himself. Once the tailed beast was subdued, numerous methods for harnessing its power flooded Xiamen's mind. Previously, he had studied this beast but found it far too powerful to manage. Now that it was under control, countless possibilities emerged for its utilization. Qin Guangming, however, did not fully articulate his thoughts. He merely offered vague hints. After all, he was a man of transcendent abilities. If he revealed too much, it could diminish his mystique. However, despite this, the individual known as Xiamen has successfully devised a method for creating tailed beast weapons and has also discovered how to extract chakra from the one-tail, Shikaku. What astonished Qin Guangming the most was that this fellow managed to develop his own bloodline limit, known as magnet release, in such a short time. The feeling of possessing such power is truly exhilarating. Konoha Village pales in comparison. It seems that our offensive against Konoha Village is about to commence. Konoha is not significantly stronger than us, and they may even be inferior. Why do they occupy such a prime location? Why do they seize so many missions? This time, we must defeat them. After fully mastering the power of the one-tail, Xiamen did not recklessly launch an attack on Konoha Village. Instead, he cautiously dispatched numerous individuals with the intention of infiltrating Konoha to assess the situation further. As Qin Guangming observed the stealthy infiltration into Konoha, a smile spread across his face. It appears that the First Ninja World War is about to begin. Yet, even this may not suffice. The First Ninja World War is essentially a coalition of 4 villages united against Konoha on the Ninja continent. While many claim that the conflict arises from a lack of understanding between people, the reality is that it stems from profound conflicts of interest that perpetuate warfare. Konoha has squandered its opportunity to unify the entire Ninja continent, and soon, they will pay a heavy price for their misguided decisions made at the peak of their strength. Several once thriving clans will be reduced to mere orphans. Qin Guangming, however, chose not to directly engage in this war. After leaving Sunagakure, he traveled around and discovered that, aside from Sunagakure, the other villages had also begun to mobilize. Kumogakure was particularly impressive, deploying over 1,000 ninjas in a bold move. Given that these villages have only recently been established, their numbers of ninjas are not particularly large. In this context, a force of over 1,000 represents a significant portion of their strength. Qin Guangming had initially contemplated instigating discord within this village, only to find that they had already set their plans in motion. The sudden mobilization of so many individuals indicates a deep-seated enmity with Konoha. However, was there truly such animosity between Kumogakure and Konoha before this? Qin Guangming then turned his attention to the other 2 villages, Kirigakure and Iwagakure, both of which have historically held poor reputations on the Ninja continent. Indeed, these 2 villages had also begun to stir. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, led his disciples along with over 800 others on a covert mission. This was also a desperate gamble, as Iwagakure's strength pales in comparison to Kumogakure. Mobilizing over 800 ninjas constitutes their entire might. Meanwhile, The Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu, brought along over 700 ninjas, nearly all of their available strength. With these 4 villages amassing several thousand ninjas, it remains unclear whether they have coordinated their actions, yet they march resolutely toward Konoha. Qin Guangming returned to Konoha, directly confronting Senju Hashirama. Currently, Hashirama was experimenting with a ninjutsu, the impure world reincarnation technique. What brings you here again? Do you seek me for something? Senju Tobirama regarded Qin Guangming with caution, harboring an instinctual suspicion that this man was not to be trusted. Therefore, he spoke with great care. Qin Guangming replied with a smile, I have come to warn you. Konoha is in grave danger, and I cannot believe you have yet to recognize it. Startled, Senju Tobirama inquired, what danger does Konoha face? Has something significant occurred? Qin Guangming smirked, it seems you truly are unaware. Soon, Konoha will be besieged by 4 major villages. Surely, you aren't oblivious to this threat? If this continues, your village will meet its doom. Do you have any idea how many ninjas these 4 villages command? And how many powerful individuals they possess? Upon hearing this, beads of sweat broke out on Tobirama's forehead. How can this be? We have alliances with these 4 villages. Would they truly violate our pact? My heavens, they might actually do it. Cursed be these scoundrels. As the second Hokage, Tobirama was far from the na-ved of his elder brother. Thus he took Qin Guangming's words to heart. Before long, Umbu reported back, confirming Qin Guangming's claims. The 4 largest villages were indeed mobilizing to besiege Konoha. Particularly alarming was Kumogakure, whose forces of over 1,000 had reached the outskirts of Konoha. The second Reikage gazed enviously at the flourishing Konoha, recalling the might and resources once safeguarded by 2 legendary figures. Senju Tobirama, accompanied by a substantial number of ninjas, also arrived at the surrounding forests of Konoha. A standoff ensued along a main road. Tobirama confronted the second Reikage. We have long had a pact with the Wagakure. Do you truly intend to act treacherously and assault us at this time? What do you seek? The second Reikage sneered. The alliance between Kumogakure and Konoha is a relic of the past, established by our forebears. Now that our first Reikage is deceased, and your Hashirama has reportedly also passed, it is time we discuss the inequities between our 2 villages. Tobirama's anger flared. If that is your stance, then you shall pay the price for your presence here today. Reinforcements from Konoha continued to arrive, and soon, a fierce confrontation erupted between Tobirama and the second Reikage. The battle raged on, with neither side gaining a definitive advantage initially. Fortunately, as more Konoha ninjas gathered, the might of their forces became apparent to Kumogakure. They had not anticipated Konoha's resilience. Even after the losses of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, their combat strength remained formidable. It became evident that they had underestimated Konoha. The second Reikage and Tobirama clashed fiercely, yet the Reikage soon realized that Tobirama was not fighting at full capacity. Retreat. Ultimately, the forces of Kumogakure chose to flee. The battlefield was a scene of carnage. With countless corpses strewn across the ground, at least 100 lives were lost in this conflict. Tobirama stood panting, wide-eyed, as this battle had taken a heavy toll on the Senju clan, with over 20 members fallen. He suddenly felt that their losses surpassed even those of battles during the Warring States period. Meanwhile, Qin Guangming had assumed a diminutive form, meticulously observing the situation within the village, yet he refrained from intervening. If the Senju clan could maintain their vitality, perhaps Konoha would not face such turmoil. For the powerful Senju clan could quell all dissent. However, if that were the case, completing his mission would become exceedingly difficult. In truth, the recent heavy losses suffered by the Senju clan were entirely due to the covert machinations at play. Senju Tobirama was currently catching his breath, but soon realized that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Reports from the Umbu continued to flood in. Lord Second, we have detected the presence of Sunagakure shinobi in the western part of our village. Following this, another Umbu arrived with alarming news. Lord Second, we have been attacked in the eastern part of the village, and they have seized one of our Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Our investigations suggest that the assailants may have originated from the land of earth and the land of water. Those surrounding Senju Tobirama changed countenance upon hearing this report. They had only just managed to repel the forces of Kumogakure at the cost of dozens of their own, and now they faced an onslaught from multiple adversaries? 3 villages attacking from 3 different directions? What could they possibly do? Tobirama furrowed his brow and remained silent for a moment before he spoke. Sir Tobi Danzo, take a few of your men to monitor the movements of Sunagakure. The rest of you, Accompany me to the east. In the distance, Qin Guangming couldn't help but admire Senju Tobirama's astute grasp of the situation. He understood that the presence of Sunagakure was merely a distraction, while the true threats lay with Kirigakure and Iwagakure. This strategic arrangement was remarkably well-timed. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully instigating the First Shinobi World War. You have earned 10,000 points and have advanced to level 2 of the Puppet Master. An upgrade? Qin Guangming hadn't anticipated that the system would provide such an unexpected notification at this juncture. Ding! System notification. The Puppet Master also possesses levels and thus requires upgrading. Upon upgrading, this system will be formally bound to the host. Is this truly where it all begins? Qin Guangming couldn't help but scoff at the seeming nonchalance of it all. Host. Qin Guangming occupation. Puppet Master level. 2 points. For 00000. Abilities. Taijutsu level 10. Able to activate the 8th gate of the 8 gates without side effects and maintain it long-term. Rivaling the power of the Sage of 6 Paths, Senjutsu level 4. Can evolve into Sage Body at level 10. Flying Thunder God Technique. Bagua Sealing. Various techniques of the Uchiha clan. Original techniques. Fire Release combined with Earth Release. Immortality. Marketplace. Level 2 Marketplace. Upon opening the marketplace, Qin Guangming discovered a plethora of splendid items, far superior to those in the previous chaotic marketplace. Indeed, this was the true manifestation of the system. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard a piercing scream. Ah, help, bad guy. The voice was highly penetrating, echoing from an unknown distance, yet it was unmistakably far away. Qin Guangming paused. In this era, the only person with such a powerful voice was Tsunade. Could it be that little Tsunade was in danger? He recalled the young girl fondly. But in this ninja world, battles were ruthless, with little regard for age. Because of his affection for her, he had left a flying thunder god mark on her. And in an instant, he appeared beside her. Indeed, he found her confronted by 2 unsavory men. One was wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy, while the other had a peculiar appearance, devoid of eyebrows, and wore a lewd expression. These 2 were none other than the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage, resembling 2 wolves eyeing a little white rabbit. Suddenly, they noticed the arrival of a Konoha ninja. Qin Guangming was clad in the standard J-nin uniform of Konohagakure, as he had been wandering around the village, making it difficult to move otherwise. What is this? Another fool who fears not death? How troublesome. The second Mizukage grumbled. The second Tsuchikage remarked, why waste time talking? Let us dispose of this brat quickly. We need to seize as many spoils as possible. There are countless valuable items in Konoha. We must not squander this opportunity. The second Mizukage grinned and said, of course. This little brat is nothing but an easy target for me. As he spoke, he struck, pointing a finger forward, unleashing a small projectile of liquid akin to a bullet. This was a basic jutsu, yet it was lethal to an ordinary ninja. Even Qin Guangming, familiar with the plot, knew this technique could pierce through Gaara's clone. However, for him, it proved utterly ineffective. He stood his ground, absorbing the attack without a scratch. The second Mizukage was immediately taken aback. What is going on? You little brat. How are you so powerful? Who exactly are you? Qin Guangming observed the 2, attempting to analyze their situation. Weren't these 2 supposed to be enemies? They had previously discussed a mutual destruction, yet now they seemed to be on amicable terms? No, he needed to incite discord between them. An idea sprang to mind. He coldly declared, Second Mizukage, I am here under the orders of the Hokage to capture you. How dare you steal our Konoha's secret scrolls? Truly reckless. The second Mizukage, enraged, retorted, you little brat, stop spouting nonsense. When did I ever steal your secret scrolls? I, Hozuki Mangetsu, do not pilfer from others. Yet, just as he protested, the second Tsuchikage regarded him with a suspicious glare. You stole Konoha's secret techniques? Is that true? What techniques does Konoha possess? You should show me. If we are comrades, we ought to share our spoils. Hozuki Mangetsu seethed, you undead fool, do not listen to his lies. I have never obtained any scrolls. Qin Guangming smirked as he replied, whether or not you possess any scrolls will be revealed once I obliterate both of you. You 2 dare invade Konoha? You truly have a death wish. As his words fell, he sprang into action. With level 10 taijutsu, his speed was unparalleled, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Hozuki Mangetsu, thrusting a hand toward him. However, Hozuki Mangetsu's form suddenly transformed into water, rendering him physically immune. Qin Guangming's attack passed through harmlessly, and Hozuki Mangetsu reappeared with a smug grin. You're quite impressive, little brat, but do you truly think you can harm me? Yet before he could finish, he was suddenly struck from behind, sent flying. Qin Guangming remarked casually, as I suspected, while your liquid body technique is formidable, it cannot be maintained indefinitely. There is always a cooldown, is there not? In the midst of battle, the enigmatic Hozuki Mangetsu was taken aback to discover that his body, impervious to physical assaults, could still sustain damage from such attacks. He involuntarily spat blood, his face betraying a look of sheer terror. The second Hokage had finally made his move. Unleashing his signature technique, the dust release, original world separation technique, which was rumored to disintegrate targets into their atomic components, leading to instant annihilation. With a swift step, Qin Guangming evaded the attack, positioning himself behind his adversary. The second Hokage seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, sensing the presence of an enemy lurking behind him. Qin Guangming brandished a long blade and aimed a decisive strike at the top of the Hokage's head. In an instant, the Hokage split into two, narrowly escaping the blow. Yet soon after, he realized that both of his duplicates had been seized. The illustrious Hokage, known for his unmatched sensory skills yet rendered entirely undetectable, was now ensnared. Qin Guangming forcefully merged the two split forms back into one. With just the two of you, do you dare to invade Konoha? Hozuki Mangetsu. Surrender the reanimated form of Lord Hokage, or this shall be your grave. Qin Guangming declared with indignation, pointing a finger at Hozuki Mangetsu. Hozuki Mangetsu, equally incensed, retorted, You wretched brat. I have told you repeatedly that I have not purloined any forbidden techniques. Cease your baseless accusations. I am not so easily dealt with, behold. To Qin Guangming's surprise, Hozuki Mangetsu conjured a small doppelganger, resembling him closely, which rapidly expanded and erupted in a terrifying explosion. Despite the overwhelming power of this technique, Qin Guangming remained unfazed. He was confident in his physical prowess to withstand such an onslaught. However, he was acutely aware of the presence of a vulnerable individual, the young Tsunade. The little girl, who had displayed fear moments ago, was now foolishly grinning at Qin Guangming. Oblivious to the imminent danger, resolutely, he scooped her up and made a hasty retreat. Once the smoke cleared, he discovered that both the second Hokage and the second Mizukage had vanished. The latter had utilized his powerful technique as a smokescreen. Yet, Qin Guangming had no intention of slaying either of them. He would let them be. Tsunade, with a childlike innocence, gazed at Qin Guangming and exclaimed, Big brother, you're such a bad guy. Why did you take so long to arrive? Do you realize that if you had been any later, I might have met my end? Qin Guangming gently tapped her forehead, admonishing, My dear, I arrived just in time. Who told you to wander into such perilous territory? At your tender age, do you not fear the dangers that lurk here? She giggled, I'm almost 4. I'm a big kid now. Why can't I come here to play? Qin Guangming shot her a stern look. You dare to say that? If your grandfather were to find out about your escapades, he'd surely reprimand you. As he returned with Tsunade, an alert from his system echoed. Ding. Successfully incited conflict between the second Hokage and the second Mizukage, earning 5,000 black hand points and 1 lottery draw. Qin Guangming paused, astonished that the two had engaged in such a fierce confrontation over a trivial matter. Over 100 miles from Konoha, the two had been locked in a standoff for quite some time. The second Hokage, seething with anger, had initially conspired with the second Mizukage to jointly assault Konoha, aiming to secure at least a portion of the spoils, even if they failed to obliterate the village. However, following Qin Guangming's interference, the Hokage found himself with nothing, suspecting that the Mizukage had indeed acquired something valuable. You fool! How many times must I tell you? I did not seize any forbidden scrolls. The second Mizukage shouted, nearly beside himself. How could you so easily trust the words of that child? He is clearly deceiving you. The Hokage was unyielding in his disbelief. You've always been treacherous. I cannot trust you. Today, if you do not surrender what you have, our quarrel shall not end. The Mizukage, incensed, retorted, You think I fear you? You, a mere mummy, are nothing but a waste. Come, let us fight. The two soon engaged in a fierce clash. Dust release, original world separation technique. Water release, dust explosion steam. Their ultimate techniques collided, resulting in both sustaining grave injuries. After escorting Tsunade back to the village, Qin Guangming returned to the battleground, witnessing the extent of their conflict with a shake of his head. Alas, impulsiveness is a devil. Yet, their skills are quite remarkable. Chapter 36. Mutual Destruction. The second Mizukage, Hzuki Mangetsu, was a master of combat, known for reveling in battle. His water release, Steam Danger Blast, was a rapid technique that no opponent could evade, being merely one of his many specialties. The second Tsuchikage, too, was a genius. His dust release was formidable, as no ninjutsu or weapon could withstand its assault. However, this ability alone could not rival the Mizukage. He possessed a particularly troublesome technique, the splitting technique, a passive jutsu that activated when his life was threatened, effectively granting him 2 lives. Witnessing the chaos his minor intervention had incited, Qin Guangming reflected on the pride of these elite figures, neither willing to concede. Observing from the shadows, he saw the Mizukage in disarray, blood trickling from his mouth as he gasped. Are you truly willing to engage in a life-or-death struggle over the words of an unknown child? The second Tsuchikage, equally battered yet concealed beneath bandages, revealed his weakened state. Hzuki, you scoundrel! Our village has staked nearly everything on this venture to secure valuable spoils, while you merely brought 700 shinobi, seeking to hoard the best for yourself. How can I endure this indignation? In a fit of rage, the Mizukage snapped, believe what you will, I assure you. I did not acquire Konoha's ninjutsu scrolls. Since you insist on fighting, let it be known. Let the world see that Hzuki Mangetsu is not to be trifled with. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water cannon technique. The Mizukage's water cannon was among his most adept techniques, reputed to surpass the speed of sound, rendering it nearly impossible for enemies to evade. Realizing the urgency, the Tsuchikage hastily formed seals for his own defense. Earth release, earth flow wall. But before he could complete the seals, the Mizukage's water cannon was upon him, leaving him wide-eyed and powerless, too swift to dodge. Boom! With a resounding thud, the second Tsuchikage was sent sprawling to the ground. Moments later, the fallen Tsuchikage transformed into a wisp of smoke. Another second Tsuchikage emerged from the periphery, revealing the secret of his splitting technique, a skill that effectively granted him a second life, a truly terrifying ability. Witnessing the entire sequence of the water iron cannon striking the second Tsuchikage and the subsequent split technique left Qin Guangming in utter astonishment. Firstly, he was taken aback by the speed of the water iron cannon, which caught him off guard, let alone the second Tsuchikage, who was much closer. Secondly, he marveled at the remarkable nature of the splitting technique, which could be executed without hand seals, far surpassing the basic substitution jutsu that required both stealth and the formation of seals. It was evident that such an elite figure as the Tsuchikage was not to be trifled with. Yet, Qin Guangming mused, while the water iron cannon was swift, it still did not reach the formidable level of the 8 gates, underscoring the sheer terror of that technique, as even the water iron cannon, which surpassed the speed of light, paled in comparison. One could only imagine the degree of dread that the 8 gates invoked, especially considering that the esteemed guy had once utilized this technique to decisively defeat Obito in his 6 paths mode. Observing the situation, the second Mizukage remarked, truly, you are the second Tsuchikage. Such a degree of assault cannot bring you down. However, your splitting technique shall surely be rendered unusable for a time, leaving you without your life-saving trump card. The second Mizukage chuckled, indicating that he was eager to see how the Tsuchikage would respond. The second Tsuchikage retorted, although I have lost one of my split forms, your chakra reserves must be considerably drained as well. The second Mizukage's expression tightened, as if he had been struck with the truth. Indeed, his chakra was running low, limiting his ability to perform further techniques. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and declared, then let us see who prevails. With that, the two swiftly began forming hand seals. Both were masterful ninjas, excelling in ninjutsu, and their speed in forming seals was almost imperceptible, culminating in new techniques amidst a flurry of taijutsu exchanges. Dirt release, world separation technique. The second Tsuchikage unleashed his most formidable attack. The second Mizukage, in response, held nothing back and countered with water release, steam explosive. Both unleashed their strongest jutsu, and in an instant, the heavens darkened and the earth trembled, the magnitude of their power evident as their techniques collided. Qin Guangming watched this scene unfold with a grave expression. Although he already knew the outcome, the thrill of witnessing such a legendary battle was undeniable. a confrontation that would be recounted for generations. Both combatants were sent hurtling backward. The second Tsuchikage appeared to have succumbed, while the second Mizukage lingered on the brink of death. With a self-deprecating smile, he seemed to reflect on the tragic irony that two prominent village leaders had engaged in mortal combat over the words of a mere child. With a final glance, he turned away, succumbing to his injuries. Both acknowledged each other as worthy adversaries in their conflict, and such an outcome aligned with their expectations. Thus, the two village leaders, both figures of great renown, met their demise. Seeing this, Qin Guangming stepped forward, witnessing their deaths with a sense of resignation. Alas, I am powerless in this script that demands your end. It is a pity to lose such formidable individuals. With that, he began to unceremoniously loot their bodies for ninja tools and valuables, devoid of any semblance of the earlier sorrow, truly shameless behavior. Once he had finished his plundering, he returned to Konohagakure. Soon after, news of the mutual demise of the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage spread. The implications of their death struck a devastating blow to the Mist and Stone villages, who were still assaulting Konohagakure. Leaderless, countless ninjas were left adrift, resulting in a collapse of their forces. The discord within both villages further exacerbated the situation, negating the need for Senju Tobirama to intervene directly, as both villages' ninjas withdrew from the war of their own accord. Chapter 37. A great victory. The deaths of the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage sowed seeds of enmity between their respective villages. Upon returning from Konohagakure, the ninjas of both villages harbored indignation, each blaming the other for the demise of their leaders. Within the Mist Village, a returning ninja exclaimed in anger, "It was that gullible second Tsuchikage who listened to that unknown brat that led to our second's death. All of this is his foolish fault." The members of the 7 ninja swordsmen shared in this fury, as they were directly trained by the late Mizukage and remained loyal to the lineage of the Water Shadow. An elder of the Mist Village advised, "Our immediate priority should be to elect a third Mizukage to stabilize the current situation in the village. Otherwise, with the second's death, those with ulterior motives will surely emerge." The others nodded in agreement, asking, "Do you have a suitable candidate?" "I believe the best choice for the third would be a disciple of the second. That way, everyone will be satisfied." The crowd unanimously agreed, and thus, the third Mizukage was duly appointed from the ranks of the second's disciples. Meanwhile, in the Stone Village, Inoki ascended to the position of third Tsuchikage. "What should we do next, Lord Third?" Other ninjas from the Stone Village inquired. "With the Mizukage dead, they will undoubtedly seek retribution, as this conflict was instigated by our second's relentless pursuit. However, if we remain idle, we will be complicit in the theft of Konohagakure's resources. We shall fight." Inoki's assumption of the third Tsuchikage role imbued him with a renewed vigor. "Notify everyone to prepare for battle and ensure the safety of the children at the Ninja Academy. They are our foundation." Indeed, this led to a large-scale war erupting between the two villages, resulting in heavy casualties. It was believed that the aftermath of this conflict would bring years of tranquility. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of these events, Qin Guangming, strolled leisurely through Konohagakure, awaiting further assignments from the system. "I wonder what tasks lie ahead. My anticipation is palpable." This mission had allowed Qin Guangming to amass considerable wealth, and he eagerly awaited the next unscrupulous task. Ding! System notification, excess wealth detected. It is recommended that the host exchange for points. Upon hearing this prompt, Qin Guangming was taken aback. How considerate of the system to offer an exchange for points. "What a splendid system," he exclaimed. He promptly opened the system interface to explore items available for point redemption. 2 pieces of shadow-level armor, valued at 20,000 points. Upon seeing this, Qin Guangming could not help but inwardly scoff, questioning how items belonging to elite figures could be worth so little in comparison to other treasures, which could fetch billions in points. Such is the world. Alas, what is the use of keeping it? Better to convert it into points. Every little bit counts. The spoils he had gathered from the 2 elite figures netted him a total of 150,000 points, a satisfactory haul that would facilitate several future missions. With this, Qin Guangming resolved to never overlook any spoils in the future. On another battlefield, the conflict between the Cloud Village and Konohagakure raged on. One could not help but admire Senju Tobirama's extraordinary tactics and strength. A single villages might not only withstood the united incursions of 4 other villages, but also pushed back, forcing the Cloud Village into retreat. During the war, Senju Tobirama even resorted to the infamous forbidden technique, the reanimation jutsu, capable of resurrecting the dead. This technique would later play a crucial role in the subsequent Ninja World Wars. Konohagakure, renowned as the strongest village, even after the loss of two of the world's mightiest warriors, remained beyond the reach of other villages. As the adage goes, a thin dead camel is larger than a horse, and this saying couldn't ring truer in this context. The second Reikage, was compelled to surrender, signaling his capitulation. Upon witnessing this, the second Hokage, Hashirama Senju, finally exhaled in relief, bringing an end to the conflict. The shinobi of the Cloud Village retreated, and the war with Konoha concluded in defeat for Yunin Village. The second Reikage resolved to engage in peace talks with Konoha and forge an alliance. This war ended in a resounding victory for Konoha, and the village erupted in cheers of jubilation. Long live the Hokage! Long live the second Hokage! The villagers celebrated Hashirama Senju with fervent applause. Standing in his office, Hashirama observed the scene with a joyful smile, reflecting, "Brother, can you see this? I have proven my worth. I have successfully protected our village." At that moment, Tsunade approached him, her tone playful as she exclaimed, "Great-grandfather, I almost didn't make it back. Two strange old men captured me, and I nearly lost my life." Tears welled in her eyes as she recounted her ordeal. Hashirama, upon hearing Tsunade's words, was filled with indignation. "What happened, little Tsunade? Tell your great-grandfather who these two old men were, and I shall avenge you." Tsunade replied, "Great-grandfather, it must have been the second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage. Thankfully, that big brother saved me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here speaking with you." As she spoke, she leaped into Hashirama's embrace. Upon hearing the names of her captors, Hashirama's expression softened. Those two had received their just punishment, and he chose not to pursue the matter further. "Little Tsunade, who is this big brother you speak of?" he inquired, curiosity piqued by her mention of a savior. Tsunade responded, "He is the big brother who always played with me." Hashirama's mind raced with uncertainty. Could it be him? A figure emerged in his thoughts, Qin Guangming. "Very well. Little Tsunade, those two bullies who captured you are now deceased, and your vengeance is thus fulfilled. However, you must not wander recklessly in the future. You were fortunate to have that big brother rescue you this time, but luck may not favor you again. Now go and play. Your great-grandfather has matters to attend to." Tsunade released her hold around Hashirama, nodding in understanding. Despite her tender age, she had grown accustomed to her grandfather's responsibilities as Hokage and understood their demands. Showing no signs of impatience, Hashirama affectionately ruffled Tsunade's hair, saying, "Off you go, little Tsunade." Having learned from this experience, he immediately decided to assign several elite guards to protect her. Despite her young age, she possessed an extraordinary strength that could easily overwhelm older children. He pondered what extent her power might reach as she matured. Chapter 38. Coercion. After sending Tsunade on her way, Hashirama contemplated the identity of the big brother she had mentioned, hoping he would not bring harm to Tsunade. His thoughts drifted to the man with the Sharingan. Just as he considered Qin Guangming, the latter appeared behind him, offering congratulations on the Hokage's victory. Hashirama turned sharply at the sound of the voice, eyeing Qin Guangming with suspicion. "What brings you here?" he asked, already forming a hand seal, revealing his wariness of the man. Qin Guangming chuckled. "No need for alarm, Hokage. I come with no ill intentions. Otherwise, why would I have saved Tsunade? Relax." Upon hearing this, Hashirama lowered his guard, responding, regarding Tsunade, "I must thank you for rescuing her from the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage. I owe you a favor. What brings you here?" Qin Guangming took a seat, stating, "My rescue of Tsunade was not motivated by a desire for a favor or any ulterior motive. It was simply because I have a fondness for the girl, nothing more. Additionally, I wish to inquire about the peace treaty that will be signed following Yunin's defeat. When is this treaty meeting scheduled?" Hashirama relaxed further, replying, "It will take place tomorrow at noon. I will be attending with the village's council." Satisfied with the information, Qin Guangming departed, saying, "I shall not trouble you further, Hokage." As Hashirama watched him leave, a flicker of concern crossed his expression. He sensed that this man was not simple and wondered about his true intentions, hoping they did not pose a threat to the village. After Qin Guangming's departure, he devised a plan that would later directly influence the peace negotiations. He sought out the brothers, Qin and Jin, who held positions just below the Reikage in Yunin village. These two were known for their arrogance and pride. and Qin Guangming suspected they would not accept defeat gracefully, nor would they be willing to sign a humiliating treaty with Konoha. With your strength, you cannot possibly be content to sign an agreement with Konoha after such a defeat, Qin Guangming proposed to the brothers. Upon seeing the mysterious figure before them, Qin and Jin grew wary. Who are you, and what do you want? They demanded. Qin Guangming smiled disarmingly. No need to be tense, Qin and Jin. I am well aware of your reputation. I mean you no harm. Even if I did, I am but one man. What could I possibly do against the two of you? Flattered by his words, the brothers relaxed. That is true. Together, we could even make the Raikage take a step back. Now what do you want? Qin Guangming seized the moment. Are you truly willing to accept this defeat? I have a plan, and I would like to know if you are interested. Intrigued, Qin and Jin expressed their eagerness. We are unwilling to accept defeat, but what can be done? The situation is set in stone. You say you have a plan to alter this outcome. We are eager to hear it. Seeing their interest, Qin Guangming continued. You are aware that tomorrow at noon, Yunin will sign a treaty with Konoha, acknowledging your defeat. Life will be difficult moving forward. However, I have a strategy that not only offers you a favorable outcome, but also grants you an item that will significantly enhance your strength. The brothers exchanged glances. Their interest piqued at the prospect of a treasure that could bolster their power. Qin Guangming noted their eagerness and smiled. It seems you are not content to remain under the second Raikage's thumb. This is your opportunity. I know you have cultivated your own forces in secret, and tomorrow is the time to sharpen your blades. Feeling the tension rise as their hidden forces were revealed, Qin and Jin's expressions darkened with determination. Unfazed by their hostile demeanor, Qin Guangming assured them, rest assured, I will keep your secrets. I have no intention of harming you, as long as you follow my lead. The brothers, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, concealed the deadly intent in their eyes and inquired, if that is the case, do share your plan. Qin Guangming replied, at tomorrow's meeting, 6 high-ranking officials from the Hidden Leaf will be dispatched. This presents a prime opportunity for you to strike, eliminate the second Raikage, seize power, and lead your Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao forces to eradicate everyone in the leaf. Should this unfold, not only will the cloud be yours, but the leaf will soon follow. What do you think? Upon hearing Qin Guangming's words, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao exchanged contemplative glances, seeking each other's opinion. It was evident that they were intrigued by Qin Guangming's proposal. Such a twofold gain, a win-win scenario, was hard to resist. Their gazes solidified with determination, as if a decision had been made in their hearts. We agree to your plan, but we would like to see the promised treasure first. We cannot allow you to deceive us, asserted Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, true to their nature of not acting without assurance. Qin Guangming, upon hearing this, chuckled reassuringly. Fear not, I have long prepared for this. He then produced a precious item salvaged from the 2 shadow-level figures, a rare find that he deemed worthy of preservation for its uniqueness. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's eyes sparkled at the sight, and they readily acquiesced. Chapter 39. The coup. Seeing the brothers' expressions, Qin Guangming revealed a barely perceptible smile. I shall keep this safe for you. The rest is up to your discretion. He tucked the item into his garments and departed. As Qin Guangming left, the brothers began to deliberate, aware of the need to remain cautious with this ambitious newcomer. Brother, do you think we can trust this man? Yin Jiao queried of Jin Jiao, who appeared to take the lead in their discussions. Jin Jiao, furrowing his brow, responded. His plan aligns perfectly with our interests. We cannot afford to fail. Collaborating with him may yield us a treasure. We shall proceed as he suggests. And should any unexpected developments arise, we can retreat then. Yin Jiao nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the second Raikage's confidant asked, are we truly destined to lose? What other choice do we have? The strength of the leaf surpasses our expectations. We believe that without the legendary Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, their power would wane. But it seems Tobirama Senju is no ordinary individual, the second Raikage lamented. It appeared that many within the cloud were merely bowing to the overwhelming strength of the leaf, not genuinely wishing to surrender. There were indeed many like Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, but these two were the most emblematic and formidable. Time passed swiftly, and the celebratory atmosphere in the Leaf Village faded as the community focused on rebuilding. The recent joint assault from 4 villages wrought immeasurable damage, resulting in the loss of numerous strong warriors and considerable destruction to village infrastructure. The common folk bore the brunt of the suffering. The saying that war brings pain to the common people held true. The following day at noon marked the alliance meeting between the Cloud and the Leaf. The Leaf delegation included the third Hokage candidates, Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi, alongside several jonin. The Cloud sent its second Reikage along with Jin Jiao, In Jiao, and other powerful figures. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Guangming trailed behind, awaiting the unfolding drama. Tobirama Senju, you have truly surprised me. I did not expect the Leaf to possess another hidden powerhouse beyond your brother and Madara Uchiha. The second Reikage remarked before the alliance meeting commenced. Fortune favors the prepared, Tobirama replied, seemingly indifferent to the pleasantries. The second Reikage detected a hint of displeasure in Tobirama's demeanor, but he concealed it well. As expected from one capable of holding the title of Reikage. Let us not linger. Shall we begin? Urged the second Reikage, eager to commence the proceedings. I hereby declare the alliance meeting between the Cloud and the Leaf officially open. I invite the leaders of both villages to sign the alliance treaty. It was evident that this treaty would heavily favor the Leaf, for the Cloud was the defeated party, which contributed to Jin Jiao and In Jiao's reluctance to sign. As the words echoed, the treaty appeared in Tobirama's hands. Naturally, he had no objections, as the agreement was crafted under the Leaf's guidance, and he signed without hesitation. When the document reached the second Reikage, his eyes reflected resignation, while Jin Jiao and In Jiao stood poised. As the second Reikage prepared to write, the brothers recognized that the moment to strike had arrived. Attack! Jin Jiao shouted as the second Reikage was about to put pen to paper. In that instant, chaos erupted as a throng of individuals surged in from all directions. Clearly, the secret forces of Jin Jiao and In Jiao. Qin Guangming, observing from a concealed vantage point, wore a satisfied smile. As Jin Jiao and In Jiao launched their assault, they united in their attack against the second Reikage, who was still facing away from them. Unaware of the impending danger, each brother alone possessed formidable strength, and together, they unleashed a power that surpassed their individual might. Before the second Reikage could react, his life was extinguished in an instant, the brothers proving ruthless, striking at vital points without mercy. Witnessing the onslaught, Tobirama, the second Hokage, immediately issued a retreat order, intending to cover the escape of others. Lord Tobirama, come with us. We must escape together. Hiruzen Sarutobi implored, demonstrating his loyalty in this critical moment. Tobirama had no time for idle chatter. He quickly performed hand seals to transport others to safety. Not without reason. He was the creator of numerous forbidden techniques. Upon seeing the second Hokage secure the escape of others, Jin Jiao and In Jiao commanded their forces to pursue, while they took charge of eliminating the remaining Cloud Ninja present. Why are you doing this, Jin Jiao and In Jiao? Other Cloud Ninja expressed their anger and confusion at the betrayal of their elders. You'll ponder that in hell, In Jiao declared, executing them without hesitation, uttering not a single word more. After eliminating the remaining foes, they promptly pursued Tobirama and the surviving Leaf Ninja. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard, save for Qin Guangming, who emerged from the shadows, surveying the scattered bodies with a contemplative sigh. It is time for a thorough search. I wonder if these Cloud Ninja possess any valuable items. With that, he approached the fallen, rifling through their belongings without a shred of trepidation. Chapter 40. Succession. On the other side of the battlefield, Senju Tobirama witnessed the Kinshu and Ginkyu troops pursuing the remaining ninjas of Konohagakure, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He promptly rushed over to their aid. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were valiantly resisting the Kinshu and Ginkyu forces, unleashing techniques such as water release, water dragon bullet, and fire release, great fireball technique. They were no ordinary foes. Having already dispatched a few members of the Kinshu and Ginkyu troops, who were known to be the strongest force of Kumogakure, embodying the pinnacle of a village's military might. As Tobirama arrived, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically with a swift water release technique that repelled numerous ninjas from the Kinshu and Ginkyu forces. Lord Second Hokage, are you unharmed? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired upon seeing Tobirama approach, with the other Konohagakure ninjas displaying concern as well. Tobirama waved his hand dismissively, assuring them, "Do not worry about me. I am unharmed. They are merely insignificant minions. Let us first deal with the enemies at hand. I anticipate that Kinshu and Ginkyu will soon arrive in person, and escaping then will be a challenge." The other ninjas of Konohagakure exchanged grave glances, realizing that the sheer number of Kinshu and Ginkyu forces was daunting enough, let alone the two elder figures from Kumogakure. Indeed, as fate would have it, No sooner had Tobirama spoken of Kinshu and Ginkyu than the two brothers appeared, with Ginkyu exclaiming arrogantly, "Tobirama, you shall not escape today. Words are futile. Come and test your strength." Tobirama retorted, though the tension in his brow betrayed his outward confidence. Ginkyu scoffed, commanding the Kinshu and Ginkyu troops to encircle Tobirama and his companions, declaring, "Everyone, attack together. Let not a single ninja from Konohagakure escape." Despite Tobirama and his comrades possessing formidable strength, they were outnumbered by nearly 100 ninjas from the Kinshu and Ginkyu forces, making it a daunting battle even for those of the Hokage level. Moreover, the presence of two individuals with near Hokage strength ensured that this would be a fierce confrontation. Qin Guangming, having finished plundering the fallen Kumogakure ninjas, arrived at the current battlefield, observing the conflict he had instigated from behind a massive rock. This puppeteer of chaos had become a seasoned master of manipulation. The group from Konohagakure found a momentary refuge. Tobirama addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo in such dire circumstances. "What decisions will you make?" He turned his gaze toward them, awaiting their responses. Hiruzen, upon hearing Tobirama's words, immediately declared, "Lord Second Hokage, we will cover your escape. The village can endure without us, but it cannot survive without you. There is no one stronger than you in the village." Danzo hesitated momentarily, but soon nodded in agreement with Hiruzen's sentiments. Tobirama, sensing the weight of the moment, realized he would not be leaving this place alive. His astute mind had already connected the dots to Qin Guangming, recalling their conversation from the previous day and understanding that today's upheaval was orchestrated by him. "With your strength, even if I wished to flee, I would likely be unable to do so. If you intend to eliminate all who know your identity, why do you not take action yourself?" A lingering doubt resided in Tobirama's heart. Accepting his fate, he began to test Hiruzen and Danzo for the final time, to determine who would inherit the mantle of the third Hokage. Upon noticing Danzo's hesitation, Tobirama had already made his decision. "Hiruzen, Danzo, you have been rivals for so long without a resolution. I have decided that Hiruzen shall succeed me in safeguarding the village," Tobirama declared, his gaze fixed upon Hiruzen. At that moment, the meaning of Tobirama's words dawned upon everyone. This was the determination of the next third Hokage. Hiruzen, taken aback, stammered, "Lord Second Hokage, what do you mean? The village cannot function without you." Meanwhile, Danzo bowed his head in contemplation, his teeth clenched in displeasure. Tobirama then addressed Danzo. "Can you protect our village?" Hiruzen, overwhelmed with emotion, covered his face and wept, while Danzo remained brooding and shadowed in gloom. "From now on, let Danzo assist you," Tobirama continued. "Danzo, my choice of Hiruzen over you is not due to favoritism. I trust you understand the reasons and that you can support him well." Danzo, reflecting on Tobirama's earlier question, comprehended everything but continued to keep his head bowed, fists clenched. Rising to his feet, Tobirama instructed Hiruzen, "Safeguard those who admire and trust you, and protect our village. From tomorrow onward, you shall be the third Hokage." Although everyone understood the implications of his words, when Tobirama explicitly pronounced this outcome, Danzo's head shot up, and Hiruzen was left speechless, realizing that the second Hokage was about to undertake a monumental task. After conveying his final wishes, Tobirama turned to leave, casting a solitary, somber silhouette as the group watched him depart, their hearts filled with reverence, aware of the grave undertaking he was about to face. "Lord Second Hokage," Hiruzen cried out in anguish, yet Danzo remained shrouded in shadows, harboring resentment towards Hiruzen, aggravated by Tobirama's decision. Tobirama confronted the Kinshu and Ginkyu troops, proclaiming, "Even if you kill me, the will of fire shall endure." Upon seeing Tobirama finally emerge, Ginkyu grinned, "You have ceased your hiding. Where have you concealed the remaining Konohagakure ninjas? Enough with the pleasantries, let us engage." "You will not find them," Tobirama replied with a smile. Kinshu, sensing an ominous premonition, warned, "Ginkyu, be cautious. The Senju clan is not to be trifled with. Stay alert." Ginkyu, dismissive, retorted, "With so many of us, can we not subdue a single man?" "Exercise caution. It is always prudent," Kinshu admonished, eyeing Tobirama with a sense of foreboding. Chapter 41. The Conclusion of Battle Shadow Clone Technique. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Tobirama summoned multiple shadow clones, each executing the Water Dragon Bullet technique with formidable power, a testament to his prowess in creating jutsu. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A multitude of ninjas joined forces to unleash the Earth Flow Wall technique, attempting to counter Tobirama's might. He is indeed a formidable opponent. Everyone, be cautious, Kinshu urged, displaying a degree of prudence unlike Ginkyu. Recognizing that his water dragon bullet technique was insufficient, Tobirama swiftly threw a kunai, which bore a trident shape. In the next moment, he appeared at the kunai's location, employing the flying thunder god technique, a jutsu that he had pioneered and that later became synonymous with the yellow flash of Konoha, Namikaze Minato. Before Kinshu and Ginkyu's forces could react, Tobirama had already positioned himself behind them, preparing to unleash a barrage of explosive tags. In an instant, he released a multitude of explosive tags, and only then did the troops realize he was behind them. Faced with such an overwhelming display of explosive force, anyone would find themselves at a loss. Hurry, use the lightning release armor, Jin Jiao shouted loudly, as he took decisive command of the group. Lightning release armor. The others joined in unison, embodying the formidable strength of the hidden cloud village, far surpassing mere minions. Even the numerous explosive tags were nullified by the armor's power. Yet the group was not unscathed. What should we do next? Senju Tobirama pondered gravely, furrowing his brow. If only his elder brother were here. Surely there would be a solution. Although Edo Tensei possessed great power, capable of resolving the immediate crisis, the current circumstances did not permit Tobirama to employ such a forbidden technique. The preparatory phase was too lengthy, and he would be struck down by these ninjas during its execution. As he gazed at the throng of approaching ninjas, a flicker of resolve shone in Tobirama's eyes. He looked skyward, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Water release, water barrier. Water release, water barrier. Tobirama unleashed 2 water barriers in succession. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, puzzled by Tobirama's intentions, charged forward despite their uncertainty. Meanwhile, the chakra within Tobirama began to flow in reverse, and soon his entire body radiated a crimson hue, reminiscent of Might Guy's transformation against Madara, signifying a burning of life force. Yet, unlike Guy's fiery glow, Tobirama's was one of impending explosion. As the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao forces breached the water barriers, Tobirama's body grew increasingly red. When they reached Tobirama, they witnessed him smiling as he slowly intoned the forbidden technique, self-detonation. Fear filled the eyes of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, but it was too late to escape. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ground was leveled, and within moments, dozens of bodies plummeted from the sky, those of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's forces. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, retreating, turned back to behold the explosion. Lord Tobirama, Hiruzen cried, tears streaming down his face. Others were equally bereft. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had perished, along with the 2 elders and their troops. Qin Guangming, hiding behind a boulder, felt the impact of the blast, realizing the true magnitude of the second Hokage's self-detonation. Now I understand why the second Hokage met his demise at the hands of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, Qin Guangming mused. This had been a lingering doubt among many viewers of the series. How could such a powerful figure fall? From an omniscient perspective, he recognized the overwhelming elite ninjas in Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's ranks. Escaping them without self-detonation would have meant death or severe injury. Additionally, the existence of his own vulnerabilities had played a pivotal role in the unfolding drama. It was a pity that the second Hokage's forbidden techniques were lost. He was renowned for his mastery of such arts, with nearly all of them attributed to him. With Tobirama's death, all who knew Qin Guangming's identity perished in the battle, including the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao brothers. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task of controlling the war's outcome, earning 50,000 points. Reward, 3 lottery chances. Upon hearing the melodious system notification, Qin Guangming felt a surge of joy. His behind-the-scenes efforts had evidently yielded remarkable results, with rewards equivalent to 5 previous tasks. He refrained from immediately drawing his lottery chances, opting to save them for a 10-fold draw, as it offered a discount, allowing him to draw 11 times. Anticipation bubbled within him for the next lottery, hoping for a grand prize, urging the system to grant him blessings. Having accomplished the task of controlling the war's outcome, Qin Guangming had made significant contributions in both light and shadow during the Ninja World War. He not only instigated warfare between the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage, leading to their mutual demise, forcing the Iwagakure and Kirigakure to retreat, but also incited Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao to stage a coup. assassinating the second Raikage and pursuing the second Hokage. This led to the successive deaths of the Hokage, Raikage, Mizukage, and Tsuchikage. Qin Guangming's machinations had been exceptionally effective. The devastation reflected the war's brutality. The second Hokage, Raikage, Mizukage, and Tsuchikage all perished, resulting in a significant upheaval in the leadership of the 5 great villages. Save for Sunagakure. The turmoil wrought by the Ninja World War was immense, heralding a new era. Chapter 42. Shadows. The First Ninja World War was thus declared over. Its consequences terrifying. Firstly, 4 of the 5 great villages lost their leaders in this conflict, although successors were ready to take the helm. The transition of a Kage was complex, involving not only policy changes but also shifts in village strength and even lifestyle transformations. Furthermore, the relationships among the 5 great villages altered drastically. The alliance between the fire and lightning countries collapsed, while the animosity between Iwagakure and Kurogakure, stemming from the demise of their leaders, reached an irreparable state. The First Ninja World War deepened the rift between the 5 great nations, leaving scars of hatred and resentment in the hearts of ninjas that would not easily fade. In Konoha Village, a somber atmosphere enveloped the entire community, with shadows of grief etched upon every face. Despite emerging as the ultimate victor in the war, Konoha did not exude any semblance of joy or triumph. The loss of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, cast a pall over the villagers, igniting their fury towards the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village. I shall strike down any Hidden Cloud ninja I encounter. From this day forth, I will never make peace with the Hidden Cloud. Countless such voices echoed throughout Konoha, revealing the profound impact the second Hokage had on the younger generation of ninjas. The most heartbroken among them was Tsunade. Her bond with Tobirama was unique, as he was not merely a leader but her granduncle, her sole remaining family in the village. The magnitude of his loss weighed heavily upon her. Tsunade, please eat something. You haven't eaten all day. You must take care of yourself. The elderly woman caring for Tsunade urged with concern. Meanwhile, Tsunade, having locked herself in her room, sat on the floor, head buried in her knees, her eyes devoid of life. No one could comprehend the depths of her sorrow, having lost 2 beloved family members in quick succession. Though Tsunade often appeared carefree, her heart was sensitive, and she was but a 4-year-old girl, alone in a village devoid of kin. Her feelings of confusion and helplessness overshadowed her grief. Is she still refusing to eat? The newly appointed 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, approached the elderly caretaker. Yes, Lord 3rd, Tsunade hasn't eaten all day. If this continues, she will surely fall ill. The caretaker replied anxiously to Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow and addressed the elderly woman caring for Tsunade. You may leave. I shall speak with Tsunade alone. I will try to console her. After the elderly woman bowed and departed, Hiruzen found himself alone with Tsunade. Tsunade, the teacher sacrificed himself to ensure our escape. It is our duty to care for you in his stead. If you continue down this path, how shall I explain it to him in the afterlife? Even if he were aware of your self-inflicted torment, it would surely grieve him, Hiruzen said to the other side of the door. I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. I want to be alone for a while, Tsunade finally spoke. Not one to give up, Hiruzen continued. Do you wish to know who was responsible for your grandfather's demise? At that moment, the door, which had remained closed for so long, creaked open, revealing the tear-streaked face of a young girl. Who is it? She inquired. Seeing Tsunade finally open the door brought Hiruzen great relief. You have finally decided to open the door, Tsunade. In truth, your great-grandfather was betrayed by the 2 elders of the Cloud Village, Qin and Jin. He exclaimed, you must live on, stop torturing yourself, and strive to grow stronger to avenge him. Hiruzen chose to conceal the fact that Qin and Jin had perished alongside Senju Tobirama, but he did so to encourage Tsunade to regain her spirit. Tsunade stepped out, her eyes reflecting a newfound resolve. From now on, I shall be your family in Konoha. Hiruzen continued. Tsunade replied, I'm hungry. Hiruzen was momentarily stunned by her words before breaking into a smile. That's more like it. Come, let us indulge in some delicious food. With that, the 2 made their way to Ichiraku Ramen, a renowned establishment favored by Hokages from the 3rd to the 7th. At Ichiraku, Qin Guangming was also enjoying a bowl of ramen when Hiruzen and Tsunade arrived. 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, please. Hiruzen ordered with practiced ease. Qin Guangming, upon noticing Hiruzen, set his chopsticks down and bowed in greeting, oblivious to Tsunade, who stood quietly behind him. Hiruzen, recognizing the unfamiliar face of Qin Guangming, thought to himself, no need for formalities. I still cannot bear such a great responsibility, he said dejectedly. With so many villagers, it was improbable that he would know each one. After all, he was merely a young man about to assume the mantle of leadership, a burden that weighed heavily upon him. Oh, big brother? Tsunade looked up, her face lighting up at the familiar voice of Qin Guangming, who was considered one of the few trustworthy figures aside from her great-grandfather. Qin Guangming, hearing Tsunade's voice, turned and affectionately ruffled her hair. What brings you here, little Tsunade? He asked. Hiruzen, curious about their connection, inquired, do you two know each other? Tsunade replied, big brother saved me from the second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage. What else would I be doing here but to eat? Qin Guangming felt a sense of relief. Seeing that Tsunade seemed to have moved past the shadow of her great-grandfather's death, a consequence he felt responsible for. Hiruzen, angered, thought, those scoundrels dared to lay hands on a child. They truly deserve their fate. Yet, he expressed his gratitude, but thank you. I rather like this little girl. No need to thank me. It is something I willingly do. Qin Guangming waved off. Chapter 43, a new chapter. Very well. Allow me to treat you all to this meal. Hiruzen declared, feeling a surge of confidence as he checked his wallet and found it sufficiently filled. The three enjoyed a satisfying bowl of ramen before parting ways. In truth, Qin Guangming felt considerable remorse towards Tsunade, but recalling her fierce temperament and formidable strength, he felt reassured, knowing her future would be bright, as she would eventually become the 5th Hokage. Tomorrow marked the transition ceremony for the 3rd Hokage, during which Hiruzen would officially assume the title, heralding a new chapter. Please, Lord Hiruzen, don the attire of the 3rd Hokage. Soon, the ceremony commenced, and Hiruzen donned the grand hat and cloak emblazoned with the insignia of the 3rd Hokage, bearing a striking resemblance to the aged leader. The ninja presiding over the ceremony called upon Hiruzen to deliver his address. I shall uphold the will of the 2nd Hokage, safeguarding this village and protecting those who revere and trust me. The will of fire will forever burn bright, Hiruzen declared, earning a resounding applause from the assembled ninjas. Following the transition ceremony, the funeral for the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama, would take place. Both ceremonies were equally solemn and significant, with nearly all the village's ninjas attending the funeral to pay their respects. Those unable to attend would silently pray for Senju Tobirama from their homes. On the day of Tobirama's funeral, a light rain began to fall, casting a gray pall over the sky and deepening the somber mood. Leading the procession, Hiruzen stood alongside a throng of ninjas, all clad in black and holding black umbrellas. Tsunade did not attend. She wished to avoid further reminders of her great-grandfather's passing. Instead, she remained in a secluded area, accompanied by Qin Guangming. Big brother, do you think people go to heaven or hell after they die? Tsunade innocently asked, resting her chin on her hands. Qin Guangming, observing her innocent demeanor, found it hard to reconcile that this sweet girl would one day become a fierce woman. Great ninjas like your grandfather and great-grandfather surely ascend to heaven, while wicked ninjas will descend into hell, suffering endlessly. It is only fitting for the souls of those they wronged, he replied, maintaining a calm facade despite his own dark nature. Although Qin Guangming was indeed the puppet master behind many misdeeds, he still retained a semblance of moral integrity and would not cross his ethical boundaries. Tsunade pondered his words. Lost in thought, the recent ninja world war had exacerbated the rift between the 5 great nations. The enmity between Konoha and the Cloud Village had reached unprecedented heights, while the relationships between the Rock and Mist villages were no better. The Sand Village had begun to delve into research on the One Tail, distancing itself from other villages and gradually reducing diplomatic engagements. Following the coup orchestrated by Qin and Jin, the royal factions of the 5 great nations began to operate independently, no longer forming alliances, fearing a repeat of such tragedies. Thus, a rare semblance of peace emerged among the 5 great nations, but it was merely superficial, as the presence of Qin Guangming ensured that true tranquility was unattainable. The fleeting peace was merely a facade, for beneath the surface, tensions and conflicts festered. Ding. System notification. Please incite discord between the 2 factions of ninjas ahead. Reward, 5,000 points. After a prolonged journey, Qin Guangming finally heard the long-awaited system notification. Such a meager reward for inciting conflict. The ninjas ahead must be mere underlings. Nevertheless, Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel, he mused. Where is everyone? Qin Guangming wondered. Perplexed. Is the system playing tricks on me? Before long, two teams of ninjas emerged from two distinct directions. Their forehead protectors were dissimilar, indicating they hailed from two different nations, converging in this unclaimed wilderness. Qin Guangming marveled at the system's remarkable ability to anticipate events. Observing their forehead protectors, it became evident that they were ninjas from Iwagakure and Kurogakure. Overcome with excitement, Qin Guangming mused, is this system not bestowing points upon me? I believe they will engage in battle without my interference. Since Qin Guangming had instigated the fight between the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage, leading to their mutual demise, a grudge had formed between the two villages. Concealed in the shadows, Qin Guangming watched the movements of the two teams. Noticing that the ninjas had yet to clash, he remained poised, awaiting their encounter. Soon, the two groups met at a designated point. The lead ninja from Kurogakure, clad in the attire of a Nin, faced off against the lead ninja from Iwagakure, who donned similar garb. Teacher, look, it's a ninja from Iwagakure, exclaimed a genin from Kurogakure, pointing at the opposing ninjas. The lead Nin from Kurogakure, upon hearing the commotion, turned to see the Iwagakure ninjas approaching, narrowing his eyes in scrutiny. Meanwhile, the Iwagakure ninjas had also recognized their Kurogakure counterparts and prepared for combat. Unexpectedly, the lead Nin from Kurogakure declared, I bring my students for training today. I seek no casualties. To which the Iwagakure ninja responded, we share that intent. Thus, a mutual understanding was reached, and the two teams passed by one another. Qin Guangming, who had been lying in wait, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. What did they just say? How could they leave without engaging? This is illogical. He pondered with confusion. This simply will not do. I cannot allow my mission to falter, he resolved, unwilling to let the prospect of 5,000 points slip away. Consequently, Qin Guangming picked up a stone, glancing at the departing ninjas, and devised a plan. Who threw that? Show yourself, shouted a ninja from Iwagakure, clutching his bleeding head. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Guangming had thrown the stone indiscriminately into the air, inadvertently striking the Iwagakure ninja. Chapter 44. The mission. Both teams, the ninjas from Kurogakure and Iwagakure, turned their attention to the source of the outcry. The lead Nin from Iwagakure, perplexed, inquired, Yamamoto, what has happened? Why is your head covered in blood? The genin, Yamamoto, groaned in pain. I do not know, teacher. Someone from who knows where struck me with a stone. The attention of the group shifted to a bloodied stone on the ground, and it became clear how Yamamoto had sustained his injury. Who did this? Who is responsible? The lead Nin from Iwagakure seethed with anger, incensed that a student had been harmed under his watch. With only the two teams in sight and no other suspects, the Iwagakure ninjas cast their gaze toward Kurogakure. The lead Nin thundered, you Kurogakure scoundrels, we did not instigate trouble. Yet you dare attack my student and injure him before my eyes. How brazen of you. Clearly enraged, he spat out these words through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Qin Guangming, hidden on a nearby hillside, suppressed laughter as he observed the Iwagakure Nin berate the Kurogakure ninjas. To be honest, he had not anticipated that. Without opening the 8 gates, he could throw a stone with such force that it would cause a genin to bleed. The Kurogakure team, equally bewildered, responded with a look of confusion. What are you talking about? Which of your eyes saw us attack? While I regret the injury to your ninja, we cannot hurl accusations without evidence. The other Kurogakure members struggled to contain their laughter, even if they had not been responsible for the incident. The sheer delight in witnessing the Iwagakure ninja's misfortune left them chuckling. The Iwagakure ninjas, including their lead Nin, were seething with anger. You are insufferable. The lead Nin nearly ground his teeth in fury. Prepare for battle. Seeing the Iwagakure team gearing up for confrontation, the Kurogakure Nin rallied his team, unwilling to back down. Although both sides had previously been reluctant to engage, Qin Guangming's meddling ensured that conflict would ensue. Prepare for battle. The lead Nin from Kurogakure commanded his troops. Qin Guangming, observing the escalating tension, smiled with satisfaction, stroking his beard in a mock display of wisdom. At last, my efforts are not in vain. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The lead Nin from Kurogakure initiated the battle, cautioning his team to avoid friendly fire. Upon witnessing the first offensive from Kurogakure, the lead Nin from Iwagakure quickly stepped forward. Earth release, earth flow wall. He swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a massive earthen wall to counter the water dragon's assault. I will face the lead Nin from Kurogekure. You all take the opportunity to engage the other ninjas. He instructed his comrades behind the protective barrier. Understood. The Iwagakure ninjas replied in unison. The Kurogekure Nin, recognizing the defensive maneuver, understood it was a tactic employed by a fellow Nin, particularly effective against water techniques. Earth release, earth split palm. The Iwagakure Nin launched an offensive, splitting the ground and forcing the Kurogekure lead Nin to evade, separating him from the rest of his team. The Kurogekure Nin quickly grasped the intent behind the Iwagakure Nin's move to divide the battlefield. He leaped aside and called to his fellow ninjas. I will handle this Nin. You all deal with the others. Yes, his comrades eagerly affirmed, eager for the thrill of real combat. Are you truly going to allow your students to fight alone? The Kurogekure Nin queried his Iwagakure counterpart. Indeed, I trust my students. You should be more concerned about your own. The Iwagakure Nin retorted sharply. Water release, water cannon technique. Without further argument, the Kurogekure Nin retaliated with a technique. The Iwagakure lead Nin, witnessing the attack, immediately formed seals. Earth release, earth flow castle wall. This technique produced a larger barrier than the previous one, though it lacked the same sturdiness. In the clash of earth and water techniques, neither side gained the upper hand. Earth release, rock smashing pole. The Iwagakure Nin, who had been on the defensive, chose to switch to an offensive strategy, aware that while earth techniques excel in defense, they also possess formidable attacking capabilities. The strike landed ferociously upon the body of the elite ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. Observing this, the elite ninja from the Hidden Stone Village could not help but smirk disdainfully, pondering whether the ninjas of the Hidden Mist were of such inferior caliber. Meanwhile, other ninjas from both sides turned their attention to the battlefield. The lower-ranked ninjas from the Hidden Mist exhibited expressions of concern, while their counterparts from the Hidden Stone reveled in joy. However, in the next instant, the smile of the elite ninja from the Hidden Stone froze as the body of the Hidden Mist's elite ninja transformed into a puddle of water after being struck by the opponent's earth release technique. The true form of the Hidden Mist elite ninja emerged from an unexpected direction, asserting that they had underestimated him. How could the ninjas of the Hidden Mist be so easily defeated? A sigh of relief washed over the other ninjas from the Hidden Mist, as this water clone maneuver instilled trepidation in all present. The Hidden Mist's elite ninja had turned the tables, leaving the Hidden Stone's ninjas basking in momentary joy only to face sudden dismay. Nearby, Qin Guangming watched with great delight, for the intensity of this battle exceeded his expectations. Chapter 45. The strength of elite ninjas. The water clone technique employed by the elite ninja from the Hidden Mist deceived all the ninjas present, including the onlooker Qin Guangming, who failed to discern when the true form of the Hidden Mist's elite ninja had transformed into the water clone. Truly remarkable. The elite ninja from the Hidden Stone had merely been momentarily bewildered by this tactic, which did not significantly alter the course of the battle. On the battlefield of the lower-ranked ninjas, however, their clashes paled in comparison to the grandeur of the elite ninjas' combat. The confrontations among the elite were characterized by high-level ninjutsu and taijutsu, while the lower-ranked ninjas often lacked mastery of advanced techniques, engaging instead in rudimentary ninjutsu and taijutsu skirmishes. In this relatively underdeveloped era, the advancement of ninja schools was not yet complete. Not all individuals, like Uchiha Sasuke, had acquired numerous high-level techniques before even becoming a lower-ranked ninja, nor did they possess the ample chakra to support such formidable jutsu. Furthermore, the ordinary ninjas from the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Stone could not compare to the prowess of the Uchiha clan, which stood unrivaled among the 5 great villages, particularly in the Hidden Leaf Village. Among the lower-ranked ninjas, one named Yamashita from the Hidden Stone fought with fervor, despite suffering a head injury. With only the Hidden Mist as his foe, he vented his frustrations upon them, regardless of their actual involvement. Damn Hidden Mist ninjas, take this kick from Yamashita, he bellowed. The ninjas from the Hidden Mist, witnessing this, wore serious expressions, recognizing that Yamashita was no pushover. His physical prowess was formidable. As Yamashita targeted his opponent, who could not evade, the latter braced himself defensively. When Yamashita's leg collided with his arm, the Hidden Mist lower-ranked ninja was sent flying, performing acrobatics before regaining his balance. Observers were not deceived by Yamashita's words. He was no mere fool, but a ninja of true skill. Yamashita, be careful, cautioned his fellow lower-ranked ninjas from the hidden stone. After stabilizing himself, Yamashita spotted 3 shuriken hurtling toward him from the left front. Reacting swiftly, he drew a kunai to block 2 of the shuriken, but one managed to pierce his skin, leaving a bloody mark on his arm. The members of the hidden stone were gripped with anxiety upon seeing Yamashita struck. How despicable! You dare to overwhelm us with numbers. You lack the spirit of a true ninja warrior. Yamashita exclaimed in anger at the dishonorable tactics of his opponents. Everyone, charge with me, he called out to the remaining ninjas of the hidden stone. All right, let's go. They rallied in response, charging forward. The ninjas from the hidden mist, surprised to see all the hidden stone ninjas advancing, remarked on their barbarity. One seemingly arrogant ninja from the hidden mist sneered. Indeed, they are brutes. Despite their words, the ninjas from the hidden mist did not falter. They too surged into battle. As the 2 sides collided, a thick cloud of smoke billowed, indicating the intensity of the conflict. However, the exchanges were primarily physical confrontations rather than the dazzling ninjutsu exhibited by the elite. Meanwhile, Yamashita, clutching his injured arm, grew frustrated upon witnessing the brawl erupt without him. These fools, they start a brawl without waiting for me, he lamented, yet his body moved swiftly, joining the fray. Fists and kicks flew, shuriken and kunai were exchanged, with neither side yielding an advantage. In such chaotic skirmishes, none dared to employ explosive tags, fearing harm to their allies, resulting in a protracted battle. As the lower-ranked ninjas remained locked in stalemate, Qin Guangming observed the lackluster exchanges. Finding little of interest, he turned his attention back to the elite ninjas' confrontation. Indeed, the lower-ranked brawls were far from captivating. Not all displayed the prowess of his own 8 gates technique. He mused with pride. Certainly, the 8 gates was a technique once wielded by the formidable guy who had matched the might of the 6 paths Madara, truly transcending all ninjutsu. One could assert that Qin Guangming's version of the 8 gates, devoid of any adverse effects, was an invincible force. In the elite battle, exchanges remained dynamic and reciprocal, encompassing not only clashes of earth release and water release, but also taijutsu and lightning and fire release techniques. An exceptional ninja is proficient in multiple elemental jutsu. To rely solely on one would render them easily countered. The elite ninja from the hidden mist, utilizing water release, faced the hidden stone ninja, whose earth release inherently held an advantage over water release. If this continued, the elite from the hidden mist was destined to lose. Unexpectedly, the elite ninja of the hidden stone remarked, I underestimated you. You are indeed a ninja of 3 attributes. The elite ninja from the hidden mist responded. You are not lacking either. You possess 2 types of chakra. This exchange revealed the hidden mist ninja's superior chakra attributes. Yet the stalemate indicated that the hidden stone ninja's ninjutsu prowess was evidently superior. Water release, water surge technique. The hidden mist elite unleashed another water release, summoning torrents of water toward the hidden stone ninja. In response, the elite from the hidden stone scoffed, do not waste your chakra, water release does not affect me. Earth release, earth flow wall. The hidden stone elite swiftly employed the earth flow wall to block the oncoming deluge. The hidden mist elite, noting the derisive words of his opponent, smirked, watch closely. He proclaimed, lightning release. A crackling orb of electricity materialized in his hand, which he thrust into the water, instantly electrifying the entire flow. The water surge transformed into a formidable lightning water surge, its intensity markedly amplified. The hidden stone elite, sensing the ominous sound of thunder from behind the earth flow wall, felt a wave of foreboding wash over him, realizing something was amiss. The next moment, the lightning water surge collided with the earth flow wall, unleashing a tremendous force as the electricity surged through the barrier. The hidden stone ninjas behind the wall finally comprehended the source of the thunderous sound, yet the lightning had already permeated the entire earth flow wall, leaving them to ponder how their elite would respond. Chapter 46. The conclusion of battle. Observing from the sidelines, Qin Guangming marveled at the ingenuity of the Mist Village's Jonin, who skillfully combined lightning release with water release techniques. This Jonin from Mist Village possesses quite a clever mind, he mused. To devise such a cunning method to counter earth release is commendable. Their battle intelligence is nearly on par with my own. Even while praising others, Qin Guangming could not resist indulging in a touch of self-admiration. The Rock Village Jonin, witnessing the unfolding events, quickly pondered his next move. Taking to the air was not a sustainable option, as he could not fly and there was no solid ground upon which to land. Fire release, great fireball technique. With no means of evasion, the Rock Village Jonin pressed forward, attempting to collide fire release with water release. At that moment, the contest hinged on the magnitude of their chakra. If he possessed the chakra reserves akin to Naruto Uzumaki's, I would confidently assert that the Rock Village Jonin would emerge victorious. In an instant, the fusion of water and fire releases erupted, generating a cloud of steam that enveloped the battlefield in a misty haze, accompanied by crackling sounds that likely stemmed from the lightning. The Mist Village Jonin narrowed his eyes at the Rock Village Jonin's audacity to confront his lightning water wave head-on, contemplating the merits of this bold approach. Resolute, he doubled down on his chakra output. Meanwhile, the lower-ranked ninjas from both villages halted their physical confrontations, captivated by the escalating clash of their superior ninjas. The commotion was so pronounced that they could not help but pause and watch, as the spectacle was nothing short of magnificent, rivaling effects of a blockbuster film. "Go, teacher! Defeat those scoundrels from Mist Village!" cheered the Rock Village ninjas from the mountains, rallying behind their Jonin. On the contrary, the Mist Village lower ninjas could not refrain from taunting, "You are bound to lose. Every ninja knows water extinguishes fire. How dare your teacher confront our water release with fire release? Go, teacher!" The Rock Village ninjas clenched their fists, aware that engaging fire release against water release was disadvantageous. Yet they could do nothing but trust in their teacher. It must be said, the prowess of the Rock Village Jonin was indeed impressive, managing to clash fire release with water release at such intensity. "Earth release, Rock Pillar Prison," he suddenly shouted, emerging from the side just as the battle intensified. As the conflict raged, 3 rock pillars erupted from the ground beneath the Mist Village Jonin, leaving all present astonished. How could he possibly have the opportunity to execute Earth release? This doubt lingered in the minds of all observers. Watch out! The other Mist Village ninjas, witnessing the pillars rise, found themselves without time to warn their Jonin, who had no opportunity to evade. "Well done, teacher!" exclaimed the Rock Village ninjas, applauding their Jonin's clever maneuver. Indeed, amidst the fierce collision, there was no chance to form hand seals, nor any excess chakra for counterattacks. Everyone was both astonished and perplexed by the sudden emergence of another Rock Village Jonin. Trapped by the pillars, the Mist Village Jonin could only cease his lightning water wave. The Rock Village Jonin also halted, as he had exhausted his chakra reserves for further confrontation. "How did you manage this?" the confined Mist Village Jonin inquired, bewildered. He could only accept his predicament, having failed to notice when his opponent seized the opportunity to ambush him, nor did he have time to create a shadow clone. At that moment, the Rock Village Jonin who had summoned the Rock Pillar Prison transformed into a mound of earth, while the Real Rock Village Jonin, panting, explained, "As your water and lightning releases collided against my earth barrier, I created an earth clone that burrowed underground, surfacing beneath you to launch a surprise attack." Upon hearing this explanation, the Mist Village Jonin smiled in understanding. Qin Guangming was equally astonished. Realizing the hidden strategy behind the Jonin's actions and the reasoning for employing fire release against water release, the remaining ninjas from both the Mist Village and the Rock Village ceased their skirmishes, for the victory of the Jonin signified the triumph of their respective villages. Continuing the fight would bear no further significance. The trapped Mist Village Jonin weakly requested, "I have but one request. Could you go easy on me?" The Rock Village Jonin paused, taken aback, before responding with a smile. "Rest assured, I shall accommodate your request. Attack." With that command, the Rock Village ninjas unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the Mist Village ninjas. Among them, the mountain-dwelling ninjas fought ferociously, their faces alight with a fierce and exhilarating joy, prompting a satisfied smile from the Rock Village Jonin. Not only did the Rock Village Jonin wear a smile of contentment, but so too did Qin Guangming, whose face bore a look of fulfillment. "Oh dear, I've been lying here for nearly an hour. My hand has gone numb," he remarked as he retreated to a concealed location. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the incitement task. You have earned 5,000 points. Just as Qin Guangming was preparing to leave, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Upon hearing the reward of 5,000 points, he felt only a mild sense of joy, considering it a mediocre reward without any chance for a lottery draw. Nevertheless, he persisted in his endeavors. For the cries of anguish from the mist village Jonin resonated in the air, filled with pain. Rock Village, I will remember this. I will remember each and every one of your faces. Mark my words. I'll be waiting for you, replied a Rock Village ninja, continuing his work unabated. Both villages refrained from taking lives, as the Jonin represented the backbone of their respective communities. Any incident involving a Jonin's death would escalate beyond mere tasks, potentially igniting a conflict among the higher echelons, transforming a trivial skirmish into a significant war. Qin Guangming reveled in the sounds of distress, for he had instigated this turmoil. The reason he willingly accepted these tasks, despite their meager rewards, lay in this very thrill. Gradually, he found himself enamored with the sensation of being the puppet master. Chapter 47. Discovery of New Lands. Qin Guangming had grown fond of the godlike perspective afforded by the puppet master system, which delighted in stirring discord. It was no surprise that he had been continuously instigating friction among the 5 great nations since the clash between Mist Village and Rock Village. Following the altercation between Mist and Rock, Qin Guangming traversed the territories of the 5 great nations, deliberately lingering in areas where rival ninja factions roamed, inciting their conflicts. At times, he even sowed discord among the unified ninjas within a single nation. Thus, the facade of peace among the 5 great nations began to crumble under Qin Guangming's orchestrations, as a series of minor skirmishes erupted, each more stealthy than the last. This system is quite the troublemaker, yet I find it enjoyable, Qin Guangming mused inwardly. Ding. System notification. Do not harbor resentment toward the system in your thoughts, or the host will face certain penalties. Damn. Is the system truly that perceptive? It can read my mind? Perhaps I should extract the secrets of mind reading from it. That would certainly add to the fun, Qin Guangming considered, plotting against the system in his mind. Ding. System notification. As the system merges with the host, thoughts are mutually accessible. I belong to you, and you belong to me. The system once again perceived Qin Guangming's innermost thoughts. Qin Guangming found himself at a loss for words. How could this system eavesdrop on everything? Did it mean that any furtive thoughts he harbored would be exposed? Even during intimate moments with his future girlfriend, would this wretched system bear witness? Oh dear, what was to be done about his future happiness? The system reassured the host, stating that it is an ethical system that will automatically enter sleep mode when necessary. Qin Guangming felt a sense of comfort from the system's words, appreciating its human-like qualities. He continued his travels across various nations, eagerly awaiting the system's task assignments. It seemed that Qin Guangming had journeyed for quite some time. As he arrived once more in the Land of Fire, specifically in the Hidden Leaf Village, as he swiftly traversed the forest, he could not help but admire the environment of the Hidden Leaf. It was indeed superior, with its mountains, rivers, and lush woods. In contrast, the villages of Sunagakure and Iwagakure were perpetually arid, plagued by relentless winds and sandstorms. During his travels in the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth, Qin Guangming had noticed his skin becoming wrinkled and parched, losing its moisture. He often lamented that the next time he passed through those desolate regions, he would hasten his departure, for the smooth and delicate texture of his skin had become dry and flaky. Qin Guangming's reflections held merit. It was no wonder that the inhabitants of those lands habitually donned headscarves and masks, shielding themselves from the abrasive winds and the drying effects of the elements. As he navigated through the Hidden Leaf Village, the air was refreshing, and the trees aided in accelerating his journey. Just as exhaustion began to set in, he spotted a white-haired boy squatting beside the gnarled roots of an ancient tree 100 meters ahead, seemingly engrossed in some task. Recognizing the figure, Qin Guangming thought in astonishment, is that Jiraiya? To encounter the youthful version of Jiraiya here is truly unexpected. Qin Guangming was immensely excited to unexpectedly encounter Jiraiya in this place. Jiraiya, also known as the Perverted Sage, was a ninja of legendary prowess, belonging to the esteemed ranks of the 3 legendary ninjas. Most importantly, Jiraiya was Qin Guangming's favorite character during his previous life while watching Naruto. When Jiraiya faced pain in a one-on-one battle, Qin Guangming felt his heart constrict with tension. Alas, it was with great sorrow that he witnessed Jiraiya's demise. Shedding tears at the tragic moment of his death, Qin Guangming hurried forward, leaping to stand before Jiraiya, who was startled by this sudden appearance and fell onto the ground in surprise. Qin Guangming embraced Jiraiya fervently, exclaiming, "Promise me you will never seek out pain for a confrontation. Furthermore, there is a child named Naruto whom I must teach." Jiraiya was truly taken aback by the peculiar individual before him. First, there was the unexpected leap into his personal space, followed by an abrupt embrace accompanied by a torrent of bizarre utterances that left Jiraiya utterly bewildered, unsure of the meaning behind the words. System notification. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the hidden task that propels the narrative forward. You are awarded 10,000 points, and additionally, considering that this is the host's first time unlocking a hidden task without the guidance of the system, the host is granted an extra 50,000 points and 3 opportunities for a lottery draw. Upon hearing the system notification resonating in his mind, Qin Guangming was momentarily taken aback. Loosening his grip on Jiraiya's hand, could it be that he had inadvertently triggered a hidden quest? Qin Guangming was utterly unaware of his actions. In a moment of excitement upon seeing Jiraiya, he embraced him and inadvertently activated a hidden mission. Furthermore, the initial reward for this hidden task was exceedingly generous. After a brief moment of astonishment, Qin Guangming was filled with exhilaration, thinking to himself, such bountiful rewards. It is rather intriguing that there exists such a concept as hidden quests. It appears that these quests can only be fulfilled by advancing the narrative. However, I am left pondering how I managed to complete a hidden quest just moments ago. It seems that the system notification only sounded after I expressed my desire to refrain from confronting pain and advising Naruto. Upon this realization, Qin Guangming couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If that is the case, could it not mean that I am poised to acquire numerous points and opportunities for a lottery? With my profound understanding of Naruto, I can effortlessly recount the entire plot. Qin Guangming stumbled upon a novel method to acquire points and opportunities for a lottery, experiencing a thrill and joy akin to Columbus discovering a new continent. It was as if he had unveiled a new realm within the system. Meanwhile, the youthful Jiraiya stood before this peculiar stranger, oscillating between confusion and excitement, resembling a fool. As he babbled nonsensically about pain and Naruto, I have never heard of you. You are quite strange. Jiraiya felt a sense of trepidation towards the unexpected stranger who had interrupted his observation of the ants at work. With a hint of apprehension, Jiraiya inquired of Qin Guangming. Who are you? Do you know me? Upon hearing the fearful words of the youthful Jiraiya, Qin Guangming became acutely aware of his own indiscretion and promptly clarified, Of course, I am familiar with you. You may not know me yet, but soon you shall. Are you, indeed, Jiraiya? Qin Guangming once again confirmed the identity of the white-haired youth before him, uncertain if he had mistaken the person. The young boy clad in red was nothing short of a miniature version of Jiraiya. Indeed, do you recognize me? Jiraiya inquired with a hint of confusion, pondering how this unfamiliar young man could possibly know him. However, upon reflection, it became evident, in the entirety of Konohagakure, who else could this red-clad youth with a head of white hair be, if not Jiraiya himself? Chapter 48. The young Jiraiya gazed apprehensively at the stranger before him, whose eyes burned with intensity. On the opposite side, Qin Guangming observed the youthful Jiraiya, noting the flicker of fear in his gaze. He too became acutely aware of his own fervor. Encountering an idol from the ranks of Hokage, particularly one who had already passed, was undeniably exhilarating. Oh dear, I seem to have lost my composure. My apologies, young Jiraiya. You may not recognize who I am, but that is of little consequence. What truly matters is what you are engaged in at this moment. Qin Guangming initially wished to familiarize himself with Jiraiya. However, upon further contemplation, he found this notion somewhat inappropriate. Consequently, he redirected the conversation by inquiring about Jiraiya's activities beside the gnarled roots of the ancient tree. Jiraiya, somewhat bewildered by Qin Guangming's sudden shift in thought, pondered how the discussion had transitioned from a desire for acquaintance to a query about his current endeavors. I haven't done much. I simply found some ants here, and I thought it was quite amusing, Jiraiya replied timidly. Upon hearing Jiraiya's response, Qin Guangming realized that he was squatting there, observing the ants convening, which was indeed a bit unsettling. Given Jiraiya's lecherous disposition, it seemed rather peculiar for him to be engrossed in watching ants hold a meeting. Something was amiss. Qin Guangming pondered with a sense of perplexity. He then inquired of Jiraiya, Young Jiraiya, what brings you here alone to observe the little ants? Jiraiya felt a shiver run down his spine as he noticed the stranger's leering gaze upon him. He replied, I simply have a fondness for observing small creatures, and this place is not far from my home. I lack other companions. At this point, Jiraiya lowered his head in despondency. Upon hearing Jiraiya mention the proximity to his home, Qin Guangming realized that they were quite close to the village. This small grove was indeed near Kanahagakure, signifying that Qin Guangming had reached the village at last. However, he felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing Jiraiya's admission of loneliness. For Jiraiya had always been distinguished by his shock of white hair, which led the townsfolk to regard him as an oddity, reluctant to engage and play with him. Qin Guangming recalled the memories of Jiraiya from the anime Naruto, recognizing the parallels to Naruto's own childhood. Both had endured profound solitude. Fear not, if you do not mind. I shall be your friend from this day forth. Qin Guangming, with deep emotion, spoke to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, captivated, gazed at Qin Guangming, sensing the sincerity reflected in his eyes, and responded with genuine astonishment. Is that true? Are you truly willing to befriend me? Jiraiya inquired with a hint of skepticism. Since childhood, everyone has always kept their distance from Jiraiya, yet now there are those who willingly seek to befriend him. This gesture deeply moves Jiraiya, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Upon hearing Jiraiya's incredulous words, Qin Guangming chuckled and replied, Of course. To me, your silver hair exudes a remarkable charm. Did you know that I have always envied such a magnificent mane? So, would you do me the honor of being my friend? At this moment, the words spoken by Qin Guangming were not mere fabrications. In his previous life, he had admired Jiraiya from Naruto, captivated by the sage's flowing silver hair and carefree demeanor. Instantly taken with this eccentric old man and holding him in the highest regard. Regrettably, Jiraiya had yet to witness the day when Naruto would surpass him. This lingered as a poignant regret in Qin Guangming's heart. Thus, in this world, he resolved to become the unseen puppeteer, possessing a divine perspective, and secretly vowed to orchestrate Jiraiya's journey into the depths of the sewers to confront Pain's 6 paths alone, determined to avert this tragedy. Upon hearing Qin Guangming express his deep admiration for his silver hair, a characteristic that others deemed the source of his monstrous nature, Jiraiya felt an unexpected joy. It was as if he had encountered a kindred spirit, for here was someone who not only appreciated his silver locks, but also envied the prospect of possessing such hair. Jiraiya could hardly contain his delight, exclaiming with laughter, Ha! Do you truly admire it? Jiraiya laughed heartily. Qin Guang nodded and said, Indeed, of course. Jiraiya once again erupted into a hearty laugh. Yet Qin Guangming felt that this version of Jiraiya lacked certain elements that were significant in his recollections of him. What could this elusive aspect be? There was an inexplicable sense of something amiss. Qin Guangming pondered within his heart. Suddenly, Jiraiya embraced Qin Guangming with a smile, exclaiming, Excellent. From this moment onward, you shall be my dearest friend. At the moment when Jiraiya embraced Qin Guangming and spoke those words, Qin Guangming finally recalled that the Jiraiya before him lacked certain attributes compared to the Jiraiya he remembered. How could the lecherous sage be devoid of lechery? Even possessing a hint of innocence, Jiraiya's carefree disposition naturally matured over time, yet the inclination towards sensuality must be nurtured from an early age. At that moment, Qin Guangming's mind ignited with a bold and inappropriate idea. He resolved to cultivate Jiraiya's amorous nature from this point forward. A lecherous sage must indeed embody lechery, otherwise, he ceases to be a lecherous sage. However, how could one instill such traits in Jiraiya? This posed a conundrum. Qin Guangming pondered deeply. Oh, Jiraiya had once authored a book called The Paradise of Affection. Perhaps he could exchange a few risque novels and some erotic illustrations from the system for him to peruse. An impish notion surged within Qin Guangming. Thus, he decided to proceed with this plan. Qin Guangming silently affirmed his previous thoughts. He then turned to Jiraiya and said, Little Jiraiya, as we have just become friends and considering my slightly elder status, allow me to present you with a token of our newfound camaraderie. Consider it a token of our newfound friendship. Upon hearing that Qin Guangming intended to present him with a gift upon their first meeting, Jiraiya felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, nearly moved to tears. He replied, My dear brother, your willingness to be my sole friend is already a profound blessing. There is no need for any additional gifts. I wholeheartedly appreciate your gesture. Jiraiya accompanied his words with a gesture of thumping his chest. Qin Guangming secretly pondered how this could be permissible. He could not allow his plans to be thwarted. The lecherous sage must remain true to his nature, without the slightest alteration. Qin Guangming then continued, That simply won't do. Absolutely not. As your elder brother, it is imperative that I present you with a token of our first meeting. One must adhere to the customs. Please heed my words. Upon hearing Qin Guangming's assertive tone, the young Jiraiya reflected on the kindness his elder brother had shown him, realizing that such a friend must not be forsaken. Thus, Jiraiya reluctantly nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well then, it would be impolite not to comply. I shall heed my brother's wishes. I humbly accept this token of our meeting. May I inquire as to its whereabouts?" "Brother," Jiraiya remarked, noticing that Qin Guangming bore no gift resembling a box. His curiosity piqued. Chapter 49. New channels. Upon hearing that Jiraiya was finally willing to accept the meticulously prepared gift, Qin Guangming responded, "Do not fret. Allow me to perform a little magic for you." The youthful Jiraiya, intrigued by the prospect of a magic trick, felt a surge of excitement. After all, he was still a child, finding delight in such trivial amusements, a stark contrast to the formidable presence of the legendary Sannin. Observing Jiraiya's elevated spirits, Qin Guangming could not help but smile, thinking to himself, could it be that my lecherous sage is finally coming around? As Qin Guangming pondered, the lewd grin of Jiraiya gradually emerged in his mind, igniting a surge of excitement within him. He never anticipated that the lecherous sage would be a creation of his own making. Lost in this thought, Qin Guangming became oblivious to everything around him, even forgetting to exchange for the erotic novels in the system's marketplace. Observing Qin Guangming's dazed expression, Jiraiya could not help but pat him on the shoulder and inquire, "Brother? Brother? Are you all right?" It is evident that Qin Guangming's flights of fancy have captivated him to such an extent that it took several calls from Jiraiya to rouse him from his reverie. Qin Guangming realized that he had become so engrossed in his thoughts that he had completely forgotten to redeem the yellow novels and erotic illustrations from the system shop. This lapse somewhat tarnished the image he wished to project as an elder brother in front of young Jiraiya. Thus, he adopted a demeanor of righteous solemnity and said, "Young Jiraiya, I was merely reminiscing about a departed friend, which led me into a trance." As he spoke these words, there was not a hint of embarrassment upon his countenance. He appeared utterly unfazed. Jiraiya, wearing an expression of skeptical curiosity, squinted his eyes at Qin Guangming and inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Qin Guangming cleared his throat twice and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, inquired, "Of course it is true. Could my elder brother possibly deceive you? Do not concern yourself with that matter. Rather, focus on cherishing my gift." Upon hearing Qin Guangming mention the gift, Jiraiya's attention was drawn to it as he inquired, "Indeed. My dear brother, where is the gift?" Upon witnessing Jiraiya finally redirect his gaze, Qin Guangming triumphantly declared, "Just you wait and see." After a brief moment, Qin Guangming closed his eyes, redirecting his focus to the system interface. He navigated to the marketplace, specifically the literature section. Yet he found himself unable to locate any erotic novels. A wave of anxiety washed over him, and with uncertainty gnawing at his heart, he cautiously opened his eyes. Upon meeting Jiraiya's expectant gaze, he mused inwardly about the shortcomings of this unreliable system. Could it truly lack even a single erotic novel? How was he to salvage his boastful claims? His esteemed image as an elder brother was likely crumbling in Jiraiya's eyes, and that simply could not be allowed. Noticing that the wait was stretching on longer than anticipated, Jiraiya inquired, "Elder brother, what seems to be the problem? Why is it taking so long?" Hearing Jiraiya's urging, Qin Guangming felt a twinge of unease yet maintained a facade of composure as he stated, "Young Jiraiya, allow me to impart a lesson to you. Good things are always worth the wait, for one cannot hasten the consumption of hot tofu." Jiraiya smirked, but nonetheless nodded in agreement. "Very well." Qin Guangming then closed his eyes once more, directing his focus towards the system, at which point a voice emanated from his mind. "Beep. System notification. The system indicates that this platform is legitimate, and adult novels do not fall under the category of acceptable literature. Hence, one cannot find such works in the book marketplace." Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Guangming realized that it was impossible to locate novels with yellow covers within the literature section. No wonder he had searched for so long without success. Where, then, could he find the novels with yellow covers? Qin Guangming inquired. Where can one procure novels with yellow covers? Such illicit items necessitate the expenditure of 10,000 points by the host to procure through this system. Upon activating the illicit channel, the host will be able to locate the desired items within the marketplace. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Guangming could not help but mutter inwardly, "This wretched system actually siphons off my points, making it impossible to purchase even a risque novel, all the while claiming that everything is available." Gritting his teeth, Qin Guangming resolved that for the sake of his lecherous sage, 10,000 points were not too great a price. After all, it merely necessitated completing an additional task. Thus, he made his purchase. With newfound determination, he responded to the system in his mind. System, I wish to access the illicit marketplace. Beep. The system announced, congratulations, host, you have unlocked the illicit marketplace, deducting 10,000 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Guangming immediately focused his thoughts on the section for the illicit marketplace within the system's catalog. Once he entered, he was astounded by the plethora of goods on display, leaving him utterly shocked. In his astonishment, Qin Guangming exclaimed internally, goodness! This system truly offers an extensive array of items. It seems this illicit marketplace is indeed worth its weight in gold. The illicit marketplace not only featured risque novels and adult illustrations, but those paled in comparison to the modern, vibrant offerings of the 21st century that dazzled his senses. There were not only physical goods, but also audiovisual works, including renowned figures from the past like Teacher Tsang and Teacher Bodo, alongside newer sensations like Teacher Tao and Teacher Mingli. These items transported Qin Guangming back to the 21st century, resembling a veritable paradise for the lecherous. In this realm, there was nothing you could conceive that was not available within the illicit marketplace. Almost overwhelmed by the sheer variety of products, Qin Guangming quickly selected several yellow-covered novels and a few adult illustrations, exiting promptly. However, the prices of these items were quite steep. He spent 4,000 points for just these few items. It must be said, the pricing in this illicit marketplace was as dubious as its nature. Nevertheless, Qin Guangming did not hesitate to make the purchase, as he had already committed to unlocking this marketplace for 10,000 points. Thus, this expenditure was relatively acceptable. Being less than half that amount, worried that Jiraiya might grow impatient, he hurriedly exited. When Qin Guangming opened his eyes, he found Jiraiya's eyelids drooping, appearing on the verge of slumber. Qin Guangming called out loudly, "Little Jiraiya!" Startled by the sudden shout, Jiraiya widened his eyes, seemingly snapping back to reality. This reaction was understandable, as Qin Guangming had indeed taken quite some time with his shopping, enchanted by the offerings of the illicit marketplace. Chapter 50. The lecherous sage. Startled by Qin Guangming's exclamation, little Jiraiya complained, "Big brother, what are you doing?" With a proud expression, Qin Guangming replied, "I merely noticed you were about to fall asleep and thought to offer a kind reminder." Now possessing the risque novels and adult illustrations, he felt emboldened. Jiraiya retorted, "I isn't at your fault, big brother. You've been performing your little tricks for so long that I'm ready to doze off." Rather than feeling any embarrassment at Jiraiya's complaint, Qin Guangming adopted a tone of elder wisdom, saying, "Little Jiraiya, it seems you did not heed my earlier words. I instructed you that haste makes waste. Good things require patience." Jiraiya rolled his eyes and muttered quietly, "I can't help but wonder if this entire gift you've prepared is genuine." However, this did not escape Qin Guangming's perceptive ears. Even though he heard Jiraiya's mutterings, he chose not to confront him about it, for there was a kernel of truth in Jiraiya's words that made Qin Guangming feel a twinge of guilt. Yet, clutching the novels and illustrations in his hands filled him with confidence as he retorted, "What are you whispering about over there?" Realizing he had been overheard, Jiraiya waved his hands dismissively, saying, "Nothing, nothing. Have you conjured up the goods yet, big brother?" Seeing Jiraiya's curiosity about his gift, Qin Guangming brimmed with confidence, proclaiming, "Of course, I have prepared something for you. Just wait and see." He was certain that what he was about to reveal would astonish Jiraiya, leading him to become a legendary lecherous sage in his own right. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Qin Guangming momentarily lost himself in reverie. The prospect of birthing a new lecherous sage from his own hands thrilled him. After all, it was Jiraiya's earlier escapades that had caught Naruto's attention. Had it not been for that incident, their paths might never have crossed. Though Jiraiya was a well-known figure among the legendary Sannin, it was uncertain whether Naruto would have encountered such depths without Jiraiya's guidance. Hey, big brother, why are you spacing out again?" Jiraiya called out loudly, feeling somewhat exasperated with his unreliable elder sibling. Awakened from his daydream, Qin Guangming replied, "Little Jiraiya, I was merely reminiscing about the past. Now, allow me to present your gift." Intrigued by Qin Guangming's words, Jiraiya leaned in, eager to discover what gift had warranted such a lengthy wait. With confidence, Qin Guangming declared, "You shall see, little Jiraiya." With that, Qin Guangming revealed the items he had concealed behind his back, several yellow-covered novels, and an adult illustration. He made a playful sound reminiscent of showing off treasures to a friend. Curious, Jiraiya picked up the 2 yellow novels and inquired, "What are these books, big brother?" With an enigmatic expression, Qin Guangming replied, "Open them and see for yourself." Believing there might be a hidden secret within, Jiraiya grew excited. As every ninja aspires to grow stronger, he quickly flipped through the pages of the yellow novels, only to realize something was amiss. "Big brother, is this a Riska novel?" he asked, perplexed. Qin Guangming nodded, eyes closed, affirming, "Indeed, read it for yourself." Jiraiya's face fell at the realization, as the stark contrast between a secret technique and a Riska novel was far too great. Still, he continued reading intently. Noticing Jiraiya's disappointed expression, Qin Guangming felt a twinge of concern. Was this young lad truly uninterested in such materials? After a while, Jiraiya remarked, "Big brother, while the plot of this yellow-covered novel is quite good, some details could certainly use improvement." Jiraiya was actually critiquing the novel provided by the system's marketplace. This was not the focus Qin Guangming had anticipated. He was utterly astonished that Jiraiya could maintain a straight face while reading such literature. "You can read a Risku novel without a hint of emotion?" Qin Guangming asked incredulously. Jiraiya responded calmly, "What is this? A novel with a yellow cover should not simply be labeled as such. It ought to be categorized within the realm of the art of human secrets. I believe this is art." Upon hearing Jiraiya's astonishing words, Qin Guangming asked, "You're not already planning to write Paradise of Affection, are you?" Qin Guangming expressed his astonishment. Jiraiya, puzzled, looked at Qin Guangming and said, "Paradise of Affection? I am unfamiliar with this book, but it sounds rather enticing. Has it already been published? If not, I shall consider using that title for my future works." This exchange utterly upended Qin Guangming's worldview. Jiraiya, who appeared rather naive, had already morphed into the figure he had always imagined. Initially, Qin Guangming believed Jiraiya was merely a lecher, using the guise of art to excuse his voyeuristic tendencies. Little did he know that Jiraiya was already beginning to perceive yellow-covered novels as an art form, leaving Qin Guangming uncertain whether this was genuine or an act. Regardless, this lad was undoubtedly talented. Qin Guangming inquired, "Are you being sincere or merely pretending?" "I have perused numerous yellow-covered novels and could offer critiques on my own work." "How experienced must you be to achieve such insight?" Jiraiya, shedding his previously calm demeanor, scratched his head shyly and replied, "Not much, really. I have only dabbled in it. Perhaps it's a talent that allows me to discern issues at a glance." Chapter 51. Hidden Depths. At this moment, Jiraiya's expression was no longer tranquil, and Qin Guangming, witnessing this change, felt a profound sense of disappointment. The lecherous sage was not a product of his guidance, but rather someone who had been a lecherous sage all along. With a bitter tone, he remarked, "At such a young age, how do you possess such knowledge of adult matters?" Jiraiya proudly declared, "This is nothing. It is merely a matter of interest and not something to boast about." Qin Guangming, hearing this, felt several black lines appear on his forehead. Internally cursing that the title of lecherous sage was indeed well-deserved. Astonishingly, it had begun to manifest at such a young age. He wondered whether Jiraiya had ever secretly watched others bathe. With a mischievous intent, Qin Guangming asked, "Have you ever secretly watched someone bathe?" Jiraiya shook his head vigorously, denying it. "How could that be?" "Hee. Actually, this has been a wish of mine, something I have only dared to think about but never acted upon." Qin Guangming, listening to Jiraiya's words, felt a wave of frustration. He had painstakingly chosen a gift, only to find his grand plan to cultivate a lecherous sage had fallen through. And this lad was now nitpicking his work. What a waste of 14,000 points. But I still have a spring painting. At that moment, an audacious idea struck Qin Guangming. Since this lad looked down on him, if he had never spied on anyone bathing, then surely he would be intrigued by the spring painting he possessed. Qin Guangming addressed Jiraiya, "Little Jiraiya, do you know what this scroll in my hand is?" Curiously, Jiraiya fixed his gaze upon the scroll, asking, "Could it be a precious masterpiece?" "Brother, then I shall humbly accept." Jiraiya's excitement was palpable as he spoke. "You lad, are you blinded by money? In a certain sense, this is indeed a masterpiece, albeit one covered in dust and lacking appreciation," Qin Guangming replied nobly. Upon hearing that it was a dusty masterpiece, Jiraiya's curiosity piqued, and he asked, "What is it? May I see?" Seeing Jiraiya's newfound curiosity, Qin Guangming knew it was time to unveil it. "Prepare yourself," he exclaimed with anticipation. As Qin Guangming gradually unfurled the scroll, the content revealed itself piece by piece. culminating in a spring painting that was bound to excite. The woman depicted exuded allure and exceptional beauty, with proportions that epitomized the golden ratio. Jiraiya, witnessing the very vision he had longed to see materialize before him, could not help but let his nose bleed, appearing utterly entranced. Qin Guangming, pleased with Jiraiya's reaction, couldn't he help but smile, thinking, I shall see if this little rascal can resist. With just this spring painting, he had captured his attention. If he were to exchange for the teacher's cinematic works through dubious channels, Jiraiya would surely be overwhelmed. Noticing that Jiraiya was still lost in the moment, Qin Guangming called out, Little Jiraiya, enough gazing. You shall see plenty more in the future. This painting is a gift from me, a token of our first meeting. Jiraiya, finally regaining his senses upon hearing Qin Guangming, sheepishly scratched his head and said, Brother, such a captivating painting cannot remain covered in dust. Why not find someone fated to appreciate it and pass it along, like the person standing before you? Qin Guangming laughed at Jiraiya's words. You little rascal. This is your gift for our first meeting. I did not expect that ordinary yellow novels would not suffice for your appetite. You require something more authentic to satisfy you. Jiraiya, blushing, replied, It's all for the sake of art. Besides, brother, your novel writing skills are rather mediocre. Upon hearing Jiraiya criticize his literary prowess despite accepting his gift, Qin Guangming could no longer restrain himself and playfully struck Jiraiya's head, scolding, You little rascal. Are you taking advantage of me? You've accepted my gift and yet find my writing lacking? Keep this up, and I might just take back my present. Jiraiya winced at the impact, realizing Qin Guangming's playful strike had left a sizable bump on his head. He covered his head, feeling wronged. Please don't take back your gift, brother. I was merely offering an objective assessment. You can see for yourself. Qin Guangming, with an air of nobility, stated, Once I give a gift, I never take it back. You may rest assured that it is yours. Moreover, I have no interest in such base things. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and leaned closer to scrutinize Qin Guangming, who remained unfazed and maintained his innocent demeanor. Jiraiya skeptically asked, Brother, how can you possess such an artistically valuable piece and yet refrain from enjoying it? That is truly impressive. Qin Guangming awkwardly cleared his throat twice and said, That is not for you to concern yourself with. Just focus on your own affairs. The items were gathered from elsewhere. In truth, Qin Guangming had watched countless films from his teachers in his previous life. He was merely putting on a fade. Keep it safe. Watch it later at home. But do not let your family discover it, he advised Jiraiya. Hearing this, Jiraiya began to roll up the scroll, but upon the mention of family, his expression darkened, and he softly remarked, I have no family. I have always been alone. His movements slowed as he spoke. Qin Guangming, recalling that Jiraiya was never depicted as having family in the original story, understood that as the only significant character without a surname, Jiraiya must have worked exceptionally hard to reach this level. He placed a reassuring hand on Jiraiya's shoulder and said, Little Jiraiya, I too have no family. What does that matter? One can live well alone. You must strive to grow stronger and make those who abandon you regret their decision. If you do not mind, I shall be your family from now on. After Qin Guangming uttered those words, he felt slightly awkward, as he had never before expressed such heartfelt sentiments. Chapter 52. The new developments in Konoha. Jiraiya gazed at Qin Guangming in a daze, astonished by the transformation of the man who had just moments ago seemed lackadaisical. Now standing before him, brimming with emotion. Overcome with gratitude, Jiraiya embraced Qin Guangming, exclaiming, Thank you, big brother. Qin Guangming found himself unaccustomed to this earnest side of Jiraiya. As he felt Jiraiya's embrace, he was unsure where to place his hands, leaving the notorious mastermind momentarily flustered. After a brief contemplation, he decided to rest his hand on Jiraiya's back, gently patting it, and declared, If you ever face difficulties, do not hesitate to seek your big brother's assistance. I shall help you navigate through any tribulations. Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya released Qin Guangming, his voice tinged with skepticism. Do you really think you can manage? Qin Guangming, amused by Jiraiya's doubt, replied with a smile, What? Do you not trust your big brother's capabilities? Let me assure you, there is nothing in this world that I cannot handle. If there were, then surely no one else could either. Jiraiya felt a warmth in his heart at Qin Guangming's bold declarations. Never had anyone shown him such affection and concern. All right, you should head home now, little Jiraiya. By the way, take me to see where you live. It would be convenient for me to find you in the future. Qin Guangming suddenly realized he had yet to learn Jiraiya's residence. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Sure, I'll take you to my home. With that, the two made their way through Konoha village. As Qin Guangming walked through Konoha, he admired the newly constructed houses surrounding him. This was evidently the result of the village's reconstruction following the First Shinobi World War. Rows of pristine homes, new shops, and bustling marketplaces filled with cheerful faces reflected the happiness of the villagers. There were no remnants of the devastation left by the war, only a thriving Konoha. With the shadows of the past dissipated in the hearts of its people, it appeared that the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had made astute choices. As Konoha, under the leadership of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was flourishing, the citizens enjoyed a peaceful life. With a flourishing economy, street vendors offering a plethora of delights that catered to every taste. As they walked, Jiraiya's gaze frequently drifted toward a candy stall, revealing his desire for the sweet treats. Observing this, Qin Guangming understood that Jiraiya longed for some candy, but likely lacked the means to indulge himself. Therefore, he approached the stall and said, "Excuse me, sir, I would like 2 pieces of candy." "Coming right up," replied the stall owner. Before long, Qin Guangming returned with 2 fresh candies in hand, offering one to Jiraiya. "Here you go, little Jiraiya. Did you think your big brother wouldn't notice your little wish? Don't be shy." Jiraiya, initially curious about Qin Guangming's sudden departure, was touched to discover that he had gone to buy him candy. Tears welled in his eyes as he sincerely expressed, "Big brother, thank you." With that, Jiraiya eagerly accepted the candy and began to enjoy it, while Qin Guangming watched him with a smile, playfully advising, "Take your time, you little rascal, there's still one more for you." As they strolled and savored their treats, the 2 candies quickly vanished into Jiraiya's stomach. Observing the young shinobi adorned with headbands as they passed by, Qin Guangming reflected on the impressive recovery that Sarutobi Hiruzen had orchestrated in Konoha following the devastation of the First Shinobi World War. Indeed, under Hiruzen's leadership, Konoha had diligently fostered ninjas, cultivated the economy, and solidified its military strength, gradually restoring the prosperity reminiscent of the era led by the first and second Hokages. It was an extraordinary feat to unite the 4 nations against them back then. Hiruzen implemented the very suggestion Qin Guangming had once shared with Tobirama, the establishment of a ninja academy to nurture the next generation of elite ninjas. Today, Hiruzen's embrace of this policy had borne fruit, producing numerous exceptional ninjas. Graduating from the academy and passing their proficiency tests allowed them to become true genin. Proudly donning their headbands, the young shinobi Qin Guangming observed on the streets were likely recent graduates of the academy. Suddenly, Qin Guangming realized that Jiraiya's age coincided with the time for attending the ninja academy. He turned to Jiraiya and inquired, "Little Jiraiya, shouldn't you be attending the ninja academy at your age? Why aren't you in class?" Jiraiya responded, "Today is a holiday, so I decided to come out and play." Qin Guangming understood at once, realizing it was a break from the academy. He anticipated that there were holidays in the ninja school. Most students probably had plans with their friends, yet little Jiraiya appeared to be alone, observing ants in a meeting. His heart ached for the young boy. With this thought, Qin Guangming looked at Jiraiya with sympathy. It reminded him of Naruto, who had only Irika-sensei's trust during his early days, receiving constant encouragement that ultimately led to his ascension as the 7th Hokage. Inspired, Qin Guangming resolved to impart some ninjutsu knowledge to Jiraiya. In the anime, young Jiraiya was portrayed as the underdog of his trio, but he eventually rose alongside Orochimaru and Tsunade to become one of the legendary Sannin, able to contend with formidable figures like Hanzo of the Salamander, thus earning the title of the Konoha Sannin and achieving fame in a single battle. This thought ignited a fire within Qin Guangming. However, speaking of the Sannin, he had not seen Tsunade in quite some time, and he had yet to encounter the young Orochimaru since arriving in this world. At this moment, he felt a strong desire to meet the younger Orochimaru. As in his past life, he had always favored Jiraiya while harboring a disdain for Orochimaru, perceiving him as sinister and perverse. Qin Guangming held no fondness for Orochimaru, viewing him and Jiraiya as polar opposites. The more he disliked Orochimaru, the more he cherished Jiraiya. Concerned, Qin Guangming asked Jiraiya, "So, little Jiraiya, how are you faring at the Ninja Academy? How is your mastery of the basic shadow clone technique?" Jiraiya chuckled, evading the question with laughter, hoping to sidestep the inquiry. Observing this, Qin Guangming couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that like master, like apprentice, Jiraiya's proficiency in the shadow clone technique was likely on par with Naruto's. Qin Guangming surmised correctly. Jiraiya's shadow clone technique was indeed comparable to Naruto's level. Had it not been for the missing leg of his clones or the grotesque nature of the creations, they would have been quite the spectacle. With sincerity, Qin Guangming addressed Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, would you like to learn ninjutsu from me? Though I may not appear formidable, within Konoha, I have yet to encounter anyone I fear. Jiraiya listened to Qin Guangming's boastful chatter without even sparing him a glance, clearly skeptical of his words. Indeed, Qin Guangming appeared to be an unremarkable lackey, not someone who exuded strength. Anyone hearing Qin Guangming's claims, combined with his appearance, would find it hard to believe he was a formidable warrior, let alone a peerless champion capable of vanquishing all foes. The existence of the 8 Gates technique, a glaring flaw in his persona, made him seem almost like an overpowered being, and indeed, in this world of Naruto, with the presence of systems, it could only be described as such. Qin Guangming, feeling slighted by Jiraiya's indifference, was furious. How could he, a master of the 8 Gates and the reincarnation of Uchiha Izuna, be disregarded? His prowess in both taijutsu and ninjutsu placed him among the elite of this world, yet this young man had the audacity to doubt him. Setting aside the 8 Gates, the very fact that he was Uchiha Izuna should have positioned him among the pinnacle of Konoha's legends. Uchiha Izuna was renowned as a prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan, one of the most prestigious families in Konoha and the 5 great nations, and a brother to Uchiha Madara, a man who stood as a lifelong rival to the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. His abilities were beyond imagination. Not only was Uchiha Izuna proficient in the Manjiki Sharingan, but he also excelled in fire-style techniques. One of the most devastating moves employed by Uchiha Sasuke, the Flame Release, Halo Dragon Jutsu, was originally developed by Uchiha Izuna. Furthermore, in physical combat, he was recognized for his impeccable swordsmanship, earning him the title of a man with no vulnerabilities. Having traversed into this Naruto universe and taken on Uchiha Izuna's form, Qin Guangming inherited all his abilities. Had Uchiha Izuna not gifted his Sharingan to his brother, Uchiha Madara, Qin Guangming would have also possessed the Sharingan, which would have made him utterly monstrous. With the enhancement of the Sharingan, he wouldn't even need to resort to the 8 Gates to defeat his enemies. Not to mention, possessing the 8 Gates made him nearly invincible. Even the formidable 6 Paths Madara could barely withstand the might of the 8th Gate, as demonstrated by Might Guy's near-fatal encounter with him. Despite such strength, Qin Guangming found himself dismissed by the young Jiraiya. He addressed Jiraiya, saying, "Little Jiraiya, do not be so foolish. I assure you, miss this opportunity, and it shall not come again." Qin Guangming remained determined to impart his ninjutsu knowledge to Jiraiya. Jiraiya chuckled, replying, "Why would I doubt you, big brother? I'm just thrilled to learn from you." His words were tinged with a hint of disbelief. Irritated, Qin Guangming shot back, "Do you think you're funny, you little brat?" He then delivered a firm thump to Jiraiya's head. This was no gentle tap. It was a significant blow, causing Jiraiya to cry out in pain and clutch his head, which visibly swelled from the impact. Tears welled in the corners of Jiraiya's eyes as he lamented, "All right, big brother, you're the strongest." Seeing Jiraiya's discomposure brought a sense of satisfaction to Qin Guangming. Indeed, this fellow was as endearing in reality as he appeared in the anime. However, the more one cherished such a character, the more heart-wrenching the eventual farewell would be. As Qin Guangming and Jiraiya walked along the path to Jiraiya's home, they encountered a pale-skinned boy with long hair turning the corner. His complexion was unnaturally white, reminiscent of a corpse, instilling a sense of dread. At that moment, Qin Guangming recognized him instantly as Orochimaru. Jiraiya, noticing Orochimaru as well, called out, "Orochimaru, what brings you here?" The long-haired youth turned to Jiraiya, replying, "I'm heading to the forest to find a snake den. Care to join me?" Qin Guangming found no surprise in Orochimaru's intentions. It aligned perfectly with his expectations of someone so peculiar. Jiraiya, however, was not inclined to follow. No, you go ahead. My big brother and I have matters to attend to," he hastily declined. Orochimaru, upon hearing Jiraiya mention his brother, cast a curious glance at Qin Guangming. The scrutiny made Qin Guangming uneasy, and he struggled to muster a smile, even though Orochimaru was still just a child at this point. Orochimaru regarded Qin Guangming briefly before turning back to Jiraiya, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, to Qin Guangming, that smile felt unsettling. "Well then, Jiraiya, I'll take my leave." You both attend to your business." Without waiting for Jiraiya to bid farewell, Orochimaru departed, though Jiraiya still called out, "Goodbye, Orochimaru," while waving. Observing Jiraiya's enthusiastic farewell to Orochimaru, Qin Guangming pondered how their relationship seemed amiable, contrary to what he had witnessed in the Naruto series. Turning to Jiraiya, he remarked, "You seem to have a good rapport with him." Jiraiya scratched his head, responding, "Not really, we both lack friends. Orochimaru is rather reclusive, so I thought it would be nice to bond with him." Nodding, Qin Guangming mused, "I see. But aren't you concerned about his peculiar interests? I believe I heard him mention something about seeking a snake den?" Jiraiya affirmed, "Yes, Orochimaru is certainly odd, but everyone has their hobbies. We can't judge others based on their interests. Just like I enjoy the art of the human form. It's only natural for Orochimaru to have an affinity for snakes, especially considering his name." Qin Guangming couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed by Jiraiya's explanation. Today, he had unexpectedly received a lesson from the younger man. However, Jiraiya's reasoning did seem quite sound, considering Orochimaru's name. "Little Jiraiya, you've truly enlightened me today," Qin Guangming admitted. Jiraiya waved him off. "Oh, it's nothing." His demeanor was undeniably smug. Without holding back, Qin Guangming playfully thumped Jiraiya on the head again, saying, "You little rascal, if I call you fat, don't act all offended. Mind your manners next time." Jiraiya winced from the blow. Qin Guangming's strikes were always forceful, leaving Jiraiya to recover slowly. He pitifully pleaded, "Big brother, could you refrain from hitting me like that? It really hurts, and striking the head can make one less clever." Qin Guangming scoffed, "I'm merely training your resilience. In case you're ever caught peeking while someone is bathing, you'll be better prepared. Besides, even if you do get hit on the head, your intellect won't diminish much." Qin Guangming's teasing was unrelenting. In the Naruto series, Jiraiya was indeed highly intelligent, though he often presented himself as lethargic and unmotivated. Yet, when the time came for battle, his strategic acumen was unparalleled. Jiraiya pursed his lips and turned his head aside, muttering, "What kind of older brother are you? Not only are you leading the children astray, but you are also wounding my tender heart. Such actions will leave me traumatized." Qin Guangming shot a glance at Jiraiya and retorted under his breath, "Even if I wished to corrupt these children, you're not giving me the opportunity." Qin Guangming still harbored resentment for not being able to craft the image of the lecherous sage himself. This young man had become self-taught, mastering the art without any guidance, thus denying Qin Guangming the chance to fulfill his dream. It seemed Jiraiya had caught wind of Qin Guangming's murmurs, as a faint blush crept onto his face. Likely from embarrassment, yet he chose to remain silent. The two engaged in conversation as they walked, which slowed their pace considerably. And since Jiraiya lived in a rather secluded area, they had been walking for some time. What a coincidence! They unexpectedly encountered Tsunade Senju along the way. It had been quite a while since Qin Guangming had seen this young girl, and now Tsunade had blossomed into a graceful young lady. However, the most notable aspect was still her vacant expression. She lacked the imposing aura she would later possess. Back in the day, when Qin Guangming first watched the Hokage, he was immediately struck by the overwhelming presence Tsunade exuded, but now she still bore the semblance of a young girl, her forthright personality unchanged. "Tsunade, is that you? What a coincidence!" Jiraiya exclaimed upon recognizing her. Qin Guangming, witnessing Jiraiya greet Tsunade, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that these two would be acquainted at such a young age. It was more accurate to say that the legendary three ninjas of Konoha were familiar with one another at this age, which truly surprised Qin Guangming. However, upon reflection, it made sense. All three were of similar age, and, given the circumstances in Konoha, they were expected to attend the Ninja Academy, making it unsurprising that they would be classmates there. Initially, Tsunade had not noticed Qin Guangming and Jiraiya, but upon Jiraiya's call, she turned to see them. Qin Guangming smiled at Tsunade, unsure if she would still recognize him after all this time. Childhood memories tend to fade, and children often forget quickly. To his astonishment, Tsunade cast a quick glance at Jiraiya before bypassing him entirely, focusing her gaze on Qin Guangming. Jiraiya, momentarily overlooked, wore a disheartened expression, his eyes narrowing as he thought. "This girl completely disregarded me, showing no respect in front of my older brother. Wait, it seems she knows my brother." As Jiraiya pondered this, he observed Tsunade's excited demeanor, further affirming his previous thoughts. "Indeed, as I suspected, my brother's charm is undeniable. He truly is remarkable." Meanwhile, Tsunade gazed at Qin Guangming with a look of astonishment, seemingly verifying whether he was indeed the person she had longed for. Before long, Tsunade's face lit up with excitement as she joyfully exclaimed, "Big brother, it's been ages since I last saw you." Upon finishing her greeting, she quickly released Qin Guangming, as if realizing that such behavior might be inappropriate in front of Jiraiya. Qin Guangming was momentarily taken aback by her embrace. He never expected that after such a long time, she would still recognize him without any hint of awkwardness. However, Tsunade's next words revealed her true nature. As she crossed her arms and remarked, "Where have you been all this time? You haven't come to see me even once." Jiraiya, observing Tsunade's behavior, felt no surprise. Her unpredictable temper and violent tendencies had always made him hesitant to confront her. Yet, he was curious about the apparent closeness between Tsunade and Qin Guangming, as if they had known each other for a long time. Indeed, Qin Guangming and Tsunade had been acquainted for 2 years, and he had once saved her life. Chapter 55. Reunion with Tsunade. Jiraiya was taken aback by Tsunade's unexpectedly feminine display, feeling a twinge of jealousy at the sight of his brother being so intimate with another woman. Qin Guangming, surprised that this young girl still recognized him after such a long separation, felt a mix of emotions. Given that Tsunade had lost all her family members in the village, it was understandable that she had to deal with numerous responsibilities and daily life. Moreover, having entered the ninja academy and formed new friendships, she could have easily forgotten her childhood companion. Yet, to his astonishment, Tsunade had not forgotten him at all and seemed even more affectionate than before. Perhaps the loss of her family during the First Shinobi World War had made her cling to Qin Guangming, viewing him as a cherished relative. Seeing Tsunade feigning anger was both amusing and guilt-inducing for Qin Guangming, as he realized he hadn't visited her in years. If it weren't for this encounter with Jiraiya, he wondered when he might have seen Tsunade again. With a smile, he said, "Little Tsunade, I came specifically to see you and check on how you've been. I even brought you a gift." Although Tsunade had been maintaining her indignant facade, her expression shifted dramatically upon hearing about the gift, akin to a swift change in a Sichuan opera. Her curiosity and excitement surged as she inquired, "What kind of gift?" In truth, Tsunade's earlier demeanor was merely a fade. She had been eagerly anticipating Qin Guangming's visit. With no family left, she considered him her only relative, and his prolonged absence had made the surprise of seeing him all the more joyful and thrilling. Yet, out of a sense of dignity, she attempted to maintain her stance of discontent. Qin Guangming was taken aback by Tsunade's sudden shift to happiness, thinking to himself, "Just a moment ago, she was upset with me. How did she become so cheerful?" Indeed, understanding a woman's heart can be perplexing. Though Tsunade was still more of a young girl than a woman. Recalling a song from his past life, he mused, "Boys, don't guess the thoughts of girls. You'll never comprehend." Qin Guangming realized the truth in those lyrics, as he had been so focused on building his commercial empire that he had little time to interact with girls, let alone pursue a romantic relationship. However, just after Qin Guangming mentioned his gift, he realized he possessed only some ninja tools and a small amount of money, none of which were suitable for Tsunade. Feeling a bit sheepish, he stammered, "Haha, so, Tsunade, how have you been these past few years?" Upon hearing Qin Guangming's inquiry, Tsunade's eyes dimmed slightly, revealing that her life had not been easy. It was evident that she had endured hardships, with her grandfather and other relatives deceased. The absence of familial care must have been a heavy burden. Even though the third Hokage looked after her, it could not replace the warmth of family. Seizing the moment, Qin Guangming searched the system's marketplace for an appropriate gift for Tsunade and was pleasantly surprised to discover a category dedicated to gifts for girlfriends. He felt immense gratitude toward the system. Its thoughtful design, even including a section for girlfriend gifts, was truly remarkable. It seemed that the creator of the system had certainly faced their fair share of challenges. At this moment, Qin Guangming found himself pondering whether to enter the section dedicated to gifts for girlfriends. It seemed implausible that Tsunade, being so petite, could be considered his romantic partner. Yet, she was still a young girl, and perhaps her sentiments were akin to those of any girlfriend. After much contemplation, Qin Guangming ultimately decided to venture inside, believing that even a dying horse could be treated as a living one. Upon entering, he discovered a plethora of merchandise, each item meticulously labeled to indicate the personality types and preferences of potential girlfriends. This comprehensive selection alleviated his concerns. As he surveyed the offerings, however, he found nothing that matched Tsunade. Just then, his attention was drawn to a necklace. Its understated exterior belied an extraordinary uniqueness upon closer inspection. Qin Guangming was immediately captivated by this necklace, but upon glancing at the price, 20,000 points, he nearly choked on his disbelief. The system, which had previously endeared itself to him, suddenly fell from grace in his estimation. Internally, he cursed the system, lamenting its predatory pricing for what should be a simple gift for a girlfriend. Ding! The system chimed in. The host should refrain from covertly cursing the system. It can hear you. Furthermore, it explained that the necklace was crafted from pure platinum, with an agate crystal pendant, materials of considerable value. The system assured him that its pricing was fair and honest. Upon hearing this clarification, Qin Guangming realized the system wasn't as exploitative as he had initially thought. In the 21st century, such a necklace would fetch several tens of thousands, making the 2,000 points seem rather reasonable, especially when even a few scandalous novels cost 4,000 points. Thus, he gritted his teeth and purchased the necklace. Meanwhile, Tsunade was expressing to him that she had not endured any significant hardships over the years, merely experiencing a touch of loneliness. As Qin Guangming emerged from the system's marketplace, he overheard her words, which struck a chord in his heart. It seemed evident that this young girl had faced her share of tribulations, yet maintained a facade of strength. He patiently awaited her account of the years gone by, but Jiraiya, unable to endure the prolonged monologue, interjected, "Tsunade, have you forgotten something? The gift. You should ask Big Brother for a gift." Chapter 56. Jiraiya's home. Upon hearing Jiraiya's reminder, Tsunade snapped back to reality, halting her narrative. "Oh, so you're trying to change the subject, are you? If I forget to ask for my gift, will you withhold it? You claim to come here specifically for me and to prepare a gift, yet I see none," she retorted fiercely. In truth, Tsunade had only guessed half the truth. Fortunate for Qin Guangming, he possessed a system that allowed him to procure items at will. Seeing Tsunade's fierce demeanor, Qin Guangming feigned a pitiful expression and lamented, "I went to such lengths to choose a thoughtful gift for you, and yet you treat me this way. It's truly unjust." As he spoke, he revealed the necklace he had just acquired from the system. Upon seeing the necklace in Qin Guangming's hand, Tsunade's demeanor transformed. Her earlier ferocity melted away into sweet softness. "I'm sorry, Big Brother. I didn't realize you had truly chosen a gift for me. I adore it, thank you." This sudden shift left both Jiraiya and Qin Guangming somewhat apprehensive, reflecting on how swiftly her mood could change, like the unpredictable weather of June. It was clear that she was someone not to be trifled with. Both men understood her nature. Jiraiya, having been Tsunade's classmate at the Ninja Academy, had some insight into her character, while Qin Guangming, with his omniscient perspective, knew well what Tsunade would become. She possessed not only a volatile temperament, but also an extraordinary strength that commanded respect. Tsunade accepted the necklace, her earlier declarations of affection now wholly sincere, as she became enamored with the exquisite piece. Qin Guangming, relieved to have pleased her, felt a sense of accomplishment. However, Jiraiya interjected, expressing his discontent, "Big Brother, this is hardly fair. You bestow such a splendid necklace upon her, while my gift pales in comparison." He hesitated to voice the unsavory nature of his own intended present, aware that it would not reflect well in front of Tsunade. Noticing Jiraiya's complaint, Qin Guangming felt a surge of irritation. He hadn't seen Tsunade in ages. And here he was, playfully engaging with her, while Jiraiya dared to complain. Holding back his frustration, he replied, "Little Jiraiya, perhaps I should gift you a necklace as well? Which would you prefer, a necklace or my original gift?" Jiraiya considered the proposition but ultimately shook his head. "I'll pass. I still prefer the original gift." A sly smile crept onto Qin Guangming's face as he thought, "You little rascal, I know your true inclinations." Tsunade, observing the peculiar exchange, curiously inquired, "What are you two discussing regarding the gift for Jiraiya?" It appeared as though they were deliberating a significant matter, and both men continued their conversation, seemingly oblivious to her question as they walked away without a backward glance. Seeing them evade her inquiry, Tsunade huffed in annoyance and chose to ignore them, her focus returning to the beautiful necklace in her hands. She was increasingly captivated by the gift from Qin Guangming, dismissing any concern for what Jiraiya might receive, believing nothing could rival her own present. Meanwhile, Qin Guangming and Jiraiya, having distanced themselves, felt a twinge of guilt, wiping the sweat from their brows. "We were quite clever to escape that," Jiraiya remarked cautiously. "We can't let Tsunade find out. If she does, my reputation will be tarnished." Qin Guangming chuckled at Jiraiya's nervousness. Of course, we must keep this from her. Tsunade is still quite young. I wouldn't want her exposed to such knowledge at this age. And you, little rascal, actually care about such matters? Clearing his throat, Jiraiya replied, Not really. I'm more concerned about her being influenced, much like your own thoughts on the matter. As they continued walking, Jiraiya suddenly exclaimed, Wait, big brother, we're headed the wrong way. This isn't the direction to my house. Qin Guangming, unable to contain his frustration any longer, gave Jiraiya a light smack on the head. With Tsunade no longer in sight, there was no need for pretense. You fool. After wandering for so long, you now claim we're lost? Do you even know where you're going? Jiraiya, covering the spot where Qin Guangming had struck him, lamented. Weren't we just trying to conceal the matter regarding the yellow novel? In front of Tsunade, we proceeded without a thought. I failed to discern the correct direction. We should have turned left just now. Qin Guangming, listening to Jiraiya's words, found himself at a loss for a reply. After all, he too had been preoccupied with the endeavor to mask Tsunade's scrutiny. With no other option, the pair retraced their steps, returning to the location where they had previously met Tsunade. On the way, they encountered her once more, as she was also heading forward. Consequently, they crossed paths just as she advanced. Tsunade, noticing Qin Guangming and Jiraiya, inquired, Oh, why have you two come back? However, the duo paid little heed to her question and simply replied, Hey, Tsunade, good to see you again. Farewell. Without further ado, they continued on their way. Anxious that Tsunade might press Jiraiya about his gift, thus opting not to engage her in conversation. Tsunade, perplexed, wondered what mischief these two were up to. Without lingering on the thought, her mind was entirely consumed by her necklace, leaving no concern for Qin Guangming and Jiraiya. She resumed her original path, toying with the necklace as she walked. Chapter 57. Ichiraku Ramen. Upon seeing Tsunade, Qin Guangming and Jiraiya greeted her before mustering the courage to continue forward. Qin Guangming then noticed the two of them walking blindly ahead and smacked Jiraiya on the back, exclaiming, You rascal! Are we not still walking straight? Did you not just say we needed to turn? Jiraiya suddenly realized they had neglected to turn at the previous intersection, feeling rather sheepish as he chuckled. I didn't even realize it. At last, they found themselves on the correct path, and after a brief walk, they arrived at Jiraiya's home. Qin Guangming, growing impatient, thought to himself how unreliable this lad was. Jiraiya warmly welcomed Qin Guangming, saying, Brother, just up this way is my home. Come on. As Qin Guangming surveyed his surroundings, he was taken aback by the stark contrast to his expectations. He had imagined Jiraiya living in a place comparable to Naruto's, though solitary, yet more spacious. To his surprise, it was merely a two-room abode, consisting of a bedroom and a bathroom. Jiraiya cheerfully urged Qin Guangming, Brother, make yourself comfortable. I'll fetch you a glass of water. Witnessing Jiraiya scurrying about, Qin Guangming felt a pang of sympathy for the young boy, burdened with pressures and hardships far beyond his years. Such unfairness. Naruto's home had been left to him by his parents, Minato and Kushina, before their untimely demise. After their passing, the house became Naruto's residence, affording him better living conditions than Jiraiya. Jiraiya returned with a glass of water, sheepishly remarking, It's a bit humble. Hope you don't mind, brother. Qin Guangming took a hefty gulp, nearly scalding himself, and exclaimed, You little rascal. Are you trying to roast me alive? Trying to murder your brother? Jiraiya, taken aback by Qin Guangming's reaction, hurriedly apologized, Brother, I'm sorry. Who would have guessed you would gulp it down like that? Qin Guangming, absorbed in thoughts of Jiraiya's living conditions, had failed to gauge the temperature of the water, leading to his unfortunate predicament. Turning serious, Qin Guangming asked Jiraiya, How have you been faring lately? Jiraiya, caught off guard by the earnest inquiry, stammered, It's been quite good, really. I've gotten used to living alone. Seeing Jiraiya in such a state tugged at Qin Guangming's heartstrings. It was hard to fathom how a child of his age had managed to survive alone for so long. Qin Guangming replied, Since you've adapted to your current life, I want to insist on you joining me. It wouldn't be right. You have your own life. And now that you're in ninja school, it's best to continue living well. Jiraiya, still in a daze from Qin Guangming's seriousness, had no immediate reaction. Qin Guangming, finding Jiraiya's bewilderment amusing, perhaps realized the boy was simply taken aback by such a grave topic. He set down the cup and took Jiraiya by the hand, declaring, Come on, I'm taking you for ramen. As they headed to Ichiraku Ramen, Jiraiya struggled to keep pace with Qin Guangming's thoughts. Having just been encouraged to focus on his life, yet now being whisked off for ramen. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of joy at the prospect of enjoying a meal out, a rare treat he could scarcely afford on his own. On their way, Qin Guangming asked, "How do you usually manage your meals?" Jiraiya replied, "I cook for myself, you know. I manage quite well." Qin Guangming was taken aback. "You can cook?" Almost immediately, he regretted his question. Otherwise, what would Jiraiya eat daily? To which Jiraiya responded, "Of course, I cook. Otherwise, I would have starved long ago." Not wishing to dwell further, they soon arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. "2 bowls of ramen, please," Qin Guangming called out with practiced ease. Jiraiya's eyes gleamed with anticipation at the thought of the ramen's taste. Qin Guangming, understanding Jiraiya's excitement, empathized with the boy's plight, not from personal experience, but recalling Naruto's journey from the anime, a tale of loneliness and struggle. From an early age, Naruto had been ostracized, despite being the child of the village's heroes. Rather than receiving the respect due to a hero's offspring, he faced rejection and isolation, which led him to seek attention through mischief, a coping mechanism for his profound loneliness. In a previous life, internet users had joked that he was the character who should have turned dark yet became the village's protector instead. Witnessing Jiraiya's demeanor evoked memories of Naruto's struggles, illuminating the bond that would form between the two, both bearing similar burdens, destined to share a profound connection. As the 2 steaming bowls of ramen arrived, Jiraiya's eyes widened in delight. He eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to devour the noodles, shoveling them into his mouth with abandon. Within moments, his bowl was empty, and he eagerly lifted it to drink the remaining broth. Qin Guangming chuckled at Jiraiya's voraciousness. "Little Jiraiya, can't you exhibit a bit of decorum while eating? Look at you, devoid of any civilized manners. Slow down. If you're still hungry, I'll be happy to order more for you today." Realizing his less than graceful eating style, Jiraiya sheepishly scratched his head. "Brother, this ramen is just too delicious." Even the chef at Ichiraku couldn't help but smile at the scene. Qin Guangming ordered another bowl, and this time, the chef generously added all the toppings, even presenting Jiraiya with a discount voucher. Chapter 58. Shimura Danzo. The ticket in question was a voucher for a complimentary bowl of ramen, a gift frequently bestowed upon Naruto by Uncle Ichiraku, allowing him to indulge in the deliciousness of Ichiraku ramen on numerous occasions. After a hearty meal, the two displayed over 10 bowls of ramen before Jiraiya, astonishing both Qin Guangming and Uncle Ichiraku, who could hardly believe the prodigious appetite of this fellow. Qin Guangming was equally surprised by Jiraiya's remarkable capacity for food. After settling the bill, Qin Guangming prepared to take his leave with Jiraiya, who, clutching his stomach in satisfaction, exclaimed, "I'm so full, brother." To which Qin Guangming retorted, "How could you not be? You've consumed over 10 bowls. It would indeed be a miracle if you weren't stuffed." Jiraiya sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "It's just that the ramen is so delectable, I couldn't help myself." Qin Guangming clarified, "I harbor no reproach. I'm merely astonished by your impressive appetite." As they conversed, Qin Guangming's attention was suddenly drawn to a figure in the distance. He decided to discreetly send Jiraiya away, saying, "Little Jiraiya, let us end our meeting here. I now know where you live. I shall return to visit you another time." Reluctantly, Jiraiya asked, "Brother, are you leaving?" Qin Guangming waved his hand dismissively. "Fear not. We shall meet again soon. Now hurry home." Jiraiya nodded, looking downcast. "All right then. Goodbye, brother. Do remember to come see me." By the time Jiraiya looked up to respond, Qin Guangming had already vanished from his sight, leaving Jiraiya feeling forlorn as he made his way home. The figure Qin Guangming had noticed from afar was none other than Shimura Danzo, who had vied with Sarutobi Hiruzen for the position of the 3rd Hokage during the First Great Ninja War. The reason Qin Guangming had sent Jiraiya away was that he intended to engage in activities that must remain undisclosed, not wishing to leave the impression that he was a nefarious character in front of Jiraiya. After Sarutobi Hiruzen was chosen by the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama, to succeed him as the 3rd Hokage, Danzo became one of the most enigmatic and high-ranking figures within Konoha's Umbu, a position that, while not as esteemed as that of Hokage, still placed him among the village's elite. The Umbu represented the core strength of Konoha, with many formidable ninjas, such as Hatake Kakashi, Yamato, and Uchiha Itachi, having spent considerable time in its ranks. Their prowess was indeed remarkable. Even Yamato, the weakest among them, had served as a teacher for Team 7 and had faced Naruto in his foretale state. Kakashi, known for his ability to hold his own against any opponent, and the legendary Itachi, who had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, were both formidable adversaries. It was evident that the Umbu possessed a high level of strength and undertook missions of paramount importance, capable of threatening the village's very existence, underscoring their significance to Konoha. Thus, Danzo's position was also of considerable weight. Upon spotting him, a thought emerged in Qin Guangming's mind, coinciding with a notification from the system within him. Ding. System notification. Please complete the task of inciting Shimura Danzo to leave the Umbu and assist him in establishing his root organization under your command. Listening to the voice echoing in his mind, Qin Guangming felt a sense of wonder. He had just contemplated that one of his major tasks was to disrupt the order among the 5 great shinobi villages. During the First Great Ninja War, he had missed the opportunity to create chaos. It was not that he was unwilling to undertake this task, but rather the difficulty was considerable. The 5 great shinobi villages had been established for over a century, their order solidified through time and trials. Disrupting this order within a short period was no simple feat. As the saying goes, 3 feet of ice does not freeze in a single day. Even when the 4 major villages attacked Konoha, the order among the 5 great shinobi villages remained intact, as Konoha held dominance, its stability ensuring the stability of the others. Therefore, accomplishing this task with ease was far from straightforward. Suddenly noticing Danzo in the distance, a plan formed in Qin Guangming's mind. At the same moment, the system presented a task that aligned perfectly with his thoughts. He decided to approach Danzo, adopting the visage of Uchiha Izuna, confident that Danzo would recognize the face. Thus, Qin Guangming silently appeared behind Shimura Danzo and spoke, "Lord Danzo, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's leadership, it seems Konoha is thriving splendidly." Startled by the voice emanating from behind him, Danzo turned to see Qin Guangming standing there, his heart racing. Who could approach him so stealthily? This individual was evidently not someone he could easily contend with. Upon recognizing Qin Guangming's face, Danzo's pupils constricted in shock. "Uchiha Izuna, how is it that you are alive?" Danzo, clearly familiar with the visage of Uchiha Izuna, was taken aback by his unexpected appearance. Izuna had been a prominent figure during the era of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, a ninja who had been a lifelong rival to the second Hokage. At that time, Danzo was merely an unknown genin, while Uchiha Izuna had already been capable of challenging Tobirama. In Danzo's memory, Uchiha Izuna had perished on the battlefield, his body having vanished, which was why Uchiha Madara had sought to confront Hashirama in a decisive battle. Danzo held a clear impression of Uchiha Izuna, having encountered him previously, making him a relatively well-known figure. Chapter 59. Negotiation. Danzo was astonished at the sight of Uchiha Izuna behind him, perplexed about the purpose of Qin Guangming's visit and how he had managed to survive. During the First Great Ninja War, all who were aware of Qin Guangming's identity as Uchiha Izuna had perished in that conflict, leaving no survivors. Now, among the 5 great shinobi villages, no one knew that Uchiha Izuna was still alive, except for Danzo. For a moment, Danzo found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend how Qin Guangming, or Uchiha Izuna, had survived, nor could he fathom the reason for his presence. Qin Guangming smiled and replied, "Of course, I have not perished. I am very much alive and thriving splendidly." Danzo remained skeptical, responding, "Then why have you chosen this moment to reveal yourself after such a long absence?" Unbeknownst to Danzo, Qin Guangming, as Uchiha Izuna, had already made significant impacts during the First Great Ninja War, even orchestrating much of the conflict. Qin Guangming, still smiling at Danzo's confusion, stated, "I merely wish to see my homeland. After all, this is where I grew up. It is my native land. Is it not permissible for me to come and pay a visit?" Shimura Danzo regarded Qin Guangming's response as mere nonsense, utterly disbelieving. He had long held the conviction that Uchiha Izuna's presence here must surely harbor some ulterior motive or scheme against Konoha or himself. Danzo candidly stated, "Uchiha Izuna, although I am uncertain how you have managed to survive or what means have allowed you to do so, I implore you to be forthright about your intentions in approaching me." Qin Guangming was taken aback by Danzo's directness, for in the world of Naruto, he had previously witnessed. Danzo was depicted as a cunning and malevolent figure, leaving him with a decidedly unfavorable impression, even a profound disdain for the man. After hearing Danzo's words, Qin Guangming replied, "Then allow me to speak plainly. Danzo, I harbor no fondness for the Konoha village that was meticulously crafted by the first and second Hokage. Consequently, I have chosen to withdraw from Konoha and lead a solitary life elsewhere." I am also aware that during your rivalry with Sarutobi Hiruzen for the position of Hokage, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, opted for you over him, a matter that has long troubled you. Thus, I offer you a clear path forward, one that will liberate you from your seclusion in the shadows of Konoha Zanbu, serving under Sarutobi Hiruzen. What say you? Upon realizing that Uchiha Izuna's current purpose for arriving was related to himself, Shimura Danzo felt a sense of relief. After all, he was determined to prevent any destruction to the Hidden Leaf Village at the hands of Uchiha Izuna. With his eyes slightly narrowed in contemplation, Shimura Danzo pondered aloud. What exactly are your intentions? Upon encountering Shimura Danzo, Qin Guangming discerned a propensity towards advancing to the next step. He addressed Danzo, stating, I am confident that you are unwilling to remain subservient within the Umbu, taking orders from Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this juncture, I can assist you. If you extricate yourself from the clutches of Konoha Zanbu, I shall facilitate the establishment of an organization that belongs solely to you, where you shall reign as the leader. Upon hearing Qin Guangming's proposition to liberate him from the Umbu, a shadow of doubt momentarily crossed Danzo's gaze. However, as he absorbed the notion of gaining independence from Sarutobi Hiruzen's commands and the prospect of establishing his own dominion, he felt a stir of ambition. Yet, despite this flicker of desire, Danzo appeared to harbor reservations. Observing Danzo's hesitance, Qin Guangming pressed further, What is it that you are contemplating? Given that you can call my name, it is evident that you are well aware of my prowess. In the village hidden in the leaves, I am confident that I could traverse it with ease, as no one would dare to obstruct me. With my capabilities, aiding you would be an effortless task. Shimura Danzo harbors no doubt regarding the strength of Uchiha Izuna, for he was a prominent figure even in that era, let alone in this current age. In this era, there exists no unparalleled force akin to Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara. Nor is there a formidable opponent like Senju Tobirama who can engage Uchiha Izuna in a contest of equal prowess. Thus, it can be asserted that in this time, Uchiha Izuna holds the power to stride with impunity. Shimura Danzo voiced his apprehensions and inquired of Qin Guangming, Why do you choose this path? Such actions bear no advantage for you. What, precisely, do you seek to gain? Qin Guangming finally understood that Shimura Danzo harbored doubts about his intentions. With a smile, he remarked, Regardless of whether you believe me or not, I am simply unable to bear witnessing such a scenario. It irks me to see the chosen successor of Senju Tobirama developing Konoha Village so effortlessly and rapidly. I cannot accept this. Nor can I tolerate the notion of someone with your talents being subordinate to Sarutobi Hiruzen, a man inferior to you. That is all there is to it. Shimura Danzo responded, While your assertions are exceedingly dubious and unreliable, you have inadvertently expressed my innermost thoughts. How can someone beneath me command me and expect my obedience? I find this humiliation intolerable. Therefore, I shall acquiesce to your request. Seeing Danzo concede to his demands, Qin Guangming felt a surge of joy and said with a grin, Very well, Danzo. From this moment forth, you shall no longer belong to Konoha Zanbu, but rather to your own organization. Danzo silently resolved to establish a formidable organization, one that would discreetly safeguard Konoha Village. This organization would be known as Root. The Root organization was thus established, under the instigation and manipulation of Qin Guangming. Shimura Danzo severed ties with the Umbu of Konohagakure, founding a separate entity outside the leadership of the village. Nevertheless, Shimura Danzo remained steadfastly devoted to Konoha, covertly safeguarding the village from the shadows. It is evident that Danzo harbors a certain affection for Konoha, wishing for its prosperity and fearing its destruction. However, this newly formed Root organization operates independently of Konoha's governance, answering to no one, akin to a ticking time bomb, posing a significant threat. Qin Guangming observed the fruition of his plan with satisfaction. Although he did not incite a civil war within Konoha, he successfully compelled Danzo to establish the Root, effectively implanting a bomb that could detonate at any moment. Chapter 60, Stirring the Pot. System Notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully inciting Shimura Danzo to leave the Umbu and guiding him to establish the Root organization. The host is awarded 20,000 points along with an opportunity for a lottery draw. Upon hearing the system notification resonating in his mind, Qin Guangming felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that such a brief task would yield a commendable reward, a realization that caught him off guard. Moreover, He was pleasantly surprised to discover that his task completion exceeded the system's expectations, which consequently granted him a reward surpassing the original. Qin Guangming felt quite content with this outcome and decided to examine his system panel. Host: Qin Guangming. Occupation: Puppet Master. Level: 2 points, 66,000 for 100. 000. Abilities: Taijutsu. Level 10, capable of activating the 8th gate of the 8 gates without side effects and maintaining it long-term. Comparable to the strength of the 6 paths. Senjutsu. Level 4, can evolve into an immortal body at level 10. Flying Thunder God Technique. Bagua Sealing. Various ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Unique ninjutsu. Fire Release combined with Earth Release. Immortality. Swordsmanship Store. Level 2 Store. This was the current state of Qin Guangming's system panel. Due to his previous gifts to Tsunade and Jiraiya, he had diminished his points by 14,000. Initially, he had amassed 80,000 points from tasks, but this expenditure significantly impacted his balance. Soon after, Qin Guangming departed from Konoha village. Before leaving, he bid farewell to Jiraiya, saying, "Little Jiraiya, I must take my leave from Konoha. I shall continue to wander among various villages, and it is unlikely I will return here. Focus on your studies at the Ninja Academy. I fear I may break my promise to teach you ninjutsu, but rest assured, you will have an even better teacher, one who is more dedicated and formidable than I." Upon hearing that Qin Guangming was about to leave, Jiraiya sulked behind the door, refusing to grant him an audience. He silently listened to Qin Guangming's words, burying his head in his knees, uncertain whether he was crying or simply remained silent. Noticing Jiraiya's lack of response, Qin Guangming shook his head in understanding. He was aware that Jiraiya, with his keen perception, could sense the fluctuations of his chakra within. Yet, despite knowing Jiraiya was inside, he stubbornly chose not to emerge or respond. Qin Guangming realized that this impudent boy was sulking in defiance. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Guangming, indifferent to whether Jiraiya responded, continued his monologue, unconcerned with the latter's acknowledgement. He stated, "Jiraiya, remain in Konoha village and diligently practice your ninjutsu. Hone your skills to the point where you can confront those who mock and bully you. Only then will they think twice before troubling you again." Satisfied that he had conveyed what was necessary, Qin Guangming contemplated briefly and then left behind a sum of silver, refraining from mentioning it to Jiraiya. He knew the young man would likely refuse to accept it, for despite having a few flaws, Jiraiya was fundamentally an upright individual, principled and steadfast, a good person at heart. Qin Guangming intended for Jiraiya to use the silver to procure food, as vigorous training in taijutsu and ninjutsu necessitates substantial nutritional support. After all, Jiraiya was still in his growth phase, requiring adequate nourishment to thrive. Having left the coins, Qin Guangming departed without bidding farewell, for such a gesture was not in his character. He also wished to spare Jiraiya from accompanying him, as it would pose unnecessary danger. Although he possessed formidable strength, the risk of Jiraiya being captured and used as a hostage was a scenario best avoided, especially for someone so young. After a considerable time, Jiraiya finally opened the door, drawn by the absence of sound at the entrance. He noticed the coins left behind by Qin Guangming and, without pretense, picked them up. He recognized the importance of the money, especially as it was the last gift from his elder brother. As he gazed at the coins, Jiraiya stared blankly in the direction of Qin Guangming's departure, lost in thought. Once Qin Guangming left, he sought a place to rest, having gone several days without proper respite. Constantly on the move since arriving in Konoha, after completing tasks and engaging in discussions with Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others, he had not found a moment to truly unwind. Hence, he entered a cave to rest, unbothered by his surroundings. Given his prowess, he felt assured that no adversary would pose a threat during this mission. Thus, he lay down and swiftly fell into a deep slumber, indifferent to the cave's comfort or the presence of insects and wildlife. He slept soundly for approximately 13 or 14 hours, awakening only when the sun had risen high in the sky. Upon realizing the time, Qin Guangming stood, stretched lazily, and heard the satisfying crack of his joints, feeling thoroughly rejuvenated. Now, the question arose, what was next on his agenda? After a well-deserved respite, it is only natural to engage in some ventures. As the mastermind behind the scenes, instigating events is indeed the true vocation of Qin Guangming, rather than merely entertaining children. Stepping out of the cave, he gazed upon the splendid weather and couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. With such magnificent weather, how could one refrain from taking action? Qin Guangming's lips curled into a sinister smile as he departed from the cave, embarking on his mission. However, as he journeyed, he pondered that mere petty antics would not suffice. They lacked the necessary impact. He contemplated how he might orchestrate a more significant affair that would resonate profoundly. As Qin Guangming traversed the small grove, a refreshing scene unfolded before him, revealing a vast expanse of orderly rice fields. An idea sparked in his mind as he gazed upon the lush green fields, reminiscent of the land policies implemented in his home planet, Blue Star, where these policies were initially termed the Land Revolution, focusing on the contest for land usage rights. A satisfied smile emerged on Qin Guangming's face as he contemplated this notion. Chapter 61. Yan'an Village. The land policy originated from his homeland, Blue Star, where his nation enacted it during the 20th century concerning agricultural lands. Reflecting on this, Qin Guangming was struck by a brilliant plan. He decided to select Yan'an Village, which faced a harsh living environment and severe food shortages. For 2 days, the trio of Tuyu, Liang, and Danya Mu had been pondering how to address this pressing issue. With this thought, a plan formed in Qin Guangming's mind. He resolved to set out for Yan'an Village, as it was the ideal location to implement his strategy. Furthermore, Yan'an Village held a position of moderate strength among the 5 major villages. In truth, aside from Konoha Village, the other villages did not exhibit significant disparities in strength. They were all evenly matched, unable to overpower one another. Observing the extensive rice fields without any means to expedite his journey, Qin Guangming felt a twinge of frustration. Therefore, he activated the 8 gates, seeking to enhance his speed. 8th gate. Opening the 1st gate. Opening the 2nd gate. Qin Guangming shouted loudly. He promptly activated 2 of the 8 gates, reasoning that 1 gate would be insufficient and that 2 would enhance his speed even further. After all, employing the 8 gates of Duanjiao would not deplete his vitality. Even if it did, his gift of immortality rendered him impervious to such concerns. He could afford to expend his life force, and there were no adverse effects to his body. Unlike Xiao Li and Kai, who required extensive recuperation after using the 8 gates, Qin Guangming merely needed a short rest, often recovering completely after a brief slumber, or even without sleep at all. Merely resting for a while to regain his original state, showing no signs of fatigue. Should anyone witness Qin Guangming employing the 8 gates to hasten his journey, they would undoubtedly scold him for his extravagance. With such an extraordinary forbidden technique at his disposal, to use it merely for travel would seem a gross misuse of power. More lavish than having someone carry him, given the formidable prowess of the 8 gates. With the enhancement of the 8 gates, Qin Guangming swiftly arrived at Awagakure. During the Chunin exams, Rock Lee had opened the 8 gates, outpacing Gaara's sand gourd, illustrating the terrifying amplification of speed that the technique provided. Upon reaching Awagakure, he observed the vast expanse of parched yellow earth, indicating a significant shortage of food and a difficult existence for the villagers. This sight reassured Qin Guangming, for it was only under such dire circumstances that the Hokage could implement his land policies. Such a situation would lead to chaos among the 5 great villages. Essential for the fulfillment of his mission, Qin Guangming was not one to procrastinate. After assessing the conditions in Awagakure, he immediately proceeded to the Hokage's residence. Knowing that the location of each village's leader would invariably be the most prominent structure. Within, one would certainly find an esteemed figure. Even if such a leader preferred to remain inconspicuous, a building of such prominence could only belong to a significant individual, likely the 2nd or 3rd in command, rather than someone of little consequence. After all, even if a person were prosperous, they could not reside in a place befitting the stature of the village's leaders without the requisite power and influence. Qin Guangming arrived at the most prominent building, and as anticipated, it housed the 3 generations of Hokage, including the esteemed Noki of the Two-Tailed Balance. The elderly figure that Qin Guangming remembered had transformed. He appeared notably youthful, reminiscent of his contemporary, Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet perhaps slightly younger, likely due to his diminutive stature. One must not underestimate Noki's capabilities simply based on his short stature. Such a misconception could lead to dire consequences at his hands. Despite his size, Noki possessed all the requisite attributes of a formidable ninja, complemented by extraordinary talent. He had mastered every technique created by the 2nd Hokage and was proficient in their application. This included the 2nd Hokage's signature jutsu, dust release, primitive world disintegration, which he had imparted to his most esteemed student, Noki. The third Tsuchikage not only preserved this technique, but also elevated its renown. Drawing upon his experiences with Shimura Danzo, Qin Guangming silently approached Noki from behind and spoke. Lord Noki, I wonder if you might spare a moment to discuss the developmental issues concerning Iwagakure. Startled by the sudden voice, Noki, who had been contemplating the village's food shortages, turned to see who had approached him unnoticed. Iwagakure, despite its vast land, lacked fertile ground. Much of it was either parched or devoid of nutrients, leaving scant areas suitable for agriculture. This scarcity was the root of the food crisis plaguing the village, a dilemma that occupied Naka's thoughts. Upon noticing the unfamiliar ninja bearing the Konoha forehead protector, Noki narrowed his eyes and inquired, "A ninja from Konoha? What brings you to me?" Dainoki was aware that the silent approach of Qin Guangming behind him had a purpose beyond the ordinary. However, Dainoki was certain that this individual harbored no intent to kill him, for if that were the case, there would be no need for conversation. He could simply act, thus saving himself considerable trouble and time. Qin Guangming bore the forehead protector of Uchiha Izuna, which revealed to Dainoki that he was indeed a ninja from Konoha. Nevertheless, this knowledge held little consequence, as it would not impede Qin Guangming's forthcoming plans. After all, Dainoki, intent on resolving the matter at hand, would not concern himself with the origins of Qin Guangming's allegiance. Chapter 62. Land Policy. Listening to Dainoki's inquiry regarding his intentions, Qin Guangming took his time before responding. He chose a suitable place to sit and remarked, "Is it truly the case that such a vast Iwagakure offers not even a cup of water?" Facing Qin Guangming, Daimu's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed Qin's seemingly irrelevant and casual responses. He realized that the individual before him was exceedingly perilous, and engaging in combat with him would yield little chance of victory. Consequently, Daimyo decided to acquiesce to the situation. Since resistance was futile, he would instead wait and see what intentions Qin truly harbored. With a smile, Daimyo replied to Qin Guangming, saying, "How could that be? As a distinguished guest from Konoha, you are indeed a visitor. It would be unbecoming of us in Iwagakure to offer you nothing, not even a cup of water. Bring forth the finest tea." Upon concluding his remarks, Noki promptly summoned his secretary to serve a fine pot of tea to Qin Guangming, after which he settled into the chair opposite him, establishing a semblance of a business discussion. As Qin Guangming observed the secretary from Iwagakure approaching with a steaming pot of tea and 2 cups, one for Noki and one for himself, both men remained composed. Watching the secretary attentively as he poured the tea, Noki was acutely aware that he was no match for the individual seated before him. Even if all the village's elite forces were mobilized, they would still fall short against the ninja from Konoha. Thus, he patiently awaited Qin Guangming to articulate his intentions, fully cognizant that any attempt at resistance would be futile and merely tantamount to courting death. Noki had no desire to jeopardize the village he had recently taken charge of due to a moment of folly, for such an error would render him unworthy to face the second Tsuchikage in the afterlife. Similarly, Qin Guangming remained unhurried as he watched the Iwagakure secretary pouring the tea, assured in his own position and devoid of any concern for unforeseen developments. He had no pressing matters to attend to, allowing him to embrace a leisurely pace. For significant affairs ought to be approached with careful deliberation. What exquisite tea! Qin Guangming, before even tasting the tea, expressed his admiration, for the fragrance had already wafted through the air after being steeped in hot water. The aroma captivated him, prompting an exclamation of delight. Upon hearing this, Daimyo revealed a look of satisfaction and remarked, "This is a specialty of our village. It exemplifies our highest standards of hospitality. The tea is cultivated on a hillside in the southeast of our village. After being handpicked, it undergoes a meticulous process of drying for 24 hours, followed by intense roasting, encompassing a total of 24 steps to produce such an aromatic tea." The secretary from Yanin village, having poured the tea, was beckoned away by Daimyo. The two savored a sip, relishing the precious green elixir that emerged from the arid land of Yanin village. After tasting a sip, Qin Guangming marveled, "Indeed, this is excellent tea. Its fragrance envelopes the palate, offering a rich and smooth experience without a hint of astringency. Alas, it is a pity that such a place as Yanin village can yield such exquisite tea, yet cannot cultivate ordinary rice or wheat. What a shame." Hearing Qin Guangming from across the way articulate the pressing dilemma currently afflicting Iwagakure, Yaki furrowed his brow and responded, "Indeed, it is regrettable. Our village has come to rely heavily on the export of this tea, which has become the cornerstone of our economy. We depend on tea to sustain our regular food supply, exchanging it for grain. It is truly disheartening to trade such exquisite tea for mere ordinary grain. We find ourselves at a disadvantage, yet we are left with no viable alternatives." With a smile, Qin Guangming replied, "Lord Third Suchikage, I have come precisely for this purpose. I cannot bear to see such fine tea squandered. I am here to offer you a solution." Upon hearing that Qin Guangming had arrived to assist him with the dilemma, Yaki maintained a skeptical demeanor and inquired, "Might I ask what insights you possess that could resolve our village's predicament? Should you succeed in alleviating our troubles, I assure you that our village will express its profound gratitude." Even though Ohyuki harbored doubts about Qin Guangming's ability to resolve the agricultural plight of Iwayan village, he felt compelled to adopt a desperate remedy, for at that moment, no one in the village could devise a solution. With any offer of assistance, Ohyuki was naturally open to possibilities. Observing the situation, Qin Guangming smiled and remarked that since he lacked land, they should resort to force to address the issue of territory. The neighboring Kurogekure village presented an excellent opportunity, as their land was relatively fertile. By seizing their territory, the crops cultivated there would effectively belong to Iwayan village, thereby alleviating their immediate crisis and allowing for continued agricultural development. Ohyuki furrowed his brow, contemplating Qin Guangming's words. Although they had considered the idea of land acquisition, they were also wary of escalating tensions to the point of warfare between their nations, ultimately causing suffering to the common people. However, at this moment, the village of Awagakure could no longer afford to ponder. The citizens were on the brink of a food crisis. If the issue of grain was not addressed, the village would face a perilous moment of survival. A populace cannot thrive without sustenance. Without food, the prospect of development is rendered moot. Observing Yama's hesitation, Qin Guangming reiterated, "With the acquisition of land, it is imperative to ensure that farmers retain their rights to use the land, thereby guaranteeing that those who cultivate the land possess it. This approach will significantly enhance the farmer's motivation to produce. Furthermore, the barren lands of your nation can be restored after seizing territories from other villages, followed by the implementation of land policies. In this manner, the food crisis will cease to be a concern." Qin Guangming further elaborated, by relying on the impoverished farmers, uniting the middle farmers, and overcoming the wealthy farmers, you will find that Awagakure represents the impoverished farmers, while Kurogekure embodies the middle farmers, and Kanehagakure signifies the wealthy farmers. It is evident that the combined strength of your two villages cannot rival that of Kanehagakure, and it is unlikely that you will unite effectively. From your perspective, Kurogekure stands as the wealthy farmer, necessitating your efforts to redistribute land from the affluent. This will undoubtedly satisfy the demands of your village's farmers and ignite their revolutionary fervor, thereby securing your victory in the external struggle for land. Listening to Qin Guangming's well-articulated arguments, Yama found himself momentarily stunned, unable to formulate a rebuttal, and surprisingly, he found these assertions to be quite reasonable. Yet, he remained hesitant and queried, "If we are to embark on external aggression to seize land, we must first possess the requisite strength. We cannot afford to fail and suffer losses, not only in land acquisition but also in the lives of our ninjas, which would result in a catastrophic decline in our power." Realizing Yama's concerns stemmed from doubts about Awagakure's capability to seize land from other villages, Qin Guangming enlightened him. "You need not worry. In my travels, I have observed that apart from Kanehagakure, the strength of your neighboring villages is quite comparable, with Awagakure standing out among them. Yet, your growth is stymied by the issues of land and grain. If this persists, Awagakure will soon find itself trampled by other villages, left behind as they advance." Yama pondered Qin Guangming's words, recognizing the truth in them. The current grain crisis could still be mitigated through external trade, but such a strategy was not sustainable in the long run. Noticing Yama's reluctance to pursue land acquisition, Qin Guangming assured him, "Rest assured. Should your village engage in large-scale warfare with neighboring villages, I will intervene to assist Awagakure." Skeptical, Yama inquired, "Will you truly aid us? What is your motive in this endeavor?" Understanding Yama's reluctance to fully trust him, which was a natural response considering the weight of his decisions upon the village's fate, Qin Guangming replied, "Would you believe me if I said my aim is to maintain a balance among the four villages? This would not be detrimental to your interests. It is a step you will inevitably need to take. I merely wish to offer guidance to expedite this process. However, you are free to explore other options. I will not impose my will upon you." Contemplating the situation, Yama recognized that a Wagakure could no longer delay action and urgently needed a resolution. This mysterious and potentially dangerous individual seemed to harbor no ill intentions toward them. He could easily launch an assault on a village, yet chose not to. The Wagakure was in dire need of a strategy for salvation, and following Qin Guangming's advice appeared to be a reasonable gamble. Resolute, Yama declared, "I shall proceed according to your guidance. However, from where shall we commence?" Seeing Yama finally receptive to his counsel, Qin Guangming felt a sense of satisfaction and responded, "You need not worry about where to begin. During my recent travels, I discovered that Kurogakure presents an excellent starting point, specifically a village to the northwest of Kurogakure, which boasts fertile farmland. The soil there yields 2 to 3 times the average grain output, making it an ideal location." He continued, "Since the First Shinobi World War, the Wagakure and Kurogakure have harbored enmity. You need not fear further animosity with them, which is a distinct advantage. Moreover, the land in question borders Iwagakure directly to the southeast, facilitating any endeavors. It would be prudent to convert this area into a Wagakure's territory." Yama was taken aback by Qin Guangming's extensive knowledge and insight, which he had not anticipated. He replied, "If that is the case, we shall proceed as you suggest. I hope you will lend your support at a critical juncture." Qin Guangming smiled reassuringly, "Rest assured, I shall take responsibility for your village." After concluding their discussion, Qin Guangming departed, leaving Yama with a furrowed brow, deep in thought. He instructed his secretary, "Investigate the region in Kurogakure that we just discussed, as well as the individual who just visited." "Yes, sir," the assistant replied. Yama's skepticism toward Qin Guangming remained a necessary caution. Shortly thereafter, Yama's assistant returned with a report, stating, "Lord Third Tsuchikage, I dispatched personnel to investigate the area you mentioned. The soil is indeed fertile, with villagers claiming their grain yields are 2 to 3 times the average. However, it appears Kurogakure also places significant value on this agricultural land." Upon hearing this, Yama recognized the veracity of his assistant's findings, confirming the accuracy of Qin Guangming's information. However, he noted the absence of mention regarding Kurogakure's interest in this land, which was an obvious oversight given its fertility. "Continue," he instructed. The assistant continued, "As for the individual who spoke with you earlier, we have traced his movements but uncovered no pertinent information about him. He originated from the direction of Kurogakure, but beyond that, we possess no data." Yama remained unfazed by the lack of information about Qin Guangming, realizing that uncovering details about such a person would prove challenging. Accepting this, he resolved to take action. Even if Kurogakure coveted this prime land, they would contend for it. The one with the stronger fist would prevail. Yama commanded, "Prepare all organizations for battle. We shall march towards the northwest of Kurogakure, which lies in the southeast of our nation." Thus, Qin Guangming successfully persuaded Yaki to contend for the territory of the Hidden Mist Village, and it appeared that the Hidden Stone Village was also preparing for a final gamble. Chapter 64. The Land Revolution. In the 2 days following Qin Guangming's departure, Yaki diligently organized a policy for seizing land resources, meticulously strategizing how to appropriate the land from the Hidden Mist Village. Meanwhile, Qin Guangming awaited the commencement of Yaki's ninja assault on the fields of the Hidden Mist Village. However, after 2 days of anticipation, he found himself growing increasingly impatient, as there had been no sign of Yaki's imminent attack. Squatting beneath the roots of a tree, Qin Guangming observed a procession of ants diligently marching in formation, reminiscent of Jiraiya's teachings. To his surprise, watching the ants proved to be quite engaging, far from the boredom he had anticipated. Thus, he remained there, captivated by their industriousness. After 2 days of preparation, Yaki finally mobilized both villagers and ninjas, initiating the struggle for land resources. Within the confines of the Hidden Stone Village, Yaki personally conducted a lecture, passionately addressing the villagers. "Dear compatriots, as the Third Tsuchikage, I am profoundly concerned for your livelihoods. The challenges we face are stark: food shortages and a lack of income sources for our farmers. Why must we endure such calamity? Is this the fate that awaits us in the Hidden Stone Village? Shall we resign ourselves to misfortune?" The audience seated below, listening intently to the speech, resoundingly echoed, "No, absolutely not. It appears that the denizens of Iwagakure have been stirred by the sentiments of the Third Tsuchikage, Anoki." He continued, Why is it that other villages possess such expansive and fertile lands, abundant in resources, while we in Awagakure are left with parched, nutrient-deficient soil and mere stretches of barren land? Who is to blame for this? Should it be me, my predecessors, or everyone else? It is not to be blamed. In truth, none of us should bear reproach. What we can do is strive to contend for our rightful share of land and resources. They thrive in such a splendid environment, and we are no lesser beings. We too deserve to inhabit such surroundings. Our people deserve to live in similar prosperity. Upon concluding his speech, Yaki was met with a resounding wave of applause from the audience, demonstrating his remarkable ability to stir the emotions of the populace. He possessed a profound understanding of the desires harbored within the hearts of the common people and knew precisely how to articulate his sentiments to galvanize them. Yaki continued, "In just 2 hours, our esteemed representatives from Awagakure shall set forth to Kurogakure, with the intent to reclaim the land and resources that rightfully belong to the villagers of Awagakure. I urge everyone to rally behind us." Indeed, indeed. The common folk below fervently echoed De Yimu's sentiments, their emotions running high. 2 hours had elapsed since De Yimu delivered his speech in Yenin village. Meanwhile, in the neighboring Wu-In village, Qin Guangming was still observing the ants, seemingly on the verge of slumber. Suddenly, he noticed that the ants, once arranged in a neat formation, had become disordered, their previous organization dissipating. Moments later, the ants began to scurry chaotically in all directions. Yet they remained led by several larger ants, distinct in appearance from their smaller counterparts, who divided into groups heading towards various destinations. Rising to his feet, Qin Guangming allowed a slight smile to grace his lips as he remarked, "Has the action finally commenced?" Qin Guangming became acutely aware that Noki had dispatched a team, which was now drawing near to his location in a secluded area of the hidden mist village. With a graceful leap, Qin Guangming ascended to a larger, taller tree, surveying the distant activity. Indeed, he spotted a group of ninjas adorned with the forehead protectors of the hidden stone village, led by a jonin, making their way toward the land Qin Guangming had mentioned. Pondering over the fact that Noki had not chosen to lead the expedition personally, Qin Guangming found himself somewhat perplexed. He had not anticipated that such a cautious individual would delegate this significant affair to another, merely sending a jonin to command the operation. This aspect left Qin Guangming in a state of mild confusion, although he chose not to dwell on it further. In truth, his understanding of political matters was lacking. As the third Tsuchikage of the hidden stone village, Noki represented the highest authority of the village. Should he personally attend the struggle for land resources in the hidden mist village, it would inevitably escalate into a large-scale conflict, threatening the very foundations of the village. Clearly, Noki sought to prevent the situation from reaching such a critical juncture, thus opting to send only a jonin to lead the team. The approaching squad was composed of ninjas from the southeastern region near the hidden stone village, allowing them to reach the hidden mist village with commendable speed. Soon, the team arrived at the grain fields to the northwest of the hidden mist village, precisely the land Qin Guangming had referred to in his conversation with Noki. Stealthily, Qin Guangming trailed behind the group, confident in his ability to remain undetected. As long as he concealed his presence, he believed few in this world could perceive him. The jonin leading the hidden stone contingent gestured for the team to halt, turning to address them. "Everyone, cease your advance. We have reached our destination and may commence our actions. However, I must first lay down a few stipulations. First and foremost, do not harm any civilians. Merely drive them away. Secondly, do not desecrate the crops here. During combat, be particularly mindful to avoid damaging the grain. Lastly, it is imperative that you follow commands without question during the battle. Failure to do so will result in punishment upon our return." Listening to the jonin's directives, Qin Guangming found them surprisingly benevolent. The emphasis on preserving the crops indicated a desire to harvest the existing grain for the benefit of the villagers in the hidden stone village after acquiring the land. Yet, he wondered if the prohibition against harming ordinary people was an unwritten rule within the ninja community. Qin Guangming remained perplexed. The team had commenced harvesting the crops from this land, and given that it was the busy farming season, it was no wonder the people of Awagakure were anxious. As there was no food to be gathered, the team from Awagakure intended to draw the attention of the ordinary folk from Konoha by seizing their harvest, hoping they would alert the ninjas of Konoha and formally announce the appropriation of this fertile land. Chapter 65, War. The members of the Awagakure team were swiftly gathering the crops from the bountiful fields of Konoha. However, some of the ninjas found the manual harvesting too slow. One even contemplated using ninjutsu for the task. Yet, this individual was immediately halted by the leading jonin of a Wagakure, who scolded him furiously. Fool! How can you even think of using ninjutsu to harvest crops? And using doton no less. Do you really believe you are the only clever one here? If one could harvest crops using ninjutsu, would not all farmers in the world be ninjas, employing their mystical arts to sow and reap the harvest? Utilizing earth manipulation for such tasks would not only lead to a significant wastage of produce, but also jeopardize the fertility of the soil, rendering the effort counterproductive. Thus, I implore you to harvest with your hands. The chastised ninja, with a crestfallen demeanor, retracted his hands that had been forming seals, grasped his sickle, and resumed the harvest of the abundant golden grain. Observing the reprimand directed at him by the jonin leading the team for employing ninjutsu to reap the crops, others who had contemplated utilizing similar techniques to gather the harvest promptly abandoned their aspirations, obediently opting to wield their sickles for the task at hand. Indeed, it is true. If ninjas were able to employ their jutsu to cultivate and harvest crops, then the role of a farmer would become exceedingly simple. With ninjas taking on the mantle of agriculture, not only would efficiency soar, but one individual could serve dual purposes, farming by day and engaging on the battlefield by night, achieving much with little. However, the commotion caused by this particular individual's use of jutsu alarmed the farmers of the Hidden Mist village, who hurried out to discern the situation in their fields. Given the considerable distance between the farmland and the village, only a significant disturbance could rouse the farmers from their daily routines. Typically, there would be a watchman present due to the proximity to the Hidden Stone village, and several individuals had arranged their duties accordingly. Yet, it was rather unfortunate that on this occasion, many of them had pressing matters elsewhere. When the Hidden Stone village's ninjas arrived, one could only remark on their impeccable timing. The villagers of the Hidden Mist, upon realizing the intrusion, shouted, "Thieves from the Hidden Stone village, cease your actions. Oh, my crops!" Witnessing the ninjas laden with their hard-earned harvests, the farmers felt a profound sorrow. These grains represented an entire year of labor, snatched away by the hands of others. How could they not feel heartache? Meanwhile, the ninjas from the Hidden Stone, noticing the approach of the Hidden Mist villagers, paid them no heed. The leading jonin of the Hidden Stone village signaled to one of the ninjas he had previously reprimanded, granting him permission to employ his jutsu. Understanding the unspoken cue, the reprimanded ninja swiftly performed the necessary hand signs for the earth-style, earth wall technique. In an instant, a wall of earth rose up, effectively separating the farmers from the ninjas. The nod from the leading jonin had indicated that he was authorized to utilize his abilities to disperse the villagers. As the farmers beheld the sudden emergence of the earthen barrier and the forehead protector of the jutsu user, they quickly grasped that these individuals were from the Hidden Stone village. Although they were not ninjas themselves, they had encountered them before and were not foolish enough to engage in confrontation. Instead, they fled to summon aid from the Mizukage. The ninjas, witnessing the villagers' retreat, recognized their intent to call for reinforcements from the ninjas of the Hidden Mist to confront them. Prepared for battle, the ninjas continued their harvesting, with hundreds laboring in the rice fields, a scene that would undoubtedly draw the gaze of any onlooker. Yet, this tranquility was but a fleeting illusion. As the land was on the brink of conflict between the two villages, the leading jonin of the Hidden Stone addressed his comrades, "Attention, everyone. That group of villagers has likely gone to summon the ninjas of the Hidden Mist. Prepare yourselves for battle." Meanwhile, within the village of the Hidden Mist, a throng of farmers rushed to meet the third Mizukage. Their sudden arrival caused quite a stir. Outside the Mizukage's office, several village representatives were conversing with the secretary. The most esteemed among them spoke urgently. "Sir, you must take action on our behalf. We are farmers from the northwest fields, and just moments ago, a horde of ninjas from the Hidden Stone village invaded our lands, harvesting our crops without destruction. Yet still, it feels like a violation." The secretary of the third Mizukage displayed a look of astonishment upon hearing the farmer's report, clearly skeptical. Although these farmers were not ninjas, they were far more adept in the ways of human interaction than the shinobi. Sensing the secretary's disbelief, they implored, "Is the third Mizukage present? We wish to speak directly with him." Caught off guard by their insistence, the secretary, who was accustomed to deference from all, including the village's elite, found himself at a loss, having never encountered such a scene. Just then, a voice resonated from within the Mizukage's office. "Let them enter." Recognizing the authority behind the voice, The secretary acquiesced, allowing the farmers to enter. Once inside, the villagers poured out their grievances. Third Mizukage, you cannot fathom the hardships we endure. After toiling for an entire year, we are robbed of our land and the fruits of our labor by these bandit ninjas. We are truly aggrieved. Seeing their distress, the third Mizukage reassured them, do not fret, I shall advocate for you. Chapter 66. Eruption. As the third Mizukage contemplated the situation, he mused that while the Hidden Stone Village had historical grievances with the Hidden Mist, it was uncharacteristic for them to target ordinary citizens. It became evident that their intentions were not to harm the villagers, but rather to seize their land and crops. Upon discerning the motivations of the invading ninjas, the third Mizukage resolved on a course of action. He addressed the aggrieved farmers. Fear not, I shall dispatch our ninjas to assist you. Return to your fields and assess the situation. They are unlikely to harm ordinary citizens. I will send ninjas with you to ensure your safety along the way. Does that sound agreeable? The farmers, reassured by the Mizukage's words, departed contentedly. Yet as they left, the third Mizukage furrowed his brow in contemplation. Was it possible that the Hidden Stone Village was resorting to desperate measures due to a food crisis? Soon, the harvesters had already reaped a significant portion of the crops, with only a fraction remaining. Although it appeared close to completion, one must consider that nearly 100 exceptionally fit ninjas were working together in the fields, making such speed rather ordinary. In a mere 15 minutes, the ninjas dispatched by the third Mizukage arrived at the fields brimming with Hidden Stone ninjas, accompanied by 3 elite jonin and dozens of chunin, a formidable contingent capable of challenging the Hidden Stone forces. The tardy farmers, witnessing the complete theft of their year's labor by the marauding ninjas, dissolved into tears. For these farmers, grain represented their very existence. Without it, they faced starvation and loss of income. Therefore, the crops were of utmost importance to them. In a chorus of indignation, the farmers cried out, "You thieves, scoundrels, and robbers! You are devoid of humanity. As ninjas, you stoop to plunder from the most humble of farmers. Are you still ninjas? Are you even human?" The ninjas from the Hidden Stone, listening to the farmers' lamentations, maintained their stoic expressions, for in the world of shinobi, the law of the jungle prevailed. Only the strong survived. If the approaching ninjas from the Hidden Mist could vanquish them, the crops would belong to the Hidden Mist. Otherwise, they would remain with the Hidden Stone. The ninjas from the Hidden Mist village looked on with sympathy as the villagers berated the ninjas from the Hidden Stone village. Feeling a deep-seated anger at their brazen acts of thuggery, the two villages had always been at odds, and this minor incident served merely as a catalyst for their long-standing enmity. The ninjas viewed the villagers' loss of food with pity, but did not share an empathetic anger on their behalf. One of the ninjas from the Hidden Mist village exclaimed, "You scoundrels from the Hidden Stone village have always been despicable, and now you dare to bully our farmers. You are truly contemptible. You do not deserve to be called ninjas." The leading jonin from the Hidden Stone village replied with a calm demeanor, "Your words are futile. If you wish to fight, then do so. There is no benefit in further discussion." Seeing the indifference of the stone ninjas, the Hidden Mist ninjas grew even more incensed. One of them could no longer contain his frustration and suggested, "Let us engage them directly. Why waste words on these ruffians who will not listen?" A respected jonin from the Hidden Mist village interjected, "You are correct. This group from the Hidden Stone is utterly obstinate. They seem to think they have us at their mercy. However, we must ensure that our battle does not harm the farmers or the land. Do you all comprehend?" "Yes," came the resounding response from the Hidden Mist ninjas, signaling that a great conflict was imminent. As the two sides prepared for battle, a ninja from the Hidden Mist noted, "This land is plentiful. I do not wish for our conflict to ruin these fields. Let us relocate." The ninjas from the Hidden Stone nodded in agreement, prompting a surge of anger from the Hidden Mist ninjas who retorted, "Do you think you have already claimed this land for yourselves?" The Hidden Stone ninjas remained unfazed, stating, "This land is contracted to us. You may prepare for the transfer of ownership." Upon hearing this, the Hidden Mist ninjas shouted, "Charge! Eliminate these shameless thieves from the Hidden Stone village." Thus, the battle commenced amidst their exchange, with the ninjas from both villages dividing into 3 battlefields, jonin against jonin, chunin against chunin, and jinin against jinin. The Hidden Stone village held a significant advantage with 5 jonin compared to the Hidden Mist village's 3, which emboldened their confidence. The numbers of chunin were more evenly matched, and the Hidden Mist village even slightly outnumbered the chunin from the Hidden Stone village. The jinin numbers were comparable, with just over 20 from each side. However, their impact on the battlefield was limited, as not all Chunin possessed the prowess of renowned figures like Naruto and Sasuke. Consequently, the Chunin from the Hidden Mist joined the fray to support their Jonin, attempting to bridge the gap created by their fewer upper-echelon fighters. Nevertheless, even with the assistance of Chunin, they could only stave off defeat for so long, as the disparity in strength between Jonin and Chunin was vast. A single Jonin could easily dispatch nearly 10 Chunin. With no alternative, the Hidden Mist village utilized their Chunin to compensate for their lack of Jonin. Forming 3 distinct battlefields, the Hidden Mist Jonin, aided by a few Chunin, confronted the Hidden Stone Jonin. The remaining Chunin from the Hidden Mist engaged the Chunin from the Hidden Stone, and the Jinin faced off against each other. The battles among the Jinin primarily revolved around taijutsu, as their chakra reserves were insufficient for prolonged ninjutsu combat. Moreover, the speed of hand seals among Jinin could not rival that of taijutsu, resulting in swift attacks that could disrupt their casting. Chapter 67. The climax of battle. The conflict between the Jonin was particularly intense and visually spectacular, characterized by a dazzling array of ninjutsu exchanges, complemented by some taijutsu. This stood in stark contrast to the fighting style among the Jinin. Among the Jonin, Might Guy was an anomaly. Although he possessed some ninjutsu skills, his combat style was predominantly based on taijutsu, where he excelled as a master. Qin Guangming finally witnessed the clash between the two factions and nodded in satisfaction, reflecting, "The Hidden Stone and Hidden Mist villages certainly know how to prolong a confrontation. I have waited 3 days for this skirmish, especially from the Hidden Stone side." He quietly muttered a few curses directed at the ninjas from both villages before departing, for the outcome of the battle mattered little to him. His objective was accomplished, to disrupt their existing order. With this goal realized, the final result held no significance, especially since it was not his mission. Thus, Qin Guangming left the scene, with more pressing matters awaiting his attention as he moved on to instigate further chaos elsewhere. On the battlefield, it was evident that the 3 Jonin from the Hidden Mist, supported by a few Chunin, were struggling against the 5 Jonin from the Hidden Stone village. However, they were not yet on the verge of defeat, especially given that earth release techniques countered water release. This signaled that the Hidden Mist faced a challenging battle ahead. In terms of the Chunin skirmishes, the primary offensive tactics revolved around taijutsu. The Hidden Mist ninjas had the numerical advantage among the Chunin, who made up the largest segment of both teams. Given their numbers, the use of ninjutsu, particularly large-scale techniques, posed a risk of harming their allies. Consequently, the Chunin favored taijutsu as their main mode of attack. Unlike traditional military engagements where positions are clearly defined, the ninja battles were interwoven. Both sides mingled closely, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. Thus, large-scale ninjutsu attacks were impractical, significantly diminishing their effectiveness in this conflict. It was evident that among the ninjas from the Hidden Mist and Hidden Stone, several Chunin demonstrated remarkable prowess, holding their own against multiple opponents. These skilled taijutsu practitioners stood out in this battle, showcasing their exceptional abilities. If one considers the offensive methods among ninjas, including taijutsu, ninjutsu, and sage techniques, it becomes clear that taijutsu is a fundamental skill shared by many. However, some ninjas possess superior talent in ninjutsu, often underestimating the value of taijutsu. As a result, there are those who excel in ninjutsu but are weaker in taijutsu, while others with lesser ninjutsu aptitude must dedicate themselves to mastering taijutsu to compete with their more talented peers. Typical examples of this would be Rock Lee and Might Guy, who, unable to master ninjutsu, hone their taijutsu to an extraordinary level, while few reach the realm of sage techniques. The battle has persisted for an hour, and upon surveying the battlefield, one can observe the fallen lower-ranked ninjas scattered in disarray. Some have been defeated, while others are simply exhausted, as the chakra and stamina of the lower ninjas are not particularly robust. Only a few remain steadfastly standing amidst the chaos. Turning to the battlefield of the middle-ranked ninjas, the scene is equally tumultuous, with the majority of combatants hailing from a Wagakure and Kurigakure, leading to a particularly chaotic environment. The number of fallen individuals here surpasses that of the other battlegrounds, and the bloodshed is most pronounced. Each technique executed by the middle-ranked ninjas possesses the potential to inflict harm upon an opponent, resulting in severe injuries among their ranks. Notably, the ninjas from Kurigakure still exhibit a greater number of standing fighters compared to their Wagakure counterparts. Although a Wagakure initially had the numerical advantage, they too are suffering. Few middle-ranked ninjas remain upright, and those who do are not unscathed. This starkly illustrates the ferocity with which the ninjas from Kurogekure are fighting, reflecting their deep-seated animosity towards their Iwagakure foes. In the arena of the upper-ranked ninjas, all middle-ranked ninjas dispatched to support their upper-ranked allies from Kurogekure have succumbed, many even perishing in the fray. The combat among the upper-ranked ninjas is such that even a moderately extensive ninjutsu can inflict injury upon the middle ranks. Unless they are defensive in nature, middle-ranked ninjas are at great risk of being fatally struck by such techniques. Therefore, it is prudent for them to refrain from involving themselves in upper-ranked confrontations. The remaining upper-ranked ninjas stand resolutely on the battlefield, none having fallen. True to their designation, their physical prowess and endurance vastly surpass those of their middle and lower-ranked counterparts. Even severely injured upper-ranked ninjas persist, as yielding would diminish their momentum. It is evident that the outcome of the battle has been determined. Iwagakure's ninjas have seized the initiative and are clearly in control of the situation, making victory within their grasp. Both sides appear reluctant to continue the fight, wishing to avoid further unnecessary casualties, as the victor has already been established. The leading upper-ranked ninja from Iwagakure addresses his counterpart from Kurogekure, questioning the necessity of continuing the clash. Continuing the struggle would merely lead to further casualties. The villagers of the mist, gritting their teeth in frustration, declared, "This time it was our oversight. However, do not presume that your rock village surpasses us. It is merely that your numbers this time exceed ours." The ninjas of Rock Village maintained an air of indifference, seemingly unaffected by the words of their counterparts from Mist Village, yet they acknowledged with a nod. Chapter 68. Friction. The ninjas of Rock Village also suffered significant losses, as Mist Village had dispatched a considerable force to match them. Nevertheless, the peak combat strength of Rock Village exceeded that of Mist Village, a decisive factor that influenced the outcome of the conflict. Although Mist Village boasted a comparable number of ninjas, their upper-level fighters were fewer, which ultimately led to their defeat in this war. The ninjas of Mist Village, having accepted their defeat, retreated from the battlefield in dismay. Consequently, the ninjas of Rock Village were able to return triumphantly with the fruits of their labor. This time, those from Rock Village returned as heroes. Some of the ninjas were tasked with transporting the harvested grain back home and reporting the results of the battle to their leaders, including Noki, while others remained on the territory of Mist Village, awaiting reinforcements to take control of the land, which could now officially be considered the property of Rock Village. As for who suffered the most in this war, it was undoubtedly the common folk. In times of conflict, the populace possesses the least agency, lacking both strength and authority. The lands they toiled over were seized without hesitation, and the ninjas who should have defended them failed to advocate on their behalf. Thus, these commoners endured the greatest sorrow, having seen their lands appropriated by Rock Village, leaving them without a source of income and their primary means of livelihood vanished. Henceforth, those displaced farmers would face a life of wandering the streets, yet the government of Mist Village would likely not abandon them. After all, they were once integral members of the community, contributing significantly to its sustenance, and could not simply be cast aside. The villagers, witnessing the ninjas of Mist Village depart in disarray, supported one another as they trembled away from the battlefield. The seasoned farmers recognized the defeat at hand, while the departing ninjas were preoccupied with how to report to their superiors, dismissing the plight of these unranked farmers. As the villagers observed the ninjas of Mist Village ignoring them entirely as they left, their spirits plummeted further, their hopes for the land extinguished. With heavy hearts, they lamented, "Fellow villagers, it is time for us to depart. It seems we are destined to wander the streets as beggars." Merely observing the demeanor of these rogue ninjas reveals their utter disregard for our sentiments. The other villagers, upon hearing his words, displayed expressions of utter bewilderment. These elders have spent their entire lives in this land, and now they are to be uprooted from the only home they have known, thrust into a world of exile. Utterly lost regarding how to navigate their future, overcome with despair, the group began to weep, contemplating the impending reality of living on the streets, while the ninjas from Iwagakure, who were to seize this land, approached. Among them stood the leading jonin of Iwagakure, who beheld the sorrowful villagers, their faces vacant and devoid of spirit. It is entirely understandable. Having lost their homes, how could they possibly muster any semblance of vitality? Thus, the jonin addressed the elder, stating, "If you find yourself without a place to go, you may remain here and serve our village. Previously, you cultivated crops for the hidden mist village. Now, you shall do so for a Wagakure, albeit with an increase in the required yield by 20%. Would you be amenable to staying under these conditions? The villagers, upon hearing that the ninjas of Iwayan village had generously offered to shelter them, allowing them to continue their lives and work on this land, eagerly nodded and exclaimed, "Sage, we are willing indeed. Do not speak of mere percentages. Even if it were 30 or 40%, we would be willing. As long as we can continue to reside in this place where we have lived since our childhood, we would sacrifice anything for it." The leading jonin of a Wagakure, upon witnessing the villagers' plight, nodded and remarked, "Then let us remain in this location. From now on, the Wagakure will protect you. The shinobi of Kurogakure will not dare to trouble you, rest assured." The villagers, upon hearing such words from the Wagakure jonin, were overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly kneeling before these ninjas. Humanity is inherently this way. It mirrors the experience of Qin Guangming in a 21st century school, where high school students are accustomed to half-day schedules. When, on a particular day, the school unexpectedly grants a full 2-day holiday, the students perceive it as a remarkable act of benevolence. These villagers, facing the prospect of displacement, found themselves grateful to the very Iwagakure ninjas who had seized their land, for they were offered a sanctuary amidst their turmoil. The struggle for this land has reached a temporary conclusion. However, since it is a matter of land grabbing, it is unlikely that this will be the end of it. The conflict will undoubtedly persist. For the Hidden Mist Village, having the Rock Hidden Village standing over them is intolerable. On the other hand, for the Rock Hidden Village, merely seizing this piece of land will not satiate their appetite. Greed knows no bounds. This single plot of land will not resolve their current food shortages. Thus, the contest for land resources will certainly not end without further conflict. In the office of the third Mizukage within the Hidden Mist Village, the ninjas who had engaged in the land dispute with the Rock Hidden Village have returned to report their findings. They sent a representative to the third Mizukage to relay the situation. In the office, the appointed representative bowed his head and said, "I am deeply ashamed. I allowed the ninjas from the Rock Hidden Village to seize this land from us. Please, punish me, Lord Mizukage." The third Mizukage, facing away from the ninja, offered no immediate response. The more silence there was, the more anxious the kneeling Nin became, uncertain of what punishment awaited them. Finally, the third Mizukage spoke, stating, "This is not your fault. The Rock Hidden Village was indeed well prepared, dispatching 5 Nin to ensure their success." Chapter 69. The plan. The third Mizukage continued. "It appears that Noki has reached a desperate situation. I had thought that sending 3 Nin along with numerous Nin would suffice to drive them away. But it seems Noki was exceedingly well prepared, indicating that they are indeed in dire straits. Otherwise, they would not have risked so much." The representative from the Hidden Mist Village sighed in relief, understanding that the third Mizukage did not intend to punish him. He replied, "Indeed. The ninjas from the Rock Hidden Village were elite forces, clearly intent on securing this land." The third Mizukage nodded in agreement and instructed, "You may leave now. But ensure that the ninjas on standby are ready for battle at all times. We cannot afford to suffer this loss without consequence. Noki must pay for this transgression." With a fierce expression and narrowed eyes, the third Mizukage conveyed his resolve. The representative of the Hidden Mist Village acknowledged, "Yes." Before exiting the office, "It seems that war between the Hidden Mist and Rock Hidden Villages is imminent. The animosity between these two villages has persisted for quite some time. After this conflict, both sides will likely need a prolonged period of recuperation, as war is detrimental to national strength. Not only does it drain resources, but also consumes time and energy. A continuation of this strife would impede their development, leaving them at a disadvantage compared to other villages. Such an outcome would be counterproductive. However, this time the third Mizukage cannot simply accept the loss of land in silence. That is not his style. Furthermore, having recently assumed office, he lacks significant accomplishments. This presents a prime opportunity. Meanwhile, in the Rock Hidden Village, a group of individuals considers themselves victorious. Indeed, they have succeeded in seizing the fertile land from the Hidden Mist Village. The leader of this operation, a Nin from the Rock Hidden Village, happily reports the success to the Tsuchikage, Noki. "Lord Tsuchikage," the Nin states, "we have fulfilled our mission and successfully captured this fertile land from the Hidden Mist Village." Noki, mirroring the posture of the third Mizukage, also faced away from the reporting Nin. It seems that many leaders adopt such a poised demeanor when receiving reports. exuding an air of depth and elegance. Listening to the report, Noki nodded and asked, "How many did the enemy deploy?" The J-Nin replied. In response, Lord Tsuchikage. The Hidden Mist Village sent 3 J-Nin, and although their overall numbers matched ours, they had slightly more Ch-Nin. Noki nodded thoughtfully. It seems the 3rd Mizukage did not anticipate our substantial deployment of elite ninjas, catching him off guard. I believe he will not take this loss lightly. Given my understanding of his character, both Noki and the 3rd Mizukage are successors to their respective 2nd-generation leaders, and it is likely they have encountered one another previously. Fostering a mutual understanding, the J-Nin then inquired, "What shall we do next, Lord Tsuchikage?" Noki pondered for a moment before responding, "Do not rush. Let us observe his next move and respond accordingly. We shall take it one step at a time. A solution will present itself. Oh, and please distribute the food we acquired from this operation to the regions suffering from severe shortages." The J-Nin responded, "Yes." Noki continued to contemplate the 3rd Mizukage's next strategy, eagerly awaiting his response. Unbeknownst to them, 2 days have swiftly passed. The 3rd Mizukage recognizes that Noki's situation has become increasingly dire with dwindling food supplies. Thus, he anticipates that Noki will soon make a bold move, leading to an encirclement. It must be said that the 3rd Mizukage has indeed pinpointed Noki's vulnerability. On the other hand, the food seized from the Hidden Mist Village has nearly been exhausted. Noki realizes that the 3rd Mizukage is employing a strategy of passive resistance, adapting to every change. He muses that the 3rd Mizukage has cleverly deduced their plight and is now daring enough to engage in a war of attrition. However, Noki remains composed, understanding that as a leader, he cannot display anxiety. If he were to panic like a restless ant, his subordinates would lose their morale and cohesion. Thus, he maintains a calm exterior. Noki calls a meeting with the senior members of the Rock Hidden Village. During the meeting, he states, "Esteemed colleagues, we are on the brink of depleting our resources. I seek your counsel. Shall we take a bold step and launch an offensive against the Hidden Mist Village to seize more land, or should we pursue alternative strategies? Please raise your hands to vote. Those in favor of the offensive against the Hidden Mist Village, please indicate." As soon as Noki invites a vote, the meeting room buzzes with discussion. With only about 10 individuals present, the debate becomes quite lively, reflecting their diverse opinions. Observing the ongoing deliberation without any resolution, Noki could no longer contain himself and declared, "Silence. I recognize that everyone has their own perspective, but I now wish to see a clear outcome. Please raise your hands to vote." As the high-ranking individuals below witnessed Daenerys's current resolve, they fell into a contemplative silence. Some raised their hands slowly, while others furrowed their brows in deep thought. Ultimately, 7 individuals raised their hands in agreement, with only 3 seeking alternative methods. Chapter 70. Resuming the battle. Observing the voting outcome, Daenerys nodded and declared, "Very well. Since the majority do not wish to sit idly by, we shall confront them. We must strive to carve out a path to survival rather than languish in inaction." Inspired by Daenerys's fervor, the others below felt a surge of excitement to fight. Following Daenerys' statement, he dismissed the assembly, instructing each department to prepare for the impending confrontation with the Hidden Mist Village. In recent days, Qin Guangming had been traversing other villages, having instigated conflict between the Hidden Mist and Hidden Stone villages. He could not afford to be idle. So he continued to stir up trouble in the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Sand villages, seeking opportunities for discord, whether within the villages or between them. However, his recent accomplishments were modest, yielding no significant achievements, merely petty skirmishes that failed to make an impact. In his mind, he pondered that this could not persist, for it would tarnish his reputation as a clandestine manipulator. He resolved to orchestrate a grand scheme, starting with small matters, one by one, gradually allowing them to snowball into something substantial. In pursuit of advancement, Daenerys launched another offensive against the Hidden Mist Village. Yet, he refrained from participating directly in the battles, opting instead for a decisive resolution. The objective conditions no longer permitted the Hidden Stone Village to delay further. Moreover, the unique characteristics of the Hidden Stone ninjas inherently countered those of the Hidden Mist ninjas. While the Mist Village was renowned for its water-based techniques, the Stone Village excelled in earth-based jutsu, making the latter particularly advantageous in this confrontation. Consequently, Daenerys dispatched a substantial force of prepared ninjas to the battlefield, though they were instructed not to penetrate deep into the Hidden Mist Village, as such an advance could lead to a disadvantage even with a tactical edge in jutsu. Thus, at the juncture where the two villages met, Daenerys directed the Hidden Stone ninjas to provoke the Hidden Mist, enticing them to make the first move. From his vantage point on the observation deck, Daenerys watched the departing ninja army, rallying them in spirit. He was acutely aware of the formidable 7 ninja swordsmen, trained by the second Mizukage, and harbored concerns about this unpredictable variable. He questioned whether his dispatched ninjas could withstand the might of the 7 ninja swordsmen and pondered how many would be sent by the third Mizukage to the battlefield. With all of this remaining uncertain. Meanwhile, at the Hidden Mist village, a knock echoed from outside the third Mizukage's office. "Enter," he called upon hearing the sound. The Mizukage's assistant stepped inside, reporting, "Lord Mizukage." Reliable intelligence indicates that a significant number of ninjas from the Hidden Stone village are advancing toward the southwestern border of our Hidden Mist village. The third Mizukage's eyes narrowed as he absorbed the report, murmuring, "Have they finally reached their breaking point?" It seemed he had anticipated that the Hidden Stone village would be the first to strike. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, "Convey my orders to the 7 ninja swordsmen. All of them should proceed, except for the one who is difficult to command. Additionally, ensure they bring a substantial contingent of ninjas to engage directly with the Hidden Stone village. I have faith in the prowess of the 7 ninja swordsmen." The assistant nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." The Mizukage then mused, "Daenerys, I wonder what you shall employ against us this time." The 7 ninja swordsmen, honed by the second Mizukage, each wielded a formidable sword that complemented their unique jutsu, creating a fearsome synergy. Among them was one who, having been nurtured solely by the second Mizukage, disregarded the third Mizukage's directives, a fact not lost on the latter, who chose to overlook it. As the Hidden Stone ninjas advanced toward the Hidden Mist village, the ninjas from the Mist village began to mobilize as well, signaling an imminent confrontation. A quarter of an hour later, the two factions indeed met at a designated location within the Hidden Mist village, where neither side yielded in spirit. It was evident that the number of Hidden Stone ninjas surpassed that of their opponents. However, the presence of the 7 ninja swordsmen added a layer of unpredictability to the outcome, as their strength could potentially offset any numerical disadvantage. The Hidden Stone village had sent forth nearly all its strong warriors, save for Daenerys, the Tsuchikage, reflecting their resolute determination. Observing the formidable assembly from the Hidden Mist, a Hidden Stone ninja remarked gravely, "I never anticipated that 6 of the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen would personally come to confront us. They truly regard us highly." On the opposing side, the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hoshigaki, retorted, "You are not lacking either." This initial cohort of the 7 ninja swordsmen, though still relatively youthful and somewhat inexperienced, should not be underestimated. All were elite among elites, having earned their place in this prestigious group. Thus, both sides remained poised, neither willing to make the first strike, engaged in a battle of wills. At that moment, the leading ninja from the Hidden Stone village suddenly took action. Earth style, Earth Flow River. As he completed the hand seals, the ground beneath the feet of the Hidden Mist ninjas transformed into liquid, flowing into a great river. The 7 ninja swordsmen were not to be trifled with. While they excelled in wielding their great swords, their jutsu was equally formidable, often surpassing many others. Water style, Water Clean Wave. Instantly, a vast torrent of water, swirling like a tornado, surged upward, cascading downward to strike against the advancing Hidden Stone jutsu, resulting in a collision of formidable forces. The two sides appeared evenly matched, with neither gaining the upper hand nor inflicting harm upon the opposing ninjas. However, this clash marked the official commencement of their battle, with both sides exuding an intimidating aura and utilizing collective attack techniques, all of which were effectively countered. Chapter 71. The 7 ninja swordsmen on the Hidden Stone side. Over 10 formidable warriors had arrived, while the Hidden Mist was bolstered by the 7 ninja swordsmen. The pinnacle of their respective strengths clashed, with each ninja from the 7 swordsmen tasked with confronting 2 of the Hidden Stone's elite, an immense pressure to bear. Nevertheless, the 7 ninja swordsmen withstood this strain, matching their opponents with remarkable resilience. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame wielded the bewitching sword, Samahata, a weapon so large it rivaled the stature of an adult man. In his capable hands, the blade flowed with a grace that belied its size. And against the combined efforts of 2 Hidden Stone ninjas, his prowess rendered them unable to breach his defenses. Meanwhile, the imposing Suigetsu, bearing the formidable sword, Kubikirib Ch. equally matched the strength of his opponents, his size and might creating an overwhelming presence, causing his adversaries to falter under the weight of his assault. He seamlessly countered the two hidden stone warriors, demonstrating his capability and confidence in the fight. At this moment, the green-haired Black Chopper Thundertooth wielded his Thunderblade, exuding a fierce yet composed demeanor that contrasted with the terrifying presence of his predecessors, as he faced the two ninjas from the rock-hidden village. Meanwhile, the silver-haired Ghost Lantern Full Moon engaged one opponent with a single knife and two opponents with his dual blades, perfectly managing the flow of battle. The two formidable ninjas from the rock-hidden village were equally matched against him, each taking on one side of his dual-wielding style. In contrast, the pair of ninjas, Tongchao Wild Bait and Woolly Shinpachi, found themselves struggling against their two rock-hidden village adversaries. Although they were not at a disadvantage, the struggle was evident, as the opponents were indeed elite ninjas from the same village. It was only natural that one ninja would find it challenging to contend with two opponents. The 7 ninja swordsmen thrived in close combat with their large blades, but once their adversaries from the rock-hidden village maintained distance and avoided close engagement, the 7 ninja swordsmen would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. The ninjas from the rock-hidden village were well aware of this. Their extensive combat experience made them astute enough to recognize such nuances. Thus, all the elite fighters from the rock-hidden village retreated, denying the 7 ninja swordsmen the chance for close combat and opting to utilize ninjutsu from a distance. However, the swift Black Chopper Thundertooth denied them any opportunity to create distance or prepare their seals, as his blade was relentless, leaving no time for the two ninjas from the rock-hidden village to gather themselves. Ghost Lantern Full Moon mirrored this, following closely to prevent any chance for their opponents to employ ninjutsu. The two struggling 7 ninja swordsmen, already finding their opponents challenging, sensed the fatigue in their foes as well. Rather than retreating, they chose to persist in close combat, believing they could outlast their opponents through sheer endurance. Conversely, the two larger members of the 7 ninja swordsmen lacked the speed to respond effectively, allowing their adversaries to create distance and launch ninjutsu attacks. The techniques they wielded were only effective against direct assaults, while techniques like Earth Release emerged from below, rendering their swordplay ineffective. Consequently, they resorted to a clash of ninjutsu. But one individual's strength could hardly contend with two. They soon found themselves on the defensive, suffering blows from their opponents. The elite fighters on both sides engaged in a fierce stalemate, the situation remaining unclear. Meanwhile, on other battlefronts, the rock-hidden village boasted a numerical advantage over the mist-hidden village, leading to scenarios where mist ninjas often found themselves outnumbered. Consequently, the mist ninjas quickly fell into a disadvantage, their morale waning under the pressure from the rock-hidden village. One member of the 7 ninja swordsmen urged, "Do not hold back any longer. Unleash your full power, lest they think we are easy prey." At that moment, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, wielding the Great Blade Shark Skin, revealed a sinister grin. Suddenly, the Great Blade Shark Skin sprang to life, soaring behind the two rock-hidden village ninjas. The bindings on the blade exploded, adhering to the bodies of the opposing ninjas. Realizing the peril, one ninja felt his chakra surging uncontrollably towards the blade and quickly called for assistance to remove it. The other rock-hidden village ninja, upon detaching Shark Skin, found it immediately reattaching to him, resulting in a similar predicament. In a short while, Shark Skin autonomously returned to the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, appearing invigorated and brimming with power. In stark contrast, the two rock-hidden village ninjas appeared significantly weakened. With this exchange, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost regained his strength. The two experienced ninjas recognized the blade's formidable nature, commenting, "This must be the Great Blade Shark Skin. We have heard of its fearsome reputation. To fall victim to it now is indeed remarkable." The other ninja added, "It can absorb an enemy's chakra to sustain its master. It truly possesses a life of its own." With an air of confidence, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost remarked, "Good children, you have nourished it well. As a reward, I shall grant you both a complete corpse." At this moment, he felt assured of his victory over the two rock-hidden village ninjas, his tone dripping with arrogance. The two ninjas, upon hearing his boastful words, exchanged grave glances, fully aware of their precarious situation against such a formidable opponent. Chapter 72. The situation is clear. Although the 7 ninja swordsmen were formidable in their own right, the elite warriors from the rock-hidden village were no pushovers. Despite the temporary advantage gained by the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost with the great blade shark skin, the battle remained a 2-on-1 confrontation. Even if the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost harbored hidden strengths, one could not assume that the Rock Hidden Village ninjas lacked their own trump cards. As the two Rock Hidden Village ninjas witnessed the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost's imposing presence, rather than displaying fear, their resolve intensified. They exchanged a nod, declaring, "Let us not hold back. We cannot allow others to think that the two of us from the Rock Hidden Village cannot contend with a single opponent." With that, their spirits surged, seemingly rejuvenated by the chakra previously absorbed by shark skin, undeterred by its effects. It appeared they were using forbidden techniques, their expressions resolute, indicating a willingness to pay a price to unleash such powerful jutsu. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, observing their renewed vigor, furrowed his brow, pondering whether shark skin had indeed lost its ability to absorb chakra from them. This was unexpected. Until now, shark skin had never failed him. Could it be that the two were resorting to forbidden techniques as a last resort? This thought shifted his demeanor from relaxed to serious, for he recognized that his opponents were not to be underestimated, being among the top-tier fighters of the Rock Hidden Village, and now, bolstered by forbidden techniques. He felt the weight of the challenge ahead. The battle raged on, with the Rock Hidden Village gaining the upper hand. Despite the considerable boost in power provided by shark skin, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost found himself pressed by the two formidable ninjas employing forbidden techniques. The other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen showcased their skills, yet they too found themselves slightly overwhelmed by the elite fighters from the Rock Hidden Village. Notably, Ghost Lantern Full Moon and Black Chopper Thundertooth appeared to fare better than their comrades, benefiting from their speed. However, such advantages could only be sustained for so long. As their stamina waned, the reality of being outnumbered would inevitably shift the tide against them. In this scenario, the lower-tier combatants are outnumbered by those of the Iwagakure village. Although the elite fighters possess superior individual combat capabilities compared to the ninjas of Iwagakure, they still fall short in numbers against the formidable forces of that village. This disparity has led to the current state of stagnation. Some members of the 7 ninja swordsmen are nearing their breaking point, gradually being overwhelmed in battle. For instance, the combatant known as Tong Chao Yaburin is struggling under the relentless assault of 2 powerful adversaries from Iwagakure, having sustained multiple injuries in the process. Observing Tong Chao Yaburin's dire predicament, Papazi Shirzong urgently calls out to all members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, urging everyone, create some distance, maintain a safe separation from them. Upon hearing the call of Pai Pa Shirzong, Tong Chao Yaburin immediately retreated to a distance of 20 meters. Creating space between himself and the 2 formidable warriors from Iwagakure. The other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen also withdrew, maintaining their distance from the adversaries of Iwagakure. Observing the retreat of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the 12 strong warriors from Iwagakure followed suit, recognizing that this stalemate was untenable. However, the 2 individuals engaged in combat with the river toad ghost from Suka Mountain could not afford to prolong the confrontation, as they had incurred significant costs to unleash their forbidden techniques in their struggle against the river toad ghost, which were not sustainable for an extended duration. Pai Pa Shirzong inquired of Tong Chao Yaburin, "Are you all right?" The herbalist, clutching his wound, shook his head and remarked, "It is nothing grave. However, should we linger any longer, the situation may escalate." Upon hearing this, Shirzong turned away, while the full moon Ji Matsu added, "Indeed, if this persists, calamity is inevitable. Their numbers surpass ours, and even if we engage in a stalemate, prolonging the conflict will only invite trouble." Before they could exchange further words, the formidable warriors from Iwagakure surged forward once more, unable to bide their time any longer, as some on this side were still employing forbidden techniques. The 7 ninja swordsmen were taken aback. How could the adversaries charge again before they had barely spoken? This defied conventional logic, as typically both sides would retreat to catch their breath after an exhausting skirmish. Yet, the Iwagakure contingent was not adhering to the expected tactics. Despite their astonishment, the 7 ninja swordsmen held nothing back, fully engaging the 12 ninjas from Iwagakure. At this juncture, Suka, the watermelon demon, appeared increasingly strained, as if he might falter after just a few more exchanges. Observing this, Jimatsu, stationed beside Suka, hurled a kunai toward the 2 Iwagakure warriors confronting him. In response, the 2 ninjas countered, exclaiming, "You still have the leisure to concern yourself with others?" Tend to your own affairs first. Let us see how long you can endure. It appears that the formidable warriors from Iwagakure were momentarily distracted by the presence of the ominous Kaido, feeling slighted by his apparent lack of respect towards them. This sentiment led to discontented remarks among them. However, Kaido refrained from engaging in verbal disputes, dedicating himself entirely to the battle at hand. He understood that even a single misstep could expose a vulnerability, resulting in a grievous wound. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the situation had reached a decisive turning point. In the clash between the lower-tier combatants, the sheer number of ninjas from Iwagakure had overwhelmed their counterparts from Kurogakure, whose numbers dwindled in comparison. While the impact of low-tier ninjas with significant prowess was limited, their individual strength could not withstand overwhelming odds. They might have claimed victories in one-on-one or one-on-two scenarios. But as the numbers swelled against them, their efforts proved futile. As the 7 ninja swordsmen engaged with the numerous strong warriors from Iwagakure, the lower-tier ninjas from Kurogakure suffered defeats at the hands of their Iwagakure adversaries. The battlefield bore witness to grim outcomes, with many from Kurogakure either dead or injured, while the situation for Iwagakure was equally dire. Chapter 73, The Conclusion. Even if Iwagakure emerged victorious, the toll was heavy. Had the numbers been equal, Kurogakure's ninjas would have undoubtedly triumphed, as Iwagakure's lower-tier forces had outnumbered Kurogakure's by nearly 100 upon their arrival. Yet, even then, Iwagakure had few remaining ninjas standing, most relying on their hands for support. Kurogakure fought valiantly against overwhelming odds, and this could be considered a small victory in itself. At this moment, the 7 ninja swordsmen recognized that the battle among Kurogakure's lower-tier forces had concluded, and their ninjas were unable to withstand the might of Iwagakure's warriors. This realization furrowed their brows, yet they continued to confront the 2 powerful adversaries from Iwagakure, for even in defeat, the presence of elite shinobi and their own top-tier fighters remained. Despite the presence of some lower-tier warriors from Iwagakure, they were of little assistance, as the disparity between them and the elite shinobi was vast, preventing any meaningful intervention in the battles between the upper echelons. Thus, they could only feel a sense of foreboding while focusing on their own engagements. However, even Kurogakure's elite fighters were at a disadvantage, slightly overwhelmed, as Iwagakure had not only greater numbers in the lower tiers, but also in the elite and top-tier categories. Iwagakure's maneuver could be described as a desperate gamble, as they committed nearly all their forces, with the exception of Inoki, the Tsuchikage, who remained behind to oversee affairs. The 7 ninja swordsmen persevered in their struggle, acutely aware of the shifting tides of battle. They sensed the scales of victory tilting toward Iwagakure, but remained resolute, understanding that the stakes involved Kurogakure's very survival. Losing this expanse of territory would mean a significant loss of resources and future sustenance. The ramifications extended beyond mere economics. The loss would strike at their morale, dignity, and the very face of their village, marking a severe blow to Kurogakure. The 7 ninja swordsmen were not alone in this understanding. Other elite shinobi recognized the critical importance of this conflict for their village. In the office of the 3rd Mizukage, a scout arrived with dire news. Report to you. Esteemed 3rd Mizukage, the number of ninjas from Kurogakure has far exceeded our expectations. Their lower-tier forces surpass ours by nearly 100, while they still field 12 elite ninjas. Our lower-tier warriors have already succumbed to Iwagakure, and the 7 ninja swordsmen are struggling, nearly overwhelmed. Upon hearing this report, the 3rd Mizukage closed his eyes, foreseeing the impending defeat. The prospect of yielding land to Iwagakure was unbearable. When he finally reopened his eyes, they were bloodshot, a testament to his anguish over this potential failure, yet the course was set. Who could have anticipated that Kurogakure would be fighting for their very existence? On the other side of the battlefield, the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were facing dire straits. The Tongsa Yebren was on the verge of collapse, almost sent flying with another strike, while Wooly Shenba was in a similar predicament. Both had been struggling against their opponents, and the prolonged confrontation had taken a significant toll on them. At this moment, they had reached their breaking point. The situation for the others was slightly better. The Suka Mountain pufferfish demon faced 2 formidable opponents from the Iwagakure, who had unleashed forbidden techniques, thus burdening him with greater pressure than his companions. Consequently, his condition was nearly as precarious as that of Tongsa Yebren and Wooly Shenba. Just then, the 2 Iwagakure warriors, having reached the critical threshold of their forbidden techniques, prepared to unleash their final strike before entering a recovery period that would render them unable to continue fighting. The Suka Mountain pufferfish demon realized he could not withstand this blow and braced himself with his arms crossed in front of him. Unexpectedly, the Dao Dao Jiaoji leaped forth to shield him. The impact of the final strike from the Iwagakure duo collided fiercely with the Dao Dao Jiaoji, which exhibited a surprising sentience. Choosing to protect someone it favored, it seemed that the Suka Mountain pufferfish demon was indeed a beloved figure to the Dao Dao Jiaoji, as it disregarded its own safety to defend him. As the brilliance emanating from the blade dimmed and it fell to the ground, the Suka Mountain pufferfish demon stood in shock, unable to comprehend that the Jiaoji had defended him. He rushed forward to embrace the blade. Meanwhile, the two Iwagakure warriors, witnessing this turn of events, fell back in frustration, their final strike failing to achieve its intended effect. Simultaneously, Tongsa Yebaran and Wooly Shinba were both struck down by their Iwagakure adversaries, losing their combat capability. Although the Iwagakure had lost two strong fighters, the 7 ninja swordsmen had suffered the same fate, with the Suka Mountain pufferfish demon nearing his own breaking point. This battle had decisively determined the victor. Seeing the dire situation, Pai Pa Shirzong ordered, "Everyone, retreat." Under his command, all ninjas from the Mist Village, including the 7 ninja swordsmen, withdrew, while the Iwagakure erupted in jubilant cheers of victory. The ninjas from Iwagakure rejoiced, for this battle had significant implications for their village's fate. The Mist Village returned home in defeat, while the Iwagakure, albeit burdened with their incapacitated comrades, supported their injured ninjas as they made their way back. Despite the severity of the battle, smiles of triumph illuminated the faces of the Iwagakure, for they were the victors of this conflict. Chapter 74. Time flies. This victory allowed Iwagakure to seize a vast expanse of land from the Mist Village, alleviating their immediate crisis. However, while Iwagakure basked in comfort, the Mist Village faced hardship akin to a painful amputation. Although the Mist ninjas had lost this battle, it did not significantly harm or affect them. They continued their daily lives, unaffected by the loss of farmland, while the real victims were the farmers and ordinary citizens. When Iwagakure appropriated the land from Mist Village, they implemented similar policies as before, but made some adjustments. Iwagakure farmers collaborated with those remaining in Mist Village, enhancing efficiency and providing land for Iwagakure farmers without it to sustain their families. Thus, Iwagakure's land policy reached a conclusion, and each village focused on its own development. Unbeknownst to them, 5 years slipped away. After 5 years of recuperation, Konoha was nearing its former glory. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had all graduated from the Ninja Academy, nurtured under the guidance of Sarutobi Hiruzen. During this time, Qin Guangming had not visited Jiraiya, neglecting his feelings entirely. Under Hiruzen's tutelage, the 3 promising talents began to exhibit the traits of the legendary Sannin, showing remarkable progress compared to their earlier selves. Meanwhile, Qin Guangming had been busy traversing various villages, employing Kurozetsu for various schemes, though Kurozetsu had grown somewhat lax in calling upon him. Throughout these 5 years, Qin Guangming diligently completed system tasks while subtly influencing the course of history, hastening its progression. Kurozetsu, under Qin Guangming's direction, engaged in similar pursuits. However, propelling history forward was no simple feat. In just 5 years, their achievements were limited. Nevertheless, many small victories accumulated, forming a foundation for greater accomplishments. As quantity eventually leads to qualitative change, the Mist Village gradually recovered from the war, while Iwagakure's challenges were fundamentally resolved. Each village was progressing towards stability. Yet beneath the veneer of peace simmered unresolved tensions, still waiting for the right moment to emerge. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had reached the age for rigorous training, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had little left to teach them. They were to embark on specialized training in the sacred lands, Mayaboka Mountain, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest. Mayaboka Mountain, the residence of toads, boasted stunning landscapes and abundant spiritual energy, with Jiraiya's summoning beast being a toad. Ryuchi Cave served as the lair of Orochimaru's summoning serpent, characterized by its dark ambience, perfectly matching Orochimaru's nature. Despite its foreboding atmosphere, it provided substantial benefits for training. Shikatsu Forest, the habitat of slugs, was teeming with them, and Tsunade's summoning beast was a slug, making this sacred ground highly advantageous for her training. In summary, the training locations chosen for the 3 were rare treasures of the world, perfectly suited to their needs. On this day, they bid each other farewell. Having formed a bond during their studies under Saratobi Hiruzen, they agreed to meet again after their special training, setting a deadline for their reunion. At the same time, Qin Guangming was unknowingly traversing the path to Ryuchi Cave, unaware that Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were also heading to their sacred training grounds that very day. And he was not deliberately seeking out Orochimaru. It was mere coincidence. As he walked, Qin Guangming spotted a familiar silhouette. Long hair and a pale complexion unmistakably identified it as Orochimaru. Despite not having seen him in many years, Qin Guangming recognized him instantly. Perhaps due to Orochimaru's unique aura or his distinctive appearance, marked by long hair reminiscent of a woman and his strikingly pale skin, making identification effortless. The encounter with Orochimaru this time evoked an entirely different sentiment compared to the previous meeting with Jiraiya. It was as if the Orochimaru before him had transformed drastically over the past 5 years, now emanating an air of maturity and a hint of darkness. His gaze bore a newfound resoluteness, suggesting that he had established his ambitions and aspirations. Suddenly, a notification resonated in Qin Guangming's mind, signaling the arrival of a mission. Ding. Please complete the task of recruiting Orochimaru as your subordinate. Reward: 30,000 points. No lottery opportunity. Qin Guangming stood momentarily stunned by the system's peculiar request, bewildered that he was tasked with enlisting Orochimaru as a subordinate. The system's missions had progressively escalated in difficulty, and the rewards for completion had also increased compared to before. After a prolonged internal struggle, Qin Guangming gradually accepted this reality, convincing himself that despite his altered perception of Orochimaru, he did not harbor any particular affection towards him. Nonetheless, the prospect of recruiting Orochimaru as a subordinate was within his grasp. As a transmigrator, Qin Guangming possessed a clear understanding of future events and the relationships among various characters in the world of Naruto. Thus, knowing Orochimaru's identity as one of the legendary Sannin and his subsequent role within the Akatsuki organization, the idea of recruiting him began to take root in Qin Guangming's mind. Although he harbored a strong dislike for the later version of Orochimaru, the current incarnation was not so detestable. Reflecting on Orochimaru's personality, interests, and goals, Qin Guangming realized that possessing this knowledge would grant him the confidence necessary to proceed. As Orochimaru approached, Qin Guangming felt an unexpected sense of anxiety. A novel experience for someone once regarded as a commercial prodigy and a master in his previous life, now feeling nervous about the prospect of recruiting Orochimaru. Taking the initiative, Qin Guangming stepped forward to engage Orochimaru in conversation, saying, "Ah, is that not Orochimaru? It has been years since we last met, and you have grown so tall." The manner in which he initiated the dialogue was undeniably awkward, reminiscent of a 21st century elder addressing a young child. Fortunately, Orochimaru was not from that era. Orochimaru regarded Qin Guangming with a perplexed expression, seemingly searching his memory for this familiar face. The fact that Qin Guangming could call him by name and mention the passage of years indicated a prior acquaintance. After about 10 seconds of contemplation, Orochimaru finally recalled who Qin Guangming was, the adult who had walked alongside Jiraiya 5 years prior, the one who had observed him intently. With a hint of confusion, Orochimaru inquired, "Aren't you Jiraiya's elder brother, who was with him a few years ago? What brings you here?" Qin Guangming was taken aback by Orochimaru's recognition. For while it was easy for him to remember Orochimaru, the reverse was not as straightforward. Given the years that had passed and his less distinctive appearance compared to Orochimaru, it was impressive that he had been remembered at all. With a smile, Qin Guangming replied, "Indeed. I am surprised you still recognize me, Orochimaru. I happen to be passing through this area on my way to Konoha. What are your plans?" Orochimaru nodded in response, stating, "I am heading to train. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and I have made an agreement to train together, and we will emerge when the time is right." Upon hearing this, Qin Guangming recalled the storyline of Naruto, realizing that the three of them were destined to train in a sacred place, which would eventually lead to the emergence of the legendary Sannin. As he pondered how to broach the subject, he suddenly recalled Jiraiya mentioning Orochimaru's fascination with snakes, which provided him with an opening. "Orochimaru," he said, "I have heard that you possess a keen interest in snakes." At this, Orochimaru's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as he replied, "Indeed. I am not only fascinated by snakes, but also by the human body. I believe that snakes and humans are among the most intriguing creatures in existence." Recognizing Orochimaru's passion for human anatomy, Qin Guangming remarked. The human body is the most complex biological structure in the world, and its mysteries are truly boundless. Anyone who can delve into the study of the human body deserves admiration. Qin Guangming sought to guide the conversation further, aiming to flatter Orochimaru while simultaneously drawing him into his web of dialogue. Orochimaru, thrilled by Qin Guangming's agreement with his views, expressed his excitement. He had long been silently researching the human body, hesitant to share his interests for fear of being misunderstood or deemed an outcast. Really? Orochimaru exclaimed. I have been exploring the mysteries of the human body and have already discovered many things. He then proceeded to passionately elaborate on his findings over the past few years. While Qin Guangming listened intently, delighted by Orochimaru's enthusiasm. This was precisely the scenario he had envisioned. As Qin Guangming feigned interest, he continued to praise Orochimaru's insights and research outcomes, demonstrating his alignment with Orochimaru's views. I happen to have some thoughts on a subject that is often considered forbidden, and I have never shared it with anyone else. Allow me to show you my findings. Orochimaru, intrigued by the prospect of Qin Guangming sharing his insights, urged him, please, do show me. With a smile, Qin Guangming articulated, imagine how perfect it would be if humans could be resurrected or if there existed a means of immortality. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru leaped with excitement, staring at Qin Guangming in astonishment, momentarily speechless. Overwhelmed by emotion, he finally exclaimed, at last, someone who shares my perspective. You are my father. No, wait, you are my elder brother. Almost addressing Qin Guangming as his father, Orochimaru quickly corrected himself, continuing, brother, you must understand. Although I have studied the human body over the years, my understanding has only skimmed the surface. My ultimate goal is to achieve immortality and resurrection. Yet I still have a considerable distance to cover to reach that aspiration. As Orochimaru spoke, a shadow of despair crossed his features. Observing this, Qin Guangming placed a reassuring hand on Orochimaru's shoulder, saying, do not lose heart, Orochimaru. The arts of immortality and resurrection are monumental endeavors that cannot be accomplished in a short span of time. This is a lifelong pursuit, and I believe you will undoubtedly achieve your ultimate goal. Gazing at Qin Guangming, Orochimaru seemed to perceive a radiant aura surrounding him, reflecting the light of hope in his eyes. It was as if the past several years had been lived in vain until now, when he had finally found someone who truly understood him. Overcome with joy and excitement, Orochimaru embraced Qin Guangming tightly, nearly moved to tears. Qin Guangming was taken aback by Orochimaru's unexpected display of excitement, as the latter embraced him. Feeling the presence of Orochimaru, he noticed that the latter's aura was not the warm, fervent sensation typical of a human being, but rather a chilling coldness, akin to that of a cold-blooded creature. However, Qin Guangming had long been prepared for such an encounter, having formed an impression of Orochimaru that included this peculiar trait. Thus, he did not feel particularly surprised. Nor did he push Orochimaru away. Instead, he remained still, allowing Orochimaru to hold him, patiently waiting for the latter to release him. After a considerable time, Orochimaru finally let go of Qin Guangming, who then felt a sense of relief. After all, being embraced by Orochimaru always left a disconcerting feeling. Despite the fact that Orochimaru was still a mere teenager, his demeanor, however, already carried the air of an adult. Orochimaru cheerfully declared, from now on, you are not only Jiraiya's elder brother, but also my elder brother. Witnessing such heartfelt words from Orochimaru, Qin Guangming felt a tug at his emotions. Realizing how deeply Orochimaru yearned for recognition and understanding, he had inadvertently found himself caught in this emotional exchange. At that moment, a notification chimed in Qin Guangming's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting Orochimaru as a subordinate. Due to your exceptional performance, you have been awarded an additional 10,000 points, bringing the total reward for this task to 40,000 points, with no chance for a lottery. To his astonishment, Qin Guangming had unwittingly achieved a significant milestone, earning an unexpected bonus of points. Qin Guangming turned to Orochimaru and said, I acknowledge you as my little brother as well. From now on, if you encounter any issues, come to me, and I shall help you resolve them. He spoke with a sense of bravado reminiscent of words he had shared with Jiraiya years ago. Yet this time, his sentiment was not genuinely aimed at assisting Orochimaru, as he harbored an innate aversion towards him. Moreover, Qin Guangming understood Orochimaru's relentless pursuit of his goals and his willingness to employ ruthless means to achieve them. He could not fathom why Orochimaru was exhibiting such vulnerability in front of him. Even after witnessing this side of Orochimaru, Qin Guangming remained indifferent, devoid of any protective or caring instincts towards him. Orochimaru nodded in agreement and remarked, "Well then, I must head to the Dragon Cave to train. I cannot afford to waste time." Realizing how much time had been spent in their conversation, Qin Guangming nodded and replied, "Go quickly, lest you fall behind." With that, Orochimaru waved goodbye and departed, saying, "Farewell, brother." Qin Guangming waved back, "Off you go." As they parted ways, Qin Guangming found himself with a formidable villain as a subordinate. His feelings were a mix of delight and concern, wondering whether he should rejoice or worry. He pondered how one day Orochimaru might turn his ambitions towards him, yet reassured himself that Orochimaru was no match for him, dismissing his worries. With that thought, Qin Guangming resumed his journey towards Konohagakure, where he had arranged to meet Black Zetsu. This location was already on the outskirts of the village, and given Qin Guangming's speed, akin to that of Uchiha Izuna, enhanced by the 8 gates technique, he would reach the village in a mere 15 minutes. Upon his arrival, he marveled at the current state of Konohagakure, exclaiming, "Truly remarkable." It was undeniable that since Sarutobi Hiruzen's ascension, the village had flourished immensely. Although Konohagakure had been the epicenter of the First Shinobi World War, it bore no traces of the devastation from that time. Moreover, the village's development hinted at a resurgence, reminiscent of its former glory, though it still fell short of its peak strength. The absence of top-tier powers, such as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, was palpable, as even the second-tier ninjas, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna, were no longer present. Thus, it was clear that Konohagakure struggled to reclaim its former might, and the pinnacle of that era seemed unattainable. After a brief admiration of Konohagakure's development, Qin Guangming began to meander through the village streets. He did not seek out Black Zetsu, as it seemed that every time he intended to find him, Black Zetsu would inevitably seek him out first. This elusive nature was a hallmark of Black Zetsu's character. As Qin Guangming perused the various stalls, he encountered a myriad of unfamiliar goods, prompting his curiosity to touch and examine them. At that moment, he noticed a black, aloe-like head emerging from the ground. Without needing to look down, he recognized it as Black Zetsu. Setting aside the items he was inspecting, Qin Guangming made his way to a discreet location to confer with Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, after offering some reminders, concealed his head once more. This peculiar figure had the ability to emerge from underground at will, a remarkable skill that served as his best reconnaissance method. Following Qin Guangming closely, Black Zetsu shadowed him silently. Finding a secluded area with minimal foot traffic and dense foliage, Qin Guangming chose to stop there. Upon seeing him halt, Black Zetsu reemerged, revealing only his head, which appeared rather comical, though his cunning was formidable. While he lacked combat prowess, his ability to infiltrate the earth made him an exceptional scout. Qin Guangming stated, "From today onward, we shall embark on a more ambitious course of action." Black Zetsu, perplexed, inquired, "What exactly shall we do? Will it aid in reviving my mother?" Though cunning, Black Zetsu's intellect seemed to diminish when the topic of resurrecting Kagaya Akatsuki arose, revealing a deep-seated filial devotion. "Indeed," Qin Guangming replied. "Our next steps will involve preparing for the Second Shinobi World War." Continuing, Qin Guangming elaborated, "Once the Second Shinobi World War commences, it will weaken the various villages' strengths, thereby reducing the number of those who would obstruct the revival of your mother." Upon hearing the mention of the Second Shinobi World War, Black Zetsu's eyes gleamed with excitement. The Second Shinobi World War. What actions should we undertake? Noticing Black Zetsu's eager disposition, Qin Guangming couldn't help but smile subtly and responded, "In truth, our endeavors over the past 5 years have been indirectly connected to the Second Shinobi World War, albeit on a smaller scale. We shall now focus on tasks that bear direct relevance to the impending conflict." Black Zetsu, intrigued, asked, "What specific action shall we take?" Qin Guangming proceeded to unveil his plans and specific implementation strategies, stating, "What we shall endeavor next is to exacerbate the economic imbalance between the commoners and aristocrats across the major nations and hidden villages, prompting them to instigate internal strife." Subsequently, Qin Guangming assigned precise tasks to Kurozetsu, ensuring that every detail was thoroughly communicated. Kurozetsu, displaying an obedient demeanor akin to that of a well-behaved kindergarten child, nodded in agreement, a stark contrast to the cunning and ruthless nature typically associated with him. It was difficult to reconcile this docile behavior with his infamous reputation for mercilessness. After delineating all his directives, Qin Guangming inquired, "Do you comprehend everything I have conveyed?" Kurozetsu nodded and replied, "I remember it all. These are trivial matters. Why must I undertake such tasks, and how could they possibly lead to a second great ninja war?" Kurozetsu appeared quite perplexed. Qin Guangming feigned the demeanor of a sage, hands clasped behind his back, and remarked, "These matters pertain to the intricacies of human interaction, which you, as a mere aloe, cannot possibly grasp." Upon hearing Qin Guangming's disdainful comparison, Kurozetsu felt a surge of indignation. Typically, if someone belittled him as an aloe, he would not tolerate it. However, the individual before him was Qin Guangming, whose strength was unfathomable. Consequently, Kurozetsu suppressed his outrage, acknowledging Qin Guangming's formidable power, which he believed could resurrect his mother, Akatsuki. Thus, he could only harbor his frustration in silence. Qin Guangming was taken aback by Kurozetsu's reaction, astonished that he would exhibit such vulnerability. He mused internally, "It is quite surprising to witness such behavior from him." After contemplating, Qin Guangming decided, "There is no immediate rush. Today, I am in high spirits. Let me enlighten you, my aloe, about the purpose behind these tasks." He reflected that there was ample time before the onset of the Second Great Ninja War. Thus, sharing insights with Kurozetsu would serve as an entertaining diversion. Kurozetsu displayed an eager expression as Qin Guangming continued, hands still clasped behind him and facing away. "Do you understand that human society inevitably undergoes a cyclical evolution, from nothingness to abundance, and from abundance to decline? This cycle is an immutable law of nature. Our objective is to expedite this evolution. Human society is stratified, as you must be aware. The disparity between the aristocratic and commoner classes signifies a degree of exploitation and oppression. Once the threshold of tolerance is surpassed, the commoners will inevitably revolt. This is our goal." Noticing that Kurozetsu was deep in thought, Qin Guangming expressed surprise, asking, "Kurozetsu, do you comprehend my explanation?" Kurozetsu nodded, "I believe I understand. But how does this relate to resurrecting my mother?" His intelligence was evident. He was unwilling to serve as a mere pawn without understanding the connection between these tasks and the resurrection of Akatsuki. Qin Guangming pondered how to persuade him. Realizing that Kurozetsu's contemplation stemmed from a desire to comprehend the relevance of these actions to his mother's revival. After a moment of reflection, Qin Guangming responded, "Do you understand that reviving your mother necessitates a shift in eras? There exists a causal relationship in all things, and her resurrection requires the right timing, specifically, a heroic age akin to the era when Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were alive." Kurozetsu regarded Qin Guangming with a mix of skepticism and reluctant trust, stating, "If that is the case, I shall take my leave to accomplish the tasks you have assigned." Qin Guangming, relieved that Kurozetsu was finally departing, exhaled deeply. This exhaustive explanation had been quite taxing. "Go ahead," he replied. As soon as the words left his lips, Kurozetsu vanished underground, disappearing from Qin Guangming's sight. It was time for Qin Guangming to attend to his own affairs. Although Kurozetsu could accomplish certain tasks, his capabilities were ultimately limited. Matters concerning strength were best handled directly by Qin Guangming himself. At that moment, Qin Guangming scrutinized his system panel, curious about any changes or advancements over the years. He was eager to discover why his system had yet to upgrade after all this time. Host, Qin Guangming level 2, 390, 000400. 000. Occupation, Mastermind abilities. Taijutsu level 10, can activate the 8th gate of death without side effects and maintain it long-term. Comparable to the power of the Sage of Six Paths, Senjutsu level 6, can evolve to Sage Body at level 10, Flying Thunder God Technique, Bagua Ceiling. Various ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, Original Ninjutsu, Fire Release combined with Earth Release, Immortality, Swordsmanship. Store. Level 2 store Qin Guangming's statistics had not changed significantly over the years. It seemed his strength had scarcely improved, with only a 2-level increase in Senjutsu. At this level, 2 levels felt almost negligible. Over the past few years, Qin Guangming had completed numerous tasks, yet he was merely a mere 10,000 points away from a system upgrade. Chapter 78. Task progress. Upon discovering that his points had reached 390,000, just 10,000 shy of a system upgrade, Qin Guangming felt a wave of nostalgia. He mused to himself, after all these years, the system upgrade has been just out of reach. He eagerly anticipated what new capabilities an upgrade might bestow. Primarily, he was excited about the prospect of a lottery draw. He was particularly curious about any new features that might be introduced. In recent years, Qin Guangming had certainly not refrained from participating in the lottery, having tried his luck a dozen times. However, none of the rewards had proven useful. Most were items he could have utilized at the time. The system's lottery mechanism, although offering a 10-draw package with a bonus draw, lacked a safety net, which detracted from the overall experience. Consequently, Qin Guangming had lost interest in the lottery. Had the 10-draw package guaranteed at least one high-level ninjutsu, he would have eagerly undertaken tasks to accumulate more chances. Unfortunately, the absence of a safety net rendered the lottery unappealing. After parting ways with Kurozetsu, Qin Guangming decided to wander about, hoping to encounter a location where he might trigger a task prompt from the system. He meandered around the vicinity of Konoha for the entire morning, interacting with various individuals, yet failed to activate any tasks, be they minor or major. Currently, even a minor task could yield approximately 10,000 points. Thus, Qin Guangming was keen to undertake any opportunity, but alas, none presented itself. Qin Guangming was enveloped in a profound sense of urgency. At this moment, the task system refused to assign him any duties. Typically, he would not be inclined to engage in tasks, preferring instead to leisurely wander about. Yet, when he sought idleness, the system would inundate him with trivial assignments, even occasionally presenting him with tasks he found distasteful, reminiscent of that encounter with Orochimaru. Such assignments were clearly not in accordance with Qin Guangming's intentions, yet at least they provided him with something to do. Now, in his desperation, he found himself willing to accept any task that came his way. In his heart, Qin Guangming muttered, "What kind of wretched system is this? I have traversed every possible lead, interacting with every potential suspect that might trigger the system. Yet this accursed mechanism still refuses to assign me a task." The system seemed to have perceived Qin Guangming's grievances, for at that moment, the voice of the system echoed within his mind. "Please refrain from speaking ill of the system in your thoughts, for it is capable of hearing you." Despite being aware that the system could detect his inner musings, Qin Guangming dared to voice his discontent, hoping that the system would respond and engage in conversation. He reasoned that by attracting the system's attention, he might earn the opportunity to receive a quest. As he pondered this strategy, Qin Guangming finally saw the system manifest before him and remarked, "What shall I do to obtain a task? I've been waiting all morning, and yet you have yet to assign me one. Please refrain from using vulgar language towards the system. If you wish to obtain a task, you may explore the task section within the system, select a task that piques your interest, and accept it." Qin Guangming was taken aback, realizing that such a feature existed. "It turns out that the tasks are not solely assigned by you. I can actively choose my own tasks. Yet, notifications for task assignments continue to resonate daily. All task prompts within this system are mandatory, and failure to complete them will result in penalties for the host." Qin Guangming inwardly cursed the system for its audacity. How dare it employ such tactics? However, this thought was once again intercepted by the system, which promptly admonished him not to speak ill of it in his mind. Should such acts of abusive behavior towards the system recur, this system shall impose penalties on the host by deducting points. Upon hearing the warning emanating from the system within his mind, Qin Guangming was taken aback. This entity possessed such capabilities, even the ability to deduct his points. It appeared that he must refrain from speaking casually about this system in the future. Qin Guangming chose not to engage the system further. Having grasped the method to extract tasks, he was now eager to navigate to the system interface in search of the taskbar. Focusing his attention, he arrived at the system interface, only to find that there was no taskbar present. A sense of confusion welled up within him. Was the system truly toying with him? It is unlikely that he would deceive me. Despite his arrogance, he remains quite reliable. I should continue my search. Qin Guangming promptly dismissed this thought. As he gazed further down the screen, he noticed the word tasks prominently displayed in the middle of the right-hand interface. This must be what the system referred to as the taskbar. Upon entering, he was utterly astonished, as though he had discovered a new continent. His eyes remained fixated on the system's task interface, which appeared remarkably sophisticated, akin to an information repository. Upon his entry, he was immediately greeted by a plethora of names, some familiar, others not, associated with various locations. It was akin to foreseeing future events, allowing him to anticipate the presence of certain individuals in specific places. Qin Guangming was profoundly taken aback. This system resembled an information hub. While it may not provide information as comprehensive and detailed as a true database, its capability to foresee individuals, events, and locations was indeed impressive. However, he did not dwell on his astonishment for long, considering that this was a system capable of exchanging anything. The ability to predict someone's appearance at a certain location was merely a triviality. Thus, he refrained from spending excessive time admiring the task interface and instead focused on finding a suitable task to enhance the system's level. As he scrolled through the options, he encountered numerous trivial tasks, most offering only a few thousand points. Previously, the tasks issued by the system had a minimum reward of at least 10,000 points. It was disheartening to realize that the tasks he was now sifting through were so mundane and offered such meager rewards. Qin Guangming yearned for a task that would grant him a substantial reward of 10,000 points in a single endeavor. Chapter 79. Completing tasks. As he continued to browse, he found some tasks involving the trivialities of locating chickens, ducks, geese, and sheep for others. He found it perplexing that such menial tasks would appear in the interface of such an advanced system. The paltry rewards of merely 1,000 points made these tasks unworthy of his attention, prompting him to filter out any tasks offering less than 10,000 points. At last, on the next page of the taskbar, Qin Guangming discovered a task offering 15,000 points, surpassing his initial goal by 5,000. The task read, Instigate internal conflict within the Tianjiao family of Yuning Village. Reward, 15,000 points, no lottery chance. Upon seeing this task, he did not mind the distance to Yuning Village. At that moment, he was desperate enough to accept any task that would allow for system upgrades, regardless of its location. He had never heard of the Tianjiao family, not even in his previous life while watching Naruto, yet now this family appeared in the system's character interface. The modest reward of 15,000 points suggested that the Tianjiao family was not particularly distinguished, likely a lesser noble family. Nonetheless, Qin Guangming paid no heed to whether he had heard of the Tianjiao family or its noble status. What mattered was that the task could facilitate his system's upgrade. After checking the location of the Tianjiao family, he set off for Yuning Village without delay. At this point, he removed his forehead protector. Realizing that wearing the Konoha Jounin forehead protector would be somewhat inconvenient while working in Yuning Village. Although he was not afraid of drawing attention, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. On his journey, Qin Guangming activated the 8 gates technique to expedite his travel. Fortunately, he encountered no one along the way, possibly due to his extraordinary speed. Had anyone known he was using such a technique for mere travel, they would likely have scolded him for his extravagance. However, for Qin Guangming, the greatest benefit of the 8 gates technique at this stage was its ability to facilitate swift travel, operating under the cover of darkness. Even if he were to encounter enemies, the prowess of Uchiha Izuna would suffice to sweep them aside. Thus, the 8 gates technique was unnecessary in combat. Its primary utility for Qin Guangming was as a means of rapid transit. With the enhancement of speed provided by the 8 gates technique, he traveled like a bolt of lightning, covering what would take an ordinary person a day's journey in less than an hour. He did not pause for a moment. And it must be said that, with the system's augmentation, the 8 gates technique had no noticeable side effects. He had experienced no symptoms beyond some heavy breathing. However, when compared to the speed afforded by the 8 gates of Duanjia, this level of consumption is akin to a leisurely stroll. In less than an hour, Qin Guangming arrived at Yunin Village. It must be said that the development of Yunin Village pales in comparison to that of Konoha. Evidently, Konoha's position as the leader among the 5 great villages remains firmly established, Qin Guangming mused. Indeed, from the perspective of external economic development, Yunin lags significantly behind Konoha. It remains uncertain how their strength and soft power measure up against Konoha. Qin Guangming had already acquired the specific location of the Tianjiao family within Yunin Village from the system. At present, he merely cast a cursory glance at the general state of development within Yunin. As he lacked the time and inclination to thoroughly evaluate the village's progress, such matters were of no concern to him. His primary objective was to reach the Tianjiao family to fulfill his mission. Consequently, he activated the 8 gates of Duanjiao once more to reach the residence of the Tianjiao family. Having now entered the domain of Yunin Village, he found himself much closer to his destination. This time, by utilizing the 8 gates of Duanjia, Qin Guangming arrived at the Tianjiao family's location within mere minutes. However, the system had not provided any specific information regarding the Tianjiao family, he would need to investigate on his own, which was rather cumbersome. It appeared that accumulating any points was no easy endeavor. As Qin Guangming observed the estate before him, it was evident that the Tianjiao family was quite affluent, residing in a grand mansion, thereby establishing themselves as notable figures in the area. This certainly simplified his task of gathering information. Since they were prominent, it was likely that the local populace would have some knowledge of the Tianjiao family. He could begin by inquiring among the townsfolk nearby. Wandering around the vicinity of the Tianjiao family, Qin Guangming found no institutions or shops selling information, so he resorted to questioning the locals. Thus, he entered a tea house, a bustling hub where information and news could be easily obtained. Inside, some tables were occupied by small groups engaged in discussions about mundane matters or national affairs, while local dignitaries were seldom the topic of conversation. Other tables featured solitary patrons, presumably tea enthusiasts savoring their brews or simply resting and quenching their thirst. It seemed that only Qin Guangming had come to this tea house in search of information. He found an empty table and ordered a pot of tea. Coincidentally, he overheard a mention of the Tianjiao family from a nearby table, seizing the opportunity to eavesdrop. "Oh, wouldn't it be wonderful if we had the fortune of the Tianjiao family? They've become the nobility of our region, while they were once mere commoners like us," one patron remarked. "What can we say? The head of their household must have been quite fortunate. Perhaps he was destined for great wealth and status." Upon hearing this, Qin Guangming could not help but approach and inquire, "Gentlemen, may I ask what sort of family the Tianjiao family is? It seems they have only recently acquired their wealth." The individuals in the vicinity were quite conversant and, upon noticing Qin Guangming's approach, openly shared their insights without reservation. Chapter 80. Task accomplished. Those seated at the same table welcomed Qin Guangming's presence and remarked, "The Tianjiao family was once merely an ordinary household, having gained their prominence solely due to the fortunes amassed during the First Shinobi World War. It is this windfall that elevated the Tianjiao family to the ranks of our esteemed society, leaving us with no choice but to admire them from afar." Listening to this, Qin Guangming realized that the Tianjiao family had only recently emerged as a notable clan, alleviating any previous concerns he harbored about potentially causing irreversible harm to the local region. Now, with no reservations, he felt liberated to act freely. Thus, eager to acquire further information regarding the Tianjiao family, Qin Guangming called out, "Waiter, please bring forth a pot of fine tea and 3 plates of appetizers." "Certainly, esteemed guest." Qin Guangming chuckled and said to the trio, "I wish to inquire about a few matters." The 3 individuals at the table, noticing Qin Guangming's keen perception, exchanged subtle smiles and replied with a hint of satisfaction, "Feel free to ask. We are, after all, well acquainted with local affairs and will answer any question you may have." The 3 individuals, well versed in local affairs, confidently assured Qin Guangming of their knowledge. Thus, Qin Guangming inquired, "Are you acquainted with the internal dynamics of the Tianjiao family?" The 3 individuals harbored a modicum of doubt, seemingly pondering the purpose behind Qin Guangming's inquiry into the internal affairs of the Tianjiao family. However, they soon cast aside their concerns, recognizing that it is often the case that one softens their stance when engaged in conversation. Thus, they chose to disregard the implications of Qin Guangming's curiosity regarding the family's internal dynamics and instead focused on engaging him in conversation, feeling reassured in doing so. The man with the goatee, positioned furthest to the left, remarked, "The Tianjiao family, ever since it acquired wealth and prominence, has seen a significant increase in its numbers. With such growth, factional disputes have emerged. It appears that one faction aligns with the family patriarch, while another supports the patriarch's uncle, creating 2 distinct camps. It is said that these factions engage in covert conflicts, although they have never confronted one another openly. Their strengths are reportedly quite comparable." At this juncture, a bespectacled man seated beside the goateed individual interjected with a note of disagreement, "Your assertion is somewhat misguided. It is rumored that these 2 factions have indeed engaged in open contention, albeit without any information reaching the public domain. Perhaps your sources are outdated." Unwilling to concede, the goateed man retorted, "If no information has been disclosed, how is it that you possess such knowledge?" The man wearing glasses spoke with a sense of pride, asserting, "You may not be aware, but I have my own means of knowing. A friend of mine from the Tianjiao family mentioned it to me during a casual conversation, which is how I came to learn of this." Upon hearing this, Qin Guangming felt a surge of joy within him, contemplating that he need not intervene. The factional strife was already brewing on its own without his covert manipulation. It was a task that seemed rather effortless. Yet he suspected that there was a deeper layer to it, and that this assignment would not be so easily granted to him without further complications. Qin Guangming was also skeptical that the system would issue such a straightforward task, one that could be accomplished without his direct involvement. Furthermore, this task offered a reward of 15,000 points, far more lucrative than those trivial errands of chasing after chickens, ducks, or pigs. He quickly dismissed the notion that the system would be so generous. Nodding in acknowledgement to the bespectacled man, Qin Guangming decided it was time to depart for the Tianjiao family. As he prepared to leave, one of the three men interjected, cautioning him. If you intend to seek trouble with the Tianjiao family, it would be wise to reconsider unless you possess considerable strength. Although they have made their fortune through wealth, there are still skilled bodyguards within their ranks. Qin Guangming regarded this warning with indifference. To him, any expert was on par with the three men before him, all equally vulnerable and easily subdued with a single move. With a smile, he replied, "Why would I seek trouble with the Tianjiao family when I am not even acquainted with them? I shall take my leave now. Please enjoy your rest." The three men waved their hands in farewell, and Qin Guangming departed from the vicinity. After leaving, Qin Guangming sought out the Tianjiao family. Preferring not to enter through the main gate, he set his sights on the adjacent wall. The wall of the Tianjiao family was quite imposing, befitting a prestigious clan. Yet he effortlessly leaped over it. Inside, the space was considerably vast. Contemplating his next move, Qin Guangming thought, wouldn't it be simpler to eliminate a member of their faction directly? Resolute, he stealthily entered a nearby room where a young man lay asleep. Without hesitation, Qin Guangming swiftly ended the youth's life without causing any commotion. The young man passed away in his dreams, never to awaken again. After committing the act, Qin Guangming quickly departed the scene, pondering why his task had not been completed. Had he underestimated the situation? Nevertheless, he exited the Tianjiao family grounds and waited outside for a while, soon hearing the news of the clan leader's nephew's untimely demise, with no one aware of the perpetrator. Subsequently, reports of internal strife within the Tianjiao family began to circulate, as factions led by the elders sought to vie for the position of clan leader. The death of the clan leader's nephew became the catalyst for the ensuing conflict between the two factions, which had been searching for a legitimate opportunity to strike. Qin Guangming felt a twinge of surprise. He had inadvertently killed the clan leader's nephew, a stroke of luck that pleased him. At that moment, the system's notification sound echoed in his mind, announcing the completion of his task. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Reward, 15,000 points. No lottery opportunity. Ding! System upgrade. The system will shut down for upgrades and will automatically restart in 24 hours. Upon hearing this melodious notification, akin to celestial music, Qin Guangming was filled with excitement. After all these years, the system was finally upgrading. He eagerly anticipated the changes and new functions that would emerge post-reboot. Once the system delivered this message, it fell silent, yet Qin Guangming felt no discomfort. Chapter 81. New system functions. After accomplishing this temporary task, Qin Guangming promptly departed from Yunin village, feeling no reason to linger. Thus, he returned to Konoha village. Throughout his journey, he refrained from activating the 8 gates technique to hasten his travel, as he had to wait for the system upgrade. Instead, he opted to appreciate the scenery, allowing himself to travel at a leisurely pace. Consequently, this journey took significantly longer than his previous trip from Konoha to Yunin village, especially since he had not activated the 8 gates technique, leading to a noticeable difference in time spent. During his travels, Qin Guangming took a break to eat and drink, consuming additional time. Ultimately, he spent a total of 8 hours on the road, which was 8 times longer than usual. However, it was of little consequence. Without pressing matters at hand, the extended duration was inconsequential. For these ninjas, 24 hours passed swiftly. Suddenly, Qin Guangming's eyes snapped open as the long-awaited system notification sounded in his mind. His anxious anticipation during those 24 hours mirrored the impatience of waiting for a package in the 21st century, if not more intense. While for others, that time seemed fleeting, for Qin Guangming, it felt exceedingly prolonged. Finally, he received the long-awaited system notification, and with excitement, he entered the system interface to explore. Ding! System upgrade successful. Host, Qin Guangming. Occupation, Puppet Master Level 3, 50100000. Abilities, Taijutsu level 10 can activate the 8th gate of the 8 gates technique without side effects and maintain it long-term. Comparable to the power of the 6 paths, Senjutsu level 6 can evolve into Sage Body at level 10, Flying Thunder God technique, 8 Trigram Seal, Uchiha Clan Ninjutsu. Original Ninjutsu, Fire Release combined with Earth Release, Immortality, Swordsmanship. Store, level 2 Store Backpack. Empty, 1 space. Upon seeing the backpack section, Qin Guangming was taken aback. Could this be the newly added function? Curious about its purpose, he delved into the backpack section and discovered a 3-dimensional space before him. Although not vast, it was sufficient to accommodate a person, roughly equivalent to 1 cubic meter in capacity. However, the space was currently empty. Astonished, Qin Guangming wondered if this was indeed the backpack he had hoped for, capable of storing various items. Having played games before, he was accustomed to conventional inventory systems filled with items. Yet, the system's backpack appeared to function more like a storage bag from reality. In his mind, he queried the system, "What can this backpack hold?" The backpack can store any item, with the exception of living beings. The system's icy voice resonated within his mind. Upon hearing this, Qin Guangming was overwhelmed with joy, realizing the immense utility of the backpack. The ability to store any object, despite the limitation on living beings, was a minor detail he chose to overlook, as he had no intention of storing a living person. Excited about this newfound functionality, Qin Guangming sought an object to test it. He approached a massive boulder, touched it, and concentrated as he urged the item to disappear. To his astonishment, when he opened his eyes, the boulder had indeed vanished. Checking his backpack, he found the 3-dimensional space now contained the boulder. However, a question arose: how would he retrieve it? He extended his hand and shouted release. But nothing happened. After several attempts, frustration crept in as he wondered if the system's backpack could only store items but not release them. Returning to the system backpack interface, he noticed a question mark on the right side. Curiosity piqued. He clicked on it and discovered that it was a manual for the backpack. Pleased, he appreciated the inclusion of a manual, recognizing the significant improvements made during the system upgrade. Upon reading the instructions, he learned that items could indeed be retrieved from the backpack, but he needed to select the item first. Following the manual's guidance, he successfully caused a massive boulder to crash down before him, startling him initially, but soon replaced by exhilaration. With the backpack function now at his disposal, Qin Guangming envisioned the myriad possibilities it presented for concealing and acquiring numerous items, facilitating his endeavors as a puppet master. Having achieved level 3 in the system and acquired this extraordinary backpack function, he commenced his grand ambitions. With the First Shinobi World War having transpired less than a decade ago, and the scars from that conflict still healing, he felt no urgency to prepare for the Second Shinobi World War. Instead, he leisurely pursued his aspirations, engaging in activities as they came to mind while indulging in moments of relaxation. As such, Qin Guangming and Kurozetsu gradually began to stir the wheels of history. After the scars from the First Ninja World War healed across various nations, the martial factions began to slowly raise their heads. Qin Guangming's objective was to instigate the Second Ninja World War, a task mandated by the system, with severe consequences for failure. Moreover, as a mastermind, he felt it would be a disservice to his identity not to engage in such endeavors. A decade passed while Qin Guangming and Kurozetsu operated in the shadows. During this time, everyone grew significantly, except for the two of them. Qin Guangming retained his youthful visage due to his secret of immortality, while Kurozetsu, born from the essence of Akatsuki Kagaya, exhibited no visible change. Chapter 82. The Call to War. The transformation over 10 years extended beyond mere appearances. The economic and military developments within each village began to reveal diverse situations. When people find themselves satiated, they inevitably seek new challenges. The imbalance in economic growth among nations and the ninja clans, along with the biases against warriors and ninjas, set the stage for the impending Second Ninja World War. In a cave nestled within the forest, Qin Guangming, resting on fresh game, suddenly gazed into the distance, murmuring, "Is it finally beginning? Even faster than I anticipated." It seemed he sensed the impending war, aware that despite the hastened timeline, the groundwork laid by him and Kurozetsu had been substantial. Reflecting on this, Qin Guangming felt a sense of relief. After all, such rapid developments were expected from a mastermind like him. Over the 10 years, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had all honed their skills, becoming formidable forces in their own right. However, Qin Guangming refrained from meeting them, deeming it inappropriate. During this period, not only did they three advance, but numerous elite ninjas emerged from various villages. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the prodigious ninja known as Kakashi Hatake, wielding a chakra blade that emanated a white light, earned the moniker Konoha's White Fang, commanding respect even from the legendary Sannin. In the Sand Village, Chio, an unparalleled puppet master possessing formidable taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, and sealing techniques, emerged as a versatile female ninja of unfathomable strength. A rival to Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist had already demonstrated their prowess in previous conflicts, and 10 years later, their growth was uncertain given their innate talents. Hanzo, the demigod of the Rain Village, was regarded as a pinnacle of the ninja world, later bestowing the titles upon Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, reflecting his immense strength. These formidable figures astonished the ninja world, each possessing substantial combat prowess and status, becoming central participants in the upcoming Second Ninja World War. Within the Rain Village, a conversation unfolded. Sir, do we truly intend to declare war simultaneously on the Land of Iron, the Sand Village, and the Leaf Village? The strength of Konoha is not to be underestimated. Indeed, our Rain Village has remained dormant for too long. It is time to showcase our power to the entire ninja world, and our territories do not reflect our strength. We must reclaim some land. So, who shall be our first target? The Land of Iron. These two, presumably Hanzo and his aide from the Rain Village, were audaciously seeking to confront 3 major powers at once. The Land of Iron, a neutral nation composed of samurai, was not deeply versed in ninjutsu. Yet their warriors were formidable. The other 2 factions were not to be trifled with, especially the Hidden Leaf. Traditionally, the Land of Iron refrained from engaging in ninja conflicts. But with the Rain Village's declaration of war, it had no choice but to participate in the Second Ninja World War. The world of ninjas was shaken by the Rain Village's bold challenge, as they prepared to face 3 nations simultaneously, marking the official commencement of the Second Ninja World War. In the Hidden Leaf, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was informed of the Rain Village's intentions to declare war on the Land of Iron, the Sand Village, and themselves. Should we not ally with the other 2 nations to eliminate the Rain Village? Suggested a strategist. Observing the scene outside, Hiruzen calmly replied, No need. I trust the other 2 will not join forces with us, especially the Sand Village, who are likely planning significant actions of their own. The strategist nodded in agreement. And Hiruzen remarked, The Rain Village seems to be in turmoil lately. His strategist added, Indeed, I sense that the Rain Village will become the epicenter of this war. Meanwhile, in the Sand Village, the 3rd Kazekage was also discussing the situation with his advisors. What is the stance of the martial factions in our village? He inquired. They have been restless, eager to take the initiative, reported his aide. The Kazekage pondered silently, perhaps in worry. In the Stone Village, a strategist approached the 3rd Tsuchikage. This is an opportunity for us. The Rain Village's declaration of war presents a chance for territorial expansion. Indeed, replied Inoki. The Rain Village's audacious challenge is a beneficial opportunity for our village. The Stone Village contemplated joining the Second Ninja World War, while the Mist Village remained relatively quiet, perhaps haunted by past conflicts with the Stone Village. At this moment, the Rain Nation appeared remarkably composed, suggesting a strong confidence in Hanzo's abilities, which empowered them to challenge 3 nations simultaneously. As the principal architect of the Second Ninja World War, Qin Guangming, however, seemed indifferent to the unfolding conflict. Lacking the urgency he had previously felt during the First Ninja World War, he completed tasks assigned by the system and his own schemes, yet this time, he felt no pressure, as the system withheld further assignments, allowing him to remain an observer while nations clashed. Qin Guangming mused about the system's understanding of his desire to abstain from this war, appreciating its decision to refrain from assigning him tasks. Yet, in the back of his mind, he contemplated Nagato, Konin, and Yahiko, essential components of his grand design to establish the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 83, The Outbreak of War. Thus, while Qin Guangming found himself with tasks at hand in this battle, he could afford to remain idle for the time being, awaiting the opportune moment to make his entrance. The various nations within the ninja world appeared deceptively tranquil, yet no one mistook this for true peace. Beneath the surface calm, turbulent currents surged. Merely a momentary lull before the storm. Within the borders of the Land of Rain, a serene atmosphere prevails, which is quite unusual given its proximity to the Land of Iron and its role as a principal actor in the ongoing conflict. On the other side, within the Land of Iron, a significant wave of ninjas from the Land of Rain has infiltrated quietly, elucidating the tranquility that envelopes the Land of Rain. They have already initiated their assault on the Land of Iron, marking it as their primary target. Although the ninjas from the Land of Rain approached stealthily, their arrival in the Land of Iron was anything but discreet. Lord Hanzo of the Salamander has arrived, the ninjas proclaimed with audacity, evidently dismissing the ironclad nation composed of warriors. From their leader, Hanzo, to the lowliest of ninjas, disdain was palpable on their faces. Conversely, the warriors of the Land of Iron, lacking fortitude, were so intimidated by the mere announcement of Hanzo's name that they turned and fled before any confrontation ensued. Clearly, Hanzo's reputation instilled a profound fear, for it was remarkable that the warriors would abandon their ground at the mere mention of his name. Yet, Hanzo's formidable reputation was well-deserved. Upon entering the Land of Iron, he unleashed a vast quantity of his lethal poison, a toxin that only the most resilient could withstand. The warriors of the Land of Iron were evidently well aware of its potency, as their hasty retreat suggested. Despite the absence of physical destruction and the tranquil environment, the sight of fleeing warriors painted a stark picture. Beside Hanzo, one of his strategists voiced concern, "My lord, does our display of force not present an opportunity for other nations to exploit?" Hanzo waved his hand dismissively. "There is no longer any significance in leaving the Land of Iron intact. Once we have dealt with them, we shall return immediately." Their apprehensions were not unfounded. The news of the ninja army's incursion into the Land of Iron spurred other villages into action, eager to join the fray rather than remain docile like prey. They were not mere rabbits, but fierce tigers, ready to strike. Amidst the chaos of retreating warriors, one figure stood resolutely before the army of the Land of Rain, presenting a stark contrast to the panic around him. Hanzo, intrigued, inquired, "What is your name? Why do you not flee?" The individual, wielding a katana, replied with dignity, "Mitsuba." Hanzo, recognizing the valor in Mitsuba, felt a surge of respect and was eager to engage him in combat. Without further ado, they clashed, one wielding a katana, the other a chain scythe. It was evident that Mitsuba was no match for Hanzo, as a single exchange left him severely wounded, his weapon shattered. As Mitsuba fell to the ground, Hanzo approached, expressing regret. The end of a man is not marked by death, but by the moment he loses his conviction. "Even if you were to perish here, you would not be deemed a dull blade. I shall proclaim to the world that you are a hero." Hanzo admired Mitsuba's self-sacrifice in protecting his comrades, and amidst the chaos of fleeing warriors, Mitsuba's adherence to his principles shone brightly. Consequently, Hanzo offered him an antidote. As Mitsuba lay on the ground, confronted with Hanzo's words and the vial of antidote, he was torn between gratitude and resentment. Thus, the Land of Iron fell. With only the commendable Mitsuba remaining noteworthy, all others were inconsequential. After administering the antidote, Hanzo led the forces of the Land of Rain away, his mind preoccupied with concerns about his own village being overrun by others. "Leave some behind to secure the battlefield. The rest will return with me," he commanded. His subordinates complied, yes. Other villages did not disappoint Hanzo. They were indeed mobilizing. The Leaf Village and the Sand Village were already en route to the Land of Rain, while the ninjas from the Rain Village and the other two villages hastened their approach, signaling that the Land of Rain was poised to become the epicenter of conflict. Currently, the Land of Rain appeared relatively peaceful, exemplified by Nagato and his family enjoying a warm dinner. "Nagato, eat more meat. Look at how thin you've become. You need to gain weight," his mother urged affectionately. With his red hair, Nagato smiled. "I can't help it. I want to gain weight, but it just won't happen." This familial warmth belied the impending turmoil, leaving them unaware of how long this tranquility would endure. The Sand Village, being closer to the Rain Village than the Leaf Village, was nonetheless slower to mobilize. The Leaf Village, having received news, rushed towards the Land of Rain, while the Sand Village lagged behind. However, they were not the only ones. The Rock Village was also making its way to the Land of Rain to partake in the forthcoming Ninja World War, heralding an unprecedented commotion. Whether the Land of Rain could withstand such tumult remained uncertain. Meanwhile, the carefree Qin Guangming learned of the Rain Village's assault on the Land of Iron. Reflecting on how Nagato's parents were killed only after the conflict between the Leaf and Rain Villages, with the two nations on the brink of war, he felt no urgency, as the Leaf and Rain would still engage in battle for a while longer. Possessing the omniscient perspective of someone who knew the entire narrative, Qin Guangming savored the unfolding events. Chapter 84. The Rain and Leaf estimating the timeline. Qin Guangming noted that Nagato's appearance was not yet imminent, as the Rain had not yet clashed with the Leaf. Consequently, Jiraiya and his companions would not encounter Nagato and his allies, leaving Qin Guangming with little to do for the time being. Conversely, the Leaf village was rapidly approaching the land of Rain, while the sand and rock villages lagged behind. Meanwhile, Hanzo and his entourage had already returned to the Rain village, given the close proximity of the land of Iron and the land of Rain. Upon his return, Hanzo inquired, "Where are the Leaf and Sand villages at this moment?" One of his subordinates replied, "According to our spies, the Leaf is nearing the land of Rain, while the Sand village is slightly behind. However, they are not the only ones. The Rock village has also joined the fray." Surprised, Hanzo remarked, "Their progress exceeds my expectations. I did not anticipate such speed. The Rock village joining in is quite amusing. Let us hope they do not overreach." It was clear that Hanzo harbored disdain for the Rock village's involvement. Nevertheless, he quickly ordered, "Inform the troops to prepare for battle. The Leaf's strength is likely restored after all these years. A fully revived Leaf is not to be underestimated." "Yes," his subordinate affirmed. Simultaneously, the forces of the Leaf village had arrived at the borders of the land of Rain, including Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, who had undoubtedly honed their skills over the years. "Hey, we've already reached the land of Rain. Must we hurry so much?" Jiraiya's languid voice resonated. At this moment, he had fully matured into an adult, resembling the lecherous sage that Qin Guangming had envisioned, albeit with a few wrinkles. His face still bore the remnants of youthful exuberance, and he wore the Leaf Village ninja headband, rather than one inscribed with an oil character. "Certainly, the swifter we reach the battlefield, the better our advantage. We must maintain our pace," Tsunade remarked to Jiraiya. Unlike her carefree childhood, Tsunade had now grown into a formidable presence, exuding confidence and strength. Orochimaru remained inscrutable as ever, perpetually adorned with his unsettling smile while listening to the banter between Jiraiya and Tsunade. Meanwhile, a subordinate reported, "Lord Hanzo, the ninja army from the Leaf Village is still advancing into our Rain country, and their momentum shows no signs of waning." Hanzo squinted upon hearing this and commanded, "Send word to engage them, but dispatch a moderately powered squad to create a facade. Go." Hanzo aimed to deceive the Leaf Village. A direct confrontation would be detrimental to the Rain Village, as their overall strength paled in comparison. Although Hanzo, the salamander, was formidable, warfare cannot be dictated by a single individual. It ultimately hinges on the collective strength of both sides. Half an hour later, the Leaf forces had traversed significantly into the Rain country. Suddenly, a mass of figures appeared ahead. "Attention! Enemies spotted. Prepare for battle." The Leaf ninja had discerned the approaching silhouettes. As the figures drew closer, their headbands became increasingly visible. They were all from the Hidden Cloud Village. Yet Hanzo did not personally lead the charge. "Attention! The enemy consists of the Rain Village ninja army. Brace for combat," the Leaf forces shouted. "Finally, I can showcase my training results. Let me demonstrate," Jiraiya exclaimed, excitement surging as he beheld the Rain Village ninja army. "Just don't hold us back," Tsunade retorted bluntly. Orochimaru continued to watch their exchange with a smile, while the Leaf ninjas remained sharply focused as the Rain Village forces advanced. "Be cautious, Hanzo is not among them. He may be lurking in the shadows," Orochimaru advised. At that moment, the frontline ninjas from the Rain Village closed in on the Leaf army at astonishing speed. They produced bamboo tubes from their mouths, launching fine needles toward the Leaf forces. In this environment, these needles were exceedingly difficult to detect. Even when the ninjas revealed their bamboo tubes, it remained nearly impossible to track the needle's trajectory. "Beware of the projectiles," Orochimaru shouted, his keen eyes spotting the threat. Jiraiya and Tsunade quickly identified the incoming danger as well, reacting swiftly as the Rain Village ninjas unleashed their weaponry. Jiraiya formed hand seals and unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique, blocking the barrage of needles before him. Orochimaru likewise summoned Earth Release, Earth Wall to shield against the onslaught, while Tsunade fiercely struck the ground, causing a massive chunk of earth to rise and protect against the multitude of needles. However, how could 3 individuals possibly block every needle? A few managed to slip through the gaps, penetrating the ranks of the Leaf ninja. Those struck by the needles fell lifelessly, clearly poisoned by the Rain Village ninjas, who had ensured that those who came into contact with the needles would perish without receiving medical aid from Tsunade. The sight of their fallen comrades elicited expressions of sorrow. It was regrettable that even the efforts of the legendary three ninjas could not cover every angle, leading to casualties before the battle truly commenced. Yet, this marked the official onset of war between the Leaf and Rain villages, igniting the fury of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and their allies. Scoundrels of the Rain village. To use poison on projectiles is utterly despicable. Jiraiya seethed, feeling a sense of guilt for not being able to avert the tragedy. Everyone follow me. Let us avenge our fallen comrades by annihilating these despicable Rain village wretches. Chapter 85. Intense combat with fervor, Jiraiya rallied the Leaf forces, and a chorus of war cries erupted behind him. Kill these scoundrels. The Rain village ninjas charged forward, clashing with the advancing Leaf forces, and the sounds of clashing weapons filled the air, signifying a fierce struggle. However, despite the apparent intensity, a stark disparity in strength was evident. For every 2 Leaf ninjas that fell, 3 from the Rain village succumbed. This was merely the preliminary skirmish. The true elite ninjas had yet to engage. Seeing his comrades charge with fervor, Jiraiya, too, leaped into the fray. In such close quarters, large-scale destructive ninjutsu seemed impractical, as it posed a risk of harming their own. Thus, Jiraiya and Orochimaru refrained from unleashing large-scale techniques from the air. The trio of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru plunged into the battlefield, employing their physical prowess. Although they had trained extensively, their martial skills were equally formidable, especially Tsunade's. No enemies had managed to topple Tsunade. Her extraordinary strength sent foes flying. Come at me, she bellowed, clearly relishing the thrill of battle as she charged into the enemy ranks, wielding her might like a valiant warrior goddess. Jiraiya watched in awe. Realizing he could no longer provoke this woman, her strength had grown immensely, and her form had flourished. Inspired, Jiraiya surged forward to confront the enemy. Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's long white hair transformed, morphing into a lion's head that ensnared the foes before him with tremendous force, shredding them into pieces. A gruesome spectacle. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained composed, not sharing the exuberance of his peers. He methodically advanced into the enemy ranks, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. Though he spoke little, his efficiency in slaughter was chilling. After dispatching his foes, he would lick his lips, exuding an eerie aura. With the arrival of the legendary 3 ninjas, the battlefield transformed dramatically. Their presence turned the area into a veritable slaughterhouse. There was no equal confrontation, only one-sided annihilation. The Rain village, boasting several hundred ninjas, found themselves entirely eradicated within half an hour by the Leaf forces. Despite their exhilarating combat, Jiraiya and Tsunade could not shake off the sorrow for those who had fallen at the onset of the battle. Since the trio's entry, the Leaf forces had incurred no casualties beyond those lost initially, leaving them with a profound sense of guilt and regret for the lives lost. The casualties of war are inevitable, a reality beyond your control or mine. The outcome we face is quite satisfactory. There is no need for you to feel guilt. Orochimaru calmly addressed Jiraiya and Tsunade at that moment. Although Tsunade understood that war inevitably brings death, the 3 of them were merely experiencing their first major battle. And it was natural to feel discomfort at the beginning, especially since those who perished did so under their protection. However, they were not overly sentimental. After a brief pause, they found solace. The Konoha army had set up camp in a favorable location, aware that their venture into the land of rain would likely lead to prolonged conflict, making encampment essential. On the side of Hanzo, a scout hurriedly reported the battlefield situation. Hanzo, maintaining his composure, inquired, "What is the status?" Given that these individuals were intended to be mere cannon fodder rather than elite ninjas, Hanzo had anticipated their complete annihilation. The scout replied, "The entire force has been wiped out." At that moment, the scout observed Hanzo's expression, apprehensive that he might erupt in fury. To his surprise, Hanzo remained unperturbed, prompting the scout to relax. Hanzo then clarified, "I did not inquire about our losses. I wish to know the casualty figures from Konoha." The scout reported, Konoha suffered only around 10 fatalities. Hanzo's previously closed eyes snapped open, and he could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. "How could this be?" he demanded. The scout nervously explained, "Konoha boasts 3 formidable warriors, Their mere presence is sufficient to withstand an entire battalion. Hanzo's curiosity was piqued upon hearing of these warriors. Who are they? He asked. The scout responded. One is the silver-haired Jiraiya, another is the immensely strong Tsunade Senju, and the last is the merciless Orochimaru. Hanzo muttered to himself, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, I shall remember you. Konoha's first engagement in the Land of Rain concluded in resounding victory. The enemy was merely a pawn, rendering the battle largely insignificant, with greater confrontations looming ahead. After the skirmish, forces from Sunagakure had also arrived in the Land of Rain. However, they did not immediately engage with the Rain Village's ninjas, but rather chose to establish their camp first. The Rain Village, having received news of Sunagakure's arrival, perceived it as a less threatening advance and opted to focus on the more immediate threat posed by Konoha. Nevertheless, Sunagakure's presence remained a ticking time bomb, causing Hanzo considerable concern. He had not anticipated their swift approach, compounded by Konoha's aggressive advance and the impending arrival of Iwagakure. The true excitement would unfold when the three nations converged. Once Konoha had established their position, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, burdened by guilt over the fallen, took the initiative to launch an offensive against the Rain Village's ninja army. The Rain Village ninjas were taken aback by Konoha's swift approach. Within a day, another small-scale battle erupted. With Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru leading their forces, victory was all but assured, especially since Hanzo had yet to appear, making Konoha's success even easier. A week had elapsed since Konoha's incursion into the Land of Rain, during which both sides had clashed twice. Meanwhile, the Rain Village had been occupied with skirmishes against Sunagakure, while Iwagakure had also reached the Land of Rain, but had yet to confront the Rain Village's forces. It seemed they intended to wait for Sunagakure and Konoha to weaken the Rain Village before reaping the benefits. Such a strategy was admirable in theory, but challenging in execution. If one does not seek confrontation, confrontation may come to them. The Rain Village had already learned of Iwagakure's presence, but recent engagements with Konoha and Sunagakure were limited to minor skirmishes, preventing a full-scale melee. Thus, victories and losses were shared between the Rain Village, Sunagakure, and Konoha. Hanzo pondered in his office, recognizing that if Iwagakure sought to partake in the spoils of the Land of Rain, they must be prepared to sacrifice a piece of flesh. The audacity to observe the conflict from the sidelines could not be allowed to go unchallenged. He promptly commanded, "Send my orders. Lead a squad of elite troops to launch a night raid on Iwagakure's garrison." One subordinate cautioned, "My lord, according to the latest intelligence from our scouts, Iwagakure is dispatching troops towards Konoha's encampment, seemingly intending to create trouble rather than forge an alliance." Hanzo chuckled at this news, remarking, "How amusing that Iwagakure chooses to provoke Konoha. It appears their recent skirmishes with Kurogakure have bolstered their confidence. We need not send our elite forces. Let them fight and weaken Konoha's strength for us." "Understood," the subordinate affirmed. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Jiraiya lamented, "When will we face off against the Rain Village again? It has been days, and I feel no sense of impending conflict." Tsunade retorted sharply, "By the time you sense the atmosphere of war, your life may very well be at risk." Jiraiya, sensing the danger of inciting her wrath, offered a sheepish smile, while Orochimaru interjected, "Currently, the Rain Village is engaged with Sunagakure. They are likely too preoccupied to regard us. However, we must remain vigilant against Iwagakure's approach. They have been present for several days without action, and their intentions remain unclear." As if summoned, a scout arrived with urgent news. "Report. Iwagakure has dispatched troops towards us. Their intentions are unknown, but they are drawing near." Jiraiya's excitement surged upon hearing this, exclaiming, "Just as I was lamenting the lack of conflict, they deliver it right to our doorstep." Without hesitation, he prepared to charge out, and this time, Tsunade did not impede him, having tacitly accepted his initiative. "How many are there?" she inquired. The scout answered, "Approximately 500 to 600 troops." Tsunade narrowed her eyes, declaring, "They come with ill intent. Send forth 400 elite ninjas to assist me in annihilating them." With that, Tsunade and Orochimaru followed Jiraiya into battle, accompanied by 400 Konoha ninjas. The forces of Iwagakure moved swiftly. As Konoha's army emerged, they were met with the formidable advance of Iwagakure's ninjas. Jiraiya murmured, "They truly are hasty, eager to meet their demise." Without waiting for the rest of the Konoha forces, he charged headlong into Iwagakure's ranks, youthful exuberance propelling him forward. This reckless abandon, however, allowed them to unleash large-scale destructive techniques without hesitation. Tsunade and Orochimaru, witnessing Jiraiya's impulsive charge, exchanged resigned glances. They were accustomed to his temperament. Without further deliberation, they followed him into the fray, spurring the elite ninjas to quicken their pace. In Iwagakure's ranks, lacking the guidance of Noki, a leading ninja observed Jiraiya's lone figure approaching and scoffed. Just one ninja from Konoha? How fearless! As Jiraiya advanced, two more figures emerged behind him, Tsunade and Orochimaru, prompting Iwagakure to remark, "Look, two more have joined him. But what difference does it make? They are still facing us." The leader, filled with confidence in their strength, dismissed the approaching trio. Jiraiya suddenly surged forth, dashing at an astonishing speed to the front of the army. Leaping into the air and unleashing a torrent of toad oil, a substantial stream of yellow oil sprayed toward a portion of the troops. Due to their overwhelming numbers, it failed to cover them all. What is this ghastly substance? It's so sticky and revolting. Following this, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand signs, exclaiming, "Fire style, great fireball technique." A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward the throng of foes. At this moment, the leading ninja from Iwagakure faced the immense oppressive force of the fireball and shouted, "Everyone, utilize defensive ninjutsu together. Earth style, earth flow wall. Water style, water barrier." In response, a plethora of defensive techniques emerged from the Iwagakure army, combining earth and water styles, both of which countered fire techniques effectively. The massive fireball collided with countless defensive jutsu, generating a tremendous shower of sparks that scattered in all directions, igniting some of the ninjas splattered with toad oil, who suffered greatly. However, their comrades promptly extinguished the flames. Ultimately, Jiraiya's fireball inflicted no substantial damage upon Iwagakure's forces, but it severely weakened their morale, which, while intangible, proved crucial in the heat of battle. At this moment, Orochimaru and Tsunade arrived, yet Jiraiya showed no signs of halting his hand signs. Summoning jutsu. As the smoke dissipated, a gigantic toad materialized before him, holding a cigarette in its mouth. It turned to Jiraiya and inquired, "What is it, little Jiraiya?" With excitement, Jiraiya replied, "Wentai? Join me in battle." Given Jiraiya's enthusiasm, it was apparent that he had only recently mastered the summoning technique. However, Wentai, glancing at the vast army before them, nearly dropped the cigarette from his mouth, exclaiming in anger, "With so many opponents, do you take me for a fool?" Jiraiya chuckled, "I'll fight alongside you. Fear not." Wentai, indignant, retorted, "Who is afraid? I merely find it bothersome to contend with so many." Thus, the duo charged toward the enemy ranks amidst their bickering. The toad's size was enormous, towering at several dozen meters, each movement causing the earth to tremble. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Tsunade, witnessing Jiraiya and Wentai charging ahead, also pressed forward. The Leaf Village army arrived hastily at the battlefield, astonished to see the smoke and chaos that had already unfolded before their involvement. However, recognizing Wentai ahead, they hesitated no longer and surged into battle. Despite Jiraiya's initial disruption, Iwagakure's ninjas showed no signs of fear, charging forth with all their might. Some jonin engaged Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, while the remainder clashed with the Leaf Village forces. Although the three were formidable, they could not afford to relax against such a vast army. Wentai plunged into the ranks of Iwagakure's soldiers, resembling a colossal monster, effortlessly claiming lives with each strike. The more skilled ninjas were preoccupied battling the legendary three, rendering Wentai a devastating weapon. The Leaf forces barely exerted themselves, awestruck by the monster's prowess. Though Wentai faced hundreds alone, the enemy had more than 100 ninjas engaged in battle. Yet, the disparity in strength became evident. Iwagakure's army faltered against the elite ninjas dispatched by the Leaf Village. Jiraiya's combination of fire style and his unique toad oil technique proved devastatingly effective, amplifying his power significantly. However, confronted with Iwagakure's formidable earth-style defenses, Jiraiya remained unfazed, revealing a cunning smile. Yellow Spring Marsh. At that moment, the ground beneath the earth-style barrier transformed into a vast swamp. What is this? Watch your step. The Iwagakure ninjas realized the peril too late, as several were ensnared. Lion's main technique. Jiraiya elongated his hair, ensnaring those before him, and then ruthlessly shredded them to pieces. Simultaneously, Orochimaru faced several jonin. With a wide mouth, he extended a small snake's head that emerged from within, which then produced a long sword. The Kusanagi sword floated in the air, and the Iwagakure ninjas remained oblivious to Orochimaru's intentions, yet they dared not underestimate the sinister figure before them. Orochimaru licked his dry lips, revealing a chilling smile, as the Kusanagi sword began to dance with incredible speed. The Iwagakure ninjas, caught unawares, only realized their fate too late. Feeling a cold sensation at their throats, one by one, their heads fell, as Orochimaru dispatched his foes with astonishing swiftness. Seeing Orochimaru's rapid success, Tsunade refused to be outdone. She gathered chakra into 2 surgical knives, leveraging her immense strength to cut through several adversaries, cleaving one ninja in half. Other Iwagakure ninjas surged forward to counter. In response, Tsunade leapt into the air, shouting, "Painful skyleg." As her foot struck the ground, the earth trembled violently, sending the standing Iwagakure ninjas flying. Seizing this opportunity, Tsunade dispatched her foes with her chakra blades. Though Tsunade's combat prowess could not match that of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, she compensated for this with her versatility as both a fighter and a medical ninja. As their battle concluded, Wentai had trampled numerous ninjas, while the Leaf Army celebrated a resounding victory, suffering minimal casualties as they defeated all 500 Iwagakure ninjas. "Hey Tsunade, are you alright? Why so slow?" Jiraiya, perhaps disoriented from the earlier battle, had the audacity to provoke Tsunade. She merely smiled as she approached him, then let out a yelp as a bump began to swell on Jiraiya's head. The Leaf Army returned to their encampment alongside the 3 legendary ninjas. This victory would surely reverberate throughout the entire ninja world, and from this moment, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru would emerge as renowned figures in the ongoing ninja war. Meanwhile, in Iwagakure, what did you say? 500 ninjas lost without a single survivor? And the enemy suffered nearly no casualties? Are you jesting with me? The furious Inoki could hardly contain his rage. Losing 500 ninjas was unbearable. Sir, the Leaf Village was simply too formidable, especially with 3 individuals facing many, and one summoning an extraordinarily powerful beast. Our defeat was not without reason, reported one of his subordinates. Oh, who are these 3 exceptional individuals from the Leaf? Inoki inquired. Curiosity piqued. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, came the reply. Inoki murmured these names, a grave expression crossing his face, as he realized that the Leaf Village had suddenly revealed 3 extraordinary talents, heightening his sense of urgency. In the Land of Rain, news of the confrontation between Konoha and Iwagakure reached Hans, who wore a grave expression. He did not anticipate the formidable strength of Konoha, nor did he expect the utter failure of Iwagakure, who lost 500 shinobi without a trace of resistance. Clearly, Hans was deeply dissatisfied with Iwagakure, as they had failed to weaken Konoha's prowess. However, a new plan began to formulate in Hans's mind. He declared, "Send word to assemble all our shinobi. I demand a grand decisive battle. We can no longer delay." Hans's demeanor was solemn. Yes, his subordinates responded eagerly. Chapter 88, Konoha vs. Amigakure. A spirited atmosphere enveloped Konoha's camp. They had achieved an overwhelming victory, having suffered minimal losses while annihilating 500 shinobi from Iwagakure. At this moment, however, Qin Guangming remained absent. Though he was outside the battlefield of the Second Great Ninja War, he was acutely aware of the developments, thanks to the efforts of Kurozetsu, who could split himself. One half gathered intelligence within the Land of Rain, while the other reported frontline updates to Qin Guangming. Thus, he learned that Jiraiya and his companions had yet to engage with Hans. Consequently, Konoha and Amigakure had not yet clashed in a significant battle, nor had any of Konoha's elite shinobi attempted to eliminate Nagato's parents. Understanding this, Qin Guangming decided to remain uninvolved for the time being. Knowing that the conflict between Konoha and Amigakure would continue for a while, he could easily reach the Land of Rain within 2 hours, bolstered by the 8th gate of the Heavenly Path, so he remained composed, confident that everything was proceeding according to his calculations. Within a day, the aftermath of the battle between Konoha and Iwagakure led to a temporary lull in hostilities, with no minor skirmishes occurring, a brief calm before the storm. In the Land of Rain, a serious atmosphere permeated the camp, reminiscent of the tension before a great battle. Amigakure had gathered the majority of their shinobi. Hans addressed them. "Tonight, we will engage Konoha in a grand showdown. Are you prepared?" "Always ready," the shinobi fervently replied. Satisfied with their fervor, Hans continued, "Very well. At sunset, we shall commence our assault." His brow furrowed in concern, For the adversary they faced was no ordinary foe. Konoha was a formidable force. Long recognized as the strongest among the 5 great villages, a reputation earned through battle. This upcoming confrontation would be anything but easy. Unbeknownst to Konoha, Amigakure was preparing for a decisive battle against them, but they remained untroubled, basking in the joy of their recent victory, which had bolstered their confidence. As the evening approached, the threat loomed silently, unnoticed by them. In Amigakure, all participating shinobi had assembled before their camp, with Hans observing the sun sinking behind the mountains, casting darkness across the land. "Move out," he commanded. "Run at full speed to Konoha's camp." This order was issued precisely as the sun disappeared behind the hills. Meanwhile, Konoha's forces were still enjoying their meal and drinks, reveling in a warm camaraderie. Conversely, Amigakure was hastening towards them with great speed. Fortunately, despite the revelry, Konoha had sentinels on watch. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Enemy attack. Alert. Enemy attack. The sentinels spotted Amigakure's vast army approaching and shouted loudly. The Konoha shinobi, upon hearing the alarm, immediately sprang into action, instinctively adjusting their demeanor to assess the situation, despite their previous relaxation. Seeing the Konoha shinobi emerging from their tents, Hans felt a twinge of disappointment. His plan for a surprise attack under the cover of night had evidently failed, though he had not held high hopes. Being discovered was anticipated, and while it posed no immediate loss, an undetected approach could have spelled disaster for Konoha. "Everyone halt. There's a situation ahead," Hans commanded, prompting Amigakure's forces to come to a stop. Konoha's resilience shone through. Even while dining, they swiftly regrouped upon sensing danger. In a remarkably short time, all Konoha shinobi had gathered at the front of their camp, adjusting their readiness with impressive speed. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru stood at the forefront of their ranks. Jiraiya caught sight of a masked figure at the head of Amigakure's forces and warned, "Everyone, be cautious. Hans is personally leading the charge." Hearing Jiraiya's caution, all eyes turned to the imposing figure of Hans, whose reputation far surpassed that of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Hans was known as the man closest to God, a title that instilled a palpable sense of dread within Konoha. Tsunade furrowed her brow. "It seems this will be a hard-fought battle. Everyone, be aware. This opponent is not to be underestimated." Unlike our previous encounter with Iwagakure, the opposing camps faced each other, and Hans regarded Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru with a steely gaze. "So, you are Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Your names have echoed widely. I wonder if your prowess matches your reputation." Jiraiya retorted. "Why not find out if our renown is merely bluster?" Tsunade whispered. "Don't let the recent victory cloud your judgment. Hans is no foe to be taken lightly." Jiraiya chuckled softly. "I'm merely trying to instill some confidence in us. If we falter in fear, what chance do we have to fight?" Jiraiya's sentiment held merit. Morale, though intangible, plays a crucial role in warfare, often determining the outcome when the disparity in strength is not insurmountable. His banter with Hans served to bolster their spirits against any attempts by the enemy to undermine their resolve. Hans interjected. "You Konoha shinobi may not know if your strength has remained as formidable as it once was, nor whether you can withstand my next move." No sooner had Hans finished speaking than he swiftly formed hand seals. Chapter 89. Fierce battle. As soon as Hans's words fell, he executed the summoning technique. With a billow of smoke dissipating, a colossal salamander appeared before him. This was the source of Hans' moniker, Salamander Hans. The summoned creature, a formidable beast, exhaled a cloud of purple mist towards the Konoha forces, the signature poison of Hans. Upon witnessing the noxious fumes, Tsunade shouted, "Everyone, cover your mouths and noses with chakra. It's toxic." As soon as the Konoha forces heard Tsunade's warning, they swiftly utilized chakra to shield themselves from the poison. However, the toxic mist emitted by the mountain pepper fish is not something that ordinary individuals can withstand. Merely covering one's mouth and nose proves ineffective. Consequently, a significant number of the Konoha army has collapsed. Jiraiya and Tsunade, witnessing this alarming scene, were understandably distressed. After all, it is unacceptable to have so many incapacitated before the battle even begins. At this moment, all of Konoha's lower-ranked ninjas and many of the mid-ranked ninjas of lesser strength have already succumbed. Tsunade, acting in her capacity as a medical ninja, swiftly demonstrated her skills by summoning her spirit beast through the summoning technique. A colossal slug manifested on the battlefield, and astonishingly, this enormous slug began to split, dividing into countless smaller slugs. Tsunade commanded, "Quickly, go heal those poison ninjas." The smaller slugs adhered to the afflicted ninjas, detoxifying and healing them. Much like Tsunade, the slug is a versatile spirit beast capable of both combat and healing. At the same time, Orochimaru showcased his expertise in toxins, employing a remarkable technique to neutralize the poisonous mist, transforming it into harmless air. Jiraiya, impressed by Orochimaru's skill, exclaimed, "Well done." The three of them, endowed with substantial chakra, were minimally affected by the toxic fumes. Hans, observing that the fearsome poison that had terrified countless individuals was effortlessly dispelled by the three ninjas, thought to himself that the rumors about them being formidable were indeed true. Perched atop the mountain pepper fish, Hans proclaimed, "Let us expand the battlefield. I shall engage you three alone." The spirited Jiraiya, brimming with youthful vigor, readily accepted. "Very well, we shall fight you." Tsunade and Orochimaru, recognizing the strategic advantage for Konoha, did not deter Jiraiya from this decision. After all, Konoha's overall strength significantly surpasses that of the Amigakure ninjas, and their engagement with Hans would facilitate a fair contest. News of the conflict between Konoha and Hans's Amigakure swiftly spread throughout the Land of Rain, reaching even Suna and Iwa, and word had also reached the distant Qin Guangming, signifying that his moment to intervene was approaching. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru stood poised against Hans, exuding an imposing aura, with neither side willing to concede. Hans struck first, unleashing a chain sickle technique. Orochimaru, the only one armed, stepped forward, brandishing his Kusanagi sword to confront Hans. The latter's weapon was particularly devious. He ensnared Orochimaru's weapon with his chain before delivering a downward strike with the sickle. Orochimaru, struggling to parry, sustained a cut on his arm. Though such minor injuries were inconsequential for someone of his caliber, yet soon, he discerned a troubling sensation and remarked, "Your sickle is poisoned." Jiraiya and Tsunade, startled by Orochimaru's statement, exchanged worried glances, fearing the effects of the toxin on him. However, they need not have fretted, as a master of poison himself. Orochimaru was well versed in its nuances, and such a toxin would not significantly affect him. Jiraiya angrily retorted, "You despicable scoundrel, resorting to poison on your weapons. How can you call yourself a demigod?" Without hesitation, Jiraiya formed hand seals and unleashed the fire release, fireball technique. This fireball, smaller than the great fireball technique, nonetheless packed a considerable punch as it hurtled toward Hans. Unlike the ordinary great fireball technique, this one was enhanced by Jiraiya's use of oil, rendering it far more potent. Yet against Hans, it proved insufficient. Hans retaliated with the water release, water dragon bullet technique. A dragon-shaped torrent collided with Jiraiya's fireball, producing a sizzling sound as Hans's technique swiftly extinguished Jiraiya's flames, surging toward him. It must be noted that the same technique, wielded by different individuals, can vary drastically in potency. The water dragon bullet technique executed by a mere Amigakure ninja pales in comparison to that of Hans. Seeing the remaining torrent of water approaching, Jiraiya quickly dodged, but Hans was relentless, employing the body flicker technique. In an instant, he appeared before Jiraiya as if teleporting, brandishing his chain sickle weapon to strike. Tsunade and Orochimaru were too far to intervene effectively. However, Jiraiya, quick to react, utilized the needle Jizo technique. His long white hair transformed into needle-like spikes, encasing his entire body, resembling a hedgehog. The chain sickle clashed against Jiraiya's defenses, producing a resounding clang, but he emerged unscathed, retreating to join Tsunade and Orochimaru. In a mere moment, Hans was pressing the three ninjas, denying them any respite, and unleashed another technique, fire release, exploding flame circle. After forming the necessary seals, Hans slammed his palm against the ground, causing the earth beneath Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru to gradually sink, revealing several explosive tags beneath their feet. Unaware of the impending danger, the three ninjas were focused solely on Hans's hands. Fortunately, Jiraiya detected the explosive tags in time and pulled Tsunade and Orochimaru aside. However, merely dodging to the side would not suffice, as the ensuing explosion would still pose a significant threat. Chapter 90. The naming of the three ninjas. As the explosive tags detonated, the three ninjas were too close to escape unscathed. Jiraiya hastily employed the needle Jizo to envelop himself, but this technique could only shield him, leaving Tsunade and Orochimaru vulnerable. Meanwhile, Tsunade quickly raised a massive rock to shield herself, which would mitigate some of the explosion's force. Orochimaru, more direct in his approach, summoned a giant serpent to protect himself within its coils, though it would likely perish in the process. In the blink of an eye, the explosive tags detonated before them, generating a tremendous force. Despite their protective measures, the trio could not achieve complete safety. A searing wave of heat and flames surged toward them. Jiraiya was hurled back. His once white hair singed, and he bore the brunt of the blast. Tsunade's rock was shattered by the overwhelming force, sending her crashing to the ground. In contrast, Orochimaru fared relatively better, shielded by the serpent, though the creature met its demise, a reflection of Orochimaru's cold and ruthless nature. Although Tsunade appeared to be the most severely injured, one must not forget her identity as a medical ninja of remarkable skill. Rising from the ground, Tsunade immediately activated her healing technique. The Baijiu technique is a highly advanced ninjutsu developed by Tsunade herself. This technique can completely unlock the yin ceiling on Tsunade's body, allowing her to freely utilize the chakra she ordinarily stores within herself. Consequently, Tsunade can unleash powerful ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, infusing her entire being with this chakra, which significantly enhances her physical abilities and strength, while also enabling her to perform healing and group healing. At this moment, Tsunade employed the Baijiu technique, casting healing ninjutsu on both herself and Jiraiya. Under Tsunade's care, both she and Jiraiya experienced considerable improvement in their injuries. Although complete recovery was unattainable in such a brief period, the healing provided was merely temporary. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, this improvement was substantial, particularly when facing a formidable opponent like Hanzo of the Salamander, where a restored state is crucial. Seeing the changes in Tsunade, Hanzo expressed his surprise, inquiring about the nature of her ninjutsu and how her chakra had suddenly increased so remarkably. Tsunade responded with a light laugh, declaring, "It is a ninjutsu you have never encountered." With that, she summoned a slug using the summoning technique, while Jiraiya also summoned his toad. Orochimaru, however, refrained from summoning his creature, having already exhausted one of his giant snakes. In the face of Hanzo's summoning beast, the salamander, Tsunade's slug and Jiraiya's toad displayed no signs of fear, boldly engaging in combat and gaining a slight upper hand. The slug served as support, emitting slime to hinder the salamander's movements while preparing to heal the toad, which acted as the primary attacker, fiercely countering the salamander's strikes. Aided significantly by the slug's support, while their summoned beasts battled, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru did not remain idle. Despite being momentarily disadvantaged by Hanzo, they grew increasingly resolute in their struggle. However, against overwhelming power, mere courage appeared insufficient. Hanzo, recognizing the trio's commendable bravery, admired them, yet he knew they were adversaries. And mere admiration would not soften his resolve. His subordinates would show no mercy. With a firm grip on his chain scythe, Hanzo swiftly executed a technique previously used against the Iron Country's Mifune, targeting Orochimaru, the only one among them wielding a weapon. As Hanzo moved, Orochimaru immediately raised his sword in defense, yet it proved futile. Hanzo's speed was astounding. Before Orochimaru could fully comprehend Hanzo's movement, the chain scythe struck his Kusanagi sword. The impact was such that the scythe's chain merely grazed the sword, failing to halt the blade itself. Consequently, as Hanzo's chain coiled around the Kusanagi, the scythe sliced through Orochimaru's skin, causing him to bleed profusely. Injured, Orochimaru collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound, while Jiraiya and Tsunade remained momentarily stunned, witnessing the rapidity of Hanzo's assault. "Orochimaru, are you all right?" Jiraiya and Tsunade asked with concern. Orochimaru weakly replied, "He is far too fast. Be cautious of his weapon." "I will manage." Despite his words, Orochimaru had already lost the ability to continue fighting. In anger, Jiraiya formed hand seals, invoking the Yellow Springs swamp technique. At that moment, a vast expanse of land beneath Hanzo transformed into a swamp, eliciting a smile from him as he commanded, "Salamander, do not delay. End this battle swiftly. I am facing some difficulties here." Hanzo's tone suggested that the salamander could easily conclude its battle with Tsunade's slug and Jiraiya's toad at any moment, contingent merely on its willingness. Indeed, the salamander executed a powerful tail swipe, dispersing both the toad and the slug into a cloud of smoke. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged astonished glances, astonished at the salamander's remarkable strength. Having finished its battle, the salamander swiftly approached Hanzo amidst the swamp, astonishingly navigating the mire with ease. Unaffected by its constraints, Hanzo leaped onto the salamander's back, allowing it to carry him away from the swamp. Standing atop the salamander, Hanzo looked down at Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, declaring, "You three are quite impressive. To have fought me so valiantly, I shall bestow upon you the title of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha." Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, however, had no time to respond, their injuries rendering them powerless. Though Hanzo had indeed earned the right to declare such a title due to his formidable strength, the trio was in no condition to contest it. Chapter 91. The deployment of Qin Guangming. Although Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were thoroughly overwhelmed by Hanzo, their own strength remained noteworthy. They were merely outmatched by a foe of significant caliber, known as the demigod Hanzo. Hanzo, appreciating their potential, spared their lives and departed the battlefield after granting them the title of the legendary Three Ninjas, leaving them to collapse upon the ground in exhaustion. Among them, Orochimaru bore the worst of the injuries, having been struck directly by Hanzo's chained scythe, blood gushing forth. Strangely, it seemed only Orochimaru had sustained such severe wounds, perhaps due to Hanzo's personal disdain for him. Jiraiya and Tsunade's injuries were a result of the explosive flame formation initiated by Hanzo, but thanks to Tsunade's healing, they had only suffered superficial wounds. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, the confrontation between the Konoha ninja army and the Amigakure ninja army raged fiercely, with Konoha's forces ultimately gaining the upper hand. Although the battle did not conclude decisively, it was evident that Konoha's overall strength surpassed that of Amigakure. Hanzo's appearance altered the dynamics of the conflict, preventing it from escalating into a deadly confrontation that could allow other nations to reap the benefits. Consequently, both armies withdrew after incurring manageable losses, avoiding catastrophic casualties. Through this engagement, Hanzo garnered a clearer understanding of Konoha's overall prowess, realizing it surpassed that of Amigakure. This was an undeniable truth. Despite his own superiority over the legendary Three Ninjas, one individual could not withstand the might of an entire army. News of the conflict between Konoha and Amigakure spread throughout the Rain Country, reaching even the ears of Black Zetsu, who promptly informed Qin Guangming of the war's conclusion. Indeed, this battle has elevated the title of the legendary Three Ninjas to prominence throughout the Rain Country and the entire ninja world. They have officially made their names known. Listening intently to Black Zetsu's report, Qin Guangming's interest peaked, for the legendary Three Ninjas left a profound impression on him. This battle would undoubtedly leave a significant mark in the annals of Hokage history. However, this also signified that more pressing matters awaited Qin Guangming, particularly concerning Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, who could not be swayed by Jiraiya and his companions, as they were rightfully his. "It is time," Qin Guangming declared. "I shall make my way to the Rain Country." Without hesitation, he set forth, for there was nothing to delay him. He had no burdens to carry. Thus he departed with purpose. In a span of an hour and a half, Qin Guangming had already arrived in the Land of Rain, a place that could almost be deemed the Land of Fire, engulfed in smoke and chaos, epitomizing the essence of war. However, Qin Guangming first sought out Black Absolute, instructing it to lead the way. The battlefield of Konoha was teeming with returning ninja forces, yet their progress was notably sluggish, hindered by the fact that Jiraiya and his companions were preoccupied with their own predicaments. Some had even lagged behind, while others ventured off in search of sustenance. This very situation, however, laid the groundwork for Qin Guangming's subsequent plans. Under the guidance of Black Absolute, he located the Konoha army. Aware that among them were individuals who had strayed off to seek food, these very individuals were responsible for the tragic demise of Nagato's parents, which ultimately shaped Nagato's destiny. Qin Guangming was determined to confront these individuals to fulfill his own ambitions. Without hesitation, he stealthily approached two Konoha ninjas who had fallen behind in pursuit of food. "Who are you? What do you want?" As the two Leaf Village ninjas encountered Qin Guangming, who obstructed their path, they expressed their displeasure with a question. Qin Guangming, however, remained silent, merely smiling at them. Before long, the eyes of the two ninjas became entranced, a clear indication of having fallen victim to an illusion technique. Although Qin Guangming did not inherit the Sharingan of Uchiha Izuna, he possessed a certain proficiency in Jinjutsu. Despite their status as elite ninjas, the two leaf ninjas lacked exceptional strength and were quickly ensnared by Qin Guangming's illusion. He then manipulated these two leaf ninjas to lead him to Nagato's residence. Meanwhile, within the walls of Nagato's home, the family had already finished their meal and was engaged in light conversation. However, they were acutely aware that in such tumultuous times, venturing outside was inadvisable, which is why they had remained indoors in recent days. A series of knocks echoed through the air. At this moment, a fierce knocking resounded at Nagato's home, the work of the two Konoha Jonin ensnared by Qin Guangming's illusion. Hearing such a tumultuous sound amidst the chaos of war, Nagato's father immediately perceived the ill intentions of the visitors. He gestured for the three of them to remain silent. However, the individuals outside continued to pound on the door relentlessly. Startled by the intensity of the knocking, Nagato felt a wave of fear wash over him. After 5 minutes, the incessant banging showed no signs of abating, prompting Nagato's father to suppress his unease and venture a glance. Nagato's mother followed suit, knowing that it was prudent for them to look out for one another. She urged, "Nagato, quickly find a place to hide." Nagato's mother pointed to the space beneath the small table, gesturing for Nagato to seek refuge there. Obediently, Nagato complied and concealed himself, from where he could clearly observe his parents at the door. Upon opening it, Nagato's parents were met with the sight of two weary ninjas adorned with the forehead protectors of the Leaf Village, their bodies bearing the marks of injury. They cautiously inquired, "Might we ask what brings you here?" The two Leaf Village Jonin offered no response whatsoever. Instead, they unsheathed their weapons and swiftly struck down Nagato's father, who could not withstand the force of the blow and fell lifeless to the ground. Nagato's mother, witnessing this horrific scene, screamed in terror, covering her mouth in shock. Hidden beneath the table, young Nagato beheld his father's lifeless body and, upon hearing his mother's cries, was engulfed by fear, yet he dared not utter a sound. After dispatching Nagato's father, the two Jonin turned their attention to his mother, delivering a fatal strike that left her equally lifeless on the floor. Nagato watched in horror as both of his parents were brutally slain before his eyes. Chapter 92. The Rinnegan from his concealed position beneath the table. Nagato witnessed the murder of his parents, his hands clasped over his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding events. Outside, Qin Guangming observed with a sinister smile as the Jonin, whom he had manipulated, executed Nagato's mother. He felt a sense of satisfaction, fully aware of the impending developments. Following the deaths of Nagato's parents, a profound transformation began to take place within him. His very demeanor shifted as he emerged from his hiding spot, confronting the two Jonin with an unwavering gaze. The Jonin stared intently at Nagato, who was now devoid of the white of his eyes and pupils, replaced instead by swirling patterns of purple. This was the Rinnegan awakening within him, triggered by the overwhelming grief of witnessing his parents' demise. The combination of this formidable power and Nagato's intense aura rendered him a fearsome sight. Yet, the two Jonin, still under Qin Guangming's control, showed no sign of trepidation. Under the gaze of Nagato's Rinnegan, they both fell lifelessly, devoid of breath. As Nagato observed this, despite having awakened the Rinnegan, his consciousness remained intact. The act of slaying the two Jonin, while avenging his parents, brought him no sense of satisfaction. Instead, he felt an enigmatic power emanating from within, leaving him filled with confusion and helplessness. With his parents gone, Nagato's life of wandering was about to begin. Although many found themselves in similar circumstances, this offered him no solace. From a hidden vantage point outside, Qin Guangming watched as Nagato emerged from his home, lost and bewildered. He contemplated, "With Nagato in my grasp, it is time to arrange a meeting with Yahiko and Konan. But where shall I find them?" Qin Guangming diligently endeavored to recall the intricate narrative of Naruto, pondering where Nagato first encountered Konan and Yahiko. Unable to recollect, he resolved to bring Yahiko and Konan before Nagato, compelling an introduction between them. In his heart, Qin Guangming contemplated a viable strategy. Upon devising this plan, he promptly set out, but first, he left a clone nearby to shadow Nagato, ensuring he could ascertain Nagato's whereabouts when he eventually found Yahiko and Konan. Qin Guangming recalled that Yahiko and Konan had rescued Nagato at that very location, where Nagato had collapsed and was saved by the passing Konan. At this juncture, it was likely that Yahiko and Konan had not yet arrived at that spot, as Qin Guangming had come ahead of them to locate the trio, aiming to avoid being captured by Jiraiya and his companions. Thus, He could only wait in that familiar place from his memory for the appearance of Conan and Yahiko, for in the vast land of rain. Where should he commence his search? Thus, Qin Guangming chose to adopt a patient approach, waiting for the opportunity rather than proactively seeking out Xiaonan and Yahiko. However, it was inevitable that Xiaonan and Yahiko would pass this way. The course of history would remain unchanged. Despite the presence of this flaw, Qin Guangming soon spotted their figures just a few kilometers away after half a day's wait. For him, this distance was negligible, setting aside his formidable abilities. His newly acquired ocular enhancement provided him with vision far beyond that of an ordinary person. At last, they have arrived. At this moment, Qin Guangming exhaled a sigh of relief, finally encountering Xiaonan and Yahiko, the two children whom he remembered so vividly. Xiaonan, with her short purple hair, and the cheerful Yahiko, bore a striking resemblance to their future selves. Qin Guangming immediately activated the 8 gates of Duanjia, propelling himself towards Xiaonan and Yahiko at an astonishing speed. In approximately 10 seconds, he arrived before them. The two children, who had been walking peacefully, were startled by the sudden appearance of a stranger, causing a wave of fear to wash over them. They gasped in surprise and asked, "What do you want?" Xiaonan, resembling a frightened little rabbit, cowered behind Yahiko and timidly inquired. Qin Guangming struggled to present a benevolent demeanor, stating, "Do not be afraid. I harbor no ill intentions and shall not cause you any harm." However, Yahiko and Xiaonan perceived Qin Guangming's stiff expression as indicative of his malevolence. With a resolute countenance, Yahiko boldly demanded, "What is your purpose?" Qin Guangming smiled at the two of them and asked, "Would you like to come with me? I have delicious food for you." Employing the most rudimentary tricks to entice children, Qin Guangming spoke to Xiaonan and Yahiko. Miraculously, his ploy proved effective. As the two were children who had been wandering amidst the chaos of war, having not eaten a satisfying meal in quite some time, let alone a delectable one. Xiaonan's eyes immediately sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "What kind of delicious food?" Yahiko also displayed a look of eager anticipation. Qin Guangming smiled knowingly and said, "Look, I will perform a magic trick for you." With that, Qin Guangming entered his system, locating the food section, in exchange for 2 roasted ducks, holding them aloft. "Behold, what is this?" He feigned surprise, presenting the 2 beautifully roasted ducks to Xiaonan and Yahiko. The children, having witnessed Qin Guangming's empty hands moments ago, were astonished at the sudden appearance of the delectable ducks. Children are naturally intrigued by such feats of magic, much like when Jiraiya had previously entertained Qin Guangming. However, this sense of wonder was quickly overshadowed by the allure of the delicious roasted ducks before them. After all, nothing surpasses the primal need for sustenance. Though Xiaonan and Yahiko were eager to devour the ducks, they were well-mannered children. Despite their salivating mouths, they refrained from hastily snatching the roasted ducks from Qin Guangming's hands, their eyes fixated on the tantalizing meal. Observing their expressions, Qin Guangming smirked with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "I knew you would be drawn to my delectable roasted ducks." He then declared, "Here you go, 1 for each of you. No need to be polite." Upon hearing Qin Guangming's promise, Xiaonan and Yahiko swiftly seized the roasted ducks from his hands and began to feast with great enthusiasm. Seeing them enjoy the food so heartily, Qin Guangming remarked, "Shall we eat as we walk?" Yahiko looked up at Qin Guangming upon hearing his words. Chapter 93. The gathering of the group. Yahiko scrutinized Qin Guangming, contemplating their current state of homelessness and the prospect of following this man. Reasoning that having food was a stroke of good fortune, Xiaonan followed Yahiko closely, and thus the 2 children trailed after Qin Guangming. In this tumultuous time of war, for those like them who were wandering, anyone with food was a friend. As Qin Guangming led the way, he sensed the presence of another of his incarnations nearby. Having been following Nagato, at that moment, he realized that this incarnation was less than 2 kilometers away. Fixing his gaze in that direction, he soon spotted a red-haired boy wandering aimlessly. With Xiaonan and Yahiko in tow, Qin Guangming proceeded toward that location. He calculated that Nagato would soon collapse, marking the moment for Xiaonan and Yahiko to come into play. Their rescue of Nagato would forge their acquaintance, a plotline reminiscent of the events in Naruto. As one privy to such narratives, Qin Guangming found this endeavor effortless. After walking for a while, Xiaonan and Yahiko had consumed their roasted ducks to the bone, leaving no remnants of meat, their hunger sated. However, they soon realized that Qin Guangming had vanished from their sight. Where did that strange man go? Xiaonan, Did you see him? Yahiko was the first to notice Qin Guangming's absence. Xiaonan, glancing around, confirmed, no. I was so engrossed in the delicious duck that I didn't pay attention. He truly is a good person, not overly concerned about Qin Guangming's whereabouts. Xiaonan's nonchalance allowed Yahiko to relax his initial worries, thinking, if he has gone, then so be it. It might be better this way. At least we needn't worry about him leading us astray. The two continued onward, unbeknownst to them that they were heading directly toward Nagato, as Qin Guangming had already guided them in that direction. Meanwhile, Nagato was on the verge of collapsing, having endured the loss of his parents and the subsequent awakening of his Rinnegan. After traversing such a long distance, he was in desperate need of rest. As Nagato's legs finally gave way, Yahiko and Xiaonan, not far ahead, witnessed him fall to the ground. Yahiko, look, there's a little boy who has fainted, Xiaonan exclaimed. Yahiko, hearing Xiaonan's words and following her gaze, recognized the red-haired boy lying on the ground. Let us go check on him, he replied. The two children, possessing pure hearts, rushed to Nagato's side. In a world where most would prioritize their own survival, they chose to help someone in need. Upon reaching Nagato, Xiaonan observed the boy, who appeared to be around their age, and urged Yahiko, we must help him. He looks so pitiful. His lips are cracked. Yahiko frowned, aware that they were barely managing on their own, but he still reached for their nearly empty water flask. He lifted Nagato's upper body, allowing Xiaonan to feed him some water. Xiaonan poured a little water into Nagato's mouth, but when he failed to awaken, Yahiko encouraged, give him a bit more. But Yahiko, this is all the water we have left, Xiaonan protested. Just do it. Yahiko insisted firmly. Xiaonan complied, pouring more water into Nagato's mouth. Their water supply was dwindling, but to their relief, Nagato opened his eyes after receiving their care. Gazing up at the unfamiliar yet kind faces before him, Nagato asked, who are you? Did you save me? Xiaonan exclaimed with joy, you're awake. Yahiko, we saved him. Yahiko shared her excitement, feeling a surge of happiness at Nagato's revival. I'm Yahiko, and this is Xiaonan. We are also homeless and found you collapsed on the ground. Nagato's expression turned somber as he absorbed Yahiko's words, realizing that he too was now without a home, his parents having been murdered. Tears streamed down his face as he confronted the gravity of his situation. Please don't cry, we're not bad people, Xiaonan urged, distressed by his tears. Yahiko, finding humor in the situation, added, you must have just escaped, right? Xiaonan and I are in the same boat, but we've learned to adapt to this life. If you join us, you won't be alone anymore. Nagato seemed to brighten at Yahiko's comforting words, saying, my name is Nagato. Thank you for your kindness. But I fear I might be a burden to you. His eyes conveyed a sense of determination, prompting Yahiko to reply, don't think of it as being a burden. We're all in similar situations. There's no such thing as dragging someone down. We'll look out for each other. Nagato, touched by Yahiko's warmth, expressed his gratitude. Thank you for taking me in. From this moment onward, three diminutive figures embarked on their journey together, evoking a sense of sympathy in those who chanced upon them. Originally, these three were meant to encounter Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru on their return to Konoha. However, the intervention of Qin Guangming, who orchestrated an early meeting between Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, altered the course of history. Consequently, Jiraiya and his companions would not cross paths with them, preventing Jiraiya from imparting his wisdom to Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko. This shift, in a certain sense, modified the historical flow of the Naruto universe and its future dynamics. Henceforth, Jiraiya would remain unaware of Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. This was, in fact, a natural consequence of Qin Guangming's arrival in this world, which heralded a transformation in its historical narrative and geopolitical landscape. Chapter 94. Approaching the climax, Qin Guangming observed as Yahiko and Konan revived Nagato from his unconscious state, a scenario he had anticipated. Both children possessed kind hearts and could not bear to see Nagato lying unattended on the ground. Qin Guangming had foreseen this possibility, allowing him to confidently arrange their initial acquaintance while he discreetly watched their interactions from the sidelines. Contemplating it was time for him to reveal himself, Qin Guangming approached. Upon noticing him, Yahiko and Konan displayed no signs of wariness, merely inquiring, "Oh, big brother, why have you returned?" With a smile, Qin Guangming replied, "I merely sought a place to relieve myself. In this desolate wilderness, there are no facilities, and it is rather embarrassing to do so outdoors, which caused my delay. By the way, who is this little friend?" he asked, gesturing toward Nagato. Yahiko and Konan, hearing that Nagato needed to use the restroom, harbored no suspicions and explained, "This is Nagato. We found him unconscious on the road and brought him along." At that moment, Nagato still appeared quite weak. He glanced at Qin Guangming with a wary expression, not because he recognized him, but due to his heightened state of alertness, perceiving everyone as a potential threat. Noticing Nagato's demeanor, Qin Guangming smiled and inquired, "Nagato, what caused you to faint? Are you dehydrated or hungry?" "I don't know," Yahiko replied. "Konan and I have already given him some water." Qin Guangming then produced a roasted duck from his inventory, saying, "Here, Nagato, you must be quite famished." Konan and Yahiko have already eaten. Seeing Nagato's hesitance to accept, he reassured him that both Konan and Yahiko had already partaken. Only then did Nagato accept the roasted duck from Qin Guangming's hand, devouring it eagerly. It had been a long while since he had eaten anything since leaving home, and he was undeniably starving. Konan and Yahiko watched Nagato with smiles on their faces, as they empathized with his plight. Curiously, Konan asked Qin Guangming, "Big brother, I see you have nothing in your hands. How did you conjure this roasted duck?" With a cheerful expression, Qin Guangming responded, "As I mentioned, it is magic. It possesses its wonders. You three should accompany me. In this war-torn environment, it is unsafe for children like you. Staying with me will at least ensure you have enough to eat, preventing starvation." Upon hearing this, Nagato paused in his eating, eyeing Qin Guangming with suspicion, while Yahiko furrowed his brow. Konan, however, showed no reservations and readily agreed. "All right." After some contemplation, Yahiko nodded in agreement, saying, "Then you must promise to provide us with food and drink." Qin Guangming smiled, assuring them, "Absolutely." All eyes turned to Nagato, who, feeling the weight of their gazes, slowly nodded. At this moment, his only semblance of trust lay with Yahiko and Konan. Thus, Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko chose to follow Qin Guangming, who led them through the battlefield. As they traversed the war-torn landscape, Qin Guangming harbored a personal intention to subtly influence these three individuals, guiding them towards the voluntary formation of the Akatsuki organization. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, having concluded their battle with Hanzo and the Hidden Rain village, were set to return to Konoha. However, on their journey, they did not encounter Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko, as they had already been united by Qin Guangming. In this confrontation, the trio had been thoroughly suppressed by Hanzo the Salamander. His reputation as a demigod was not unfounded, and his prowess was indeed formidable. Nonetheless, the remarkable performance of Jiraiya and his companions at such a young age was commendable. The conflict between Konoha and the Hidden Rain had reached a temporary resolution. However, the Second Great Ninja War was far from solely a battle between these two villages. The presence of the sand and stone villages loomed large on the battlefield. Yet, the stone village could be considered negligible. After suffering significant losses in their skirmish with Konoha, they had largely abstained from further involvement in the Second Great Ninja War. Many of their shinobi had already returned home, effectively withdrawing from the conflict stage. What remained was the competition between the Sand, Rain, and Konoha villages. Konoha had recently engaged in a decisive battle with the Rain village, resolving their long-standing grievances. Meanwhile, the Sand village had remained largely uninvolved, but it was soon to take center stage in the conflict. In the land of Rain, a subordinate reported to Hanzo, "My lord, scouts have informed us that the Sand village has begun to mobilize. They have learned of our recent confrontation with Konoha and are preparing to strike while we are vulnerable." Having just returned from the battlefield against Konoha, Hanzo felt a wave of frustration upon hearing that the Sand village was on the move once again. This Sand village certainly knows how to pick its moments. Very well, let them come. Once we deal with them, our land of Rain will finally enjoy some peace. The subordinate continued, "My lord, there is also good news. It appears that some shinobi from the stone village have begun returning to their home, departing from the land of Rain." Hanzo replied, "Oh, is that so? That makes sense. After facing defeat at Konoha, they must feel disheartened and choose to retreat." He instructed, "Let everyone rest for now. After battling Konoha's forces and covering considerable distance, we shall wait for the Sand village to arrive before making our move." Understood. The subordinate acknowledged and departed. Though Hanzo claimed there was little expenditure of energy, he was undeniably fatigued. He settled into a chair, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Meanwhile, the Sand village was indeed stirring. "Lady Chiyo, should we proceed covertly towards the land of Rain?" a Sand shinobi inquired. Chiyo responded, "There is no need. they will inevitably become aware of our approach. At this moment, the Sand Village was leading its forces towards Hanzo in the Land of Rain, while Hanzo, despite being aware of the Sand Village's impending actions, remained resolute and unmoving. Chiyo was a prodigious ninja of the Sand Village, a versatile combatant capable of manipulating puppets as a high-level puppeteer, adept in medical ninjutsu, and a formidable fighter. Chapter 95. Sand and Rain. The Sand Village had commenced its operations, while the Rain Village was in a state of rest, two starkly contrasting scenarios. Meanwhile, Konoha had initiated its return journey, withdrawing from the Second Great Ninja War. Soon, night descended, and the Sand Village's ninja forces drew ever closer to the encampment of the Rain Village shinobi. At that moment, scouts from the Rain Village had already begun to report their findings. Report, my lord. The ninja forces of the Sand Village are approximately 10 kilometers away from our troops. Shall we mobilize? The Rain Village scout conveyed. As Hans, with his eyes closed in contemplation, opened them, he remarked, "So soon? The Sunagakure is indeed eager. Very well. Let us summon all the soldiers and gather them before the tent." Initially dazed, Hans's gaze now turned resolute. The quality of the Rain Village's ninja forces paled in comparison to that of Konoha, perhaps due to their recent grueling battle, leaving them fatigued and slower to assemble than their Konoha counterparts. Hans stepped out of the tent and addressed the Rain Ninja. "I understand that we have all just endured a fierce battle, myself included. However, we cannot remain indifferent while enemies encroach upon our Rain Village. Let us rise, weary though we are, and confront the invaders together." His words ignited a fire within the Rain Village's ninjas. It must be said that Hans was indeed a master of warfare, fully aware of the significance of morale. The spirits of the Rain ninjas soared, undeterred by the imminent threat from Sunagakure. True to form, Sunagakure moved swiftly, within the time it took for the Rain ninjas to gather. Their forces had already traversed 10 kilometers, coming into Hans's sight. He observed the horizon densely populated with figures, unmistakably the advancing army of Sunagakure. Upon seeing them approach, Hans proclaimed, "The ninjas from Sunagakure have arrived. We have no reason to fear. Let us advance and meet them head-on." Without hesitation, Hans turned towards the Sunagakure forces, followed closely by the Rain ninjas, who, despite their exhaustion, marched to the front lines. Alas, the Land of Rain was already limited in land and population, thus severely outnumbered in terms of military strength. The two armies soon clashed. Hans called out, "Old hag Chiyo, you Sunagakure ninjas are remarkably swift. You're eager to claim a piece of our Rain Village, aren't you?" Chiyo, unfazed, retorted, "Pipe down, old man. Let us just get on with it." With tensions high, the battle erupted. Hans unleashed his summoning technique, and a colossal salamander materialized on the battlefield. "Salamander, release the poison," he commanded. Instantly, the air thickened with toxic fumes. Chiyo, well-versed in such matters, produced a puppet and declared, "Absorb it all." The swirling poison was drawn towards her puppet as if it were a vacuum, devouring the toxins that filled the battlefield. Naturally, the puppet remained unaffected by the poison. After the puppet had absorbed the fumes, Chiyo retracted it, grinning, "Hans, I've already countered this trick of yours." Hans's expression darkened beneath his mask. To his dismay, a tactic he had relied upon repeatedly had faltered against Chiyo. He could not summon again, as the accumulation of poison required time, 5 minutes, to be precise. Chiyo continued, "Now, everyone advance. Hans's poison needs 5 minutes to gather. Let us seize the opportunity." Hans, astonished, exclaimed, "How did you know?" Chiyo, with a confident smile, replied, "I have thoroughly studied your poison. How could I not know such details?" The battle intensified, and Hans found himself in a precarious position, without the poison to inflict damage upon the enemy. The weary ninjas of Rain Village stood little chance against the fully energized forces of Sunagakure, which outnumbered them significantly. Chiyo commanded her battle puppet valiantly, while the skirmish between the two armies raged on. It soon became evident that the Rain ninjas could not withstand the might of Sunagakure, and they began to falter, on the verge of being overwhelmed. Hans, despite holding his own against Chiyo, called for a halt. "Ceasefire. We concede." Although he voiced this, his heart brimmed with reluctance. To prevent further loss of life among the Rain ninjas, he had no choice but to adopt this course of action. Chiyo smiled in response. "Then let us end it here." Having achieved their objective, the forces of Sunagakure withdrew, vanishing as swiftly as they had come. The Rain Village, which had arrived with so few, departed with even fewer. In contrast, Sunagakure departed triumphantly. Thus, the conflict in the Land of Rain reached a temporary conclusion, with no further grievances against other nations. Sunagakure gradually returned home, for remaining in the Land of Rain held little significance. The devastation extended beyond just Rain Village. The Land of Whirlpools faced its own calamity, succumbing to internal strife and external invasion. Few could escape, such as Kushina Uzumaki, sent to Konoha for refuge as the last of her royal lineage. With the presence of ancestors like Mito Uzumaki in Konoha, it provided a semblance of protection for her. The Uzumaki clan had already lost members like Nagato, who fled the Land of Whirlpools for the Land of Rain to escape the chaos. Yet, who could foresee that even in this distant land, misfortune awaited them? Chapter 96. Establishment. Indeed, it is often the innocent who suffer the most in war. The destruction wrought by conflict takes an eternity to mend, leaving behind a landscape riddled with scars. Following their clash with Rain Village, Sunagakure gradually vacated the territory, recognizing the futility of remaining there. During this time, Qin Guangming, accompanied by Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato, traversed the Land of Rain, witnessing the brutality of war. The once vibrant landscape lay desolate, consumed by flames and littered with corpses, shrouded in profound sorrow. The separation from loved ones, akin to Nagato's experience, signified the obliteration of the former Rain Village. Nagato, Konan, Yahiko, having journeyed with me these days, what are your thoughts on the devastation wrought by the great ninja war in the Land of Rain? Qin Guangming inquired as they traveled. Konan was the first to respond. It is tragic. So many homeless individuals and countless who have lost limbs. They are truly pitiable. Being a girl, her empathy shone through, momentarily overshadowing her own plight as a homeless person, perhaps buoyed by the presence of Qin Guangming, which offered her a sense of security. Qin Guangming nodded at her response and turned to Nagato and Yahiko. Yahiko remarked, "It is cruel and heartless. War destroys countless happy families and leaves many without support. When I grow up, I will do everything in my power to prevent such conflicts, ensuring that everyone can coexist peacefully." His aspirations were noble. Qin Guangming smiled and ruffled Yahiko's hair, saying, "Well said. I have high hopes for you." At that moment, all eyes turned to Nagato, anticipating his words. "I see many people like myself, helpless and abandoned. They must feel just as lost," he said, lowering his head. As Mayahiko and Konan bowed their heads, clearly feeling a sense of empathy, Qin Guangming spoke. "I believe that after experiencing this war, you all have profound reflections. However, we must not merely reflect, like Mayahiko. We must take action." At this moment, Mayahiko turned to Qin Guangming and asked, "How should we act?" Qin Guangming continued, "We must safeguard the impending peace. I will establish an organization called Shao, which I hope will transform our nation and build bridges towards world peace through communication among individuals." The three were deeply captivated by Qin Guangming's words, clearly yearning for the Shao organization. Noticing their enthusiasm, Qin Guangming added, "To achieve our organization's goals, we first need to strengthen ourselves. Otherwise, how can we change the world?" The three were profoundly moved by Qin Guangming's statement, realizing that personal strength is crucial for affecting change in others. Thus, it was decided that Mayahiko would lead the organization as its founder. Upon hearing Qin Guangming designate him as the leader, Mayahiko felt confused rather than elated. Konan was the first to voice her thoughts, asking, "Why don't you become the leader, big brother?" The three were evidently intrigued by this question, all eyes on Qin Guangming. With an air of mystery, Qin Guangming replied, "I will support you from the shadows. There is no need for further inquiries." With that, the three ceased their questioning, and from that day forth, the Shao organization officially emerged into the world. Konan, Mayahiko, and Nagato were all exhilarated, especially Mayahiko, as this marked the fulfillment of his dream. Qin Guangming declared, "From today onward, I will teach you ninjutsu and physical techniques. You must strive to become stronger." The trio's eyes sparkled with eagerness and determination to grow. Their first mission was to put an end to the Second Ninja World War. Qin Guangming, accompanied by Konan, Mayahiko, and Nagato, began traversing the nations to mediate the war, primarily taking action himself while occasionally allowing the three children to practice their skills. Months later, the Second Ninja World War had come to a complete halt, as the major ninja villages began to reorganize their resources, thanks in no small part to the efforts of Qin Guangming and the three children. Among the nations, the Land of Rain suffered the most devastating losses. though the casualties were predominantly personnel rather than material gains. The Land of Rain did not profit from instigating the war, having instead lost many ninja lives. The greatest losses were endured by the Rock Village, which suffered hundreds of casualties without gaining anything in return. They were truly the biggest victims. Their fate of their own making. The Leaf and Sand villages each experienced losses, yet also reaped some benefits, which could be considered the best outcome. As Qin Guangming walked along the path, he noted the significant changes in the three children compared to before, not merely in appearance and height, but more importantly, in their demeanor. They exuded a newfound maturity, shedding some of their youthful naivety while gaining a sharper resolve. Qin Guangming addressed them. Conan, Mayahiko, Nagato, are you familiar with the tailed beasts? Upon hearing Qin Guangming's question, the trio shook their heads, indicating their unfamiliarity with the existence of tailed beasts. Qin Guangming elaborated. The tailed beasts are formidable creatures, numbering 9 in total, distinguished by their tails. Their names correspond to the number of tails they possess, from 1 tail to 9 tails. They pose a significant threat to humanity. But if harnessed correctly, they can safeguard peace instead of endangering it. The trio felt as if a new door had been opened upon hearing Qin Guangming's introduction to the tailed beasts, a concept they had never encountered before. Longman inquired, how can we utilize the tailed beasts? His question was incisive, and Qin Guangming responded, the tailed beasts are scattered across the world, each associated with a Jinchuriki, a host who seals the tailed beast within themselves, acting as a medium for the seal. Our task is to locate these Jinchuriki. He continued, from today onwards, I assign you a formidable mission, to collect all the tailed beasts. Given your current abilities, this task may seem daunting, so there is no rush. You may take your time, and once you have developed sufficiently, you can undertake this arduous task. The three nodded in understanding, acknowledging the gravity of their new mission. Chapter 97. Establishing a village. From this point onward, I can no longer accompany you. The remainder will depend on your own efforts. If you wish to find me, simply shatter this jade pendant, and I will sense it. Now, I must take my leave, and I hope that the next time we meet, you will possess the capability to fulfill your dreams. Qin Guangming addressed the trio. Conan, feeling a pang of reluctance, asked, do you really have to leave? It is time for me to go. Enough with the pleasantries. I must depart. With that, Qin Guangming quickly vanished from their sight. Mayahiko, watching Qin Guangming's retreating figure, silently resolved to strive for strength and keep pace with him in pursuit of his own dreams, recognizing that the final words were meant for him. Longmin also appeared quite reluctant, though he did not express it as openly as the others. The sentiment was evident in the depths of his gaze. The three did not linger in sentimentality, departing from the location to embark on their journey around the world. Meanwhile, Qin Guangming, traveling along the path, suddenly heard the long-awaited system notification chime. Ding! Please complete the task of creating your own village. Reward: 100,000 points and 5 chances for a draw. Upon hearing the system's voice, Qin Guangming felt somewhat bewildered, as it had not sounded since the system's upgrade. The sudden announcement of the village creation task meant he was to become the leader of a village. Nevertheless, Qin Guangming accepted the task with enthusiasm. Aside from the generous rewards, the notion of leading a village was an enticing prospect. After all, in his previous life, he had led an entire company, which should be somewhat similar to governing a village. This was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. However, where should he begin? Qin Guangming pondered. The first requirement for establishing a village is land. He envisioned a secluded location, untouched by the chaos of the world, to serve as the site for his village. Yet, finding such a place in a vast world proved challenging, as most lands were claimed. Since they were occupied, he considered integrating those individuals into his village, thus not being a solitary leader. Resolutely, Qin Guangming decided to seek out a lesser-known location with inhabitants to establish his village. Given his strength, conquering the people of such a village would be effortless. Without hesitation, he set out to traverse the entire ninja realm in search of his ideal land. This time, he did not activate the 8 gates for speed enhancement. Instead, he maintained a normal pace while exploring. On the first day, he had no luck, heading south from the Leaf Village and unexpectedly arriving at another village. The ninja world consists of more than just the 5 great nations. It is filled with numerous lesser-known villages and countries, like the Land of Whirlpools. Undeterred, he continued his search the next day. With his normal speed, he could traverse the entire Land of Fire in a day, proving to be quite efficient. On this particular day, Qin Guangming observed a scattering of distant buildings. Unlike the clustered structures of Konoha, these were dispersed and sparse, amounting to a modest village of approximately 20 to 30 households. The locale appeared promising, and he felt compelled to investigate further. As he approached the village, the sounds of children playing and the wisps of smoke rising from chimneys indicated that this was a habitation of farmers. The absence of any ninjas seemed to be an advantage. Qin Guangming knocked on the door of the nearest house, calling out, "Is anyone home?" A woman in an apron emerged, her demeanor cautious upon seeing the unfamiliar face of Qin Guangming. In this tight-knit community, everyone knew each other, and she had never encountered him before. "Who are you? Where is the child's father? Come out," she shouted, summoning a robust middle-aged man who also regarded Qin Guangming with suspicion. "Who are you, and what do you want?" he demanded. Noticing their unease, Qin Guangming smiled reassuringly. "There's no need to be alarmed. I mean no harm. I have a few questions. Did your village settle here of your own accord?" The middle-aged man, still wary yet sensing goodwill, responded, "We fled here due to the ravages of war and decided to make this our home." "Why do you ask?" Realizing their plight was due to conflict, Qin Guangming replied, "It's nothing of great concern. I am quite powerful, capable of ensuring your safety, your economic stability, and your sustenance." His peculiar declarations left the simple villagers momentarily speechless. The middle-aged man questioned, "What are you suggesting?" "I wish to establish a village here, with myself as the leader. You need not worry about anything. Just be my villagers," Qin Guangming declared. The man, taken aback, exclaimed, "You should leave. We have nothing to offer." Seeing their disbelief, Qin Guangming understood that he needed to demonstrate his abilities. He unleashed the 8 gates, delivering a powerful punch that sent a massive boulder crashing down from a distant mountain. The resounding boom silenced the villagers, instilling a sense of belief in Qin Guangming's formidable strength. The woman, overwhelmed, fell to her knees, weeping and pleading, "Immortal, we have just escaped to this haven. Please spare us." Qin Guangming, feeling a mix of exasperation and sympathy, reiterated, "I assure you, I can protect you and provide for your needs. I wish to be your village chief." The middle-aged man, observing the sincerity in Qin Guangming's expression, hesitantly inquired, "You truly mean us no harm?" "Indeed," Qin Guangming affirmed. The man replied, "I must gather the others to discuss this before deciding." A quarter of an hour later, the middle-aged man returned with a crowd of villagers who collectively acknowledged, "You shall be our leader, but you must ensure our safety. We require no compensation." Qin Guangming smiled in agreement. Chapter 98. An unexpected meeting. Under the pressure of Qin Guangming's display of strength, the villagers accepted him as their leader. Yet the system's notification had yet to sound. It seemed that the village was not yet formally established. Addressing the villagers, Qin Guangming stated, "Since we are forming a village, we must implement some rules and regulations, which I will provide tomorrow. Additionally, I intend to establish a ninja school to teach the children, personally instructing them in ninjutsu." The villagers were elated at the prospect of a ninja school for their children, as their lack of strength had forced them into exile. With a powerful figure like Qin Guangming to guide them, they hoped their children might one day become strong as well. After concluding his speech, Qin Guangming observed that the village was rather rudimentary. As the leader, he lacked even a proper residence. Contemplating this, he accessed the system, where his options were plentiful. Within the system's marketplace, he found various types of buildings, palaces, villas, and bungalows. However, upon reviewing the prices, he realized that grandiosity was unattainable. A palace would require millions of points, and even a modest villa demanded hundreds of thousands, while a simple bungalow could be acquired for under 100,000. Reflecting on the exorbitant costs, Qin Guangming mused, "These structures are quite expensive. With my current points, I can only afford a bungalow." Thus, he exchanged for a bungalow, which, though modest, was a stark contrast to the simple homes of the villagers who had built their shelters from available materials. In this context, Qin Guangming's bungalow appeared quite sophisticated. Stepping inside, he found it adequately furnished with essentials like a bed and sofa, satisfying his needs. Henceforth, this would serve as his office as village chief, starkly contrasting the primitive conditions of other leaders. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, on successfully establishing your own village. Reward, 100,000 points. 5 lottery chances." A smile graced Qin Guangming's face as he realized he had completed this task. From this point onward, he would reside in this village. Albeit in a remote area, Yet he could observe the unfolding events from a divine perspective. With the conclusion of the Great War, various villages began to restore their normal order and lifestyles. The last remnants of the Uzumaki clan, led by Kushina Uzumaki, sought refuge in Konoha. Among the clan, only Mito Uzumaki remained as a trusted ally, yet she could not constantly remain by Kushina's side, leaving her to navigate her new life alone. The feeling of relying on others was inherently uncomfortable, compounded by the fact that her peers ostracized her. Why does that person have such strange red hair? I heard she fled from the Uzumaki clan, whispered some villagers, their voices filled with disdain. Such comments only deepened Kushina's sorrow. Freshly wounded by the loss of her family, the added cruelty felt like salt in an open wound. Mito, overhearing the hurtful remarks, was filled with indignation but recognized that confronting the villagers would be futile. Instead, she comforted Kushina, saying, "Ignore them. They speak nonsense. Come, let me introduce you to our Hokage." Having once arrived in Konoha alone, Mito understood Kushina's current feelings. Struggling to muster a smile, Kushina replied, "I am not bothered by their words. I am merely thinking of my family." Hearing this, Mito felt a pang of sympathy for the young girl who had lost so much at such a tender age. "From now on, I will be your closest kin. I will guide and care for you." Kushina looked up, meeting Mito's gentle gaze, and embraced her tightly, bursting into tears. Mito, ever the doting figure, chided playfully, "What are you crying for? There are so many people watching. Come, let us meet the Hokage. He is quite a good person." The two individuals made their way to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Lord Hokage, Kushina has arrived," Utakata spoke to Hiruzen. Upon hearing Utakata's words, Hiruzen turned to see Utakata standing behind him with young Kushina. "So, you are little Kushina," he remarked. "You are truly lovely. Utakata-senpai, I must entrust Kushina's care to you henceforth. However, at her age, it is time for her to enroll in the Ninja Academy. She should begin her studies there." Given that Utakata is the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, she is indeed a senior to Hiruzen, and addressing her as such is entirely appropriate. Listening to Hiruzen's words, Utakata looked at Kushina and said, "What do you think, Kushina? The Ninja Academy in Konoha is quite excellent. Enrolling will greatly benefit you, and I shall guide you at the appropriate time." At that moment, young Kushina, without hesitation, replied to Utakata, "All right, when do I get to start?" "At any moment." Uzumaki Kushina gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, secretly resolving a determination within her heart. This resolve was not a sudden epiphany, but rather a culmination of long-standing aspirations to become the first female Hokage of this village. The following day, Kushina Uzumaki entered the Ninja Academy, where her classmates were all of the same grade, including the notable Minato Namikaze, who sat quietly in his seat. As Kushina calmly walked into the classroom, all eyes were drawn to her, many captivated by her striking long red hair. However, Minato's reaction was different. He found this girl to be exceptionally unique. As he observed the crimson-haired girl approaching, a peculiar sensation stirred within him. How could her hair be red? She resembled a mythical creature. Indeed, the words of children are often more candid than those of the adults outside. Kushina Uzumaki, however, chose to disregard them, walking to her seat with indifference. Chapter 99, Acquaintance. The class commenced, and the teacher brought Kushina down to introduce her to everyone. "Classmates, from this day forth, Kushina will be one of you. Let us extend her a warm welcome." A smattering of applause echoed through the classroom. Kushina Uzumaki glanced at the multitude seated below, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Nevertheless, she summoned her courage and declared, "I am Kushina Uzumaki. I aspire to become the first female Hokage of this village." When Kushina uttered these words, all the students beneath her were struck with fear, save for Minato Namikaze. Seated among them, Minato found himself captivated by the red-haired girl. At that moment, he rose to his feet and, with a smile, declared, "I too aspire to become a Hokage recognized by all." From a young age, the exceptionally handsome Minato Namikaze garnered attention with his striking long golden hair, making it nearly impossible for anyone to overlook him. At that moment, Minato rose to express ideals akin to those of Kushina, which served as a form of acknowledgement and encouragement for her. As Kushina gazed at the smiling Minato, her heart stirred with ripples. This man possessed a certain charm. During recess, Kushina refrained from provoking anyone, yet others chose to taunt her instead. A boy seated behind her tugged at her hair and remarked, "Why do you have such red hair, you demon?" Kushina Uzumaki clenched her fist tightly. rising abruptly to pin the person who had tugged at her hair to the ground, exclaiming, "You are the real monster. Your entire family is monstrous. Come at me together." Surrounded by a multitude of male classmates, Uzumaki Kushina remained unfazed. In a swift motion, she seized one of the boys and swung him around, causing the others to retreat in alarm. This display of strength rendered her peers hesitant to provoke her further. Meanwhile, Namake's Minato couldn't help but observe this extraordinary girl. He was taken aback by the fierce temperament that lay beneath her seemingly gentle exterior, finding her fierceness somewhat endearing. Consequently, Kushina's image lingered in Minato's thoughts. Noticing his gaze upon her, Kushina pondered why he, despite the throng of onlookers, chose not to assist her. Did he perhaps harbor disdain for her fiery red hair? Upon contemplating this, Kushina's anger intensified. She mounted a fallen individual, relentlessly striking the boy with both hands, subjecting him to considerable distress. However, these young lads would not endure such indignities without retaliation. They should brace themselves. The young boy clenched his teeth, concocting a plan for revenge in his heart. After school, Kushina ran swiftly, eager to escape the loathsome confines of the school, oblivious to the fact that Minato was quietly following her from the shadows. Just as Kushina had distanced herself from the school, two boys unexpectedly emerged from behind a tree. One was the boy whom Kushina had ridden and struck, while the other had an arm draped over the first boy's shoulder, suggesting a close bond. Most significantly, the latter wore a ninja headband, indicating his status as a fully fledged ninja. Upon seeing the two boys emerge, Kushina recognized the one she had previously confronted and sensed that their intentions were far from benign. She inquired, "What do you intend to do?" The beaten little boy smirked and said, "Oh, isn't this Kushina? How did you manage to run so swiftly? This morning, when you struck me, weren't you quite formidable?" The young man beside him merely smiled, while Kushina had already foreseen the impending events. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, "You strike the small fry, and now the big ones have arrived. You certainly have some audacity." At that moment, the larger boy spoke up, saying, "I've heard that you possess quite a fighting prowess. How about this? Instead of letting my younger brother participate, let us have a one-on-one match. I would like to witness your skills firsthand." It turns out that this young man is the brother of the boy who was beaten. Kushina remarked, "Enough with the needless chatter. If you're going to do it, then do it swiftly." At this moment, Minato had witnessed the entire scene unfold. Perched upon a branch of a grand tree, high above the heads of several individuals, he observed everything with the thought that she should be capable of handling it. She was remarkably strong. The boy opposite, adorned with a ninja headband, felt a surge of irritation at Kushina's audacity and leaped forward, fists raised in defiance. However, Kushina remained utterly composed. In a swift motion, she dashed backward, delivering a powerful kick to a nearby tree, propelling herself into the air and crashing down upon the boy in mid-flight, rendering him incapacitated. The young boy, stunned by this display, could only stare in disbelief. Yet, Kushina chose not to pursue him further and turned away to leave. At that moment, Minato's voice resonated from behind, exclaiming, "Well done." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Kushina turned to see Minato perched upon a tree. However, instead of feeling joy at his presence, Kushina furrowed her brow and dashed away, leaving Minato standing there in a stupor. In her heart, she lamented that he must truly despise her, unwilling to lend a hand even once. The fondness she once held for him dissipated entirely in that moment. Before long, both graduated from the Ninja Academy, officially becoming genin. Minato began to reveal the prowess of his remarkable talent, while Kushina's unique chakra gradually came to light. Yet, it was at this juncture that danger loomed ominously. In the dead of night, three unfamiliar ninjas descended upon Uzumaki Kushina, abducting her and escorting her towards the land of lightning. These were ninjas from Kimogakure, who had discovered her exceptional chakra and sought to capture her. Ultimately, Kushina was but a young girl and found herself unable to escape the grasp of the three seasoned ninjas. As the night deepened, they continued their journey. Nonetheless, Kushina possessed not only strength but also intelligence. Seizing an opportunity, she stealthily pulled strands of her crimson hair free, leaving them along the path they traversed, hoping someone might see them and come to her rescue. Yet, time passed, and no one appeared. They were nearing the border, and once they crossed it, her chances of salvation would vanish entirely. In that moment, despair engulfed Kushina, and she thought to herself, "I am ultimately an outsider. No one will come to save me." However, at that moment, a yellow figure clad in a night cloak appeared behind the group. The hue of yellow indicated hair color, and it could only be Minato. He was hurrying home when he spotted a red-haired individual and rushed over. Seizing the opportunity, Minato swiftly eliminated the ninja at the back of the line, then quickly concealed himself. When the remaining two turned to look, he dispatched them both with remarkable efficiency. Truly a prodigious ninja. He engaged the stronger foes with finesse and resolved the conflict with astonishing speed, a feat hard to attribute to a mere genin. Chapter 100. Captured. Kushina was utterly astonished upon seeing Minato, as she had long believed he harbored disdain for her. Yet, the current situation suggested otherwise. If he truly disliked her, he would not have come to this place alongside her. Thank you for your timely assistance. Without you, I might have fallen into their clutches, she expressed gratefully. As she spoke, Minato suddenly flushed, appearing somewhat bashful and embarrassed. He then took her hand, urging Kushina to leave with him. However, to their dismay, more ninjas emerged before them just as they prepared to depart. The newly arrived ninjas were at least J9 in strength, which caused Kushina to glance at Minato with a mix of shock and concern. They seek me. As long as they capture me, you will not be harmed. You should leave now. With your abilities, you could still escape, she insisted. Minato refused, but as they conversed, the ninjas began to encroach upon them. Kushina felt an increasing sense of urgency as the ninjas drew nearer. If Minato persisted in staying, his chances of fleeing would diminish. Thus, she pushed him away with force, unwilling to allow him to be ensnared alongside her. Though she had harbored a slight affection for him, she could not bear to see him captured by these ninjas. In truth, Minato's strength surpassed Kushina's, rendering her powerless to compel him to leave. Meanwhile, the ninjas observed their exchange, having overheard their conversation. The highest ranking among them addressed the others. That genin has seen our actions. We cannot let them escape. We must take them both back, as we are already at the border. After uttering these words, they advanced toward Kushina and Minato. Minato charged forward, attempting to confront them, but regardless of his innate talent, he was merely a genin facing off against J9. They've been subdued because they acted carelessly, allowing Kushina to leave traces along the way. Now, bring them both back, the commanding ninja coldly declared, clutching a piece of red fabric, the mark left by Kushina, to prevent a repeat of earlier events. They rendered both Kushina and Minato unconscious and transported them beyond the border. When Kushina regained consciousness, she found herself in a dilapidated building, unfamiliar with her surroundings and unaware of how she had been brought there. Glancing beside her, she spotted Minato lying on the ground as well. Anxiously, she rushed to his side and began to shake him vigorously. They needed to escape, and although she did not comprehend why they had been taken here, it was evident that this place was perilous. What do you feel now? We've been captured, and I don't know where we are. But we must devise a plan to escape, she urged him, her voice tinged with urgency. The ninjas who had apprehended them had not bound them, but had simply thrown them into this decrepit building. Escape? Where do you think you can go? I advise you to remain here. Once you become useless, we will naturally release you. A few ninjas entered, examining Kushina and Minato. The ninja gestured, and the recently awakened Minato was immediately seized. Kushina, in a frenzy, attempted to intervene. She was uncertain of their intentions and did not wish to witness them harm him. It was not merely a matter of affection. Rather, she felt compelled to protect him, knowing that the reason for his capture was to save herself. Do not harm him. The Hokage has deemed him valuable. Our intention in capturing Kushina is purposeful. It is not for you to inflict harm upon her. From their conversation, Kushina understood that they had deliberately captured her, and the mastermind behind it all was their Hokage. Kushina was not interested in understanding why the Hokage sought her. She only knew that she could not allow them to take Minato, for they would surely kill him. What do you plan to do with Minato once you capture him? Are you going to kill him? I heard your conversation. You intend to utilize me. If Minato is slain, I will find a way to end my own life. This was a blatant threat. Previously, Kushina had never resorted to such tactics to intimidate others, but currently, it was her only means of saving Minato. The Hokage had previously stated that this individual must not be killed, as he held significance. Since they were so intent on capturing him, she would leave him to them, deeming him a mere pawn, ultimately of little value. Kushina fixed her gaze coldly upon them, then surveyed the shabby room, utterly perplexed by their motives for abducting her. Minato shared her bewilderment, glancing at her with curiosity. It seems you were unfamiliar with these individuals, yet if you did not recognize them, Why would they feel compelled to capture you? Was it my inability to rescue you directly? Kushina remained silent. This was not his fault. She observed Minato's golden hair, now tarnished with dust from the rough handling during his abduction. Kushina herself was no better off. Her fiery locks appeared disheveled and unkempt. They were confined within this small room, and Kushina had previously looked outside, noting the vast expanse of yellow sand beyond. Indeed, they had been brought to a desert. Even if they had crossed the border, it would not lead to a desert. It was evident that these individuals had deliberately transported them to such a desolate location for some unknown purpose. Kushina frowned as she sat on the floor of the dilapidated building. This rundown structure confined them, while adjacent lay a larger room housing the J-Nin. Chapter 101. Qin Guangming's lecture. Their strength was notably superior, and it was precisely because of their formidable prowess that escape proved impossible, forcing them to remain hidden. The only leverage Kushina had against them was her own existence, as their conversation revealed that her capture served a purpose. We will certainly find a way to escape. I have observed that, although this is a desert, there are still travelers who pass through. There must be other villages nearby. After hearing this, Kushina felt even more despondent. How could she ascertain the location of their village, the very place where they might seek assistance, without fearing that it would be the same individuals who were intent on capturing her? Currently, all Kushina could do was hope that Minato would discover her abduction and come to her rescue. Yet, from the words of her captors, she gleaned that their Hokage had a vested interest in her capture. Their disdainful references to Minato as a worthless figure indicated their high standing within their own village, suggesting that no one dared to provoke them. This left her disheartened. Had she not once declared her ambition to become the sole female Hokage of the village? If she aspired to such a position, she could not allow this situation to defeat her, nor could she allow herself to be ensnared by these individuals. After listening to his words, Kushina managed a feeble smile, though her heart was heavy. She had exerted so much effort. Yet why were these people still unwilling to let her go? She did not even know the reasons behind their desire to capture her. Meanwhile, in their village, Minato had already realized that Kushina had been taken. Hokage, Kushina has vanished. I have searched every corner of the village, but there is no sign of her. She has likely been abducted, he reported. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by this news. Kushina had sought refuge in Konoha, and now she had been captured. He needed to unravel this mystery and ensure her safe return. Otherwise, if news of her abduction spread, he would become a laughingstock as Hokage. Who would dare take such a risk in attempting to seize Kushina? And what was their motive? Do not rush to conclusions. Perhaps she is being held elsewhere in the village. I overheard them mention that Kushina had some conflicts with certain villagers. They may know something. Hiruzen suggested before setting off to gather information. He needed to understand the nature of Kushina's disputes, as it might lead him to her whereabouts. On the other side, Qin Guangming was determined to build a robust village, despite the challenges posed by its remote location. He arrived at the entrance of his ninja academy, only to find it empty. No one aspired to be a ninja in this secluded place, which had never produced any notable warriors and had always been suppressed by neighboring villages. When Qin Guangming proposed establishing a ninja school to enable the villagers, particularly the children, to become ninjas, they were filled with excitement. The establishment of this ninja school is intended to empower you to become formidable warriors. However, I must clarify some matters. Once you enter the school, you will be required to adhere strictly to my regulations, he stated with a serious expression, causing the villagers to stand taller, albeit with trepidation. The pressure he exuded was palpable, though it was unintentional on his part. He had no desire to intimidate them. As long as they fulfilled his expectations, all children are welcome in the ninja school, but I must stress that each individual's talent varies. Some may be inherently destined to become ninjas. Although Qin Guangming wished to avoid unnecessary explanations, he needed to secure further support from the village. Just as he was about to continue, his system issued another task. Ding. Please, host, swiftly gain the support of the neighboring village's citizens to acquire more villages. The rewards for this task would be dispensed upon completion, but the nature of the rewards remained unknown to him. Observing the villagers before him, Qin Guangming realized that asking them to join him in an assault on the neighboring village was impractical. Thus, he made a decision. Any villager wishing to become a ninja could join the academy after completing their daily tasks. He would not discriminate against them. He would treat everyone equally and guide them, provided they desired to grow stronger. Nonetheless, he had additional stipulations. Once enrolled in the ninja school, He would inform them that they would face hardships, as some among them might not be suited for the life of a ninja. Even those who did become ninjas would vary in talent. This village had no prodigies, only ordinary individuals. Therefore, the requirements for becoming a ninja would be stringent. And Qin Guangming felt it crucial to make this clear. Once enrolled, regardless of their circumstances, he would not entertain any thoughts of withdrawal. If anyone attempted to abandon their training, he would expel them from the village. While this punishment seemed severe, no one dared voice dissent. Fully aware of Qin Guangming's formidable strength, even without justification, he could easily eliminate anyone in the village, and no one possessed the capability to challenge him. After assigning their tasks, Qin Guangming led the children into the ninja school. The only source of satisfaction for Qin Guangming was that, following his admonition, none of the children appeared frightened. Instead, they were filled with determination and excitement, eager to become true ninjas. This eagerness was precisely what Qin Guangming cherished. He needed to cultivate strength within the village. Though he viewed these individuals as tools, stronger tools were far preferable to fragile ones. With this thought, he smiled once more and ushered the children into the ninja school. Chapter 102. Minato leaves a mark. Although Kushina was confined within that small room, she refused to resign herself to captivity. She was determined to escape with Minato. Moreover, Kushina was acutely aware that she could not be captured. She was the last royal of the Uzumaki clan. If she were killed, her lineage would be extinguished. We must devise a plan to escape. Those ninjas possess greater strength than we do, and we cannot ascertain whether nearby villagers are their accomplices. In the adjacent room, the ninjas were engaged in their own discussions, some expressing dissent regarding the mission they had been assigned. In their village, they were powerful individuals, yet now they found themselves tasked with such an operation. Albeit their true objective was to capture Kushina. But what was her significance? Only their leader possessed the knowledge of this matter. They gazed at the highest-ranking ninja, who was acutely aware of their thoughts and understood the necessity of conveying the significance of this situation to them. Do not mistake this for a mere game. The individual known as Kushina possesses certain unique attributes. The Uzumaki clan is endowed with an extraordinary ability, and the Hokage has previously stated that Kushina is inherently gifted with a special chakra that allows her to control tailed beasts. This is precisely the reason they are determined to capture Kushina, for only by seizing her can they uncover the origins of her remarkable abilities. Moreover, if they could gain control over Kushina, all matters will indeed become smoother. Their Hokage possesses a plan of his own. Meanwhile, in another room, Kushina is discussing the situation with Minato. How about this? You find a way to escape from here while I disguise myself as if we are still inside. Once you are out, seek immediate assistance for me. Kushina promptly rejected Minato's suggestion. The intentions of these individuals revolve around her. Should they discover that Kushina has fled, they would mercilessly eliminate Minato without hesitation. She resolved to confer with Minato on this matter, emphasizing that no one should be left behind. If someone must remain, it can only be Kushina, for their primary goal is her capture. It is precisely because they have come to apprehend you that you cannot fall into their hands. You are unaware of their potential plans. What if they are determined to kill you? Kushina remained silent, gazing at the vast expanse of yellow sand outside. They were in the desert, and escaping would only be feasible if this desert were in close proximity to another village or oasis. On the other side, after a brief rest, several ninjas prepared to advance towards Kushina's location, ensuring that she and Minato would not escape by rendering them unconscious. However, just as they were about to act, Kushina seized Minato and pulled him away to hide in the corner of the room, allowing the assailants to approach. As the Hokage had instructed not to harm Kushina, their Hokage needed to uncover the secrets that Kushina held, and regardless of circumstances, she remained the last royal of the Uzumaki clan, which would undoubtedly send someone to seek her out. What does this mean? I have followed your instructions and caused no harm to your companion. This so-called friend of yours has indeed suffered no injuries. Why then, do you hesitate to proceed with us? Kushina had calmly contemplated this situation earlier. They currently had no means of escaping from these ninjas, but they needed to ascertain their position within the desert. Only then would they have a chance to flee. If they remained unconscious, they would be oblivious to their whereabouts or the village to which they were being taken. Most critically, no one would come to rescue them. I have no other conditions, but if you are to take us out, we must remain conscious. I refuse to be in a state of unconsciousness. Otherwise, I might as well confront you now. The ninjas were indifferent to her sentiments. believing that both Kushina and Minato were far too weak to pose any threat in their hands. Minato also remained silent, as their earlier conversation had been overheard by these ninjas, who merely considered them incapable of escape. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen was anxious about the situation. The last royal of the Uzumaki clan had been brought to them, only to be abducted. They had previously seen Kushina being taken away, but they did not recognize the assailants. However, it appeared that Minato had stealthily followed them, though it was unclear where they had gone. This was the news they had received. Minato was in pursuit of Kushina, and he was indeed absent from the village, having vanished. Just as Hiruzen was consumed by worry, someone approached him. We discovered some markings outside the village, seemingly left by Minato, but the trail abruptly ends at a certain point, leading towards the desert. Hiruzen hesitated momentarily. Since the villagers had been abducted from within their own community, as Hokage, he had the responsibility to retrieve them. In truth, the captors had been quite cautious, even rendering Minato unconscious. Yet, they had not anticipated that Minato would use a unique method to leave a trail of markings. Then let us follow this trail. If we can locate them in the desert, it would be most fortunate. However, we are unsure who might have taken them there. No villager could remain in the desert indefinitely, and there were no oases in the surrounding area. Furthermore, he had never heard of anyone appearing there. Perhaps this was merely a ruse to mislead them, but for now, they had no other lead and could only proceed to investigate. Minato had left a mark but had not informed Kushina of it. Now, with the ninjas closely monitoring them, he had to devise a way to discreetly indicate his markings while pretending to consult with Kushina about their escape, presenting a fade of urgency. For they truly had no other options left. Chapter 103. Kushina is rescued. The ninjas had yet to discover the location of their markings as they led their captives deeper into the desert. Meanwhile, Hiruzen had already brought reinforcements to pursue them. These ninjas were eager to return to their village, believing that their Hokage would execute their plan and truly strengthen their village. Once the Hokage grasped the situation, they could even threaten the Uzumaki clan, as their royal was now in their grasp. As these ninjas spoke, some of them laughed arrogantly. However, at that moment, their leader, the ninja guiding them, keenly sensed that someone was following. This puzzled him. They had previously confirmed that no one could leave any markings. How had these individuals managed to do so? Silence. Someone is approaching. You all take the two of them back to the village. This Kushina must be delivered to the Hokage. He designated a few individuals, insisting that Kushina must be returned to the village. Meanwhile, Hiruzen and his team had arrived, fully prepared to confront the assailants. Hiruzen was somewhat angered. He had never anticipated that Kushina would be abducted from within his own village. Observing the ninjas, it was clear they intended to take Kushina away. However, they had arrived just in time, and upon seeing Hiruzen, Kushina felt elated, not only from joy but also from a desire to capture these ninjas and uncover their motives for targeting her. Is it appropriate to sneak away with our villagers without so much as a greeting? What exactly do you intend to achieve? The ninjas remained silent, their true objectives known only to themselves. Their aim in capturing Kushina was indeed part of their Hokage's plan. Their Hokage had long sought ways to annex other villages, but to accomplish this, they needed formidable strength. Though there were some powerful ninjas in their village, they were far from capable of conquering others, which is why they sought to capture Kushina. This matter does not concern you. What ties does your Leaf Village have with the royal Uzumaki clan? You must understand that if you insist on engaging in battle, your forces will surely suffer significant injuries. As he spoke, he regarded the ninja before him with a cold demeanor. The ninja, however, remained unafraid, having received assistance from their Hokage and thus willing to fight to the utmost for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from further words as they commenced their battle. Initially, the leader intended for his subordinates to escort Kushina away, but he did not anticipate that Sarutobi Hiruzen would locate them so swiftly. Furthermore, their retreat was obstructed by Hiruzen, leaving them with the only option to either defeat him and return with Kushina or abandon her and flee. Upon arriving, Hiruzen found Kushina and Minato already in high spirits. While the other ninjas observed them, knowing that assistance was at hand, they could not allow themselves to be controlled by these adversaries. Let us coordinate our efforts. The ninjas currently restraining us lack formidable strength. If we unite, we can certainly overcome them, Kushina whispered to Minato, who immediately began to cooperate with her. As the ninjas were caught off guard, they launched a sudden assault. The unsuspecting ninjas, unprepared for such an attack, were taken aback by Minato's swift strike. By the time they attempted to counterattack, Kushina and Minato had already retreated to the rear of Hiruzen's group. Hiruzen's purpose for coming here was indeed Kushina, and with her rejoining their ranks, any lingering doubts he had vanished, allowing him to engage fully in the conflict. As the Hokage, Hiruzen was not one to be easily bested by an ordinary ninja, regardless of the latter's considerable prowess. What is your true intention in capturing Kushina? Should you divulge this, I may spare your lives. Otherwise, do not expect my mercy, Hiruzen declared. The ninjas regarded his words with disdain, as they had come to execute a mission without any hope of return. With their failure, they no longer entertained any thoughts of returning to their Hokage. Observing their demeanor, Hiruzen realized that they would not speak further during the skirmish. I will spare you, but you must vacate this place. Do not set foot in our village again, or I shall not hesitate to eliminate you, he warned. With Kushina in tow, they prepared to return to the village. Yet the ninjas cast a dark glance in Kushina's direction, clearly still intent on capturing her. Meanwhile, Qin Guangming had been diligently preparing for various matters since establishing the Ninja Academy, particularly concerning the neighboring villages. He was determined to seize control of these villages and had a significant task ahead, primarily to gather intelligence about Naruto. At present, Naruto had yet to come into existence. Kushina had merely just arrived in Konoha, and her bond with Minato had not yet developed. How is the training progressing for the villagers? As I mentioned earlier, if you have resolved to become ninjas, you must endure the rigors of training as per my directives, Qin Guangming instructed. He was committed to assisting them in becoming powerful ninjas, and when the time came, they would be called upon to aid him in asserting dominance over the neighboring villages. Ultimately, this was a task assigned to him by the system. He was not overly concerned with it, for his primary objective remained to investigate matters pertaining to Kushina. Yet, the villagers still required his guidance, as he aimed to transform them into formidable warriors, ensuring they would not suffer harm without recourse. Qin Guangming appeared somewhat troubled, and as he pondered over his circumstances, a commotion from outside the village caught his attention. Upon stepping outside, he discovered that individuals from the neighboring village had come seeking trouble. Chapter 104. The ninjas from the neighboring village. Just as Qin Guangming felt a lack of purpose within the village, unexpected visitors arrived. Those from the adjacent village, their intentions unclear. Without hesitation, he approached the village's outskirts, where a considerable number of individuals from the neighboring village had gathered, including ninjas. You are the current village chief. I have matters to discuss with you. According to our customs, your villagers are to share their harvest with us. Why has it not been delivered this time? Qin Guangming was taken aback by this assertion. He turned to his companions, who promptly clarified the situation. The person before him was the chief of the neighboring village. This chief had somehow managed to garner the allegiance of several ninjas, leading to an influx of ninja presence in his village, which he then used to bully the surrounding villages. Before Qin Guangming's arrival, the villagers had been obligated to surrender half of their food to the neighboring village. The current disturbance arose because, following the establishment of the Ninja Academy, the villagers had ceased this practice, much to the chagrin of the neighboring village's chief. Chief, I will confer with these individuals regarding the matter. Please rest here. It is not unusual. This has always been our custom. The person in charge of village affairs hesitantly approached the neighboring chief, but was interrupted by Qin Guangming. Your villagers have no food of their own? I was unaware such ineptitude still existed. This territory is now mine. You must vacate, or we shall engage in combat, Qin Guangming declared. Though he typically refrained from meddling in such affairs, a sudden task from the system compelled him to act, as it was crucial for his village to become the most dominant in the region. Moreover, the system's directive required him to reclaim control of this village, ensuring that the chief would serve him, thereby granting Qin Guangming a second village under his command. With that in mind, he hesitated before addressing the chief. So, you are the new village chief they speak of? What authority do you possess to speak to me in such a manner? This is the established order. If your villagers wish to survive here, they must adhere to my rules. Qin Guangming scoffed. The rules are about to change, for I have arrived. And I am the chief here now. I have established a ninja academy, solidifying this village's future. No one shall act contrary to my will. As he approached the chief, the latter appeared visibly intimidated by Qin Guangming's commanding presence, feeling the weight of his aura even in silence. However, Qin Guangming contemplated his next move. He did not wish to engage in a senseless battle, but rather instill fear in these individuals. You take pride in your position. Believing your ninjas grant you the power to do as you please, do you not? The chief's arrogance was evident as he gazed at Qin Guangming, unconcerned. Indeed, he possessed several ninjas, and it was through them that he wielded control over the neighboring villages, demanding food from them, albeit not voluntarily. The villagers had experienced a revolving door of leadership, yet regardless of the chief, the outcome remained unchanged. Qin Guangming did not intend to engage in lengthy discourse with the village chief. He simply fixed his gaze upon him. As their eyes met, the village chief's expression gradually became dazed. This was the state of control Qin Guangming exerted over him. With a gentle smile, Qin Guangming noticed the villagers of this hamlet displaying signs of panic upon his arrival. They rushed forward to restrain him, yet unexpectedly, he uttered a few words. He remarked on the preparations for the school in the village, suggesting that the village chief perform for him, as he had grown weary from the rigors of establishing a ninja academy. At this juncture, Qin Guangming seated himself in a nearby spot, his eyes fixed on the village chief. The chief was now completely under Qin Guangming's command, and he was compelled to kneel. The inhabitants of the neighboring village overheard this and erupted in anger, particularly the few ninjas among them. They felt deeply insulted by Qin Guangming's actions. As this man was their village chief, they rushed forward, intent on attacking Qin Guangming, only to find their leader genuinely kneeling. Now, utter a few words of apology to the villagers for your previous misdeeds, for instance, how you once oppressed them, Qin Guangming instructed. The village chief turned to the villagers he had previously wronged, simultaneously apologizing and seeking their forgiveness. The villagers were taken aback, and the ninjas, too, were rendered speechless. Having never anticipated such a turn of events, they were once loyal followers of this chief, yet their training had not endowed them with formidable strength. I no longer require your services. If you have anything to say, speak openly. I truly detest your kind. With your meager abilities, you dare to cause a ruckus here? You may leave, Qin Guangming declared. His presence before these individuals stemmed from previous training sessions he had conducted with the villagers, some of whom had been reluctant to trust him. Ultimately, they were aware of his formidable power, which rendered them incapable of opposing him. However, the situation had shifted. The man before them, once deemed powerful as the chief of the neighboring village, had been subdued by Qin Guangming. The chief, despite lacking ninja status, had once commanded respect. What perplexed Qin Guangming most was the group of ninjas accompanying the village chief. Though he discerned their capabilities exceeded that of mere genin, they were too intimidated to confront him. Chapter 105. Not opposing Qin Guangming. This left Qin Guangming puzzled, eager to ascertain the reasons behind their fear. These individuals did not resemble typical ninjas. Their trepidation appeared rooted in the control Qin Guangming had over their chief. It struck him as odd that a non-ninja could provoke such fear, relying solely on the support of ninjas. You never mentioned this before. Why the silence? Have you consistently provided food to these people? Qin Guangming questioned the villagers before him. They remained silent, aware that he had previously offered them the chance to become ninjas. They believed they could become powerful, yet they were uncertain whether Qin Guangming would aid them in battle. They feared that, upon discovering the presence of so many ninjas in the neighboring village, he might choose to intervene there instead or deem their issues too numerous to warrant his assistance. Observing the villagers, Qin Guangming deciphered their thoughts through their expressions and felt a sense of helplessness. His primary objective for this visit revolved around Naruto. However, he found himself entangled with the villagers, realizing he must assist them with their troubles. It was not a time for hesitation, especially with the impending system tasks. Thus, he encouraged the villagers to continue their training, assuring them that he was not deceiving them about their potential to become ninjas. He warned that the village chief from the neighboring village would undoubtedly seek trouble again. The villagers were instructed not to leave the village without informing him first. Otherwise, should they encounter their chief, he would be unable to assist them. At present, Qin Guangming had no need for these villagers to venture out, as he had his own preparations to undertake. He aimed to reclaim the neighboring village, but first, he needed to understand the strength of the ninjas residing there. Returning to his resting quarters, he surveyed the dilapidated houses of the village, realizing that renovations were necessary. I know it may seem harsh to say, but some of you may not be able to become ninjas. This is a reality we must face. Subsequently, you will need to assist me in refurbishing the homes within this village, Qin Guangming stated. He assessed the dwellings, recognizing that the most habitable structure was the one he had exchanged through the system, alongside the ninja academy he had constructed. Meanwhile, upon returning to his own village, The village chief immediately sought out the ninja residing there, a former jonin he had once recruited. In a place like Konoha, such ninjas were plentiful. However, in a small village like theirs, even the presence of a lowly genin could astound the villagers, prompting them to revere the ninja for their rarity. My lord, the people from the neighboring village dared to defy our orders. They failed to deliver the food they were supposed to provide and even attacked us when we approached them. The ninja reported. The jonin, merely puzzled, scrutinized the village chief, questioning how someone with so many ninjas assigned to protect him could be bullied. Observing the chief's disheveled state, it was evident he had been mistreated, but who could have accomplished such a feat? The ninja furrowed his brow, listening intently as the village chief recounted how he had been controlled by Qin Guangming. Upon hearing that the village chief had succumbed merely to Qin Guangming's gaze, the jonin comprehended why the other ninjas had refrained from confronting him. This individual was indeed a formidable force. Do not provoke the neighboring village any further. They are but a singular hamlet, and we need not antagonize them. Their new chief possesses strength. Someone with abilities like Qin Guangming will undoubtedly become a ninja, and individuals of such caliber are invariably powerful. The village chief, astonished by these revelations, felt a surge of anger. He had been humiliated by Qin Guangming while providing the necessary resources for his superior, and now he was being instructed to overlook the incident and refrain from confronting Qin Guangming. How could he possibly acquiesce? However, dear sir, you are unaware of the humiliation he inflicted upon me at that time. In the presence of so many villagers, he compelled me to kneel. How could I possibly endure such indignity? Upon hearing the village chief's words, the ninja merely cast a glance at him. This chief had previously oppressed individuals from the neighboring village, which explained his current actions. He did not contemplate the consequences. Now, however, faced with humiliation, the chief found it intolerable. Yet, the ninja was no fool. The abilities displayed by Qin Guangming were inherently his own, cultivated through his training as a ninja. He was not someone the chief could provoke. If you are unwilling to continue as the village chief, I can appoint another in your stead. I have already informed you that this individual is beyond your reach. You must heed my words. I am testing my patience at this moment. The chief dared not utter another word, yet he still harbored thoughts of revenge. Regardless of Qin Guangming's strength, he was determined to gather more ninjas. Believing that together they could overpower him, Qin Guangming had already dispatched individuals to procure materials, intent on renovating this dilapidated village, the first he had come to possess. He could no longer tolerate its state. However, to collect these materials, they would have to leave the village, which necessitated Qin Guangming accompanying the villagers outside. Otherwise, the chief from the neighboring village might return to exact revenge at any moment. Qin Guangming discerned the nature of the village chief. He would never accept being humiliated by him and would undoubtedly seek a way to retaliate. If he feared confronting Qin Guangming directly, he might resort to harming the villagers instead. Chapter 106. The villagers have been captured. Qin Guangming had no desire to engage with the so-called ninjas from the neighboring village. As long as they did not provoke him, he would refrain from addressing the matter. When he instructed the villagers to seek materials, he sent them out as a group. Little did he expect that, even in their current predicament, the neighboring villagers would dare to cause trouble. Chief, our villagers have been captured by individuals from the neighboring village. The village chief, accompanied by several ninjas, has taken them to the back mountain. Upon hearing this, Qin Guangming was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a turn of events, nor was he prepared to confront the ninjas from the neighboring village. Their audacity to provoke him was unexpected. The captured individuals were his own villagers. If he did not resolve this issue, their trust in him might wane. Why panic? Where have they been taken? Lead me to the back mountain. I wish to see what that village chief intends to do. Qin Guangming stated coldly. The villagers tried to dissuade him. Aware of the danger, the chief, having specifically summoned Qin Guangming, clearly intended to set a trap. Given the likelihood of a trap, how could they allow Qin Guangming to be ensnared? He had already done so much for them. They could not bear the thought of him being harmed due to their troubles. The villagers were not overly selfish, and they aimed to persuade Qin Guangming to reconsider. However, after a few glances from him, they relented. Take me to find them, and do not hesitate. What are you afraid of? To be frank, that village chief cannot inflict any harm upon me. You should trust me on this matter. Once Qin Guangming had spoken so firmly, the villagers, despite their hesitations, obliged his request and led him to confront the chief. Upon arriving at the back mountain, they found themselves surrounded by the ninjas brought by the village chief. It was not entirely accurate to say they were trapped. Rather, Qin Guangming simply chose not to retaliate at that moment. He gazed at the man before him. Since you have brought me here, what do you wish to discuss? Or do you fear that with so many ninjas at your side, you still lack the courage to speak plainly? The village chief, appearing somewhat humiliated, recalled the moment when Qin Guangming had compelled him to kneel and beg for the villagers' forgiveness. With a clap of his hands, he summoned his villagers to restrain those from Qin Guangming's side. He looked on triumphantly as Qin Guangming processed the sheer number of captives. He had not anticipated that the neighboring village could muster such a crowd. It appeared their oppression had indeed yielded substantial resources. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a single village to have so many inhabitants. Qin Guangming was not perturbed by this reality. The dynamics shifted when the oppressed became the oppressed. He regarded the chief with an icy demeanor. The chief reveled in his perceived victory, believing Qin Guangming would not dare to retaliate. Yet, Qin Guangming merely regarded him with cold indifference. Your intentions lie with me. Release these villagers, and once they return, do as you wish. You have seen that I can only control ordinary individuals like you. Consider how you plan to take revenge on someone like me. The chief hesitated, aware that despite having seemingly trapped Qin Guangming, should he choose to escape, it was entirely within his capabilities. This was not the outcome the chief desired. If you release these villagers, I would be intrigued to see what further actions you might take. After all, they are in my possession, and I am not afraid of your escape. The chief smirked. The villagers, however, were unwilling to abandon Qin Guangming. They believed he had agreed to the chief's demands out of concern for them. You cannot acquiesce to his demands. He is ruthless in his dealings. If you comply, he will surely harm you. Qin Guangming remained silent, simply instructing the villagers to return. They wished to resist, but when they met his gaze, their resolve faltered. Though he had only recently become their chief, his words held significant weight, and they feared him deeply. Return as I instructed. What purpose does your presence here serve? Remaining only complicates matters for me. Head back to the village and proceed with the renovations I outlined. After Qin Guangming's command, the villagers reluctantly complied, departing as he had ordered. He then turned his attention back to the chief, who wore a smug expression, likely believing he had successfully intimidated Qin Guangming. Yet, there was a reason Qin Guangming had sent the villagers away. Among those captured were several lesser ninjas, initially intended to learn and understand the situation. It was unfortunate they had fallen into the hands of the chief's men. If necessary, Qin Guangming might resort to brutal measures. But he could not allow the villagers to become aware of his plans. He was determined to strengthen this village, as it was a task assigned to him by the system. Now that your villagers have returned, despite their previous reluctance to let you stay, they still complied with your wishes. It seems your hold over them is not as strong as you believed. The village chief smiled smugly at Qin Guangming. Had it been someone else, he might have attempted to ally with Qin Guangming, recognizing his potential. However, the chief could not forget the moment Qin Guangming had forced him to kneel before so many witnesses. Qin Guangming had endured much humiliation at the hands of the village chief, who was unwilling to accept the situation. The chief was determined to ensure that Qin Guangming faced punishment for his actions. After all, in the chief's eyes, the decision to kill or do anything else was entirely his own, but he could not allow Qin Guangming to insult him in such a manner. The chief had no desire to engage with this individual, believing that his words held no value. Qin Guangming merely cast a few glances at him and then observed the ninjas beside him. Chapter 107. Fear of Qin Guangming. The chief had come here solely to provoke him. His audacity to confront someone as formidable as Qin Guangming stemmed from the presence of the ninjas under his command. Thus, Qin Guangming smiled at him. And just as the chief found the situation peculiar, he suddenly noticed his ninjas beginning to act. The chief, somewhat enraged, shouted, "What are you all doing? I did not command you to attack at this moment. That ninja dared to humiliate me. He must be punished for his actions. It is not yet time for you to intervene. Fall back." However, some ninjas had already unsheathed their blades, igniting the chief's anger. In their village, most people were to heed his commands, and only a few high-ranking ninjas were truly loyal to him. Witnessing the reluctance of his men to comply with his orders, and their readiness to draw weapons, the chief felt his temper flare. Just as he was about to speak, the ninjas lunged at his comrades. The chief stood frozen in shock. He had never witnessed such treachery among ninjas before. Recalling the time he was under Qin Guangming's control, he pondered whether Qin Guangming could indeed manipulate these ninjas as well. "I did not say I could only control ordinary individuals like you," Qin Guangming remarked. However, since you have delivered these ninjas to me, I shall not be polite. I detest being threatened. The chief attempted to flee, only to find himself utterly immobilized, as if bound by invisible restraints, forced to watch the ninjas engage in a brutal melee. They seemed to have forgotten their allegiances, striking at one another with reckless abandon. The chief desperately sought to intervene, but found himself powerless. Do observe the spectacle, Qin Guangming taunted. After all, you went to such great lengths to invite me here. I ought to express my gratitude, should I not? It seems you are rather dissatisfied with my thanks. The chief, now too terrified to speak, was astonished by Qin Guangming's ruthlessness. He had always believed he was the most fearsome figure in the village, only to encounter Qin Guangming here. In your village, you surely follow the commands of that ninja. Shall we speculate on his reaction if he discovers that his subordinates have been slain due to your folly? Would he not be furious? The chief remained silent, fully aware of the impending consequences should the ninja learn of his actions. Qin Guangming disregarded him, intent on ensuring the chief had no chance for retaliation against his villagers. He would not linger in the village longer than necessary, as he had tasks to attend to in Konohagakure. The villagers would remain, and Qin Guangming needed to clarify matters regarding Kushina. He aimed to make it clear to the chief that he was not to be trifled with. Allow me to show you the carnage, he said. I could very well let them execute you while they are still of sound mind. What would you prefer to witness? The chief's fear deepened as he realized the gravity of his provocation. Qin Guangming regarded the ninjas with a cold smirk. This was the true reason he wanted to send the villagers back. He had some newly initiated ninjas who should not witness such brutality. Most importantly, it was Qin Guangming who would instruct them on the path to strength. If the villagers began to fear Qin Guangming, his plans would be jeopardized. He was no fool to take such risks. You may leave now, he commanded. Go tell that ninja who aided you not to provoke me again. The people of my village do not wish to be your enemies, but do not come here to incite us. Qin Guangming cast one last glance at the chief. As long as these individuals refrained from inciting him, he would have no reason to act against them. Once the chief fled, Qin Guangming descended the mountain, preparing to return to the village. However, he was taken aback to find villagers charging toward the back mountain, armed and ready for confrontation. Initially stunned, he smiled and addressed them. What do you intend to do? With your current strength, do you truly believe you can battle those ninjas? Wait until you are stronger. The chief has already retreated. Some villagers expressed a desire to investigate the back mountain, but Qin Guangming intervened. You must not venture there. Those ninjas remain present. Do not entertain thoughts of provoking the villagers from the neighboring settlements. If you seek conflict and get captured, do not expect my assistance. Now, return and continue your training. Afterward, Qin Guangming returned to the village, observing the villagers and those he had tasked with refurbishing their homes. He did not truly require their assistance, yet they had willingly taken on the task. He needed to interact with the villagers, but he also had to ascertain matters concerning Kushina. I can remain here for a while longer, but you must grow stronger. I have pressing matters to attend to outside. When I return, I do not wish to find you slain by the neighboring village. Qin Guangming's gaze swept over the villagers. He had resolved to visit the lumber village once the villagers had become more formidable, as he needed to gather information about events concerning Kushina. After all, he was here to fulfill a mission, and the village was merely a side quest. His primary focus remained on the affairs in Kushina's territory. Strengthening the villagers was already underway, and from their demeanor, they appeared even more eager to grow powerful than Qin Guangming himself. Such ambition was not unexpected. Meanwhile, the chief returned to his village, engulfed by fear. He had never imagined Qin Guangming could enact such cruelty, nor could he fathom the fate of the slain ninjas. Chapter 108. The invitation from the Hokage. Next door, Qin Guangming resolved to visit Konoha to ascertain the situation regarding Kushina. However, before he could leave the village, he encountered several unwise individuals at the village's entrance. A few ninjas, lacking common sense, dared to confront Qin Guangming, knowing full well that their adversary was stronger than they. I should have informed your chief not to provoke me, Qin Guangming remarked. It seems he considers my words mere trifles. Or do you believe that slaying a few of your ninjas will suffice to make you comprehend the gravity of your folly? Qin Guangming cast a cold gaze upon the individuals before him. Were it not for the task assigned by the system, he would have preferred to disregard these matters entirely. Moreover, he needed to clarify certain other issues, primarily the necessity of locating Su Biao. Although Su Biao likely did not yet exist, Qin Guangming sought to learn about Kushina and, at an opportune moment, entice Su Biao to steal the scroll. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you, he stated dismissively. How dare you attempt to obstruct me here? Has your village chief not informed you how those ninjas met their demise? Or do you wish for me to demonstrate it once more? In truth, Qin Guangming could discern that the strength of these ninjas was rather unimpressive. Yet, in such a remote village, the existence of even one ninja was an astonishing feat, not to mention, their village boasted several ninjas, albeit of limited prowess, sufficient to impose their will upon the neighboring villages. I have already conveyed what needed to be said. I have matters to attend to and no time for further discourse. Furthermore, should any of you dare to invade my village, yours will vanish as well. Despite his words, the ninjas remained steadfast in their intent to block Qin Guangming's path. However, their demeanor suggested they were not inclined to engage in battle, which aroused Qin Guangming's suspicions. Perhaps they were not here to provoke him. But if that were the case, what was their true purpose? Qin Guangming felt a sense of confusion, unable to explain the situation, until one of the ninjas stepped forward. Our Hokage wishes to invite you for a meeting. I cannot elaborate on this matter, but our Hokage insisted that we bring you to our village. At this, Qin Guangming let out a cold laugh. This was rather amusing. Their approach was less an invitation and more an implicit threat. Although he was reluctant to engage with them, he found their audacity laughable. It was clear that even their so-called leader understood they were no match for Qin Guangming's prowess, which is why they refrained from attempting to abduct him outright. Were it not for his pressing need to ascertain certain facts in Konoha, Qin Guangming would have relished the opportunity to deal with these individuals. He needed to confirm whether Kushina and Naruto were truly together, for otherwise, Su Biao would not emerge. You may relay this to your Hokage. While I harbor doubts about his strength, I have no desire to converse further, provided he does not provoke my village. As he prepared to leave, the ninjas recognized his intent. Yet they were bound by their Hokage's orders, aware that failure to comply would result in punishment. Although they could intimidate ordinary villagers, they would also face repercussions for not completing their leader's directives, leading to their hesitation. I genuinely wish to invite you to resolve certain matters together. Our Hokage seeks no conflict with you. As you stated, your strength surpasses ours, and he merely wishes to meet with you. Qin Guangming initially intended to decline, but at that moment, he received a task from the system, urging him to devise a means to reclaim the neighboring village along with their current one. If he could unify them into a single entity, he would reap substantial rewards. Thus, although reluctant, he agreed to the request of the individual before him. I shall reluctantly acquiesce to this matter. However, what precisely does your Hokage wish to discuss with me? I find it hard to believe he would send you to execute a task without revealing his true intentions. The ninjas hesitated, uncertain of their Hokage's objectives. However, with Qin Guangming's inquiry, they felt compelled to explain. In truth, Qin Guangming had little interest in their affairs. Were it not for the task bestowed upon him by the system, he would not have taken the initiative to engage. Moreover, the subsequent tasks he might face could entail dangers, which is why he had chosen to accept this mission. What are you waiting for? Take me to your so-called Hokage. Although I am unaware of his capabilities, I expect you to understand certain matters since you sought me out. Qin Guangming's chilling words prompted the ninjas to lead him to their Hokage. Upon arriving at the neighboring village, he observed the well-crafted houses, a testament to their exploitation of the villagers nearby. It appears you have amassed considerable resources by oppressing the residents of the neighboring village. Look at the state of your village. Such splendid houses could not have been built solely by the inhabitants of one village. Qin Guangming regarded the individual before him with a hint of sarcasm. He truly had no desire for prolonged conversation, and the beauty of their village suggested they had likely done more than merely bully a few villagers. The residents of the neighboring village probably had to come here to construct homes while struggling to secure sustenance for themselves. This thought led Qin Guangming to reflect on the dilapidated state of his own village. He had to admit that he felt a growing discontent. With so many people in this village, perhaps it would be beneficial to enlist their help in renovating his own. As he approached a particularly exquisite residence, he was eager to discover the intentions of the person awaiting him within. Chapter 109. The Hokage's conspiracy. Upon seeing Qin Guangming, the individual did not display excessive arrogance. Perhaps he recognized that his strength was no match for Qin Guangming. He hurriedly approached, revealing an eagerness in his demeanor. Qin Guangming could perceive a hint of servility in his expression. The Hokage approached Qin Guangming, bowing slightly as he spoke. You are the new village leader from the neighboring village. I have heard of your formidable strength. Would you consider joining our village? We can offer you everything you desire, and I could even make you Hokage." He began to persuade Qin Guangming regarding this matter. Qin Guangming, finding the proposition absurd, struggled to comprehend how to respond. This man claimed to be Hokage, yet their village lacked even a few competent ninjas. Were it not for his genuine need to establish a village, Qin Guangming would not have ventured to such a place. With his abilities, controlling another's village was well within his reach. Thus, the words spoken by the individual before him struck Qin Guangming as somewhat ridiculous. Nevertheless, as the Hokage of this village, Qin Guangming had his own motives for being there and was not inclined to create conflict with him, given that he would frequently travel to Konoha to clarify certain matters, and that Su Biao required his guidance. He could not remain in his village indefinitely, especially since his villagers had yet to grow truly powerful. I harbor no ulterior motives. As for your offer to make me Hokage, I have no interest in such a title. Just provide me with the information I seek, and that will suffice." The Hokage gazed at Qin Guangming, clearly contemplating the possibility of winning him over. However, the idea of relinquishing his position as Hokage did not sit well with him, especially considering Qin Guangming's formidable strength. Previously, he had orchestrated the oppression of Qin Guangming's village by instructing the village chief to deploy his ninjas against its inhabitants. Yet, he remained unaware of the true nature of Qin Guangming. If the latter sought revenge, the Hokage knew he would be utterly powerless to counter it. Furthermore, with Qin Guangming's prowess, he could effortlessly achieve whatever he desired. Since he had arrived in this village, it was evident he would elevate its status. Thus, aligning with him seemed far more prudent than inciting his wrath. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to discuss certain matters with you. Given your immense strength, why remain in that dilapidated village? It dawned on him that the ninjas in his village far outnumbered those from neighboring ones, and some had likely been swayed to their cause. The conditions presented to him were indeed tempting, yet they held no relevance for Qin Guangming. With a steely glance, Qin Guangming cautioned the Hokage to refrain from provoking the residents of his village before turning to leave, intending to seek out Kushina. "Should I discover that you dare to oppress my villagers, there are matters you would prefer to remain ignorant of. Perhaps you should inquire with the village chief about the fate of the ninjas under your command." Qin Guangming was unperturbed by the prospect of inciting the Hokage's ire, for he understood that even in anger, the Hokage could do little against him. However, the Hokage was not as formidable as Qin Guangming surmised. Initially, he had sought to cultivate an alliance, which is why he had refrained from deploying his forces against Qin Guangming. Now his perspective had shifted, especially after Qin Guangming had explicitly warned him against harassing his subordinates, leading him to a new conclusion. Qin Guangming indeed valued his village. In light of this, if they were to capture all the villagers, they could compel Qin Guangming to serve them. The crux of the matter was that the Hokage had provoked someone he could not possibly defeat. I shall not belabor the point. You are well aware of your duties as village chief. Previously, you failed to resolve this issue with your ninjas. Now, I have sent you stronger reinforcements. Do not make me regret this." From within a room emerged an individual with an unsettling demeanor. His expression was notably grim. This was the village chief, who felt genuinely alarmed at the prospect of returning to Qin Guangming's village. He had no desire to engage in these matters, nor to provoke Qin Guangming further. "Have you considered this matter thoroughly? I believe Qin Guangming is even more powerful than we imagined. If we cannot resolve this issue, it would be wise not to antagonize him." The village chief looked at the Hokage with fear, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had never anticipated being forced into such actions, and if Qin Guangming were to discover his involvement, he would undoubtedly seek to rectify the situation. Upon realizing the unfolding events, the Hokage cast a cold glance at the village chief. After all he had done for him, he was merely asking him to capture a few individuals, yet the chief was paralyzed by fear. "Do not blame me for not being clear. You have already provoked Qin Guangming. You know better than anyone what kind of person he is, and some villagers remain in your grasp. Those individuals had been captured prior to Qin Guangming's arrival, and everyone assumed they had encountered beasts in the mountains. In truth, they had been taken here. The Hokage had his own motives for capturing these individuals, although Qin Guangming might not appear to be someone who considers the welfare of others. If he were to uncover the truth, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Thus, the Hokage aimed to threaten Qin Guangming. If the villagers became powerful and learned of these events, all of the Hokage's schemes would be jeopardized. Presently, it seemed that Qin Guangming was preparing to leave the village, providing them with an opportunity to seize the villagers.